Chapter 1, starting with a blind date where no cilantro is eaten.
Mom, I just got off the train and haven't even gotten my feet on the ground yet. Is there any need to rush?
Chen Xiu said helplessly to her phone as she dragged her suitcase and was jostled by the crowded people at the station.
Aren't you in a hurry?
Your cousin Chen Yujie has already found someone and is getting engaged.
They're even going to look at wedding homes today. What about you? How long are you planning to wait? That girl only has time today at noon. Better to be lucky than early or late.
I've had your dad send you the address, so hurry over and don't keep her waiting.
Okay.
Chen Xiu looked helplessly at his phone screen. From his mother's anxious tone, which was almost overflowing from the receiver, he could already imagine how difficult this year's spring festival would be. In small towns, especially in rural families like his, once a child graduates from university without a stable partner, the parents become like ants on a hot pan, urging them to get married from the beginning to the end of the year. Chen Xiu wasn't inexperienced in relationships. He had a girlfriend of many years. They had grown up together in college and were now in the workforce, each hoping for a happy ending. However, 6 months ago, his girlfriend passed the civil service exam, and her first act of success was to eliminate him, her beloved. The reason given was that they couldn't see a future. Now, at 27, he is single again, while his cousin Chen Yujie, who has always been secretly competing with his family, is about to get married.
It's only natural that his parents are anxious.
Following the crowded flow of people returning home, Chen Xiu finally emerged from the station exit. He looked up at the iconic horse treading on a flying swallow sculpture in front of the Gannan railway station. The bronze statue looked somewhat lonely under the gray winter sky. He sighed deeply.
In the blink of an eye, I'm almost 30?
Chen Xiu vaguely remembers that 9 years ago, when she had just turned 18, she set off from here, carrying her luggage and full of longing for the outside world, and boarded the train to study at a university in another province.
After graduation, they were full of ambition, ready to make their mark in society and shine.
As a result, before society could even begin to suffer its share of blows, it was hit by the global mass craze.
We finally made it through, but the entire employment environment has changed dramatically.
After going through countless hardships, he finally found a decent job in Shenzhen, only to be laid off before the Lunar New Year due to a cost reduction and efficiency improvement notice from the company. What's most infuriating is that they haven't given any compensation yet.
Just you wait, I'll see if I go back to Shenzhen after the New Year and get you arbitrated.
Chen Xiu thought viciously.
My phone vibrated slightly. My father had sent me a restaurant address and a WeChat contact. Don't eat cilantro.
Upon seeing this WeChat nickname, Chen Xiu's body trembled, and he became more alert, a sense of foreboding washing over him.
Hiss, this nickname, it's probably just a coincidence.
He muttered to himself.
Nowadays, not eating cilantro has almost become a synonym for a certain group of women.
Chen Xiu didn't care about the bride price after all. People from Jiangxi have always been known for their hard work and sacrifices. What he feared were those women who made empty promises and then demanded at least 3 years of marriage. With a mix of worry and curiosity, Chen Xiu sent a friend request on her first blind date. He found an internet cafe, spent 10 yuan to store his suitcase at the front desk, then went to the restroom to wash his face with cold water to make himself look more refreshed before heading to the restaurant. The restaurant is a private kitchen. The storefront isn't large, but the decor is stylish, exuding a sophisticated, bourgeois atmosphere. The sign at the entrance is an aged wooden board with artistic lettering carved on it. Clearly, the prices here are also quite bourgeois. Just as he was hesitating, his phone lit up. Don't eat cilantro had accepted his friend request.
I don't eat cilantro, I am Lu Shuang.
Chen Xiu, hello, I'm Chen Xiu, I've arrived at the restaurant entrance.
We don't eat cilantro, we are at table number 6.
Us? Chen Xiu's eyelids twitched when he saw those 2 words. He frowned, steeled himself, and walked into the restaurant. Guided by the waiter, Chen Xiu quickly found table number 6.
2 girls were sitting at the table, their makeup not particularly elaborate.
When Chen Xiu saw the 2 of them, Lu Shuang and her best friend Lin Shirshan also noticed him.
Chen Xiu is 1.8 meters tall, which is considered above average in southern Jiangxi.
He is also quite handsome and clean-cut, not much different from the photos the matchmaker posted, so the 2 of them recognized him immediately. Lin Shirshan nudged Lu Shuang with her elbow and said in a low voice, "He's alright looking, quite energetic.
I wonder what his family's financial situation is like."
Lu Shuang's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Her first impression of Chen Xiu was that he was clean and refreshing, at least not greasy. Chen Xiu walked to the table and politely said, "I am Chen Xiu."
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Lu Shuang replied calmly, "We just arrived not long ago." Lin Shishan, standing nearby, immediately spoke up, her voice carrying a hint of feigned coquettishness. "Hello handsome, I'm Shuang's best friend, my name is Lin Shishan." She paused, then added, Shuang is going on her first blind date, and she's a little scared by herself, so she asked me to come and keep her company.
You don't mind, do you, handsome?
Lin Shishan is slightly more attractive than Lu Shuang. She could be considered a pretty girl. However, Chen Xiu felt somewhat uncomfortable with his manner of speaking.
Do you mind if I tell you to just get lost?
The thought flashed through Chen Xiu's mind, but he just smiled and didn't say anything.
Let's order first. What would you like to eat? Chen Xiu picked up the menu on the table.
He had been sitting in a hard seat for 6 hours and hadn't eaten much.
He was really hungry. We've already ordered, you can just order your own.
Lu Shuang's voice floated over.
Chen Xiu's fingers, which were flipping through the menu, suddenly froze. I haven't even arrived yet, and you've already ordered the food? With this level of practiced ease, you're telling me this is your first blind date?
Chen Xiu glanced at the menu without batting an eye. Even a simple vegetarian dish was priced in the hundreds. He finally understood what it meant to be a person of great reputation is not without merit.
The power of not eating cilantro is terrifying.
He simply covered the menu back up and leaned back in his chair. At this moment, Lu Shuang spoke, as if interrogating someone.
Chen Xiu, I heard from Aunt Wang who introduced us that you graduated with a bachelor's degree and work in Shenzhen?
Yes.
So, is the annual salary 300,000?
But Chen Xiu almost spat out the tea he had just drunk, and looked at Lu Shuang in astonishment. Seeing his uncultured behavior, Lu Shuang frowned and her tone became impatient.
Not 300,000? My college classmate works in Shenzhen and earns 500,000 a year.
And he only has a vocational college degree.
You have a bachelor's degree and you don't even earn 300,000 a year?
Chen Xiu opened his mouth, but seeing the slight disdain in Lu Shuang's furrowed brows, he immediately lost the will to explain.
He simply asked in silence, Miss Lu, then let me ask you, what is your annual salary now? What do you mean? I'm a girl, how can that be the same?
Lu Shuang's voice suddenly rose. Can't you men stop being so shallow, only looking at women's money, she said righteously. I may not be working now, but I'm preparing for the civil service exam, and I'm almost there. Once I pass, I'll have a stable job for life.
Am I not good enough for a partner who earns 300,000 a year?
This is just right.
It tastes amazing. I don't eat cilantro cigarette exam version.
This instantly reminded Chen Xiu of his ex-girlfriend. She spent his salary, lived in his rented apartment, and after passing the civil service exam, she turned around and complained about his low salary, little savings, and lack of future prospects. And the person in front of us is even more impressive. He's already fantasizing about life after getting accepted into university even before he's passed the exam. What will happen when she actually gets ashore?
Chen Xiu fell silent.
He realized that he had been matched with a high-difficulty boss on his first blind date. Although I haven't learned about the other party's specific marriage requirements yet, even a fool could tell that they were definitely beyond my means. Let's leave this to the other capable cousins to protect. Just as Chen Xiu was thinking of an excuse to slip away, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind.
Ding! Successfully bound to the matchmaking system.
No matter what requirements your blind date makes, this system will help you meet them, reducing the difficulty of finding a partner.
This is a system?
The voice in his mind and the virtual panel that suddenly appeared in his field of vision filled Chen Xiu with joy.
What, do you have a problem with what I just said?
Lu Shuang noticed that Chen Xiu's expression was a bit strange and asked in a cold voice.
Ahem.
Chen Xiu coughed lightly, forcibly calming his excited mood, and a sincere smile appeared on his face.
It's nothing.
I just wanted to know in advance if Miss Lu has any special requirements regarding the bride price.
Chapter 2, Thanks to those who don't eat cilantro for the dowry.
Upon hearing this question, Lu Shuang seemed to have been waiting for it for a long time, and answered without hesitation, the requirements are not high, they are all our basic standards. A house in the city, to be paid in full, with both our names on the property certificate. A car worth at least 200,000 yuan, which must be registered in my name. Of course, the man can also drive it as usual. The bride price is 388,000 yuan, plus at least 50,000 yuan for the 3 gold items.
After she finished speaking, she picked up her water glass, took a sip, and added, "This request isn't too much, is it? Besides, my family won't just take the bride price for nothing, we'll bring some furniture and appliances as part of the dowry." Goodness, and you call that not much? Chen Xiu did a rough calculation in his mind. Based on the average price in Gannan City, a 3-bedroom house would cost nearly 1,000,000 yuan in full. Adding the car and the dowry, not including the wedding banquet and other expenses, it would already be close to 2,000,000 yuan. Moreover, judging from Lu Shuang's matter-of-fact expression and tone, she genuinely believes that she is quite considerate of the man. If Chen Xiu hadn't just been bound to the system, he would have turned around and run away by now. Is this the matchmaking market in southern Jiangxi? Rolex, Patek Philippe, and the world's top 10 watches are all less valuable than the Jiangxi natives right now. As Chen Xiu was still reflecting, the system's voice in his mind jolted him awake. Ding! You have been matched with a potential partner based on their requirements. You have received a house in Haitang Bay, a Xiaomi SU7, 388,000 renminbi in cash, and a Chow Foot gold jewelry set. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in my mind, as if it were the most beautiful celestial music in the world. Chen Xiu immediately looked down, pretending to look at her phone. Just then, the screen lit up, and a bank text message popped up. Your debit card account 5694 received an income of 388,000 yuan on January 13, 2025, and currently has a balance of 412,388.60 yuan. China Merchants Bank. Chen Xiu's eyes lit up instantly, and his heart pounded wildly. Are you serious? He looked up at Lu Shuang in front of him, his eyes filled with excitement. This isn't some random XXN, this is practically a benevolent bodhisattva who brings wealth to all living beings. That makes sense. Absolutely right. Chen Xiu slapped his thigh, his face full of sincerity. Given your qualifications, Miss Lu, I don't think your demands are anything special. In fact, I personally feel they're a bit too low. So, are these all of Miss Lu's requirements? Is there anything else? Chen Xiu asked with a hint of anticipation. This attitude and tone left Lu Shuang and Lin Shishan stunned on the spot. Where had they ever seen anything like this before? In the past, when men heard their own conditions on blind dates, they would either remain silent on the spot, or talk about other things, and finally find an excuse to leave. But this was the first time they had ever seen Chen Xiu so excited, expectant, and even as if she felt he was asking for too little. A sense of doubt arose in Lu Shuang's mind. Could it be that I asked for too low a price? Could it be that this seemingly ordinary Chen Xiu is actually a hidden rich second generation? Thinking of this, the two women exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of surprise and regret in each other's eyes. The bride price and the RV are just the basic requirements, not bonus points. Lu Shuang quickly added, afraid that she had missed something. Material conditions are just the foundation. A boy's character and conduct are even more important. For example, you have to hand over your salary, otherwise we girls will feel very insecure. You can't force me to have children after marriage. Whether to have children and when to have them are all my decision. Also, you can't check my phone or my whereabouts. That makes me feel disrespected. The most important thing in marriage is mutual respect. Lu Shuang spoke earnestly, but Chen Xiu frowned slightly as he listened. What nonsense! Respect means I'm responsible for earning money to support the family, and you're responsible for being beautiful, and I have to carefully provide you with emotional value all day long? Bodhisattva, making wishes is one thing, but could you at least make wishes related to material things? You've gone off topic. Chen Xiu was in a hurry. He really wanted to rack up another wave of rewards. At this moment, Lin Shishan, who was standing to the side, saw through the situation and spoke up as well. Exactly. Guys who have money should be generous to be attractive. Buying your girlfriend a mid-range luxury bag, taking her on a trip abroad for holidays, and giving her a big diamond ring when you propose, these actions really score points. Lu Shuang immediately nodded in agreement. Chen Xiu's eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. This is what making a wish should be like. I think so too. Upon hearing Chen Xiu's resolute words, Lu Shuang and Lin Shishan's eyes flashed, and they looked at him again. Their expressions were relaxed and genuine, without any pretense, and they showed none of the resistance and embarrassment they had seen on other men's faces. If he were a poor, lowly man, he would have already jumped up and started cursing by now. His nonchalant demeanor, could he really be a hidden gem? Both women were thinking to themselves, one secretly pleased, the other annoyed. My conditions are clearly better than Lu Shuang's, so why can't I meet such a good blind date?
Lin Shirshan thought to herself, feeling frustrated.
A silence fell over the dining table.
Chen Xiu was somewhat disappointed that the conversation hadn't triggered any system rewards.
He then turned to Lin Shirshan beside him and asked curiously, "May I ask, Miss Lin, what are your requirements?"
Lu Shuang's expression suddenly changed. Lin Shirshan's eyes flickered slightly as she glanced at Lu Shuang out of the corner of her eye. She straightened her back slightly and said with a hint of smugness, "My standards are even higher than Shuang's."
"Oh? Tell me about it? I'm an only child.
My parents said my future partner must own at least 2 fully paid-off apartments in the city, one of which must be registered in my name. The bride price will start at 500,000 yuan, and the car price can't be less than." Upon hearing Lin Shirshan's words, Chen Xiu slapped his thigh, his face full of regret.
"This one is the real heavyweight. Why aren't we on a blind date with him today?"
Comparing the two, I realized I got a huge loss with this reward. Lu Shuang noticed the undisguised regret and longing on Chen Xiu's face and was completely stunned.
"Seriously? He can accept this kind of request?"
She quickly spoke up, with a hint of hostility. "Shanshan is very popular, she already has a blind date she's talking to." Lin Shirshan's expression changed slightly, and then she heard Chen Xiu shake his head and whisper.
"What a pity! What a pity! What a pity! Is it because I already have a blind date?"
Lin Shirshan looked at Chen Xiu, her mind churning with thoughts. Chen Xiu is tall and handsome, and most importantly, he didn't object at all to the extra conditions she just proposed.
Compared to her current blind date who only says, "Let's discuss it further," he's like a bargain.
Thinking about her future happiness, Lin Shirshan was completely oblivious to her best friend's unpleasant expression. Just as she was wondering whether she should try to negotiate, the waiter brought the food.
After serving the two women 2 elegant appetizers, the waiter looked at Chen Xiu and politely asked, "Sir, have you placed your order?" "Sorry, I don't want to eat."
Amidst the astonished gazes of Lu Shuang and Lin Shirshan, Chen Xiu stood up abruptly.
He picked up his phone and said to them, "I'm sorry, I don't think we're a good match. This restaurant is too expensive, I can't afford it."
He's not the kind of self-proclaimed gentleman who's actually a clown being taken advantage of. Before he even arrived, the other party had already ordered with her best friend, clearly showing disrespect for him and trying to rip him off. Since they've acted so undignifiedly, Chen Xiu sees no need to give them any face. After saying that, amidst the incredulous looks of the two women, he turned around and strode away from the restaurant. Before the two women even had a chance to scheme against each other, their brains completely shut down.
"No, you just left?
I am not fortunate enough to enjoy it."
"Too expensive? And he just said too expensive to me, right? Is he saying I'm too expensive? Is he mocking me?"
Realizing what had happened, Lu Shuang trembled with rage, her voice rising higher and higher.
The waiters nearby were so frightened that they retreated in fear.
Lin Shirshan's face was also ashen.
This guy wouldn't even pay for this meal. What kind of promising prospect was he?
They'd been tricked by a penniless bastard.
What a poor bastard, pretending to be all high and mighty.
He skipped out on the bill after we went on a blind date.
A man like that deserves to never get married.
The two women each said a sentence, and they tacitly avoided mentioning the thoughts they had had about Chen Xiu earlier. They just kept cursing Chen Xiu for almost 10 minutes before they stopped. However, as they watched the steaming dishes being served one by one, their expressions turned even more unpleasant.
"Shanshan, you recommended this restaurant."
"I'm out of living expenses, and last time we ate at a buffet, I paid for it." Lu Shuang turned to look at Lin Shirshan, who forced a smile. "Okay, I'll pay this time," Lin Shirshan said, but in her hand she unlocked her phone, found her blind date on WeChat, and quickly sent a message. As Chen Xiu walked out of the restaurant, he was in a great mood, having not let the woman he was on a blind date gain a single penny. He hummed a little tune as he walked into the nearby shopping mall and headed straight for the Chow Tai Fook store. "Hello, I'm here to pick up the 3 gold items I ordered earlier."
"May I ask your surname?" "My surname is Chen."
"Okay, please wait a moment, Mr. Chen."
A moment later, the saleswoman, wearing white gloves, carefully took out 3 exquisite gift boxes. "Mr. Chen, please confirm this."
A pair of dragon and phoenix gold rings, an exquisite gold necklace, and a pair of small gold earrings. Although she had already received 388,000 yuan in cash in her bank account, Chen Xiu still couldn't contain her excitement when she saw the heavy set of gold jewelry that the saleswoman brought out. If they weren't in a shopping mall, he would definitely shout, "Awesome!" Looking down at the set of gold jewelry specifically for weddings, Chen Xiu hesitated for a moment before saying to the saleswoman, "Excuse me, I'd like to ask if this set can be exchanged?"
The saleswoman looked somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. "Mr. Chen, the set you ordered is a ready-made 3-piece set, which can be returned or exchanged according to regulations. However, are you sure you want to exchange it? This style is very popular with newlyweds." "Change it." Chen Xiu immediately agreed. "Change it for a gold bracelet of equal value. He's not getting married, so these 3 gold pieces are useless to him. Wouldn't it be better to exchange them for a substantial gold bracelet to give to his mother? If you give your future wife, whose future is uncertain, a set of gold jewelry, she will only take it for granted. But if you give your mother a gold bracelet, who has worked hard all her life, she can happily show it off to the neighbors for the rest of her life." Chapter 3: High-Quality Men. After Chen Xiu's careful selection, a set of 3 gold items worth 50,000 yuan was eventually replaced with a 50-gram pure gold bracelet. The design was simple and understated, just right for her mother's age. After leaving Chow Tai Fook, Chen Xiu went to a mobile phone store to pick out the latest flagship phone for her father. Yes, the trifold design that middle-aged men love most. It looks good no matter how you fold it. When it comes to being filial to your parents, you have to treat them all equally. After leaving the mall with great satisfaction, Chen Xiu headed straight for the Xiaomi auto store not far away. At the same time, Lu Shuang and Lin Shishan, who had just finished paying the bill and came out of the restaurant with dark faces, watched Chen Xiu walk across the street. "Xuan, look. It's your stingy blind date," Lin Shishan said through gritted teeth, as if she wanted to pierce through Chen Xiu with her eyes. This meal cost her nearly 1,000 yuan. Although the money was ultimately paid by her blind date, in her mind, her blind date's money was hers sooner or later. Now that it was spent for no reason, she was heartbroken. "Shanshan, let's go. Let's find this poor bastard and demand an explanation." Lu Xuan was also furious. Just as the 2 women were angrily preparing to go over together, they suddenly paused for a moment. They watched as Chen Xiu walked straight into the Xiaomi auto store in southern Jiangxi, which had just opened not long ago. Inside a Xiaomi car store. After entering, Chen Xiu gave his name and picked up his car. A store manager surnamed Wang immediately led Chen Xiu very enthusiastically to a car covered with a red silk cloth in the center of the showroom. "Mr. Chen, your car is ready," the manager said, lifting the silk cloth. A bright, flamboyant magenta SU7 suddenly appeared before our eyes. The LiDAR on the roof, the electronic rear spoiler, it's actually the top-of-the-line Max version. Alright, Haji Tun, you bastard, 299,000 is still more than 200,000, right? Moreover, the dazzling magenta color option, which was only recently released and requires an additional fee, was also available. "Mr. Chen, this is the first bright red car in southern Jiangxi," the store manager proudly introduced. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu looked at the flashy red sports car in front of him and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The Xiaomi SU7 was launched in 2024. More than half a year has passed, and from being jokingly called the Pinduoduo version of Porsche at the beginning, to now having a booming sales volume where orders need to wait for half a year to be delivered, this car is almost becoming the first dream sports car for young people. But to be honest, if Chen Xiu were to buy a car with his own money, he might not be willing to buy a Xiaomi SU7. It's not that he dislikes Xiaomi. Even if we only talk about product strength, the Xiaomi SU7 is quite competitive in the 200,000 to 300,000 yuan price range. However, behind the labels of new force car manufacturing and high-end pure electric vehicles lies not only fashion and technology, but also risks that ordinary working families can hardly bear. Many new energy vehicle brands' high-end pure electric vehicles sell for 200,000 to 300,000 yuan when they are launched. After driving them for 2 or 3 years, you find that new models have been updated several times. If you want to sell them as used cars at this time, the depreciation rate is extremely frightening. Losing 6 figures is a common occurrence. Not to mention those manufacturers that went bankrupt and collapsed. In this era of fierce competition and market grabbing in the new energy sector, those who wait and see are the true gods. Thank you, system. Thank you, cilantro averse bodhisattva. Chen Xiu, who had only intended to wait and see, sighed inwardly. First of all, congratulations on becoming our valued Xiaomi car owner. Sitting in the technologically advanced driver's seat, Chen Xiu learned about the car's various features and intelligent operations with a detailed introduction from the store manager. To be honest, Chen Xiu used to occasionally rent a car to take his ex-girlfriend out for fun.
Otherwise, after not driving a car for so many years, it would be a bit daunting for him to directly drive this Xiaomi car that can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in less than 3 seconds. After a brief introduction, Xinxiu slowly drove out of the Xiaomi auto store amidst the enthusiastic farewell from the store manager and a group of sales staff. The bright magenta SU7 instantly attracted the attention of passers-by. Due to production capacity limitations, only 140,000 of these cars have been delivered nationwide so far. This is quite rare even in a first-tier city like Shenzhen, let alone in a third-tier city like southern Jiangxi. Wow, brilliant magenta. Wasn't this color scheme just released last month? And this guy is already driving it? Damn, the real car looks so cool, isn't this tempting me to place an order right now? Wah, if I could drive a Suchi, a car brand, I'd be willing to marry Zhang Runen. Amidst envious and jealous gazes, the dazzling magenta SU7 sped away. This naturally included Lu Shuang and Lin Shishan, who were standing at the restaurant entrance, dumbfounded. The two women witnessed Chen Xiu get into the driver's seat and drive away with a flourish, accompanied by the store manager's obsequious farewell. Seeing this scene, their words of cursing and swearing at Chen Xiu as poor bastard and scoundrel seemed to turn into invisible slaps that landed hard on their own faces, causing a burning pain. Xiaomi's car. I think it costs around 200,000 yuan? Lu Shuang said uncertainly, her voice hoarse. If Chen Xiu were penniless and skipped out on the bill because he couldn't afford it, then she could comfortably use her sense of superiority to mock and curse him. But Chen Xiu wasn't broke, so his act of skipping out on the bill made Lu Shuang, as the woman, seem incredibly pathetic. If this gets out, people will think, how bad must Lu Shuang's circumstances be, how utterly despicable must she be, that someone wouldn't even want to pay for a meal and just ran away. This made the self-important Lu Shuang feel ashamed and vulnerable. Humph. Going on a blind date without even paying for the meal, what kind of car do you drive? It's all low class. So what if it's a 200,000 yuan car? If you don't buy a BBA BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi and instead buy a Xiaomi, you'll be a low-class person who'll never be able to turn your life around. Lu Shuang cursed, as if he were the BBA that was left out, full of a sense of superiority. Lin Shishan stood to the side, her eyes flickering, but she remained silent. She knew more about cars than Lu Shuang, and even recognized it as a top-of-the-line SU7 Max. Not 200,000, but 300,000. Moreover, in her understanding, many young people who spend 300,000 yuan to buy a pure electric car are either rich second-generation heirs whose families still own BMWs, Mercedes-Benz and Audis, or high-paid professionals in the internet or finance industries. Either way, they are definitely high-quality men. I get it, it must be a test drive. Lu Shuang suddenly seemed to have figured something out and said with certainty. How could someone who skips out on a blind date possibly afford a car worth 200,000 or 300,000? I've heard that poor, loser guys love to test drive all sorts of luxury cars. After all, besides test driving, they'll never actually drive any nice cars in their lives. Lin Shishan hesitated upon hearing this. The test drive vehicles were all registered and required a salesperson to accompany them. The car they just drove was on a temporary plate, and Chen Xiu had driven it away alone. But Lin Shishan didn't have a good impression of Chen Xiu, so naturally she wouldn't explain anything for him. When I get back, I'll have to have a good talk with Sister Wang. She's been pushing all these misfits onto me. Lu Shuang was still complaining. Forget it, let's not talk about this annoying stuff. Let's go watch a movie later. Lu Shuang turned to look at Lin Shishan. Lin Shishan waved her hand. No, I still need to look at houses later. Looking at houses? Your blind date is buying a house? Which neighborhood is it? It's not decided yet. I'm so envious of you. All the blind dates you've met are so reliable. Lu Shuang said, her face full of envy and jealousy. A subtle hint of superiority played at the corners of Lin Shishan's lips. Compared to Lu Shuang, she considered herself to be somewhat attractive. Otherwise, even Chen Xiu from earlier would seem to prefer me, Lin Shishan thought smugly to herself. Concealing her inner thoughts, Lin Shishan quickly spotted a familiar Volkswagen Sagittar parked on the side of the road across the street. He's here to pick me up, bye-bye. Lin Shishan quickly crossed the road and got into the passenger seat of the Sagittar. The driver was none other than her blind date, Chen Yujie. If Chen Xiu were still here, he would surely exclaim, this southern Jiangxi is really small. Because Chen Yujie was his cousin who was looking at wedding homes before their engagement. Chapter 4. Your son's emotional intelligence is so low, he'll never get a wife. Lin Shishan slammed the doors of the Volkswagen Sagittar shut. As I plopped down in the passenger seat, a strange, slightly sweet smell, a mixture of stale air fresheners and plastic interior trim left to bask in the sun, hit me. She frowned in disgust. The center console, made of hard plastic, already has some minor scratches. The bulky mechanical handbrake stood alone, out of place with the surrounding beige interior, and there was also a small screen, no bigger than a palm, with a resolution so low it seemed like a relic of the last century. Her mind involuntarily flashed back to Chen Xiu's Xiaomi SU7 from a few hours earlier. In comparison, the Volkswagen Sagitter she was in looked like an antique that had just been dug out of the ground. What made her even more resentful was the driver. Chen Yujie cautiously leaned over to help her fasten her seatbelt, but Lin Shishan's cold glare forced him to stop. He awkwardly withdrew his hand, forcing a fawning smile.
Shall we go straight to Haitang Bay residential area?
Lin Shishan ignored him and just looked out the window at the street scene rushing past. Her mind was in turmoil, and a nameless irritation and regret welled up inside her. Although Chen Xiu behaved like a crazy madman, at least he drove a new car worth 300,000 yuan, and when he heard my demanding requests, his eyes sparkled with excitement and the light of "you deserve it."
And what about Chen Yujie?
He was honest and dutiful, even somewhat cowardly. From the time we met until now, we've always used the same few words.
Okay, no problem, it's up to you.
He was like a glass of lukewarm water, safe, but also extremely boring.
Your car is too old-fashioned.
Lin Shishan finally couldn't hold back and spoke coldly. Chen Yujie, who was focused on driving, stiffened and unconsciously tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He smiled ingratiatingly and said, "This car is only 5 years old, and it drives quite well." "I mean, we have to change it after we get married," Lin Shishan said firmly. "I don't want to be at a class reunion in the future, where everyone else is driving BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, and Autos, while I'm riding in your beat-up Volkswagen." The words "broken Volkswagen" pierced Chen Yujie's heart like needles. His smile faltered, but he dared not argue and could only nod meekly.
Okay, I'll do as you say. We'll change it after we get married."
He kept thinking to himself, "I've only driven this car for a few years, and it's in great condition.
Changing a car isn't that easy. Where does the money come from?"
But he dared not utter a single word of these words. He knew that once he spoke up, there was no point in seeing the house today. The atmosphere inside the car was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Lin Shishan crossed her arms, turned her head to look out the window, and didn't want to say another word. Finally, the car slowly drove to the entrance of Haitang Bay residential area.
This residential complex is located between the new and old city areas. Its location, environment, and surrounding amenities are all quite good.
When it opened 2 years ago, the average price reached 11,000 yuan, which is considered a decent price for a complex in southern Jiangxi. It is precisely because of its excellent quality that, even in the current difficult real estate market, the price has remained stable at nearly 10,000. Chen Yujie's mother, Huang Hui, had been waiting for a long time. As soon as she saw the car lights flashing, she immediately came to greet them with a big smile on her face.
"Shishan is here."
Lin Shishan simply gave a faint hum through her nose, her attitude neither warm nor cold, and slowly got out of the car. Huang Hui didn't care about her coldness at all, and instead became even more attentive. She pulled over Luo Jinglan, who had been silent all along, and introduced her to Lin Shishan.
"Shishan, come and get acquainted. This is Yujie's aunt."
She emphasized the word aunt, her eyes filled with hints and anticipation. In her view, this address of aunt was equivalent to acknowledging the kinship and taking a big step closer to being family. Luo Jinglan forced a smile as she looked at the girl in front of her. Lin Shishan looked Luo Jinglan up and down, noticing her simple clothes, and simply greeted her in a perfunctory and formulaic way, "Hello, auntie." She wouldn't call someone auntie unless they were engaged, and she received that change of address fee. Once you openly declare this kind of kinship, it's like lowering your own status for no reason, and you'll be at a disadvantage when negotiating terms later.
The atmosphere suddenly became a little stiff. Huang Hui's smile was awkward.
Chen Yujie rushed over to defuse the situation.
He looked at a man in a suit with slick back hair not far away and said loudly, "Mom, Manager Li, whom I met, has arrived."
Then, he introduced Lin Shishan. "Shishan, this is Manager Li from the property management company. He is the regional manager of Haitang Bay Property Management. I specially asked him to show us some nice houses." Lin Shishan was somewhat surprised. The property management company and the developer of Haitang Bay are the same company, both of which are well-established real estate companies in the province. A regional manager there can be considered a mid to senior level manager in the area.
Unexpectedly, the taciturn and honest Chen Yujie actually has some connections.
The frost on her face melted a little. The two stepped forward and exchanged a few polite words. Manager Li had a ruddy complexion and spoke with a jianghu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry air about him.
He looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Brother Yujie, don't worry. The houses I'm showing you today are quite special. These are all treasured properties that our developers specifically reserve to give away. Whether it's the floor, the orientation, or the apartment layout, it's top-notch in the entire community. They generally don't end up on the second-hand market." Upon hearing this, Huang Hui's face showed a hint of smugness, and she straightened her back a bit. She glanced at Luo Jinglan, who was looking distracted beside her, and felt a surge of superiority. As the group walked inside, Huang Hui deliberately slowed her pace and moved closer to Luo Jinglan. She noticed that her sister-in-law kept her head down and seemed restless, knowing that she was still worried about her son Chen Xiu's blind date. Huang Hui patted her shoulder with feigned concern and advised, "Jinglan, don't worry too much about Chen Xiu. The child is grown up and has his own ideas. Fate is something you can't rush." That's what she said, but there was a hint of boasting in her tone. "Look at our Yujie, he used to be a worry, but now that he has a stable job, he is looking at houses and getting ready to get married." She paused, then changed the subject, her tone becoming slightly lecturing. "You should urge Chen Xiu to stop wandering around. He needs to come back to southern Jiangxi, take the civil service exam, and buy an apartment. In today's society, what good girl would want to be with a man who doesn't own a house?" Luo Jinglan nodded repeatedly, her heart filled with even more worry. Just then, her cell phone rang suddenly in her pocket. It was a call from matchmaker Sister Wang. As soon as the call connected, Sister Wang's distinctive loud voice burst out from the receiver like a machine gun, filled with anger and reproach. "Jinglan, what's going on with your Chen Xiu? Didn't you explain things to him clearly? Miss Lu Shuang just called to complain to me. She said your son was rude. He got to the restaurant, said one wrong word, and left before finishing his meal. He ran away, fine, but in front of the girl and her best friend, he said something like, 'This meal is too expensive, I can't afford it.' What does that mean? Huh? Who is he trying to humiliate? Is he complaining that the girl's demands are too high? Can't he just talk things out? Why slap someone in the face like that?" Two young women ordered a table full of food, but ended up having to pay for themselves. "With your son's attitude and emotional intelligence, how can he possibly get married? How am I supposed to introduce her to potential partners in the future? How am I supposed to explain this to her?" Sister Wang's barrage of questions left Luo Jinglan completely bewildered. Chapter 5 Sorry, this house already has an owner. How rude, he ran off without even finishing his meal. Disliking that the girl is too expensive. With your son's attitude, how will he ever get a wife? Luo Jinglan's face turned pale and then red, but she could only apologize to Sister Wang repeatedly. After hanging up the phone, she was a little puzzled. How could she not know her own son's temperament? Regardless of how outstanding they are, they at least graduated from a university with a bachelor's degree. That girl must have embarrassed him. Thinking of her son's stubborn nature, Luo Jinglan sighed softly. "Oh, Jinglan, don't take it too seriously. That's just how Sister Wang is, she speaks her mind directly. I've watched Chen Xiu grow up since he was a child. How could he be so bad at dealing with people? It must be because they were too short of money and didn't handle it well. Young people are shy, you know." Huang Hui's words sounded comforting, but they made Luo Jinglan feel very uncomfortable. What does it mean to be too strapped for cash? Isn't this just blatantly saying that her family is poor? Her son can't earn any money. Seeing that she didn't speak, Huang Hui quietly leaned close to her ear and lowered her voice. "Let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart, and you may not like it, but these days, girls are very shrewd. The first thing they ask when we meet is about your family background. They say that a family like ours doesn't have a house or a car, so why would a girl like Chen Xiu be interested in you? Even if we meet, it's just a formality. I've already eliminated you from my mind. Maybe this girl was just putting on airs today, trying to discourage your son." Every word of these remarks struck Luo Jinglan's sore spot precisely. Yes, without a house or a car, in this small city, it's like being sentenced to death in the dating market. You can't even get a ticket. Look at our Yujie. Although he is a bit honest, he has a stable job. We also bought him a house, and now a girl like Shirshan is willing to date him. Huang Hui smoothly steered the conversation back to the main topic,
and that familiar sense of superiority reappeared on her face.
So, don't just worry about it. Come with us today and take a look. You'll have a better idea of what to expect.
The location and school district of Haitang Bay are both good. If we can buy one for Chen Xiu here, you won't have to worry about him not finding a girlfriend.
Sister-in-law is right. Although Luo Jinglan didn't particularly like Huang Hui, she agreed with what she said. I'll go back and discuss it with his dad. Borrow some more from the family savings and from relatives and friends. We'll sell everything we own to buy Chen Xiu a house.
Subsequently, led by property manager Li Qing, the group officially began viewing the property.
This way, please. Let's first look at the villa types that Haitang Bay is promoting. Li Qing enthusiastically led the way and pressed the elevator button. The elevator is designed with 2 households per elevator, ensuring sufficient privacy.
The apartments they looked at were all on mid to high floors and were all fully furnished. Li Qing pushed open the heavy fire door of the first apartment, and a stuffy, oppressive atmosphere rushed out. This is our 121 square meter 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 2-bathroom apartment.
It is well ventilated from north to south and has a very regular layout.
As everyone walked in, they saw light gray tiles laid out underfoot, walls painted with latex paint, and ceilings in the living room and bedrooms with the currently popular no main light design.
Once you bring in your furniture and appliances, you can move in any time.
Li Qing pointed in different directions and introduced, this is the living room, which is 4.2 meters wide. There is a large scenic balcony outside, where you can see the community garden. That's the dining room, connected to the kitchen. There's also a utility balcony outside the kitchen where you can put your washing machine and water heater without taking up much space. All 4 bedrooms have bay windows, but these can be removed during later renovations. Finally, he led everyone to a small room on the north side, pushed open a small door, and said, there is also a small terrace here. Although it is not big, it can be used to grow flowers and plants or as a small storage room.
It is very practical.
They looked at 3 apartments with the same layout, but on different floors and with slightly different orientations. After watching it, Huang Hui and Chen Yujie were both quite satisfied. Not bad, this apartment layout is quite good, there's no wasted space, Huang Hui nodded and said.
Chen Yujie chimed in, both lighting and ventilation are good.
But Lin Shirshan kept her arms crossed the whole time, her face expressionless, and even carried a hint of subtle criticism. She suddenly spoke up, breaking the satisfied atmosphere between Huang Hui and her son. Managerly, I heard that there are king of buildings in Haitang Bay community.
They're not like this kind with 2 elevators per unit, are they?
Li Qing paused for a moment, then chuckled, it seems your sister-in-law did some research beforehand. There is indeed a king of buildings in our community, in building number 9. That was the best located building in our entire community, a large single-level apartment with 1 unit per floor. The apartments are all 158 square meters, with 2 balconies and 2 large terraces. Since the balconies and terraces are only counted as half the area, the actual usable area can reach over 180 square meters. This is commonly known in the industry as stealing area, and it is a major selling point for high-end properties to attract customers. Lin Shirshan's eyes lit up instantly.
She eagerly asked, is this apartment still available? Can you take us to see it?
Li Qing's smile became somewhat subtle.
He waved his hand and said, sister-in-law, this apartment type is indeed the last one left. But, don't even think about it.
Our developer's big boss specifically said that it's to be kept for future gifts and networking, it's not for sale. Upon hearing this, Lin Shirshan's face immediately fell.
What does you guys shouldn't even think about it mean? Who are you looking down on?
A nameless anger suddenly rose in her heart, and a feeling of displeasure welled up inside her, but she couldn't vent it on a stranger, so she could only glare fiercely at Chen Yujie beside her. That look seemed to say, it's all your fault for being incompetent. Otherwise, we would have been looking at those kinds of houses. Chen Yujie was bewildered by her glare, but instinctively shrank back. Seeing Lin Shirshan's obviously unhappy face, he could only bite the bullet and say to Li Qing in order to please her, managerly, well, even if we're not selling, could you take us to see it and give us some feedback? Upon hearing this, Li Qing laughed heartily, appearing exceptionally forthright, of course I can see it.
No problem.
After saying that, he led the group in a grand procession toward Building 9 in the center of the community. Building 9 is indeed in the best location in the entire community, surrounded by a central garden and with the largest distance between buildings. The elevator lobby is also a level more luxurious than those in other buildings.
The group took the elevator directly to the 5th floor.
Once the elevator doors open, there's a separate entrance hall with no neighbors, ensuring maximum privacy. Li Qing took out his key and opened the door, which was thicker and more imposing than a regular front door.
Please come in, everyone.
When everyone stepped into this 158 square meter apartment, they were all amazed by the sense of space before them. The living room and dining room are connected to form a spacious public space. Although the floor is also made of tiles, you can tell that the texture is better than before. On the north and south sides, there is a huge floor-to-ceiling window connecting two spacious balconies. The south-facing balcony faces the central fountain of the community with an unobstructed view. The north-facing utility balcony is also much larger than the one I saw before. The 4 rooms are located on both sides, and each room is square and well ventilated. What's most amazing is that the master bedroom and study each have a semi-open terrace, offering a panoramic view of the entire community.
This is what a house should be like. Huang Hui couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Chen Yujie and Luo Jinglan were also amazed.
Although this was only 30 square meters larger than the 121 square meter house they had seen before, the actual feeling it gave was completely different. Lin Shishan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This house perfectly fulfilled all her fantasies about her future life.
Undeterred, she asked again. Manager Li, is there really absolutely no room for negotiation on this house? We can raise the price.
Li Qing shook his head, his attitude firm. Miss, this really isn't about the money.
Like I said, this is something our boss kept as a gift.
If you really want to buy this apartment, you'll have to ask the owners upstairs or downstairs in this building if they're willing to sell it secondhand.
He paused, then added. However, I advise you not to have too high hopes. There is only one prime building in the entire community. Which owner who was able to buy here did not go through a lot of trouble?
Now the resale market price here is at least 13,000 yuan per square meter, and there is no market for it.
The owners are not short of money and may not sell.
Lin Shishan's hopes were completely shattered, and she was filled with disappointment. Just then, Li Qing's cell phone suddenly rang urgently. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately walked aside to answer the phone.
Hello, Mr. Wang. It's the last unit in Building 9 of Haitang Bay. Okay, I'm in the vicinity. Okay. I understand. Don't worry, I'll go and receive them right away.
Even though there was no one in front of him, Li Qing still responded with a somewhat obsequious expression. At the same time, he was puzzled and shocked.
Who was this person that required the company's CEO, Mr. Wang, to call and instruct him to greet him? After hanging up the phone, Li Qing's expression instantly turned anxious.
He strode up to the crowd and said in a somewhat dismissive tone. I'm sorry, everyone, the situation has changed. This house has been given away. The new owner will be here soon, so you can no longer stay here. You can go downstairs and take a look at the greenery in our community. I have to hurry to the gate to pick someone up.
Excuse me.
Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Lin Shishan and the others were kicked out of the house they had always dreamed of. Standing under Building 9, Lin Shishan felt her face burning and her heart filled with extreme resentment.
Who are these people? We haven't finished watching yet. Huang Hui was the first to complain.
Lin Shishan was so angry that her face turned slightly dark. She felt she had been humiliated repeatedly today. At the same time, she was quite curious about what kind of important person could make this manager Li so arrogant at first and so obsequious, and so anxious.
Chapter 6: Taking Possession of the House.
A bright magenta Xiaomi SU7 slowly drove into the spacious underground parking garage of Haitang Bay residential community. Chen Xiu gripped the steering wheel and drove towards the parking area of Building 9, following the clear signs in the garage. After leaving Chow Tai Fook, he first drove back to the internet cafe where he had previously stored his luggage to retrieve it. Chen Xiu originally planned to go straight home, but the thought of suddenly having a fully paid-off house under his name filled him with curiosity and a sense of unreality, compelling him to come and see for himself.
This is a house.
I've worked hard in Shenzhen for several years, and I still haven't saved enough for a down payment. However, the system only gave him the property ownership certificate, but not the keys. As he asked the system in his mind, the cold, mechanical voice sounded again, "Host can proceed directly." He parked the car steadily in a parking space in the basement of Building 9.
As soon as I unbuckled my seatbelt, I saw a man in a sharp suit pacing anxiously back and forth in the elevator lobby not far away.
He kept glancing at his watch and craning his neck to look around at the garage entrance. Chen Xiu closed the car door and walked towards the man.
Hello, excuse me, I'm here to take possession of my apartment. Where is the property management center located?
Li Qing, who was anxiously waiting, had his mind on the entrance, hoping to see a Mercedes-Benz or BMW with a special license plate, when he was suddenly startled by a voice behind him. He turned around and saw an ordinary-looking young man who was about to impatiently point in a direction, but the words taking possession of the house made his heart skip a beat. His gaze involuntarily drifted past the young man and landed on a bright magenta Xiaomi SU7 not far away, its color extremely eye-catching and its newness almost reflective. A thought flashed through his mind.
The big boss said on the phone that the new homeowner's surname is Chen.
Li Qing's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the young man in front of him and asked, "Hello, excuse me, are you Mr. Chen, the new owner of apartment 501 in Building 9?
Chen Xiu was somewhat surprised that the other party knew his surname, and he nodded.
The moment his identity was confirmed, Li Qing's smile blossomed like a chrysanthemum, his enthusiasm and respect completely different from before.
Oh, Mr. Chen. We've been waiting for you.
He stepped forward and took the initiative to shake hands with Chen Xiu. Our boss has already called to inform me. My surname is Li, and I am the property area manager of Haitang Bay.
You can just call me Xiao Li. Hello, Manager Li.
Chen Xiu shook hands with him, somewhat taken aback by the other party's enthusiasm.
Li Qing clasped hands while quickly sizing up Chen Xiu.
He's too young, looks like he's only in his early 20s, and his clothes are as ordinary as can be. Yet this young man was able to get the group's big boss to call him personally, specifically instructing him to treat him well, and even giving him the last apartment in Building 9. Li Qing thought to himself, he doesn't look like a rich second generation, he looks more like a low-key second generation official.
Mr. Chen, this way please. I'll take you up to see the apartment. I've already had someone open the windows to let in some fresh air, so I guarantee it will be fresh when you go in. He led the way while giving a long and detailed introduction.
Mr. Chen, let me tell you, your apartment is undoubtedly the king of the entire complex. It's a one apartment per floor unit, a spacious 158 square meter apartment with an actual usable area of over 180 square meters. The location, lighting, and view are all top-notch. So many people were vying for it back then, but our boss wouldn't budge. As Chen Xiu listened to his introduction, her heart was filled with anticipation.
The two entered the elevator and went straight to the 5th floor.
Li Qing used the key he had prepared beforehand to open the door to room 501. When Chen Xiu stepped into the house that belonged to her, her eyes lit up. A huge living room with a north-south facing layout and unobstructed views from the windows. He walked to the south-facing balcony, looked down at the exquisite community garden below, and nodded with satisfaction.
As expected of something given by the system, it's truly top-notch. Meanwhile, downstairs in Building 9.
Lin Shirshan and her group stood listlessly at the entrance of the hall, the atmosphere awkward and dull. Suddenly, she noticed with her sharp eyes that an upward arrow lit up on the elevator floor display screen in the lobby, eventually stopping steadily on the number 5.
They've arrived,
Lin Shirshan said immediately. The intense curiosity in her heart was like a cat's claws scratching at her heart. She really wanted to know what kind of person could make Li Qing so obsequious and so easily obtain the house she had always dreamed of. "Let us go up and take a look," she said to Chen Yujie. Chen Yujie looked troubled.
"Oh? Is this not a good idea?
Manager Li has already told us to wait downstairs."
"What's wrong with it?"
Lin Shirshan immediately retorted confidently.
"We are customers too, and we are also sincerely here to buy a house. Why can't he let us see it, but let others see it? Why is it wrong for us to go up and take a look and find out what's going on? Don't we even have the right to know?"
Her words left Chen Yujie speechless.
Huang Hui said with some dissatisfaction, "There shouldn't be any problem with taking a look, right?"
Looking at Lin Shirshan's unquestionable gaze and then at his mother's eager expression, Chen Yujie could only nod helplessly. So, the four of them, each with their own thoughts, entered the elevator of Building 9 once again.
The elevator slowly ascended and finally stopped on the 5th floor.
As soon as the elevator doors opened, they heard Li Qing's enthusiastic voice coming from the open doors of room 501. "Mr. Chen, look at this terrace design, it's simply a stroke of genius. You can set up a small tea table here, read a book, and drink tea. That kind of life, wow, it's better than being a living god." Lin Shirshan was the first to step out of the elevator, tiptoed to the door of 501, and quietly peeked inside. She spotted the property manager, Li Qing, at a glance. He was standing respectfully beside a young man, his face plastered with a fawning smile, gesturing wildly as he introduced the apartment. The young man, meanwhile, stood with his back to the door on the spacious balcony, gazing into the distance. Seeing Li Qing's servile, sycophantic manner, Huang Hui, who was following behind, couldn't help but curl her lips and click her tongue in amazement. How can a young man make this manager Li so eager to please? Chen Yujie and Lin Shishan agreed wholeheartedly, and their curiosity about the identity of the person in the back view grew even stronger. Only Luo Jinglan was stunned the moment she saw that figure from behind. That figure. That height, that build, even the familiar coat he was wearing. All of these things gave her a deep-seated sense of familiarity. Son. Chapter 7 is the distinguished guest Chen Xiu? Luo Jinglan's voice trembled as she called out, son. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a pebble thrown into stagnant water. Chen Yujie and Huang Hui both heard it. Both of them were taken aback. Huang Hui turned her head and looked at Luo Jinglan with a puzzled expression. Sister-in-law, you've mistaken me for someone else, haven't you? How could your son possibly be here? Buying another house? Buying a house here? She asked 3 questions in a row, her tone filled with disbelief and a hint of mockery. Chen Yujie also laughed, trying to ease the awkwardness. Yes, auntie, you must have seen wrong. Didn't you hear what Manager Li just said? This is someone their big boss personally ordered to receive. How could it possibly be Chen Xiu? He thought it was absurd. He doesn't know Chen Xiu's situation? How could someone who works away from home and has lost his job possibly be associated with the word big shot? Lin Shishan didn't say anything. She just stared intently at that figure from behind. She also felt that the figure from behind was strangely familiar. Just then, the group of people standing suspiciously at the door finally caught Li Qing's attention. As soon as he turned around, his expression changed instantly. It was like seeing a ghost. He didn't expect that Lin Shishan and her group would secretly follow him again. Isn't this just making things worse for him? Li Qing's heart sank to the bottom. He's been in this line of work for so many years and has seen all sorts of people. Whether they are children of wealthy families or children of officials, they all have one thing in common. They are arrogant and have an extremely strong sense of self-esteem. They have an almost obsessive desire to control their own things. My own house hasn't even warmed up yet, and people are already staring at it like it's a monkey. Anyone would be furious in this situation. If Mr. Chen finds out that not only did he fail to stop people, but he also brought others to visit his private residence, who knows how he'll react? Although this Mr. Chen looked young and seemed very easy to talk to. But who knows how quickly or how ruthless such a person can turn on someone? At that time, without them even lifting a finger, my job will probably be smashed to pieces. He's the one who's really in trouble. Thinking of this, Li Qing's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. His face was extremely ugly, and he glared fiercely at Lin Shishan and the others at the door. That look in his eyes was like he wanted to devour someone. Why are you all up here again? He practically jogged up to them, lowering his voice but unable to hide the anger and fear in his tone. Don't you know any rules? He waved his arms, as if shooing away flies. If you anger my distinguished guest, can you take the responsibility? Run! Run! Being so ruthlessly driven away in public by Li Qing, Lin Shishan and the others looked extremely ugly. Huang Hui's face turned a deep liver color. When has she ever been treated like this? Just as he was about to lash out, he heard a clear, surprised voice from behind him. Mom, what are you doing here? That voice was incredibly familiar. Luo Jinglan suddenly turned her head. When she saw the face she had longed for day and night, all her grievances, worries, and sorrows vanished in that instant. All that remained was endless joy. Son. She walked quickly to Chen Xiu, reached out her hand, and carefully examined her son whom she hadn't seen for a year. I touched his arm and then pinched his cheek. Finally, he nodded in satisfaction. It's all right, I haven't lost too much weight. These few simple words are filled with a mother's most basic care. Huang Hui and Chen Yujie, who were standing at the door, were completely dumbfounded when they saw Chen Xiu turn around. The two seemed frozen in place, their eyes wide and mouths agape, their shock like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down. Is it really Chen Xiu? Is it really him? How is that possible? Lin Shishan felt her brain go blank with a buzz. She had just met this man at noon with her best friend, Lu Shuang. He even skipped out on the bill because he thought it was too expensive, causing her to spend an extra 1,000 yuan on the meal.
She was extremely impressed by his face, which was quite handsome. He was actually the cousin of Chen Yujie, the person I was set up with on a blind date?
The person whom Lu Shuang and he called a poor bastard and a lower-class man was actually the distinguished guest of the big boss that Li Qing mentioned.
This world is too magical.
At this moment, Li Qing felt as if all the blood in his body had turned cold. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, beads of sweat forming one by one. He heard the word mom, and he heard the word son. He never expected that this seemingly unsophisticated, sorrowful middle-aged woman would actually be Mr. Chen's mother.
Isn't Mr. Chen a second-generation rich kid?
The thought flashed through Li Qing's mind, but he didn't dwell on it. Anyone who can be personally entrusted by the big boss, Mr. Wang, is someone I can't afford to offend, regardless of whether they are a second-generation rich kid or not.
How could he possibly drive away and berate someone's mother in front of their son? That's so unlucky. How did he manage to stumble upon such a 1 in 10,000 coincidence? Mr. Chen probably didn't see it just now, right?
Li Qing's mind was racing, and his survival instincts drove him to react as quickly as possible. His face instantly broke into a smile 100 times brighter than when he was facing Chen Xiu, and he rushed forward in 3 steps.
Oh my! Auntie!
You must be Mr. Chen's mother. He warmly grasped Luo Jinglan's hand, as if he were holding the hand of the god of wealth.
Look at my poor eyesight. No wonder you looked so familiar.
It turns out you're Mr. Chen's mother, no wonder. With a mother as simple, down-to-earth, and unassuming as you, it's no wonder you raised such a handsome and outstanding son as Mr. Chen.
Huang Hui stood there blankly to the side.
She never expected that the distinguished guest Li Qing was welcoming would be Luo Jinglan's son. She looked at Li Qing, who had just been bossing her around and yelling at her, but now he was fawning over her like a lapdog, trying every trick in the book to flatter Luo Jinglan. The change in attitude before and after was faster than turning the pages of a book. Although Luo Jinglan and Chen Xiu were both her relatives, Huang Hui felt no sense of satisfaction at the turn of events. Instead, I felt as if my face had been slapped hard several times, and it stung painfully. I felt like I'd swallowed a fly. It was both suffocating and nauseating. Lin Shishan, standing to the side, paid no attention to Huang Hui's feelings. Looking at Li Qing's almost fawning attitude, she recalled what Li Qing had said earlier: this house was just given away.
Giving it away.
First they bought a Xiaomi SU7, and now they've given me a 100+ square meter apartment as a gift. Lin Shishan's gaze was firmly fixed on Chen Xiu.
Her eyes suddenly shone with an unprecedented light. Chapter 8: The house was a gift. Li Qing's flattery was like a wad of cotton stuffed into Luo Jinglan's ears. She couldn't hear clearly, nor could she understand. I was completely bewildered and at a loss.
But then she suddenly remembered Li Qing's identity.
Property manager. She immediately came to her senses, looked at her son with a puzzled expression, and asked, "Son, what are you doing here looking at houses?"
Chen Xiu stepped forward, took his mother's hand, and replied with a smile, "Mom, it's not about looking at houses." Li Qing, who was standing nearby, continued, "Auntie, this house now belongs to Mr. Chen."
Li Qing's words surprised everyone. Chen Xiu's house? Your house? Chen Xiu nodded.
Luo Jinglan exclaimed in surprise, her voice changing tone.
Where did you get the money to buy the house?
Her heart jumped into her throat. She heard clearly when Li Qing introduced the place that the average price of the houses here was 13,000 yuan per square meter.
Such a large apartment must cost over 1 million, maybe even 2 million? My son was just laid off, wasn't he? Where did he get so much money? It wasn't bought.
Chen Xiu chuckled softly, his gaze casually sweeping across Lin Shishan's face.
It was a gift from someone. Chen Xiu's nonchalant words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Everyone present was stunned by the huge wave.
Luo Jinglan, Huang Hui, and Chen Yujie all stared at him in shock, as if they were seeing him for the first time. A hint of I knew it flashed in Lin Shishan's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. After her initial shock, Luo Jinglan immediately became tense, her heart clenching with anxiety.
Who gave it to you? Her voice was trembling. This is a house worth 1 or 2 million.
With her limited experience as a rural woman, she had never seen such a windfall in her life.
Something unusual must be going on.
Huang Hui, whose face was constantly changing from pale to flushed, finally found a chance to interject. She stepped forward and said in a serious tone, like an elder caring for a younger person, "Chen Xiu, you really need to think this through.
Scams are rampant in society these days, they're on the news every day. What kind of kind person would give away a house for free?
She then changed the subject, making a pointed remark.
You absolutely mustn't be young and impulsive and do anything illegal or criminal for money. That will land you in jail.
These words were both harsh and vicious. Before Chen Xiu could speak, Li Qing, who was standing next to him, couldn't stand it anymore and looked indignant. He realized that Mr. Chen's aunt didn't seem to have a very harmonious relationship with Mr. Chen's family.
This is the perfect opportunity to show one's loyalty.
Ma'am, you can't just say things like that. Li Qing's tone turned cold, and the respectful smile on his face disappeared.
Be careful what you say.
He stepped forward half a step, subtly shielding Luo Jinglan behind him.
This property has always been held by our group's CEO, Mr. Wang. He doesn't release it easily.
This gift to Mr. Chen is because our CEO Wang has a keen eye for talent and values Mr. Chen's potential.
This is called investment. Investing in a promising young man like Mr. Chen, do you understand?
He stared at Huang Hui, his voice growing colder.
Are you saying that our boss, Mr. Wang, isn't a good person? Or are you saying that our boss, Mr. Wang, is involved in illegal and criminal activities?
Li Qing's cold words were like a bucket of ice water, completely chilling Huang Hui to the bone.
She turned pale with fright.
Chen Yujie was so scared he almost jumped out of his skin. He rushed forward and firmly stopped his mother, who was still trying to argue.
Who is Mr. Wang?
He's a big shot in southern Jiangxi, whose every move makes the entire business world tremble. Their company's current projects all rely on Mr. Wang's connections. It was through this connection that he met Li Qing. If my mother offends Mr. Wang with a few careless words today, forget about buying a house, I'll be fired from my job immediately. Huang Hui was pulled back by her son. Looking at Li Qing's icy face, she finally felt a bit of fear. She dared not mention the house again, but she couldn't swallow the anger in her heart no matter what. Her eyes darted around, and she suddenly remembered something. She looked at Chen Xiu and spoke again.
Chen Xiu, let's not talk about that. Your aunt wants to ask you something.
I heard you went on a blind date at noon, but you left without even paying the bill.
What happened?
Her words sounded like casual concern.
But that gloating look made Luo Jinglan's expression change instantly. What kind of elder would talk about such a shameful thing about a junior in front of so many people? Doesn't his son have any pride?
Chen Xiu glanced at his aunt and sighed inwardly. It's the same familiar recipe, the same familiar taste, nothing has changed.
She's still so narrow-minded.
His face remained expressionless as he calmly replied.
It's nothing, it's just that the girls have too high standards and don't like me. Huang Hui immediately adopted a lecturing posture. Well, you can't say that.
It's normal for girls these days to have higher expectations. They just want security, after all, it's for a lifetime. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Shirshan interrupted her.
Auntie, you don't understand this.
Lin Shirshan stepped forward and stood next to Chen Xiu, her face filled with righteous indignation.
It must be that girl's problem. Brother Chen is young and promising, tall and good-looking, what's wrong with him?
It must be that woman making unreasonable demands that Brother Chen is unwilling to pay attention to her.
This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Huang Hui's expression changed drastically, and she looked at Lin Shirshan in disbelief.
She never imagined that her carefully chosen future daughter-in-law, whom she had been trying so hard to please, would publicly contradict her for the sake of an outsider.
Moreover, she was clearly speaking up for Chen Xiu.
Chen Xiu looked at Lin Shirshan with some surprise. Watching her, without batting an eye, fiercely denounce her good best friend with whom she had previously gone on blind dates and had meals. He was filled with emotion.
Oh, women!
He hadn't expected that this city in southern Jiangxi would be so small. The best friend of the person he was on a blind date with at noon turned out to be his cousin's blind date as well. Judging from Chen Yujie and the others' horrified reactions, they seem unaware of this matter.
Chen Yujie looked at the two of them with surprise and couldn't help but ask. Shirshan, you two know each other?
Lin Shirshan gave a perfectly timed smile, turned to look at Chen Xiu, and spoke affectionately.
Yes, I had a meal with Brother Chen before.
Chen Xiu looked at her with a half smile.
He thought to himself. Have you really eaten it? Chapter 9 Lin Shirshan's attitude change.
Chen Yujie's heart skipped a beat when he saw Lin Shirshan's attitude towards Chen Xiu.
Something's not right. Something is very wrong.
Since they started dating, Lin Shirshan had never shown him such an expression. That look in his eyes was focused, intense, and carried a light he couldn't understand. For some reason, he felt that his blind date, whom he had finally managed to reach an agreement with, seemed to have developed a vague and inexplicable fondness for his cousin whom he had just met. This thought was like a thorn, piercing his heart. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, trying to break the eerie atmosphere.
Hee, what a coincidence. I never expected to have such a connection.
His voice was dry and lifeless, even he felt embarrassed listening to it. Lin Shirshan seemed not to have heard him at all. Her face was also full of smiles, as radiant as a blooming flower. However, that smile and those eyes were all directed at Chen Xiu.
Yes, what a coincidence. I really didn't expect to run into Brother Chen again so soon. Brother Chen, forget about that meal before. Next time I have time, I'll definitely treat you to a meal separately as an apology.
Lin Shirshan's words were like a red-hot knife, stabbing into Chen Yujia's heart. His expression changed instantly.
An apology? What apology? More importantly, is it about treating someone to a meal?
From the time they met until now, he's always paid for every meal, big or small. Even today, when she had lunch with her best friend, he was the one who transferred the money and paid the bill.
And now, you're actually going to invite Chen Xiu to dinner? Chen Xiu is not stupid.
He clearly noticed the undisguised, purposeful look in Lin Shirshan's eyes when she looked at him. He understood that she was saying those words intentionally to him.
Is he trying to use this opportunity to apologize and repair the relationship? Or does he want to take it to the next level?
Chen Xiu simply smiled, neither agreeing nor refusing. He just stood there, a faint smile on his face, without saying a word. Upon seeing this, Lin Shirshan's heart sank. She thought that if she humbled herself and took the initiative to be friendly, the other party would at least be polite and agree to the matter.
If he agrees, I can easily add him on WeChat.
Unexpectedly, Chen Xiu was like a ball of cotton, unmoved by either soft or hard approaches, causing her to throw a punch that was full of power, hitting nothing at all. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to turn cold again, Chen Yujia quickly spoke up, wanting to nip this dangerous trend in the bud. Shirshan, don't cause Chen Xiu any more trouble. He tried to make his tone sound like he was joking.
My cousin is really busy, he has to hurry up and go on blind dates to find a partner.
He meant to remind Lin Shirshan, but before he could finish speaking, Lin Shirshan's eyes lit up.
That's right. Yujia, you reminded me.
She clapped her hands, her smile becoming even more genuine. Speaking of blind dates, I happen to have some good-looking and virtuous female friends who are still single. She turned her head and looked at Chen Xiu with expectant eyes.
Brother Chen, how about we add each other on WeChat? I can introduce you to some of my girlfriends.
Chen Xiu looked at her with a half smile.
He has good looks and good character? Is it really possible?
Chen Xiu, who had just experienced Lu Shuang's baptism at noon, expressed very, very deep doubts about this. If this had happened before today, he would never want to meet a blind date like Lu Shuang again. He would avoid the scheming Lin Shirshan even more, let alone add her on WeChat. He would feel unlucky just to look at her. But now, the situation is different. With the matchmaking system, Chen Xiu suddenly realized a completely new perspective. Lin Shirshan's best friends are probably a treasure trove for him. The higher and more outrageous the other party's demands, the richer the reward he can obtain.
However, he quickly calmed down.
He noticed Lin Shirshan's eyes when she looked at him. They were shining, as if she wanted to say, "I want to marry you," was written all over her face. Chen Xiu was certain that she was most likely not trying to sell her best friend to her. She's trying to sell herself to them. Having figured this out, Chen Xiu once again revealed that polite yet distant smile.
Sorry, my phone ran out of battery and shut down automatically.
He shrugged, looking helpless.
Next time, let's talk about it next time. I was rejected again.
Lin Shirshan's smile had become somewhat stiff after being politely rejected once again. She never expected that Chen Xiu would reject her so coldly.
This shouldn't be happening.
At lunchtime, when she made those demands that far exceeded Lu Shuang's, she could clearly feel that Chen Xiu's eyes were full of interest and admiration for her.
That regretful, longing look in his eyes was absolutely genuine. As for the matter of not paying the bill later,
in her opinion, it must be because Lu Shuang's attitude was so bad that he felt unhappy and left the table in anger.
Yes, that must be it.
If Chen Xiu were just an ordinary white-collar worker driving a Xiaomi car worth 300,000 yuan, it wouldn't be enough to make her lower herself to take the initiative again and again. But she witnessed firsthand how the house she had longed for was so easily given to Chen Xiu, like a cabbage being handed over.
This is a house worth 1 or 2 million.
Moreover, the person who gave him the house was the CEO, whom even Li Qing had to bow and scrape to and treat with utmost respect.
On one hand, there's Chen Yujie, who has to pull strings and be subservient to Li Qing even to buy an ordinary house.
On the other side is Chen Xiu, whom even Li Qing's big boss actively offered to offer as a house to curry favor with. One is a pheasant that digs for food in the soil, and the other is a phoenix that soars through the 9 heavens.
Could Lin Shishan not tell the difference? If we knew nothing about all this today, that would be fine. But now, she's run into it. Even at lunch, Chen Xiu clearly showed his favorability towards her. How could Lin Shishan possibly be willing to miss such a golden opportunity?
As for Chen Yujie, her blind date who was still chatting with her on WeChat.
Anyway, they're not even engaged yet. They're not even boyfriend and girlfriend.
As for her best friend, Lu Shuang.
Sorry, happiness and opportunity are always reserved for those who are prepared and dare to take action.
In the blink of an eye, Lin Shishan had completed a series of pros and cons analyses and mental preparations in her mind. A firm yet sweet smile reappeared on her face.
Since we can't break through Chen Xiu's defenses, let's try a different approach.
She turned her head sharply and looked at Luo Jinglan, who was still somewhat unaware of what was going on.
Aunt. Her voice was sweeter than anything Chen Yujie had ever heard before.
Her attitude was one of warmth and respect that Huang Hui had never seen before.
Since Brother Chen's phone is dead, that's alright.
Let me add you on WeChat first, so we can stay in touch if anything comes up.
I can also keep an eye out for nice girls in our workplace for you.
These words were spoken flawlessly and were full of goodwill. Looking at Lin Shishan's sincere smiling face and listening to her sweet, cloying voice, Chen Yujie and Huang Hui, who were standing to the side, were completely dumbfounded.
Chapter 10. Your car, it's not worth much, is it?
Luo Jinglan didn't pay attention to the ghost-like changes in Huang Hui and Chen Yujie's expressions. When she heard the girl say she wanted to introduce a potential partner to her son, the gloom that had plagued her all day was instantly dispelled. The way she looked at Lin Shishan suddenly brightened up a lot.
This girl has a really kind heart.
Oh, that's wonderful. Luo Jinglan beamed with joy and quickly took out her old cell phone, which she had used for several years, from her pocket. Young lady, that's really too much trouble for you.
No trouble at all, no trouble at all.
Lin Shishan's tone and voice were unbelievably obedient.
Guys like Brother Chen are actually very popular. My girlfriends are lucky.
She also took out her own phone.
Auntie, I'll sweep you, please don't move.
Lin Shishan, with her back slightly bent and holding her phone in both hands, looked exactly like the ideal, most obedient daughter-in-law that Huang Hui had rehearsed countless times in her dreams. She respects her elders, has a sweet tongue, and knows how to conduct herself in society.
But
the dream belongs to her. The mother-in-law, but not her. Standing to the side, Huang Hui panicked completely as she watched Lin Shishan display such a perfect daughter-in-law demeanor towards Luo Jinglan. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by someone, tightening little by little, making it hard for her to breathe. Don't be fooled by her previous boasting and seemingly effortless demeanor in front of Luo Jinglan. In fact, her son, Chen Yujie, went on more than a dozen blind dates before finally meeting Lin Shishan, who satisfied him in every way.
In Huang Hui's eyes, Lin Shishan's conditions were practically tailor-made for her.
My profession is kindergarten teacher, so I can take care of children in the future, which will save me a lot of trouble. She is an only child, has no younger brothers to support, and is clean. She is 1.6 meters tall, which is not short. She has a delicate and charming appearance, and it would be a pleasure to take her out. It can be said that, apart from her somewhat lukewarm attitude towards her own mother and son, Huang Hui is quite satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. From the moment we met until now, she has always treated him with utmost care and consideration, afraid that a single wrong word might scare him away. But Huang Hui never expected this.
I never anticipated this. Lin Shishan actually fell for Luo Jinglan's son, who was inferior to her family in every way. It's just a house. Whether it's from a good source or not, we don't know yet. Besides, it's not like we can't afford this house.
Huang Hui was furiously cursing in her heart, the flames of jealousy burning away her reason. She cursed inwardly while forcing a smile and moving closer.
Shishan.
She affectionately tried to pull Lin Shishan's arm.
Look, regarding this house, shall we go and look at other apartment types next?
After all, this is your and Yujie's wedding home, so we must strive for perfection and choose one that you are most satisfied with.
She emphasized the words you and our Yujie. She was reminding Lin Shirshan. You, Lin Shirshan, are the one who's talking about marriage with my son. Chen Yujie seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and quickly stepped forward, eagerly echoing. Yes, Shirshan. Do you have any other apartment layouts you like? Or other neighborhoods are fine too. We can go and take a look. As long as you like it. He looked at Lin Shirshan, his eyes filled with nervousness. Lin Shirshan noticed the nervous and somewhat out of control attitude of the mother and son. A glint of light flashed in her eyes. Chen Xiu's offer was naturally something she envied immensely. It was a shortcut to a higher social class. But judging from his unyielding and aloof attitude just now, it's still uncertain whether I can win him over. The risk is too high. Therefore, Chen Yujie cannot completely let go yet. This is her safety net. However, they can no longer let Chen Yujie and his mother feel that they have them figured out, just like before. Perhaps they can use Chen Xiu to raise their own price. Let's test the waters and see where Chen Yujie's bottom line is. A perfect plan quickly took shape in her mind. Thinking of this, Lin Shirshan gently shook her head, a look of exhaustion on her face. No, Auntie. I'm a little tired after seeing so much today. She smiled apologetically at Huang Hui. Next time, we'll see next time. Huang Hui and Chen Yu's expressions changed instantly. He was so enthusiastic just a moment ago, but now he suddenly says he's tired. This is clearly an excuse. This means they're not satisfied with them. Both of them were extremely flustered, but they dared not ask any more questions, nor did they dare to cause any trouble. Huang Hui could only force a smile and go along with what she was saying. All right, you should rest when you're tired. Since you're tired, let Yujie take you home first. Chen Xiu stood aside, quietly watching this silent confrontation between the prospective mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. He simply found it quite wonderful. But now, he doesn't want to get involved in this mess. Mom, let's go back too, he said to Luo Jinglan. Ha? Aren't you going to take another look at the house? Luo Jinglan was still somewhat unsatisfied. She had just looked at the house and thought it was impressive, but it had nothing to do with her, so she just glanced at it briefly. Now, she has learned that this big house belongs to her own son. The feeling was completely different. We have to look at it very carefully, corner by corner, and examine it thoroughly. All right, Mom. The house isn't going anywhere. Chen Xiu saw through her mother's thoughts and smiled as she took out a bunch of keys, still wrapped in their packaging, from her pocket. Here, take the key. You can come and visit whenever you want. He put the key into his mother's hand. Chen Xiu was certain that if she didn't quickly get her mother away, given her industrious nature, she could have cleaned the entire unfinished apartment, over 100 square meters, inside and out, all by herself this afternoon. 2. Holding the heavy bunch of keys, Luo Jinglan felt at ease. Lin Shirshan looked at the brand new set of keys in Luo Jinglan's hand with great envy. The bunch of keys seemed to possess some kind of magic, deeply attracting her gaze. Seeing this, Huang Hui became even more worried. No. We need to buy a wedding house quickly and finalize our marriage. Otherwise, this wife we've finally got will really run away. Each person had their own thoughts, and they silently entered the elevator, heading towards the underground parking garage. The atmosphere inside the elevator was oppressive. At this moment, Huang Hui seemed to suddenly remember something, and her eyes lit up. She spoke meaningfully to Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu, you have a house now, but you haven't bought a car yet, have you? You're not young anymore, it's time to get a car. Otherwise, if you only have a house but no car, how will you take girls out in the future? On the surface, she was saying this to Chen Xiu. But out of the corner of his eye, he kept glancing at Lin Shirshan. Clearly, this was meant for her. Don't be fooled by the fact that he got a house. Chen Xiu's family wasn't actually that well off. However, Huang Hui did not expect that before Chen Xiu could speak, Lin Shirshan spoke first. Brother Chen has a car. Huang Hui was suddenly startled. Does Chen Xiu own a house and a car now? Then his own son would really have no advantage at all. Luo Jinglan looked at her son with even greater surprise. Son, when did you buy a car? How come I didn't know? Look, that red Xiaomi car, isn't that Brother Chen's? Lin Shirshan raised her hand and pointed to the sleek red sports car in the parking space not far away. Seeing the direction Lin Shirshan was pointing, Chen Xiu looked at her with some surprise. She actually knew? It seems that the restaurant at noon was not far from the Xiaomi store, so it must have been seen when picking up the car? Millet?
Huang Hui paused for a moment when she heard the brand name. She quickly took out her phone and carefully compared it to the logo on the front of the car.
That's right, it's that letter MI.
She breathed a huge sigh of relief.
Then, she put on that earnest expression of an elder lecturing a younger person and said to Chen Xiao.
In her mind, Xiaomi phones were synonymous with cheap and low-end products.
How expensive can it be for a company that sells mobile phones to build a car?
Chen Xiao, I'm telling you, if you don't know anything about cars, you can ask your cousin Yujia.
If you can't afford a Mercedes or BMW, you can buy a Volkswagen or Toyota. How could you buy a car from a mobile phone brand?
She shook her head, looking disgusted. Look at your car, all flashy and gaudy, it doesn't look reliable at all.
You can probably buy a car like this for tens of thousands of yuan, right? Chapter 11 Satisfying. Huang Hui's voice faded. Like a stone falling into a deep well, there is no echo. A strange expression appeared on Lin Shirshan's face.
Li Qing almost couldn't help but burst out laughing on the spot.
Tens of thousands of yuan?
This lady really knows nothing about cars, yet she pretends to know everything and tries to pontificate.
Can't you tell the huge difference between the paint quality of this car and the dull-looking Volkswagen Sagitar next to you?
Chen Yujie was so embarrassed that his face turned completely red, and he wished he could disappear into the ground.
Mom, please stop talking.
He felt Lin Shirshan's gaze piercing him like needles.
This car costs 200,000.
Upon hearing this, Huang Hui's eyes widened slightly, somewhat incredulous.
200,000? Isn't that more expensive than your Volkswagen? Lin Shirshan, who was standing to the side, finally couldn't hold back any longer.
She spoke slowly, her voice not loud, but like a small hammer, striking Huang Hui and Chen Yujie's hearts again and again.
Auntie, Brother Chen's car is worth more than 200,000 yuan.
Although it had nothing to do with her, her voice carried a nonchalant sense of superiority. This is the SU7 Max, the top-of-the-line model, with an official price of 300,000. She held up 3 fingers and waved them in front of Huang Hui. This one car could buy 2 Volkswagen Sagittars, and there would be plenty left over. As she spoke, Lin Shirshan glanced casually at the Sagittar parked quietly beside her, her eyes filled with undisguised disdain. In her opinion, the Xiaomi SU7, although its brand power cannot compare with that of truly traditional luxury cars like Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Even to many people who don't know much about cars, this is more like a trendy but unreliable toy car, only good for novelty and fun. But she knew perfectly well that there were only 2 kinds of people who could spend 300,000 yuan to buy a toy car. Or, they're fools who put on a brave face and throw all their savings into the business. Either they're truly wealthy and don't care about 300,000 yuan.
It's obvious.
Chen Xiao, who could be given a house so casually, definitely belongs to the latter category.
300,000? Huang Hui's eyes widened once again. This beat-up Xiaomi car can actually sell for 300,000? Huang Hui's face turned pale and then red.
She felt that her worldview had been repeatedly and relentlessly shattered this afternoon. Not only did Chen Xiao suddenly acquire a house that even they might not be able to afford, but the car she drove was also more than twice as expensive as her proud German luxury sedan.
Wouldn't this mean that their family is firmly and completely suppressed? All her previous boasting turned into a joke.
But soon, she found a new point of contention to attack amidst her shock. She looked at Chen Xiao with suspicion and said in a tone that suggested, "I'm doing this for your own good."
Chen Xiao, have you been scammed? If you have 300,000, why don't you buy a Mercedes or BMW? Buying this car is just throwing money down the drain.
Li Qing, who was standing to the side, couldn't bear to watch any longer. He felt that if he didn't say a few words for his distinguished guest, he would appear to lack tact. He retorted sharply, his tone slightly heated and without any politeness.
Then you're mistaken.
The Xiaomi SU7 is selling exceptionally well right now, with orders booked until the second half of next year.
It's safe to say that demand exceeds supply.
He pointed to the car's flashy color.
Moreover, Mr. Chen's car is a newly launched dazzling magenta color, and there are only a handful of them in the entire Gannan city. Even if you take it to the used car market right now, you might be able to get tens of thousands more yuan, making it more expensive than a new car. Can used cars be sold at a premium, even for more than new cars? Huang Hui was completely dumbfounded.
She had lived half her life and had only ever heard of cars being discounted by 20% after purchase. She had never heard of such a thing.
Even so, she clung to the last straw and stubbornly insisted. Then, if you have 300,000, you'd definitely buy a Mercedes-Benz, BMW, or Volkswagen, those established brands. It'll be more prestigious to drive them around, much better.
To her utter surprise, Chen Xiu nodded and agreed with her statement with a serious expression. Auntie is right, luxury brands are indeed better. Huang Hui's expression had just softened a bit, and she felt that she had finally won a round in this confrontation. Then Chen Xiu continued, speaking in a light and casual tone, as if he were remarking on the nice weather. But this car was a gift from someone else. The SU7, well, we can only drive it with a bit of difficulty. These calm words, like a bombshell, struck Huang Hui and the others like a devastating blow.
Another gift?
The 150 square meter penthouse apartment was a gift.
A brand new car worth 300,000 yuan, was it given away for free? Huang Hui and Chen Yujie were completely dumbfounded. They stood there, their minds blank, unable to think.
Li Cheng and Lin Shishan looked at Chen Xiu with even more fervent eyes.
Cars and houses are readily offered to people. What does that mean?
This means that the power and connections behind this young man have far exceeded their imagination. I must, at all costs, cling to this powerful figure. Li Qing screamed wildly in his heart. I must, at all costs, capture this man. Lin Shishan made a silent vow in her heart. In their minds, Chen Xiu's value had risen to a whole new, unattainable level. Before leaving, Li Qing made a special phone call. Soon, a staff member in a property management uniform came running over, panting, carrying an exquisite red gift bag. Li Qing took it and respectfully handed it to Chen Xiu.
Mr. Chen, please accept this.
It's a small token of our property management company's appreciation to the homeowners, and it's like a New Year's gift.
Chen Yujie has a sharp eye.
He immediately spotted the classic Mutai liquor packaging peeking out from the gift bag. His lips twitched slightly, uncontrollably. His eyes were red.
Whose property management company gives out Mutai as New Year's gifts? The price of just this one bottle of wine is almost equivalent to someone else's entire year's property management fee.
Chen Xiu naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony with him. He simply thanked her and then let his mother take it.
Then, amidst the incredibly complex gazes of the crowd, Chen Xiu took his mother and left.
After settling into the spacious and comfortable car, Luo Jinglan finally let out a sigh of relief. She completely relaxed, and her face beamed with an irrepressible, radiant smile.
Son, did you see the look on your aunt's face just now? Turns blue and white, that's so satisfying. Ha ha.
Although Luo Jinglan was a simple rural woman who lived her whole life, she was not a clay idol without her own temper. How could she not hear the arrogant swagger and subtle sense of superiority that Huang Hui exuded in front of her all day long? For so many years, Huang Hui has been openly and secretly belittling her family and showing off her power because her family is better off. As the saying goes, people fight for a breath of air, and Buddhas fight for a stick of incense. Now, my son is capable and successful. It can be said that this gave her a huge boost.
Let's see if she dares to be so arrogant in front of us again.
Compared to the relaxed and happy atmosphere between Chen Xiu and her son,
the atmosphere inside Chen Yujie's Volkswagen Sagittar was awkward and heavy.
The car was deathly silent, with only the monotonous hum of the engine. 3 people, 3 hearts, yet separated by 3 worlds.
Chapter 12. Huang Hui is furious. The Volkswagen Sagittar stopped on the side of the road.
Lin Shishan pushed open the car door without saying a word, got out of the car, and didn't even turn her head. The car door slammed shut, isolating the world inside and outside the car. Chen Yujie watched her walk into the residential area, feeling a sense of emptiness in his heart. The deathly silence inside the car lasted for a full minute.
Then, Huang Hui exploded. Look! Look!
She slapped her thigh hard, the sharp sound piercing the oppressive air inside the car.
Who is this Lin Shishan? Who is she trying to sullen with? Ha!
They never gave us a kind look from beginning to end.
Chen Yujie shrank his neck, not daring to say a word. That Chen Xiu. He's just lucky, he got lucky, someone gave him a car and a house.
Lin Shishan's eyes are practically glued to the top of her head. She immediately rushed to fawn over him.
Shameless. And that Chen Xiu. Look at how smug he is. His tail is practically wagging in the air.
Who knows if that car and that house were acquired honestly? They might have been involved in some shady dealings. Huang Hui's voice grew louder and louder, filled with envious jealousy.
Let him show off. Let him be arrogant. Who knows when they might find out something wrong with him and send him straight to jail. Then let's see how Luo Jinglan will cry. The carriage was filled with her vicious curses. Chen Yujie was so frightened that he didn't dare to utter a sound and could only silently endure his mother's anger. Only when Huang Hui finally finished cursing and was panting heavily did he dare to speak weakly. Mom. I think Shirshan is just temporarily blinded by money. We still have feelings for each other. Feelings my ass. Seeing her son's pathetic and useless state, Huang Hui was furious and almost swore out a curse. She stared intently at her son, her chest heaving violently. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, forcing herself to calm down. Now is not the time to lose your temper. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let Lin Shirshan, our daughter-in-law, get away. This girl is a perfect match for Chen Yujie. If he misses this opportunity, he'll never have another. With his son's low emotional intelligence and pathetic behavior, it's hard to say whether he'll be able to find a wife in the future. Luo Jinglan's face appeared in Huang Hui's mind. She thought, what if Chen Xiu, who was 3 years younger than her son, dared to get married and take a wife before her son? Wouldn't that mean Luo Jinglan, that woman, would have completely turned her life around? In the future, in front of all the relatives, won't they still have to suppress Huang Hui completely? No. Absolutely not. These next 2 days, you need to do everything you can to appease Lin Shirshan. Huang Hui's eyes sharpened, and her tone left no room for argument. We absolutely cannot let her see Chen Xiu again. Oh, I understand. Chen Yujie shrank back. Then, Mom, what about the house? He asked weakly again. Keep looking at houses. Huang Hui was resolute. And forget about Haitang Bay. Let's find something better. Something more expensive than Haitang Bay. Better? More expensive? Chen Yujie was taken aback. Then, can my family afford that much money? Borrow. Huang Hui's eyes gleamed with a crazed light. We'll borrow it even if we have to sell everything we own. Let me tell you, Chen Yujie, we must get this back. Anyway, we absolutely cannot let Luo Jinglan's family oppress us, she said angrily. After returning home. As soon as Huang Hui entered the door, she immediately found her husband, Chen Jifeng, who was watching TV in the living room. She recounted everything that happened in the Haitang Bay community that day, embellishing the story and telling it all in one go. Wasn't Chen Xiu just laid off by the company a few days ago? He's doing so well in Shenzhen? Chen Jifeng was also taken aback when he heard this, and he even forgot to press the remote control in his hand. They'll give you a car and a house. That's no small sum. It adds up to 2 million. Who knows who gave it to him? Huang Hui said sarcastically, her tone full of sourness. Maybe he found a rich woman in Shenzhen. Otherwise, why would he give him so many things for no reason? Chen Jifeng frowned slightly, feeling that his wife's words were too harsh. He said softly, don't say such harsh things. No matter what, Chen Xiu is still a young man in our family. Young man? Huang Hui exploded instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How could this young man not give me, his aunt, any face at all? Look at Luo Jinglan, her mother. She used to be so afraid of me that she wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of me, but today she's standing up straight. She plopped down on the sofa and immediately started bringing up old grievances with Chen Jifeng. Chen Jifeng. You coward. Stop pretending to be a good guy here. Don't forget, if it weren't for my older brother giving you a hand back then, would you be living such a good life today? Now look what's happened. Your nephew is practically defecating on your own son's head, and you're still here speaking up for outsiders? The piercing sound drilled into Chen Jifeng's ears like an awl. Chen Jifeng was immediately in agony and quickly raised his hands to beg for mercy. Okay, it's my fault. I'll do whatever you say, okay? Then tell me, what should we do now? We absolutely cannot let that Chen Xiu steal Lin Shirshan away. Huang Hui said through gritted teeth. These feet are on the girl's body, am I supposed to tie them up with a rope? Chen Jifeng shrugged helplessly. Stupid. Huang Hui glared at him. Why don't you introduce Chen Xiu to a new blind date to distract him? An introduction? Chen Jifeng frowned. Who in our area can introduce him to someone? Our own son has almost arranged blind dates with every eligible girl in the surrounding area. Huang Hui's eyes darted around, and suddenly, as if she had thought of something. A slight smile appeared on her lips. How's my cousin's daughter doing on my family's side? Chen Jifeng's brows furrowed even more deeply. He Ting? You mean her? He looked disapproving. Others may not know, but don't you understand? Didn't your niece used to be kept by someone? Moreover, she's a snob, with shockingly high standards. Huang Hui mumbled something. She's got great qualities, she's beautiful, so what's wrong with her having high standards? Besides, Chen Xiu's current conditions are excellent. He's a perfect match. She stared at her husband and said coldly. What, you'd rather your son's wife be taken away by someone else? Chen Jifeng opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but couldn't utter a single word. Finally, he sighed helplessly. He agreed. After all, compared to his son's lifelong happiness, Chen Xiu's nephew's happiness was not so important. Chapter 13. Did Chen Xiuzhen make money? The old men chatting idly by the roadside raised their cloudy eyelids. Groups of 2 or 3 middle school and elementary school students, who had just returned home from school, were pointing and whispering excitedly. They often see the Xiaomi SU7 on short videos. This is the first time I've ever seen it with my own eyes. It's quite a sight. But these are the only people left in the village now. That damn former company laid him off on the 10th just to save on his year-end bonus. This time slot is stuck in an awkward, unfortunate situation. Some universities are still holding final exams. For those who are truly working, it goes without saying that they usually have to work hard until around the Lunar New Year before they can finally get a holiday. Therefore, there are not many young people in Nanking Village now, making it seem somewhat deserted. Nanking Village. Its administrative division is that of a suburban area within the suburbs of Guangzhou City. A typical, slowly changing urban-rural fringe area. However, this piece of land is situated right on the border between Guangzhou City and the neighboring Hangzhou City. Its ownership has been passed back and forth between the two cities countless times over the past few decades. This resulted in it becoming an unwanted adopted son, unloved by both his father and mother. Although this area is now considered a suburb of Guangzhou City, its economy is very weak, and it is never included in development plans. The economic level of every household was very similarly poor. If it weren't for the new rural development project a few years ago, which involved the demolition of a number of houses, we would have been in a different situation. Even now, large areas of the village are still filled with mud brick houses. Those with slightly better living conditions, like Chen Yujia's family, couldn't stand the environment here any longer and moved to a neighborhood closer to downtown Guangzhou. Chen Xiu parked the car steadily on a cement slab in front of his house. On the turf, a dilapidated silver minivan was already parked. Chen Xiu's father, Chen Jida, was a handyman at a nearby furniture factory. He also drives this vehicle to various factories to haul goods and do odd jobs. This van is his means of production. This is also the only four-wheeled vehicle in Chen Xiu's family. Besides that, there was only one electric scooter that creaked and rattled when it ran. The brand-new, eye-catching SU7 stopped. Several neighbors who were picking vegetables and chatting at their doorsteps looked over curiously. Oh, Chen Jida has guests? This car is so beautiful, I've never seen one like it before. Chen Jida, who had just gotten off work, also heard the noise outside. He was somewhat puzzled. Whose car is this? Such a nice car, why is it parked in front of my house? He's never seen it before. Just then, he saw the car door open. His wife, Luo Jinglan, got out of the passenger seat. Then his son, Chen Xiu, got out of the driver's seat. His eyes lit up instantly. Chen Xiu, why are you back with your mother? He was stunned before he could finish speaking. Dad, I'm home. There has never been much intense emotional expression between father and son. Chen Jida looked at his son, whom he hadn't seen for a year. Although I heard over the phone that he had been laid off. But now I see that my son is in pretty good spirits and is not short of weight. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, immediately settled down. His gaze fell once again on the brand new car. Whose car is this? And it's a new car. Whose is it? Your son's. Luo Jinglan's voice was filled with pride and self-satisfaction. Chen Jida thought that his son had just borrowed a friend's car and was just showing off. He was stunned when he heard his wife say that. Chen Xiu, you bought a car? His brow furrowed slightly. My first reaction wasn't happiness. He didn't know exactly how much the car cost, but just by looking at its beautiful appearance and shiny paint, he knew it was at least a car in the tens of thousands range.
He knew his son's situation best. After working hard for several years, at most, I can only save a few tens of thousands of yuan.
Buying this car requires a loan, right?
With a car loan already in place, there's the mortgage to come, plus the terrifyingly high dowry.
The pressure on the son's shoulders was immense. A deep sadness flashed across his weathered face.
But he quickly suppressed this worry.
He couldn't show this emotion in front of his son.
He walked up to Chen Xiu and patted him on the shoulder.
It's time to buy a car, after all, you're getting ready to settle down and start a family.
He glanced at the car again, his voice filled with heartache.
You must have spent a lot of money on that down payment, right? How much is the loan payment each month?
I'll transfer tens of thousands of yuan to your account later, you can start now. As a father, his first thought was not to blame his son, but to do his best to take on more responsibilities from his young shoulders.
What down payment? My son is doing very well now. Luo Jinglan interrupted her husband.
This car was a gift from his business partner. On the way home, Luo Jinglan naturally couldn't resist questioning Chen Xiu in detail about the origins of the car and the house. Chen Xiu couldn't explain the existence of that magical system either. He could only make up a story that he had actually been laid off long ago, and that in the past few months he had been doing business with someone else and had made a little money and his business was starting to improve. As for the car and house, they were gifts given to him by his business partner who had high hopes for him, in an effort to win him over. Chen Xiu had no idea how much of what her mother believed. But he showed her both the blue vehicle registration certificate and the red property ownership certificate. Seeing the two books stamped with the official seal, she had no reason to doubt anymore.
A gift from a business partner? Chen Zhida was completely bewildered. Didn't they just get laid off? How come a new business partner has suddenly appeared? But looking at his wife's proud expression, it seemed that it was true. Oh, Akiko's back so early this year? You even bought a new car? That's impressive.
At this moment, the neighbors all gathered around, marveling at the car.
They must be making a lot of money outside, right?
Their words sounded like sincere praise, yet also like a cautious probe.
That's how neighborly relations are in rural areas. They genuinely want you to be happy. But they don't want you to be much better off than they are.
When you are in trouble, they might not hesitate to lend you a hand and bring you a bowl of hot food. But once you really succeed, they can't help but gossip about you behind your back.
This is the countryside, simple yet complex in its people.
Of course, there are also one or two bad apples who simply don't want your family to have a good life.
Aunt Li, Aunt Sue.
Chen Xiu greeted each person politely. No, I was just lucky and made a little money. The group of aunties were stunned when they heard this.
This means, they actually made money?
Then, Chen Xiu opened the trunk and took out his luggage and the things he had brought back for his parents.
Oh my! Is this a Chow Tai Fook bag? Is there a gold bracelet inside? Xiu Zi, did you buy this for your mom?
A sharp-eyed aunt was the first to call out.
What kind of phone box is that? It looks like that really expensive Huawei foldable phone I saw in a video.
Hiss.
This is a Mutai bar? Is it real? And this tea, and this packaging, it doesn't look cheap, does it? Exclamations of amazement rose and fell.
The neighbor's eyes widened in astonishment.
Chapter 14. There's a girl who's quite suitable for Chen Xiu.
Luo Jinglan never expected that her son would buy her a gold bracelet. Encouraged by her neighbors, she instinctively opened the red Chow Tai Fook box. Inside the box, a heavy, unassuming gold bracelet lay quietly on a black velvet cloth, radiating a deep, warm light.
Its texture and weight alone are enough to tell you its expensive price.
Gold prices are not cheap these days.
Luo Jinglan hadn't bought a piece of gold jewelry in years.
She had almost forgotten what it felt like to wear gold for the last time. Unexpectedly, the first thing her son did after earning money was to buy her such an expensive gold bracelet. The aunties next to them were so envious their eyes were practically popping out of their heads.
Oh my, Jinglan, you are so lucky. This bracelet must cost tens of thousands, right?
Xiu Zi is truly filial to her mother. I'd be so grateful if my brat could be even half as sensible as Xiu Zi. Hearing their envious and slightly sour words, Luo Jinglan felt sweeter than if she had eaten honey. An overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped her.
But at the same time, I also feel a little sorry for them. With gold prices so high now, how much money must my son have spent on this bracelet?
You child, you bought such an expensive bracelet without even telling me. She grumbled under her breath as she carefully took the bracelet out of the box, but dared not put it on.
With gold prices so high right now, why waste money like this?
Although her tone was one of complaint, at that moment, anyone could hear the overflowing pride and happiness in her voice.
The elderly father, Chenjita, looked at his son with longing. He pointed to the square phone box with the Huawei logo printed on it. That phone. Dad, this is for you.
Chen Xiao said with a smile. Chenjita's face instantly broke into a wide smile, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes all bunched up together.
He knew it. He knew his son well, how could he possibly forget him? This is Huawei's latest tri-fold phone. He had personally witnessed the factory manager owning one of these furniture machines when he delivered goods to the factory manager. I would hold it in my hand whenever I had free time, opening it with a click and closing it with another click. That move was incredibly cool.
Unexpectedly, Chenjita also has access to a boss-level mobile phone. Chenjita was excitedly preparing to open the phone packaging right there and then. Suddenly, Luo Jinglan slapped the back of his hand hard.
This is such a valuable item, why are you taking it apart outside? What if it gets broken? Take it inside first. Chenjita felt somewhat annoyed after being glared at by his wife in public. What is that? Didn't you just open the box of the gold bracelet in front of everyone?
Of course, he only dared to think these words in his heart and would never dare to say them out loud.
Watching Chen Xiao's family carry their belongings into the house, carrying large and small bags.
The neighbors who had been watching also wisely refrained from following. But their faces were filled with an intense sense of gossip and inquiry. After returning to their respective homes, they immediately adopted a mysterious expression upon seeing other women.
Hey, have you heard? Chen Jita's son, Chen Xiao.
The intelligence department at the entrance of Nanking village is spreading this news to every corner of the village at an alarming speed.
I'm home. Chen Jita sat on the wooden sofa with great excitement, playing with the brand new foldable screen phone.
Open, close, open again, close again, endlessly enjoying it. Luo Jinglan put the gold bracelet on her wrist and took it off repeatedly, looking at it again and again. Finally, she carefully put the bracelet back into the box, and then said to Chen Xiao with a serious expression.
Son, I'd better not wear this gold bracelet. I'll keep it safe for you, and when you get married, I'll use it to make a set of 3 gold pieces for your wife.
Chen Xiao immediately smiled helplessly.
Mom, I bought this for you, so please wear it.
Chen Jita, who was carefully opening and closing the folding screen, glanced at his wife.
You're just worrying about nothing.
His voice carried an unprecedented confidence. It's the first time your son has bought you a gold bracelet, and you're already refusing to accept it.
What? He can afford such a heavy bracelet for you, and you're worried that he won't be able to afford a set of gold jewelry for his wife in the future?
Just now, outside, Luo Jinglan told him everything that happened in Haitang Bay today. When he learned that someone had given his son a house worth over 1 million yuan for free, he was beaming with joy. In his excitement, he had already made up his mind. I just got this mutai and originally planned to save it for entertaining my most distinguished guests, but I have to open it tonight no matter what.
I must have a good drink with my son. Upon hearing this, Luo Jinglan immediately glared at him in annoyance. My son is capable, so of course he can afford it.
Then, she glanced at her husband in a sarcastic tone and said,
unlike some people, who only bought me a small pair of gold rings when we got married. Now, decades later, they haven't bought me any other gold jewelry.
Chen Jita naturally knew that certain people referred to himself. But the skill that middle-aged men excel at most is being a good coward when their wives bring up old grievances. He immediately looked at his son and abruptly changed the subject. By the way, I also heard from matchmaker Sister Wang on the phone that your blind date at noon seems to have run into some problems?
It's nothing serious.
Chen Xiao shook his head and briefly recounted what had happened at the restaurant at noon. After learning the whole story, Luo Jinglan immediately spoke up indignantly.
I knew it.
It's just that the girl herself was being unreasonable. She hasn't even arrived yet, and she's already ordered such expensive dishes with her best friend. It's obvious she has ulterior motives and shows absolutely no respect. That Sister Wang, how dare she call and speak ill of my Chen Xiao?
Chen Jita guessed.
I suspect that the girl exaggerated and badmouthed the girl to Sister Wang. Jinglan, remember to call Sister Wang later and explain the reason clearly. Otherwise, if Chen Xiao's reputation is ruined, it will be difficult to find a spouse in the future.
Luo Jinglan nodded heavily.
In the matchmaking market of their small town, The man's reputation is extremely important.
Mom, Dad, I'm going for a walk outside. Are you driving? Just take a walk around the area.
Go on, remember to come back around mealtime. Luo Jinglan waved her hand, then contentedly and carefully put away each of the valuable gifts her son had brought back.
Hey, stop playing with your phone.
Seeing that Chen Jida was still there, engrossed in playing with his phone, Luo Jinglan immediately went up to him and urged him to hurry up.
Go quickly. Go kill that chicken in the yard. Make chicken soup for tonight. Just then, the screen of the tri-fold phone in Chen Jida's hand suddenly lit up.
A crisp telephone ring sounded.
Caller ID, Big Brother. It's Chen Jifeng.
Upon seeing this, Luo Jinglan narrowed her eyes. Thinking about what happened in Haitang Bay community this afternoon, she felt that Chen Jifeng's call at this time was definitely not a good thing.
Turn on speakerphone.
Chen Jida glanced at his wife, understood immediately, and pressed the speakerphone button.
Hey, Big Brother. Hey Jida, have you eaten yet? On the other end of the phone came Chen Jifeng's usual enthusiastic voice. The two exchanged some meaningless pleasantries at first.
Then, Chen Jifeng changed the subject and turned to his child's blind date problem. Oh dear, it's so hard for kids to go on blind dates these days. Look, Yu Jie is already 30 this year, almost 31.
If you count by the traditional Chinese age system, he'll be 32.
They're all getting on in years, and it's only now that they've finally found someone decent. Not only do we have to worry about that, but we also have to be busy buying a house and preparing the bride price.
There's nothing we can do about it.
We've already consulted a fortune teller, who said that if he misses this year's opportunity, he'll have to wait another 3 years to find a partner. Chen Jifeng sighed on the other end of the phone, and after listening to his explanation, Chen Jida was somewhat confused.
Why tell him all this? Luo Jinglan suddenly realized what was going on. She gave a soft hum. This is just an attempt to elicit sympathy. Is she afraid that her son Chen Xiu will steal her son Chen Yujie's blind date? Luo Jinglan thought about it carefully.
This afternoon, the girl named Lin Shishan was indeed a little too attentive to her son and even to herself. However, she didn't treat Huang Hui and her son with such kindness. Thinking about this, Luo Jing not only felt relieved, but even wanted to laugh a little.
Where's that smugness you had when your family found a partner a while ago? Now you're starting to be wary of my son?
She winked at her husband, Chen Jida.
The latter understood immediately and responded slowly into the phone.
Yes, brother. The kids are all grown up now and have their own ideas. They want to get married and live their own lives. As elders, we can't interfere too much, except by offering our support. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end seemed to fall silent for a moment.
Then, Chen Jifeng's voice came through.
By the way, Jida. There's a girl on Huang Hui's family's side. I heard her say that she seems quite suitable for Chen Xiu. She is 2 years younger than Chen Xiu, quite good-looking, smart, and works in a bank. Her conditions are very good.
How about we ask her to find a time to arrange a meeting between her and Chen Xiu? Chapter 15 The Old Father with a Straight Back.
The call ended. The last few enthusiastic words from Chen Jifeng on the phone still seemed to echo in the living room.
Luo Jinglan and Chen Jida looked at each other in bewilderment.
They had never heard their high and mighty elder brother speak to them in such a tone that was almost like a negotiation, even with a hint of flattery. They had tried to ask indirectly before. At that time, Chen Xiu had just graduated not long ago, and Luo Jinglan was thinking about whether she could ask this older brother and sister-in-law to help introduce some city girls from Huang Hui's hometown to Chen Xiu.
What was Huang Hui's attitude at that time?
That guy had an arrogant air about him, not even bothering to lift his eyelids.
They adopted a condescending, lecturing tone.
They keep talking about marrying someone of equal social standing and saying things like girls these days have very high standards. The implication was that they were blatantly looking down on their family's circumstances. They couldn't even be bothered to ask for help. Anyone who didn't know better would think that everyone in Huang Hui's family was some kind of extraordinary, wealthy, and noble young lady.
Now,
this couple actually called to offer to introduce their son to potential partners.
For some reason, I feel a bit good. What's going on? Chen Jida broke the silence in the room with a smile.
The smile on his lips stretched all the way to his ears, harder to suppress than an AK rifle.
Look how smug you are.
Luo Jinglan rolled her eyes at him, but although she said that, her smile was even brighter than her husband's.
It's all thanks to my son.
If it weren't for my son's success today, making you proud, you would never be able to stand up straight in front of Chen Jifeng for the rest of your life. Chen Jida wasn't annoyed by his wife's complaints. Instead, his smile deepened.
Isn't that my son too?
He's my son, Chen Jida's child. Immediately afterward, Chen Jida began to seriously consider Chen Xiu's next blind date. Judging from what Chen Jida said earlier, he said she's decent looking and works at a bank. Those are probably a bit too high standards. He stroked his chin, still somewhat uneasy.
High standards? What, does that mean my son isn't capable enough? Luo Jinglan rolled her eyes again.
Right now, she had more confidence in her son than ever before. If she doesn't even like my son, then she has not a decent family that's willing to settle down and live a peaceful life.
We don't need her.
She stated it with absolute certainty. Chen Jida, however, was not as optimistic as she was. My son is making money now, he's being pampered, given houses and cars, and he seems to be living a very glamorous life. But having lived half his life, he knows all too well what it means to be lifted up high and fall hard.
Life cannot always be smooth sailing or an uphill climb.
What's more, nowadays, all the girls out there are so picky. He still prefers to find his son an ordinary, down-to-earth wife who can help him settle down and live a peaceful life.
I think Chen Yuj's blind date is pretty good.
I heard she is a kindergarten teacher, has a stable job, and comes from a clean family, he said tentatively. Seeing Chen Jida's expression, Luo Jinglan knew perfectly well what her husband was thinking.
Let's just forget about that girl named Lin Shishan.
She pursed her lips, her face full of disapproval.
He's not someone to be trifled with.
If Lin Shishan only introduces potential partners to her son, then that girl is a good girl in her eyes. But as for having her as my daughter-in-law, I'd rather not.
Didn't you see?
She hasn't even married him yet, and she's already given Huang Hui, her future mother-in-law, a very cold shoulder.
If they really get married, won't they have a small argument every 3 days and a big argument every 5 days?
She doesn't want her son's family to be in constant turmoil from now on. You should hurry up and ask Chen Jifeng to send over the information and photo of that girl who works at the bank.
What's wrong with outstanding girls? My son is more than good enough for one.
Chen Xiu left his house and walked all the way to the newly paved asphalt road at the entrance of the village. He had only walked a little over a kilometer at a leisurely pace when he suddenly felt quite tired. No, my current physical condition is too poor. He recalled that in his younger days, he was a star athlete, dominating basketball and badminton courts. He could play for hours on end, still full of energy and tireless. In the years since graduation, I've been stuck in an office chair like a cog in a machine, either working overtime in front of the computer until late at night or going out to drink with clients until I throw up. He's not even 30 yet, and his health is deteriorating day by day, getting worse and worse. I need to rest and recuperate properly during this time, and exercise more. I used to say that I had to go to work to earn money and pay off my mortgage, so I didn't have time to exercise. I now own a house and a car, and I have 400,000 yuan in my bank account. I can't keep living like this. Chen Xiu glanced at the newly built village road. There were few vehicles on it, making it seem spacious and quiet. The street lights on both sides, however, were quite bright. It has to be said that the changes in our family over the past few years have been almost the same every year.
He didn't know how the economy was actually developing. But these roads and these commercial buildings were indeed built one by one.
I'll just run 2 kilometers today to recover. Chen Xiu stretched his arms and legs, then started jogging slowly along the roadside. When he reached 700 or 800 meters, he didn't feel much in his legs, but his cardiopulmonary function was failing, and he started to gasp for breath uncontrollably, with his breathing rhythm becoming erratic. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xiu ran another 200 meters, but his speed gradually slowed down until he was panting heavily. Finally, he decided to slow down and take a break. Just then, a pink car with chopped chili fish head kept pace with him, following him at a leisurely pace. Chen Xiu was puzzled. The car window slowly rolled down. A face that looked exceptionally beautiful and delicate under the streetlights was revealed.
Chen Xiu, is it really you?
Chen Xiu was stunned for a moment before he realized what was happening.
Su Jia?
What, you don't recognize me after all these years? Su Jia looked at Chen Xiu with a bright smile in her eyes. Su Jia, who lives in the next village, was his junior high school classmate. The two had a good relationship in junior high school, but after failing to get into the same high school and Chen Xiu going to university elsewhere, they lost touch quite often.
The last time the two met was after graduating from university.
After graduation, Chen Xiu went out to work, while Su Jia stayed in southern Jiangxi, and they hardly had any contact anymore.
You've completely transformed into a sophisticated, professional woman. If you hadn't spoken first, I wouldn't have recognized you. Chen Xiu sighed. Chapter 16 Su Jia. What, are you implying that I used to be a country bumpkin?
Su Jia's eyes, which were lightly painted with eyeshadow, narrowed slightly. She looked at Chen Xiu with some dissatisfaction.
That country bumpkin is definitely putting you down.
If you were a country bumpkin back then all the other girls in the surrounding area would at best be considered dirt. Although Chen Xiu's words were somewhat exaggerated, they were not far from the truth. When Su Jia was in school, she only wore that simple blue and white school uniform. Her style was on a completely different level from that of other girls in the village. During her early middle school years, when she was just beginning to experience romantic feelings, she had countless suitors. When Chen Xiu got a little closer to her, he was threatened by several school bullies because of it.
Humph, that's more like it.
Su Jia rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth turned up in satisfaction.
The barrier between the two, created by not seeing each other for many years, quietly melted away with these few jokes. Only then did they vaguely rediscover the feeling of chatting easily like they used to.
Su Jia raised her smooth chin towards Chen Xiu.
Would you like me to give you a ride?
Perfect. Chen Xiu overestimated his physical strength and was preparing to rest.
He didn't stand on ceremony. I opened the door of the red car and got in.
The car was filled with a faint floral scent, unlike perfume.
It's very clean and comfortable.
He turned to look at Su Jia, who was driving beside him. His eyes lit up slightly. She was wearing a high-quality white silk shirt. The shirt was buttoned up to the second button, meticulously. Her delicate collarbone was revealed at just the right moment. The shirt fit her perfectly, outlining her shapely figure. She wore a black women's blazer over her clothes, which was well tailored.
She wore a black bodycon mini skirt.
The hem of the skirt stopped at mid-thigh, just right. A pair of long, straight legs were encased in sheer black stockings. On her feet, she wore a pair of black stiletto heels. Refined, capable, and exuding the aura of a sophisticated and mature working woman. Just now, outside the car, in the dim light, he was just joking about it. Looking at it up close now, I realize that girls really do change a lot as they grow up.
Su Jia's current looks, figure, and temperament are amazing. She's just as good as some of the minor celebrities on TV.
The only drawback is that she has a bit too much of a classroom vibe about her. It's a kind of weariness that's hard to hide, left behind after being repeatedly battered by work and KPIs.
If he remembered correctly, Su Jia entered the bank through campus recruitment as soon as he graduated. Isn't working in a bank supposed to be a very easy iron rice bowl job? You resigned from the bank? Chen Xiu asked curiously. Why do you exude a faint air of resentment from the working class?
Upon hearing this, Su Jia's mature and sophisticated aura immediately crumbled, and she promptly began to complain.
Who told you that working at a bank is easy? It's easy for you to say that when you're not the one suffering.
You have no idea how heavy my monthly KPIs are. Savings, investments, funds, credit cards, everything has to be assessed.
When you encounter an unreasonable customer, it can make you so angry that you have a heart attack.
The leaders hold meetings every day, making empty promises, sometimes 3 meetings a day, and they say the same thing. It seems like I get off work early, but I still have to maintain relationships with clients when I get home.
TSK, it seems that making a living in a bank isn't easy either, Chen Xiu remarked.
Su Jia suddenly fell silent, and she turned her head to look at Chen Xiu with some surprise.
Chen Xiu has been working for several years now.
But he still gave her a refreshing feeling. He didn't seem to have the weariness and numbness that comes from being worn down by society. Not only did he speak with ease, but his overall demeanor was also quite leisurely. She appears to be fundamentally different from her colleagues and the ordinary working people she has come into contact with.
Su Jia voiced the question that had been bothering him.
Judging from your appearance, you seem to be doing quite well in Shenzhen. Chen Xiu shook his head with a wry smile.
What do you mean by thriving or flourishing?
To tell you the truth, I was laid off by the company.
Otherwise, how do you think I came back earlier than those college students who are still taking exams? Su Jia then suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder.
She nodded, indicating her understanding.
The current economic situation is indeed not very optimistic.
News of layoffs are common in various places.
That's why our bank is under particularly great pressure to perform this year. Chen Xiu then praised Su Jia's decision to join the bank immediately after graduation. Although banks are no longer the absolute iron rice bowl they were decades ago. But compared to those private enterprises where survival is uncertain, as long as one doesn't resign voluntarily or make any major mistakes, one can still succeed. In that case, they'll likely be able to work steadily for most of their lives. Not to mention, in this special period of economic downturn, working in a bank is definitely a good job. Upon hearing this, Su Jia simply nodded in a flat tone. Well, it's a little more stable now. When I joined the bank, it was largely because I followed my parents' decision. For a girl, stability and dignity are more important than anything else. But in reality, she longed for the hustle and bustle of first-tier cities. Especially after she worked her way up to become a private banking client manager. Her daily job is to meet with truly wealthy people. When she saw those people enjoying a life of extravagance and debauchery that she had never seen before, her heart couldn't help but stir with desire. But she didn't dare. I grew up in southern Jiangxi and attended university there. After graduation, I worked at a local bank for several years. She didn't dare take that step. Her father was paralyzed from the waist down last year due to an accidental fall. The family spent all their savings on medical treatment and even incurred some debt. The mother needs to stay at home to take care of the father around the clock. My younger sister is a senior in college and has just started her internship. Her salary is barely enough to support herself. Strictly speaking, she was the only one in this family who was truly a breadwinner. She didn't dare to resign at all. She was afraid that her dream of venturing into the big city would fail. I might not even be able to maintain this most basic, refined, and decent life. Put me down at the intersection ahead. Chen Xiu's voice interrupted Su Jia's thoughts. After saying goodbye, Su Jia drove back to his home. Su Jia's mother, Lin Fong, was watching TV in the living room. When she saw her daughter return, she casually asked a question. "Why are you back so late today?" Su Jia answered while changing his shoes. "Oh, I ran into an old classmate on the way, and we chatted for a while." She put down her bag and asked, "Where's Dad?" "I just took him for a walk outside, he's tired, so we're going back to the room to rest." Su Jia's father, after a long period of treatment following his fall, has recovered considerably and entered a long recovery period, despite incurring some debt. Every day, Lin Fong has to take him to practice walking and carry out sports rehabilitation. After putting down his things, Su Jia went into the kitchen to help his mother by picking vegetables. "Is the old classmate you're talking about a man or a woman?" Lin Fong asked the question seemingly casually, but her tentative tone was already beginning to reveal her inquisitiveness. Su Jia's handsome face was filled with helplessness. "It's a guy, and a really handsome one at that, okay?" "Mom, are you really that afraid your daughter won't be able to get married?" Lin Fong rolled her eyes at her, and her tone became serious. "Stop talking nonsense to me. Do you think you're still a young girl in your early 20s? Soon you'll be an old maid. Let me tell you, once a girl is over 30, it's hard for her to get married. She might not be able to get married at all." Su Jia rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay any more attention to her mother's old-fashioned rhetoric. Lin Fong continued rambling on, muttering a few words before suddenly seeming to remember something. "Hey, by the way, are you still in touch with that classmate from junior high? I have so many classmates, which one are you talking about?" Su Jia asked helplessly. "The one in Nanking village next door. The one you got along with pretty well in junior high, and who even came to our house a few times? Chen Xiu?" Su Jia's eyes flashed. In an instant, Chen Xiu's handsome face with a faint smile flashed through her mind. Yes. It's Chen Xiu." Lin Fong's voice suddenly turned gossipy. "You have no idea. I just came back from their village. I heard he's made it big outside." Chapter 17. Why don't you talk to Chen Xiu more? Ha! Has Chen Xiu become successful? Su Jia was completely bewildered upon hearing this. She had just seen Chen Xiu a dozen minutes ago. "We chatted the whole way. He even told me personally that he had been laid off by his company. Could it be that the person I just encountered was a fake? Mom, are you sure you didn't hear me wrong? I'm still in contact with Chen Xiu." Upon hearing this, Lin Fong was surprised and looked her daughter up and down again. Her gaze seemed to express surprise that she was still in contact with a male classmate from junior high school. "How could I have misheard? Lin Fang's tone was resolute. The people in their village saw it with their own eyes. The young man said he just got back this afternoon, driving a brand new car worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan that hasn't been registered yet. Upon hearing this, Su Jia instantly became suspicious. Chen Xiu just told her that he did indeed just get home today. Could it be? Is it really him? However, Chen Xiu has been working away from home for several years. If his family helps him out a bit, he should be able to make a down payment on a car worth over 200,000 yuan without much trouble. What's wrong? Can't people work hard for years to buy a car and go home for the new year? A car worth 200,000 or 300,000 is a good car, but it's not enough to justify spreading rumors that someone has become rich. Su Jia said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Fang leaned forward mysteriously. She glanced at the kitchen doorway, and as if someone were listening, she lowered her voice. That wasn't something they bought themselves. I heard it from his neighbor, who told me secretly. It was a gift from someone else. A gift? Su Jia's lightly colored red lips parted slightly. I was a little confused. That's for sure. No wonder they've made it big. Lin Fang slapped her thigh, her voice becoming excited again. Have you ever seen an ordinary person who would give away a new car worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan for no reason? And it's not just cars. Let me tell you, his trunk is packed full of good stuff. His neighbor saw it with his own eyes. He bought his mother a gold bracelet worth tens of thousands of yuan. He bought his father a Huawei phone worth tens of thousands of yuan. And he was carrying a bottle of mutai that cost several thousand yuan a bottle. Tell me, if this industry hadn't been developed, would they have been able to build something like this? Listening to her mother's confident, vivid description, as if she herself had witnessed it firsthand, Su Jia was completely dumbfounded. If this is a rumor, then it's incredibly far-fetched. But if it's not a rumor, the gifts that my mother described alone amounted to nearly 100,000 yuan. In addition, there was the 300,000 yuan car that someone gave me. This. As a private banking client manager at China Merchants Bank, she deals with clients every day who are individuals with personal net worth exceeding 10 million yuan. Moreover, this net assets only includes financial assets such as deposits, funds, and stocks, but does not include fixed assets such as real estate and vehicles. It's extremely valuable. Even in a third-tier city like southern Jiangxi, there aren't many that meet this standard. In this area, they are definitely considered truly wealthy. As far as she knew, it was something that could make someone of that level of wealth casually give away something worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Most of those transactions involve business dealings or clandestine, unclear transfers of benefits. It must be business dealings. In reality, Chen Xiu also contributed equivalent resources, but the people in his village didn't know that, so they thought it was a free gift. Su Jia silently analyzed the situation in his mind, using his professional knowledge. She knew that many business owners like to use luxury cars to pay for construction projects or settle debts. Even so, Chen Xiu, who can casually bring home gifts worth nearly 100,000 yuan, has definitely completely broken free from the identity of an ordinary working man. No wonder he looked so relaxed and at ease. Recalling Chen Xiu's calm and composed demeanor and temperament in the car just now, Su Jia even felt that he was somewhat like those private bank clients he had met who had already achieved financial freedom. Su Jia suddenly thought of the significant shortfall in his year-end performance evaluation. Well, she sighed. It's impossible to count on Chen Xiu either. If she were just an ordinary account manager, Chen Xiu might have helped her deposit some money to boost her performance, out of consideration for their old classmate. But she is a private banking client manager. The minimum requirement for a client is financial assets exceeding 10 million. Even if Chen Xiu becomes successful, it's impossible for him to reach our private banking standards so quickly. And this guy actually lied to me and said he was laid off. Su Jia pursed her beautiful red lips, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes. This is absolutely amazing. They cruelly toyed with the feelings of this poor working-class girl. At this moment, Lin Fang came up again and nudged her with her elbow. Hey, didn't you say you were still in contact with that Chen Xiu? How about you two try talking more? Upon hearing this, Su Jia tilted her head weakly, her ponytail swaying in the air behind her. When my mom says let's chat, she means to date. Mom, we only have each other's contact information, but we don't contact each other often, and we haven't seen each other for many years. Hey, if you two chat more, isn't that the same as staying in touch more often?
Lin Fan looked at him with a disappointed expression.
I remember you guys got along pretty well in junior high, didn't you? And that young man is quite handsome. Ugh, I'm not talking to you anymore. Su Jia couldn't take it anymore.
She stopped picking at the vegetables in her hand and walked straight out of the kitchen. But Lin Fang's words inexplicably lingered in her mind.
Can the relationships we had in junior high school be the same as they are now?
She bit her red lips lightly, but Chen Xiu's refreshing, clean, and handsome face involuntarily appeared in her mind. Su Jia opened WeChat, found the profile picture of the person who hadn't been active for years and whose contact name was still Chen Xiu, and sent a head-tapping emoji.
Oh, you lied to me about being laid off.
I've heard you've made it big. On the other side. As Chen Xiu strolled slowly back home, she inexplicably received many warm greetings from uncles and aunts along the way. When he got home, he asked his parents with a lot of questions.
What happened?
I've only been home for a few hours, and it feels like the whole village is saying I've made a fortune. Chen Jida wasn't surprised at all. He sipped his tea and raised his chin slightly.
If someone else sees it, that's what happens. Let them talk, we can't control what other people say.
Luo Jinglan, beaming with delight, served dishes to the table as she spoke.
It's better to say good things about you than bad things about you. Since you're going on a blind date anyway, this reputation might attract a lot of nice girls. Oh, right.
She seemed to remember something.
Your aunt introduced you to a girl. When do you have time to meet her and chat? From your aunt's side?
Chen Xiu was somewhat surprised.
Okay, sure. Tomorrow and the day after are the weekend, and I don't have anything planned lately. Rather, for Chen Xiu, blind dates are the real priority. Chapter 18 Huang Hui's Thoughts. Shen Jifeng's home.
The living room was brightly lit. Huang Hui held her phone and repeatedly assured the person on the other end.
Hey, cousin, don't worry.
My nephew has been smart since he was a child, and he's also very handsome.
Now he works for a big boss and he's doing very well. Their bosses give away cars and houses directly, so how bad can it be?
She praised Chen Xiu to the skies, as if he were the most outstanding young man in the world.
Is Tingting only free the day after tomorrow? Oh, it's alright.
He's a senior account manager, it's normal for him to be busy. Don't worry, my nephew has plenty of time, it's all easy to arrange.
The call was finally disconnected.
Chen Jifeng, who was standing to the side, was puzzled.
Is it really necessary to praise Chen Xiu so highly?
He's giving you a car and a house, and he's young and promising. Anyone who didn't know better would think you really like him. Huan Hui gave a soft snort and put down her phone.
What do you know? If I don't praise him more, will people agree to come on a blind date? Shen Jifeng became even more curious. I've met your niece before. She is indeed beautiful. But are her standards really that high? All you do is go to work all day, you never listen to anything else, what do you know?
Huang Hui glanced at her husband sideways, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction.
Others might not know, but how could Huang Hui not know the ways her cousin's family behave? The phrase disdain for the poor and love for the rich is practically ingrained in their very being.
Her niece was kept by a sugar daddy when she was in college. The other party was an older man who was a few years older than her father. If this happened in any other family, they would have been too ashamed to leave the house.
But what about their family?
They weren't ashamed, on the contrary, they were proud. They even climbed up the pole that the old man had been using. We managed to acquire some resources for doing business from them. Even after separating from that old man, her family managed to start a business using those resources.
I heard you can earn 200 or 300 a year now.
She's become quite famous within her family circle. Having had such an unusual experience, He Ting no longer looks up to ordinary young men who work honestly in ordinary families.
Certainly. Huang Hui's enthusiastic praise of Chen Xiu in front of them wasn't actually out of genuine concern for Chen Xiu.
She just wanted that kid to experience some setbacks.
Let him suffer a great defeat.
Then she enjoyed watching other people make fools of themselves.
Isn't it just good luck that you ran into a blind benefactor? Does he really think he's someone important?
Thinking about Chen Xiu's nonchalant and composed demeanor this afternoon, as if he had everything under control, she felt an overwhelming sense of unease.
Even now, she absolutely does not believe that Luo Jinglan and Chen Jida could raise any outstanding son.
Absolutely, they'd had incredible luck for generations.
Huang Hui knew it even better.
Young people, when they are just starting out, are often the most arrogant. They feel they are omnipotent and that the whole world should revolve around them.
With her niece He Ting's looks and figure, which young man wouldn't be captivated by her?
Huang Hui was already impatient to see Chen Xiu get thoroughly beaten down and end up looking utterly humiliated.
It's been so long since I've had homemade chicken soup. It's so different from the outside world. At the dinner table.
After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Xiu let out a satisfied sigh.
When I was a child. He hates drinking chicken soup the most.
For a considerable period of time, he stubbornly believed that drinking that stuff was no better than just mixing the seasoning packet from instant noodles with hot water.
But humans are such strange creatures. They can't even empathize with themselves from the day before.
After starting work, I ate takeout every day and drank alcohol for business occasions. Chen Xiu realized how rare it was to be able to sit down at the dining table like this and automatically have a meal of 4 dishes and a soup prepared.
Of course. How can the food outside, with all the seasonings they use, compare to home-cooked meals?
Luo Jinglan said this while clearing away the dishes.
Just then, Chen Zhida's phone rang, and he received a reply from Huang Hui.
Oh, your aunt said that girl is free the day after tomorrow, which is Sunday noon. The photos have also been sent over. Chen Zhida flipped open the folded booklet, clicked on the picture, and looked at it carefully under the light.
Wow, this girl is really beautiful?
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu also curiously leaned over to take a look.
The photo was taken in a sea of blue flowers.
A beautiful girl in a white dress is turning slightly to the side, giving the camera a sweet smile. She has long, slightly wavy hair, exquisite makeup, and a slender figure.
It's true, she looks just like those internet celebrities. Luo Jinglan also raised an eyebrow.
During their phone call, Chen Jifeng had praised the girl to the skies, which made her somewhat skeptical. Looking at the photos now, she is indeed a very beautiful girl. Chen Xiu nodded in agreement. It is indeed very beautiful. But there was little emotion in his eyes. Just like my mom said, this photo looks too much like those mass-produced internet celebrities on social media.
It looks nice, but it's tacky. Moreover, this is a professionally retouched photo.
Chen Xiu felt that Su Jia looked much better when she saw him under the streetlights tonight than in this retouched photo.
Being too good-looking doesn't necessarily make you a suitable wife.
Chen Zhida, who was drinking tea nearby, glanced at the photo and murmured to himself. His expectation for Chen Xiu has always been that he should marry a virtuous woman. But before he could finish speaking, Luo Jinglan glared at him.
What, back then you only pursued me because I was good-looking, that's why you shamelessly chased after me? So I'm not suitable to be a wife? Chen Zhida's expression froze instantly, and he shrank back, not daring to speak again. Upon seeing this, Chen Xiu burst out laughing.
He had seen his parents' wedding photos from back then.
My mom was definitely quite good-looking back then.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been born with such a decent face.
Luo Jinglan was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Zhida, who was pretending to be a quail. She patted Chen Xiu on the back. Besides, isn't my son handsome?
Then, Chen Jifeng also sent over the girl's WeChat contact information.
Her name is He Ting. Girls who are this good-looking must have higher standards than Lu Shuang, right?
Chen Xiu silently looked forward to it and casually clicked the friend request button. Only then did he see in his WeChat chat list that Su Jia had sent him a message more than an hour earlier.
Oh, you. You even lied to me about being laid off. I've heard you've made it big. Chen Xiu was somewhat taken aback. The news spread way too fast.
It's only been a few hours, and it's already reached the next village. Whether I'll become rich or not, I don't know, but being laid off is real.
That bastard boss hasn't even given me severance pay yet. The message has just been sent.
Su Jia replied almost instantly.
You're lying. You've returned home in glory, and you're still keeping it from us old classmates? That's not right.
No wonder she works at a bank. Her typing speed is amazing. In Chen Xiu's mind, Su Jia's exceptionally fair and slender hands on the steering wheel involuntarily came to mind.
Okay, to tell you the truth.
Actually, when I woke up this morning, I discovered that the IQ of everyone in the world has dropped by a factor of 10,000.
Your most urgent task right now is to uninstall tomato novels from your phone. Chapter 19: The Second Blind Date.
In rural areas, middle-aged and elderly people are most interested in gossiping about everyday family matters. If any family has a conflict, they can stretch the timeline back 10 or 20 years and turn it into a classic family drama. For them, it was a story of young people who had made their fortunes in other places returning home in glory.
That's what a feel-good novel is like. That's what they love to spread the most. Although Chin Xiu's current situation is far from being a true triumphant return home.
But during this time when college students haven't even started their holidays yet, the bored elderly at home are eagerly awaiting the return of their younger generations who work away from home year-round. As one of the first young people to return to the village, Chen Xiu's appearance can be described as a good omen. So much so that some families have started to secretly hope that their sons and daughters will bring a huge surprise when they come home this year. As a result, all sorts of rumors spread as quickly as if they had grown wings. Even by the next day, rumors in the village had spread to the outrageous version that Chen Xiu was already worth tens of millions and that after returning home for the new year, he was going to take his parents to Shenzhen to enjoy a life of luxury. Uncles and aunts were not commonly seen in the village in the past. These past 2 days, the news has been refreshing frequently at Chen Xiu's doorstep, something that hasn't happened in a long time.
Chen Zhida was practically glowing with health.
Especially his brand new Huawei trifold phone. Every time someone came in, he would take it out and pretend to fiddle with it.
Open, close. Open it again, then close it again. That expression, that posture, it was as if he was saying, "Hey, how did you know my son bought me the latest Huawei trifold laptop?"
It has to be said that Huawei's brand influence is so strong that it makes people feel good no matter what.
In contrast, the Xiaomi SU7 has an absurdly high level of popularity among primary school students in the village.
Many adults are still unaware that Xiaomi has started manufacturing cars. On the contrary, the elementary school students carrying their school bags started shouting excitedly as soon as they saw the streamlined body of the car from afar.
Xiaomi SU7. Look! It's a Xiaomi SU7.
This made Chen Xiu sigh, realizing that people's understanding of the world is now tightly confined in airtight information cocoons by short videos and big data.
We had a lively and fun day. On Sunday, Chen Xiu prepared to go on his second blind date.
His parents, after giving him a heartfelt word of encouragement early in the morning, excitedly went to Haitang Bay during their break to check out their new house. Before leaving home, Chen Xiu even overheard her mother rambling on about everything from the blind date to what brand of furniture to buy, from the engagement process to the decoration of the wedding room. Judging from the scene, she practically wished he would give her a big, fat grandson right after the new year.
Noon. Chen Xiu arrived at MixC in the city center half an hour early.
He booked the restaurant for this blind date himself.
A chain of Cantonese restaurants.
He had eaten there a few times with clients when he was in Shenzhen. The average cost was around 200 yuan per person, and the taste was acceptable.
After finding a relatively secluded and private spot by the window to sit down,
Chen Xiu sat there for half an hour. He could see that the waiter in charge of his area was getting restless and had tried to come over several times to urge him to take his order.
"Don't, you're planning to stand me up, are you?"
Chen Xiu muttered something to himself. His chat history with the girl named He Ting ended this morning. In fact, since they became friends, they haven't even exchanged more than a few words.
It was just a simple confirmation of the restaurant's location and the meeting time.
10 minutes had passed since the agreed upon 12 o'clock, and there was still no activity on the other party's WeChat.
Chen Xiu sent a message. "Haven't we arrived yet?" I waited another 5 minutes. Chen Xiu was ready to leave. My phone vibrated once, and then I received a reply. Immediately. Chen Xiu was numb. Who knows, does a girl's immediately mean she just got out of bed? How about I order first? What would you like to eat? He sent another message. A few more minutes passed. Order whatever you like, I can't eat much.
Since she had said that, Chen Xiu decided not to stand on ceremony with her anymore. He beckoned to the waiter and quickly ordered 4 of his favorite dishes. The portions of Cantonese dishes are generally small, so there's no need to worry about not being able to finish them. He could handle almost everything on his own. After ordering, Chen Xiu specifically instructed the waiter not to rush the food. As expected, he sat in the restaurant for more than 20 minutes. The other party was the one who arrived late. At this moment, the waiter, being very perceptive, brought over the freshly cooked dish.
"Hello, I am Chen Xiu. He Ting."
The woman in front of me, He Ting, is about 165 centimeters tall. She was wearing a beige knit sweater over a short trench coat, and a Hermes Kelly bag slung across her shoulder. She wore a pair of tight-fitting jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs. She was wearing a pair of simple white sneakers. He's decked out in Hermes.
Chen Xiu doesn't know much about luxury goods, but he does recognize Hermes.
His gaze swept over her face, which was adorned with slightly glamorous makeup.
Although it still looks quite different from the retouched photo. But judging solely on her figure and appearance, she certainly qualifies as a beauty. Certainly.
Compared to Su Jia's natural and exquisite beauty, she still falls short by quite a bit.
Most importantly,
even though He Ting was dressed in luxury goods, she still carried a faint, indescribable air of worldliness. This kind of temperament detracts significantly from her overall image. Chen Xiu noticed that He Ting was also observing him discreetly after sitting down. But that wasn't the kind of curious scrutiny one would give upon first meeting someone. That gaze gave Chen Xiu the feeling of being looked down upon.
Yes, it's about scrutiny. Especially when her gaze quickly swept over her ordinary casual clothes and her bare wrist, without a watch.
Chen Xiu keenly noticed that He Ting seemed to have subconsciously placed herself in a superior and higher position. The most obvious manifestation is, she was almost an hour late, but she hasn't mentioned it once since she sat down. It was as if this was something he was entitled to wait for.
But it's good to have some advantages.
Chen Xiu's eyes flickered slightly, but he was already looking forward to this blind date.
Chapter 20: The Iron Lock Dusted with Gold Powder.
He Ting hadn't wanted to come to this blind date. Her so-called cousin, Huang Hui, was living a rather ordinary life. Even though he has no real skills, he always loves to show off in front of his relatives. His entire being exuded an awkwardness that made him eager to get closer to the petite bourgeoisie. But no matter how she dresses up, she can't shake off that deep-rooted rural woman's temperament.
What kind of outstanding blind date could such a relative introduce to her?
Only her mother would believe her aunt's nonsense. He said he had achieved something in Shenzhen. As soon as I returned to southern Jiangxi, people rushed to offer me houses and cars.
That's a joke. She is a client manager at a private bank.
She serves only the truly wealthy people in southern Jiangxi, whose personal net worth exceeds 10 million yuan.
Her ex-boyfriend's family fortune is nearly 100 million.
If it weren't for her womb being uncooperative and failing to conceive at that crucial time,
she is now a legitimate socialite. Why would anyone need to go on such a pointless blind date?
But this former half-step into a wealthy family and now a private bank client manager has, to say the least, developed a keen eye for business.
Extremely vicious.
She sized up the man in front of her. Chen Xiu's outfit, from head to toe, costs at most 500 or 600 yuan.
It's not even a fraction of the price of the trench coat she's wearing.
Most importantly, there was nothing on his wrist.
They don't even have a decent watch. Can this be considered young and promising?
He Ting thought to herself that of all the things her aunt had boasted about, only the part about being handsome was probably somewhat true.
But can being handsome put food on the table?
I heard that as soon as you returned to southern Jiangxi, people were already giving you houses and cars? He Ting took a sip of the lemon water poured by the waiter and spoke first. Her tone was flat, yet carried a sense of condescending interrogation.
May I ask where the house is located and what kind of car it is?
Chen Xiu put down his chopsticks. Houses in Haitang Bay residential area.
He Ting's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Haitang Bay?
Although that neighborhood is quite popular in generating a lot of buzz in southern Jiangxi.
But in her opinion, who among the truly wealthy would live there? The largest apartment is only 158 square meters. It's just a slightly larger pigeon coop. There aren't even any decent large single-level apartments, let alone detached villas that prioritize privacy. As for the car, it's a Xiaomi SU7.
He Ting was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Immediately, the undisguised contempt on her lips almost overflowed.
Is there a problem? Chen Xiu asked. Nothing.
He Ting shook her head, picked up a napkin, and wiped her mouth. I only saw that the car was being hyped up so much online. I never thought that people would actually buy a Xiaomi car in real life. She seemed to remember something and added a sentence. Oh, I almost forgot, your car was a gift from someone. She now seriously doubts whether her aunt's claim of giving away a car and a house is true. Maybe he just put on a show of wealth and bought it with a loan. Then they colluded with others to fabricate this story in order to increase their value in the matchmaking market.
She'd seen this kind of trick many times before.
Even so, Chen Xiu had already clearly sensed it. This woman seems to have completely categorized him as a loser. I still don't know how much Miss he earns. Chen Xiu timely revealed a hint of dissatisfaction at being offended. He Ting slightly raised her smooth chin. She noticed the subtle change in Chen Xiu's expression.
You're already losing your temper?
She sneered inwardly. This caused her rating of this blind date to plummet to rock bottom.
What great things can a man who can't even manage his emotions accomplish?
He Ting was too lazy to care about the feelings of a lower-class person with whom she was destined to have no further contact in the future.
Mr. Chen, tell the truth.
She leaned back in her chair, arms crossed over her chest. If it weren't for my aunt's sake, I definitely wouldn't have come to see a guy of your caliber today. Now it seems that my hunch was right. These blind dates are a complete waste of my time.
Chen Xiu was taken aback.
Then, his eyes narrowed slightly.
Finally. It's time to get down to business. Does Missy mean that I don't meet your criteria for a partner? Chen Xiu asked calmly.
He Ting smiled. The corners of her lips revealed undisguised disdain and contempt.
Require?
She thought she had heard the biggest joke in the world.
Let me put it this way.
My ex-boyfriend has a family fortune of nearly 100 million. When I was with him, we lived in a 280 square meter flat in Platinum Mansion. Oh, by the way, he also has a few villas.
I usually stay in one depending on my mood.
The car I drive for daily commuting is at least in the $1 million range.
As for that Xiaomi you mentioned.
She shook her head dismissively.
Sorry, I never ride in an Android car.
She seemed to be trying to prove her point. She gently rolled up the cuffs of her trench coat. A delicate women's watch was revealed, gleaming under the light. Just take this watch I'm wearing, for example, a Vacheron Constantin Patrimony.
It's worth 80,000.
She then pointed to the orange bag placed on the seat next to her. And this one, the Hermès Kelly.
You've probably heard of it, right? Also, you might not know this.
Her chin was raised even higher. I am not the kind of ordinary bank customer manager you see everywhere, handling business at the counter.
I am a client manager at a private bank.
The people I interact with every day are all millionaires with a net worth of over 10 million.
Are you also a private banking client manager?
Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow slightly. He thought of Su Jia, whom he had met last night. I wonder if these two people work at the same bank. Could they be colleagues? However, Chen Xiu didn't quite understand her logic at first. All that she said, wasn't it all about her ex-boyfriend? No matter how much wealth a client has, what does that have to do with you, the account manager? Does that mean a lock that's been inserted with a golden key and has a bit of gold dust on it can suddenly be priced exorbitantly? But these thoughts were unimportant to Chen Xiu. Most importantly, this is all good news. So, Missy's requirement for a partner is that he meet the standards of your ex-boyfriend? Chen Xiu was somewhat excited. He Ting didn't notice the unusual excitement on the man's face. She thought that the other party was completely stunned by her words. She spoke calmly, as if delivering a verdict. No need for that, I'm perfectly at my ex-boyfriend's level. But at the very least, an individual's net worth must meet the entry requirements for China Merchants Bank's private banking program. Before we get married, you have to provide me with a luxury car worth millions. A large, single-level apartment in the city center. There's also a villa. As for the bride price. She thought about it for a moment, her tone showing no sign of caring. Let's just give a symbolic 880,000. Chapter 21 Huge Reward. Ding. You have been matched with a potential partner based on their requirements. You have received 10 million renminbi in savings, 880,000 renminbi in cash, a 220 SQM apartment in Binjiang No. 1, a 410 SQM apartment in Boyue Mansion, and an Audi A8L Horch edition. The system's prompts were cold and mechanical. But in Chen Xiu's heart, it was incredibly beautiful and melodious. He glanced down at his phone. The screen lit up with the two latest messages that had just been received. Your debit card account 5694 received an income of 10 million renminbi on January 15, 2025. Current balance, 10,382,388 renminbi and 60 cents. China Merchants Bank. Your debit card account 5694 received an income of 880,000 yuan on January 15, 2025. Current balance, 11,262,388.60 yuan. China Merchants Bank. My savings have surpassed 10 million. Chen Xiu had only heard Su Jia mention it last night. The threshold for private banking at China Merchants Bank is that the total amount of financial assets such as deposits, funds, and trusts must reach 10 million yuan.
Now, he has achieved it. In addition, there's a large flat in Binjiang number 1. A large villa in Platinum Mansion. There's also a top-of-the-line Audi A8L, the Horch edition.
The rewards I received when I went on a blind date with Lu Xuan were at a level that an ordinary person could achieve with a lifetime of hard work and effort.
But this time,
the system's reward instantly transformed him from an ordinary person into a wealthy individual. His aunt, Huang Hui, is truly a great person. They actually introduced him to Yi Ting, such an extreme blind date.
After all,
a girl who dares to make this request without batting an eye during a blind date.
Not many. At this moment,
Yi Ting saw Chen Xiu's expression. He was stunned at first. His expression then became slightly strange.
It seemed like excitement, or perhaps agitation.
Finally, a strange smile appeared on his face.
Miss He's offer is really good.
Chen Xiu sighed sincerely. Yi Ting sensitively noticed the abnormality in his tone. She thought Chen Xiu was mocking her. They mocked her demands, saying they were outrageously high. This wasn't the first time she'd encountered this situation. Once, on a blind date, the man opposite her showed a similar attitude after hearing her requirements. So, going on blind dates with people from the bottom of society is simply a waste of your life. Yi Ting's face immediately turned cold. She swiftly grabbed the Hermes bag from the seat next to her. She stood up and looked down at Chen Xiu with a gaze full of disgust.
You can't discuss ice with a summer insect.
She coldly uttered a few words.
A person's value comes from their understanding of the world and life.
With your limited understanding and impoverished nature, you'll never reach the level of the rich in your entire life. Chen Xiu, who had received a huge reward, was not annoyed at all upon hearing this. He simply nodded with a smile. Well then, congratulations on finding a wealthy man who recognizes your value soon. Looking at Yi Ting's ashen face and her retreating figure, Chen Xiu chuckled and shook his head.
People's perceptions do indeed differ.
While Yi Ting was showing off her ex-boyfriend's wealth, she was also flaunting it. On the one hand, he was emphasizing his network and circle of contacts as a private banking client manager. She seemed to be trying to use these things to create the illusion that she herself had already reached their level. This is her smug arrogance. But she kept flaunting the value of the luxury items she wore,
from watches to bags.
This behavior, however, inadvertently revealed the woman's deepest inferiority complex.
How pathetic.
Ignoring the improvement of one's own value will ultimately lead to nothing.
Yi Ting stormed home.
With a bang, he threw the Hermes bag onto the leather sofa in the living room. Her mother, Helan, was wearing a face mask and leaning back on the sofa watching TV. Seeing her daughter's impatient expression, Helan asked in bewilderment.
Didn't you go on a blind date?
Why are you back so early?
Don't even mention it.
Yi Ting replied unhappily.
That guy is a complete loser. My aunt is so unreliable.
She'll introduce me to all sorts of trash. Helan was somewhat surprised. She sat up straight, and the face mask on her face almost slipped off.
It can't be that bad, can it? Didn't your cousin Huang Hui rave about him on the phone?
What are you saying?
You're starting a business in Shenzhen and it's thriving. People are giving you cars and houses as gifts? Does a successful entrepreneur have less than 500 yuan in total?
Yi Ting sneered, opened the refrigerator door, and took out a bottle of water. I think all that talk about giving away cars and houses is just a lie he made up to deceive people. From beginning to end, you've only ever had the mindset of a loser.
And you still dare to mock me? Helan frowned. This is a far cry from the handsome and promising young man Huang Hui described. I'll ask her.
Helan took out her phone, found Huang Hui's number, and dialed it directly.
Hey, cousin. What's the deal with that young man you introduced to our Tingting today?
Tingting came back from her blind date, and she was furious. She said what you told her was completely different. Her tone was clearly blaming. As the saying goes, the social class of the people you meet on blind dates will also be determined by your own social class. Huang Hui introduced a poor young man who lacked tact, was arrogant, and even fabricated his past experiences.
What does this mean? Does that mean they look down on Yi Ting from their family?
Upon hearing her cousin's questioning, Huang Hui, on the other end of the phone, was secretly thrilled, but repeatedly apologized.
Oh dear. Cousin. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I never expected that Chen Xiu would be so ignorant and such a braggart.
I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get back.
I'll make sure he doesn't embarrass himself like that again.
He Lan's expression softened somewhat. All right, next time you need to be more careful when introducing people. Don't just introduce anyone to you. After hanging up the phone, she looked at her daughter. I think your aunt has been fooled by someone.
He Ting snorted coldly, took a sip of water, and spoke in a cold tone. Mom, if you ask me, there's no need to have much contact with these poor relatives.
You're always causing us trouble. He Lan nodded. After this incident, Huang Hui's credibility with her has almost completely collapsed. By the way, Ting.
He Lan seemed to have remembered something more important.
Did you manage to get in touch with that Mr. Li that your dad asked you to contact last time? Mom, don't you trust me to handle things?
A confident smile appeared on He Ting's face. That Mr. Li happens to be a private banking client of one of my colleagues. I just gave Mr. Li a little something, and he easily swayed him to my side.
I've asked him out to dinner tomorrow.
Once we've built up a bit more rapport, I'll bring up my dad's project with him when the time is right.
He Lan nodded in satisfaction.
As for what kind of relationship to cultivate with clients, that goes without saying. She couldn't explain whether her daughter had any special constitution. It is particularly popular with successful middle-aged men.
In the very beginning,
He Lan was also very opposed to her daughter's way of doing things. But as their living conditions improved, their family's living standards also improved. Their family gradually moved from being an ordinary urban family to becoming moderately wealthy. She gradually came to appreciate its appeal. Otherwise, with just He Ting's associate degree and her pitiful professional skills, she would be completely outmatched. How did you manage to climb all the way up to your current position as a private banking client manager?
How did their family manage to get this kind of business that earns them millions a year? Your dad has inquired about it.
In the cultural and creative park project that the city is about to develop, Mr. Li has some influence.
He Lan's eyes gleamed with a sharp light.
As long as he agrees, our company will definitely be able to get into that project.
At that time, their family has truly stepped into the wealthy circles of southern Jiangxi.
Thinking of this, He Lan and her daughter He Ting couldn't help but feel their hearts surging with emotion.
Chapter 22 Good Girl. Huang Hui hung up the phone.
Chen Jifeng immediately came over.
How about it? He asked curiously.
Huang Hui sneered, her face revealing undisguised satisfaction.
What else can be done? That girl He Ting didn't even fancy Chen Xiu.
They even said that Chen Xiu looked so poor and shabby, he couldn't possibly be a rich person. She suspected that the house and car might be fake. Chen Jifeng looked at her with a puzzled expression.
That garage, didn't you see it with your own eyes the day before yesterday? Is it true or false? Huang Hui glared at him impatiently. He didn't show me the property certificate, how am I supposed to know if it's real or fake?
But she also knew in her heart. Regarding the situation the day before yesterday, the property manager, Li Qing, was someone her son, Chen Yujie, found through connections. It's unlikely that Chen Xiu colluded with him beforehand.
That kid might actually have gotten incredibly lucky and been given a house as a gift. However, that's where it ends. If this kid really made money, why can't he even afford to buy himself a few nice outfits? Huang Hui seized upon this blind spot and analyzed it.
Her face was full of relief. Even though she had just been scolded by her cousin He Lan. But instead of being annoyed, she was secretly pleased. Chen Xiu left such a bad impression on He Ting after this blind date. He Lan was so angry that she called to personally hold him accountable.
This is exactly what she wanted.
She could use this failed blind date as an opportunity to teach Chen Xiu's family a lesson, with a clear conscience and full of confidence. After all, Huang Hui was the well-meaning matchmaker. It was Chen Xiu's own fault for messing up the blind date. It was the woman who called to complain and demand accountability.
Can you blame her? She was just relaying the bad attitude others had towards Chen Xiu.
From now on, she can fully stand on the moral high ground.
Unlimited attacks on Luo Jinglan's family. Then, shall we call their family now?
Chen Jifeng took out his phone again and asked. What's the rush?
Huang Hui glared at him again.
Her gaze drifted to the community garden not far away. Lin Shirshan's son, Chen Yujie, was accompanying her as she looked at houses with a real estate agent. First, keep Lin Shirshan on your side calm.
Shirshan, what do you think of this outfit?
After looking around, Chen Yujie cautiously glanced at Lin Shirshan. In the past 2 days, they have visited 4 or 5 more neighborhoods without stopping. The property prices in every neighborhood are higher than those in Haitang Bay. The apartment they're currently looking at has an average price of nearly 14,000 yuan per square meter.
This is the maximum price they can afford. Can. Lin Shirshan stood by the window and gave a faint reply.
Upon hearing Lin Shirshan nod, Chen Yujie was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot.
Finally. She finally found someone she liked.
Then shall we decide on this place first? He asked tentatively.
Lin Shirshan did not answer.
She just stared out the window at the meticulously manicured greenery in the neighborhood, lost in thought. She has made a lot of efforts these past 2 days. She sent Luo Jinglan a WeChat message, asking about her well-being. But Chen Xiu's mother, the first thing she did when she replied to the message was to ask if she had a suitable blind date.
Blind date, blind date. Doesn't she realize why she's being so attentive?
Each time, she almost made her meaning clear. Luo Jinglan started playing dead and stopped replying to messages.
What angered and humiliated her even more was she had already sent Chen Xiu a friend request. It's been almost 2 days. It hasn't passed yet? Lin Shirshan isn't stupid.
She naturally noticed the rejection she received from Luo Jinglan and Chen Xiu. Lin Shirshan doesn't mind being paid to, i.e., losing money. However, even though she wanted to pay him, they couldn't find a way to do it for her. This made her feel quite embarrassed and annoyed.
Is she really that bad?
In addition, Chen Yujie was constantly increasing his stakes.
I've seen this all the way from Haitang Bay.
Lin Shirshan simply nodded in agreement. Even if Chen Xiu is a promising talent, he's still a future prospect. If I marry him, I don't even know what I'll get in return. At least, I can definitely get the bride price and half a house from Chen Yujie. Lin Shirshan comforted herself in this way.
Night.
At home, Chen Xiu listened to her parents enthusiastically planning how to furnish their house in Haitang Bay at the dinner table.
For a moment, he didn't know how to tell them. In fact, I now own a large single-level apartment and a villa. Never mind. Let's just take them there to have a look tomorrow.
Even if he said it now, Chen Xiu felt that his parents might think he was talking nonsense and wouldn't believe him.
After finishing the meal,
Luo Jinglan was just about to ask Chen Xiu how his blind date at noon went. Her phone then received a call from Huang Hui. What reached my ears was still Huang Hui's familiar, superior-sounding sermon.
A few minutes later, Luo Jinglan hung up the phone with a strange expression.
She turned her head and looked at Chen Xiu, who was about to go back to her room, and asked,
"Your blind date at noon fell through again?" It should be yellow." Chen Xiu nodded. "Your aunt called." Luo Jinglan's expression was somewhat indescribable.
She said she was kind enough to introduce you to someone, but then she said you went there dressed in shabby clothes from a street vendor.
They have absolutely no respect for women.
And you dare to speak so rudely.
Chen Xiu was taken aback.
He carefully recalled the conversation at the restaurant at noon.
I don't think I cursed at her, did I?
At most, it's only when the system reward arrives that I can't suppress the smile on my face.
But these days, you can't even laugh on a blind date? And my clothes, while not expensive, can't exactly be called rags, can they?
Chen Xiu looked down at himself, a helpless expression on his face.
Luo Jinglan was even more curious about what had happened at noon.
So Chen Xiu simply and concisely repeated the requirements that He Ting had put forward.
Luo Jinglan was startled when she heard this.
They want a big house, a villa, and 10 million.
Why doesn't she just rob a bank? I knew it.
That girl's photo, her face, she didn't look like a decent person. Upon hearing this, Luo Jinglan glanced at Chen Jida, who was fiddling with his phone beside her, and snorted.
You were attracted to his photo back then? After saying that, Luo Jinglan turned her head again to comfort Chen Xiu. It's all right, son.
That kind of person isn't looking for a long-term relationship.
If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
There are plenty of good girls out there, she's not one of them. Seeing his mother's completely indifferent expression, Chen Xiu was somewhat surprised.
Previously, she was the one who was most anxious to get married. Soon, Chen Jida, the father, gave an explanation. It turns out that since the day before yesterday, rumors about his prosperity have been circulating in the village. This afternoon, matchmakers were coming in droves, either by phone or by asking someone to come to Luo Jinglan's door to propose marriage. Her phone has never been peaceful. Your mother and I have picked them all out for you. Chen Jida, as if presenting a treasure, handed over his trifold phone. Look, this girl is quite nice. She's very pretty and just passed the civil service exam this year. The moment I hear the words civil servant. In an instant, Chen Xiu thought of his ex-girlfriend, who had killed him with her first sword strike after he came ashore. He leaned closer and glanced at the photo. That was an ID photo. The girl in the photo has her hair tied in a high ponytail and is wearing a white shirt. She has delicate features and a clean-cut demeanor. She's quite attractive. In just a short while looking at the photos, Chen Xiu then saw that her mother's WeChat had received several new messages again. I clicked to take a look. It was sent by that matchmaker, Sister Wang. Chen Xiu had a premonition. I shouldn't lack blind date partners during this Chinese New Year period. Chapter 23. Who said there are only two houses? The next day. The morning mist had not yet dissipated. Along the village roads, you can already see scattered young people pulling suitcases. This point in time. Add to that their uniquely clear-eyed quality and slightly foolish look. At first glance, he looks like a college student who just finished his final exams and returned to his village overnight for vacation. Chen Xiu drove his Xiaomi SU7 with his parents to go see their new house. The car had just driven onto the main road. Luo Jinglan, the mother in the back seat, suddenly exclaimed and patted the seat in front. Hey, son. Look, isn't that you? Chen Xiu looked in the direction her mother was pointing. Roadside. A tall girl wearing a beige sweatshirt and light blue straight leg pants is pulling a black suitcase. The cold wind blew her long hair, revealing a profile that looked somewhat familiar. Chen Xiu looked closely. It was his cousin, Luo Yu. It really is true. She must have just come back from school for the holidays. Chen Xiu smiled. Luo Yu is his maternal uncle's daughter, and she is currently a junior in college in the faraway city of Chongqing. Unlike the stiff, awkward, and even hostile relationship with his aunt Huang Hui, his family and his mother Luo Jinglan's side of the family were much closer. Chen Xiu slowed down and drove the Xiaomi SU7 slowly toward the figure by the roadside. Having just spent the night on a hard seat train, Luo Yu shivered as soon as she got off the train, chilled by the damp, cold air of her hometown. She muttered to herself, why is it colder at home than in Chongqing? She was thinking about whether she should stop and take out another thick coat from the box to wear. It was discovered suddenly. A brand new red sports car pulled up alongside. As a seasoned college student who frequently watches short videos, Luo Yu naturally knew about this car that had recently become incredibly popular on the internet. Xiaomi SU7. Even in a popular metropolis like Chongqing, she rarely saw actual cars on the road. Unexpectedly, as soon as I returned to this dilapidated old home, I saw a car. There are still a lot of rich people. Luo Yu instinctively pulled her suitcase and moved to the side of the road. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Last night on the train, my mom called. I think she was saying that her cousin Chen Xiu had made it big. When I returned to my hometown, people gave me houses and cars as gifts. The car that was given as a gift seems to be a Xiaomi SU7. The moment this bizarre thought popped into my mind, the window of the Xiaomi SU7 next to it slowly rolled down. A familiar and handsome face came into her view. It was her cousin, Chen Xiu. You just started your vacation? Brother? Is it really you? Luo Yu's delicate and pretty face was instantly filled with surprise and delight. You, get in the car quickly, we'll take you home. Luo Yu turned her head and saw Chen Jida smiling at her from the passenger seat and Luo Jinglan looking at her with a joyful expression from the back seat. Auntie. Uncle. Luo Yu greeted him politely. Chen Xiu got out of the car and helped her put the heavy suitcase into the trunk. She opened the car door and got into the back seat. Yu, why did school let out for summer vacation so early this year? Luo Jinglan held her niece's hand and asked affectionately. Yes, I just finished my last exam yesterday, and I immediately bought a ticket to come back. Luo Yu answered Luo Jinglan's question.
A pair of bright, large eyes were curiously examining the interior of the SU-7. Finally, her excited gaze fell on Chen Xiu's sharply defined profile in the front row.
Bro, you've really struck it rich.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu glanced at her in the rearview mirror with some surprise.
You've heard about it all while you're in Chongqing? My mom told me this on the phone last night. Luo Yu's tone was full of admiration. My mom also said that someone gave you a house as a gift? Upon hearing this, Luo Jinglan, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but beam with joy. She spoke, feigning modesty.
Oh, it's just a house in Haitang Bay, not expensive.
Haitang Bay? I know that. Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise. That neighborhood is practically in the city center.
My classmate's family bought a house nearby, and now the price is around 10,000 yuan per square meter.
That apartment must cost at least 1 or 2 million. Auntie, my brother is amazing. Luo Yu's exclamations came one after another. Luo Jinglan, standing next to her, couldn't suppress the smugness on her face. That's what good relatives are like. Praise her more, praise her as much as you can. Auntie loves to hear that. Even Chen Xiu could see Luo Yu's adoring gaze in the rearview mirror.
A sense of comfort welled up inside me.
Auntie, did you just leave home? Are you heading to the city? Okay. Luo Jinglan nodded.
We're planning to go look at houses, take measurements, and buy the furniture in the next few days.
That's great. I want to go see the new house too. Luo Yu said excitedly. Yu, did you study interior design in college? Chen Xiu suddenly remembered something and glanced at Luo Yu in the rearview mirror. Yes, brother. Luo Yu nodded. Upon hearing this, Luo Jinglan slapped her thigh. That's great.
Perfect timing, Yu, you're a professional, quickly help us figure out how to match the interior design to make it look good. Auntie, I'm only a junior in college, I haven't finished my studies yet.
Luo Yu stuck out her tongue a little shyly. That's still better than ours, look at this living room.
As Luo Jinglan spoke, she took out her phone, opened the photo album, and showed Luo Yu the photos she had taken in Haitang Bay yesterday.
Chen Xiu was driving in front, listening to the heated discussion between the two women in the back.
The discussion ranged from the color of the curtains to the style of the sofa. Finally, they even discussed how to decorate the wedding room and what brand of bright red quilt to buy. Chen Xiu interrupted them, somewhat helplessly.
Mom, that's way too early for a wedding house. Moreover, I don't plan to use that house as our wedding home.
Dad, Mom, decorate that house in Haitang Bay according to your own style.
Once it's decorated, you can live in it yourselves. Upon hearing this, Luo Jinglan immediately frowned.
Why would you give us a place to stay? This house is in such a good location and so convenient.
Wouldn't it be perfect for you two to live here in the future? We have one apartment in the village and one in the city. Your dad and I will live in the village, the air is better there.
Besides, if we don't live together anymore, we'll avoid so many mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. If you're busy at the time and need us to take care of the kids or something, it's not far for us to drive there.
Upon hearing this, Luo Yu immediately grabbed Luo Jinglan's arm and exclaimed in surprise. Wow! Auntie, you see things so clearly. You're so open-minded.
These days, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is an age-old problem. Regardless of how reasonable the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are, it doesn't matter. But after all, we're not from the same generation, and our lifestyles and ideas are different.
Conflicts are bound to occur if people live together. The only solution is for them to live separately. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. As long as you don't live together, you'll be able to find each other agreeable. Most people are actually well aware of this. However, they were forced to live together due to economic constraints.
Now that her son has his own house, Luo Jinglan naturally doesn't need to compete for that little bit of space with her future daughter-in-law, whose whereabouts are still unknown. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu simply chuckled softly.
Who said we only have 2 houses? Luo Jinglan and Luo Yu were both taken aback upon hearing this. For a moment, I didn't understand what he meant.
Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Jida looked out the window in surprise.
Son, have you taken the wrong road? This isn't the way to Haitang Bay.
Chen Xiu blinked and turned on his turn signal. I didn't say that we were looking at houses in Haitang Bay today. The car was slowly driven into the underground parking garage of the Binjiang No. 1 residential complex.
Chapter 24. No crooked path can make money as fast as mine. Brother, this is Binjiang number 1, right?
Luo Yu looked at the bright and luxurious marble walls in the elevator lobby and the brightly lit underground parking garage. Her delicate face was filled with excitement and disbelief.
Luo Jinglan and Chen Jita were completely bewildered. Binjiang number 1. They had certainly heard of it. This is one of the most expensive residential communities in the city. It's a truly wealthy neighborhood.
A few years ago, when housing prices were at their peak, I heard they sold for over 30,000 yuan per square meter. Even now, with housing prices drastically reduced, second-hand homes here are still steadily listed at just over 20,000 yuan per square meter.
Son, why did you bring us here? Luo Jinglan couldn't help but reach out and tug at Chen Xiu's arm.
Looking around this underground parking garage, you can see almost entirely luxury cars, starting with BBA BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi.
Mercedes-Benz S-Class, BMW 7 Series, Audi A8. Occasionally you can see a few sports cars. Her son's Xiaomi car is considered one of the cheapest options here.
As for family cars in the 100,000 to 200,000 yuan range, they are almost nowhere to be seen here.
This is an exaggerated density of luxury cars. This would be a rare occurrence even in first-tier cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen.
After all, a house price of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per square meter is practically rock bottom in first-tier cities. But in a third-tier city like southern Jiangxi, a price of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per square meter is the absolute ceiling. This is mainly due to the unhealthy housing prices in third-tier cities like southern Jiangxi. The city's economic and income levels simply cannot support housing prices of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per square meter. Ordinary people who have the ability and can afford a house at this price through their own hard work.
They prefer to use the money to make a down payment on an ordinary house in a big city. Settling down in a first-tier city and enjoying better job, education, and medical resources, isn't that appealing? This leads to people ultimately choosing to stay in these smaller, third-tier cities and buy houses at this price point. Those are all truly wealthy people who no longer need to worry about making a living. Of course, this group of people probably don't lack houses in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. The family took the elevator upstairs.
The elevator runs fast and smoothly. My cousin Luo Yu and my parents are still in a state of intense shock and haven't come to their senses yet.
Chen Xiu had just given them a brief explanation. He bought an apartment in Binjiang number 1.
This time, he didn't say it was a gift from someone else.
He's not some kind of leading cadre. Who would rush to give him a house every day? Considering that similar situations may occur many more times in the future. Moreover, he does indeed have over 10 million yuan in his own bank account. He's barely considered a wealthy person.
So Chen Xiu simply brought it up directly.
Our family is rich now.
You quickly check how much the price per square meter is in this neighborhood? Luo Jinglan's voice carried a tremor that she couldn't hide.
Luo Yu immediately took out her phone and quickly checked it.
Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly.
Auntie, the lowest price listed online is 21,000. 21,000? That house must cost at least 3 million?
Luo Jinglan's eyes widened as she stared sharply at her son.
3 million. A number she never dared to imagine in her entire life. Son, you just bought a set like that?
Chen Jita, who was standing next to him, also felt his breathing become slightly heavier.
My head feels a little dizzy. He's worked so hard his whole life, and it seems like he's never even earned 1 million. Not 3 million. Chen Xiu shook his head.
Hearing this, Luo Jinglan and Chen Jita breathed a slight sigh of relief.
Brother, do you have some special connections that allow you to get an insider discount? Luo Yu blinked her big eyes and asked curiously.
I didn't say it was less than 3 million.
However,
Chen Xiu's next words completely stunned her family.
This is a large single-level apartment. 220 square meters.
In total, it should be around 6 million. His tone was nonchalant.
It directly shattered the understanding of Luo Jinglan and the other two.
His mouth was slightly open. Eyes wide open. All three faces were filled with the same shock, unsure of what expression to make. 3 million was a number they could still imagine, even if they gritted their teeth.
Double it again. More than 6 million. That's truly more money than most ordinary people could earn in a lifetime. Arrive. The elevator dinged and stopped on the 9th floor. The apartments at Binjang number 1 are all one apartment per floor.
The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a spacious, separate entrance hall.
This is all the homeowner's private space.
Chen Xiao came to pick up the keys yesterday and also had her fingerprints taken. He extended his finger and gently pressed the door lock. The black front door, which looked rather heavy, opened with a click. He led his parents and cousin inside. When they walked through the entryway and actually stood in the living room of the house.
That moment.
More than 6 million. This vague number has finally become a tangible and incredibly shocking feeling.
Big. It's fucking huge.
The entire living room and dining room are connected, forming an incredibly large public space. The ceiling height is also much higher than that of ordinary commercial housing. The most impressive thing is the huge floor-to-ceiling window that covers an entire wall.
Outside the window is the Ganjiang River in southern Jiangxi province. The wide river surface shimmered in the sunlight. My brother. This is just too extravagant. Luo Yu exclaimed repeatedly.
Luo Jinglan gradually came to her senses, recovering from the intense shock and sense of unreality.
Unlike Luo Yu, she didn't marvel at the house's luxury.
She walked quickly to her son.
She looked at her son with shock and curiosity. Chen Xiao, tell mom the truth. How much money have you actually made outside?
Her tone was slightly serious.
After all,
a house worth over 6 million was bought on a whim.
This matter has far exceeded her understanding. She had to find out.
After considering it for a moment, Chen Xiao decided to give the truth.
Tens of millions.
He paused, looking at his parents' momentarily stunned expressions.
Then another sentence was added.
These houses are not included.
Tens of millions. And that doesn't even include the $6 million house?
Luo Jinglan, Luo Yu, and Chen Jida all gasped for breath.
Luo Jinglan was the first to recover from the shock. This money.
Seeing her worried expression, Chen Xiao understood what she was thinking. He immediately patted her hand.
Don't worry, it's not some crooked or evil practice.
After all, making tens of millions from a single blind date is faster than any shady business.
Luo Jinglan naturally trusted her son.
The initial worry gradually turned into excitement as I looked at the spacious, single-level apartment.
Chen Jida never expected that the increasingly outrageous rumors circulating in the village would actually come true. Just then, Chen Xiao's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was from China Merchants Bank. Chen Xiao didn't think too much about it and answered the phone casually.
But a gentle, sweet, and familiar voice came from the speaker.
Dear Mr. Chen, I am Su Jia, a client manager from China Merchants Bank Private Banking. Chapter 25. Chen Xiao's savings are in the millions? Early morning. China Merchants Bank, Gannan branch.
Su Jia drove her Wuling Mini and parked it easily in the underground parking space of her workplace. The car door opened. She got out of the car. She wore a well-tailored black women's suit and trousers. It perfectly hugged her straight, slender figure. The shirt collar was buttoned up meticulously. Her face was covered with light, professional makeup. She exudes a capable and sophisticated aura, like a mature and sophisticated woman. But her eyes remained clear.
Like a mountain stream, you can see right to the bottom.
This unique blend of purity and clarity makes her stand out in a crowd.
Su Jia, so early.
As soon as she entered the company gate, she ran into a colleague from the same department.
Good morning, Brother Ma. Su Jia nodded politely to the male colleague who was walking towards her.
The private banking department of China Merchants Bank's Gannan branch has only 4 client managers.
2 women and 2 men. Then, a department head will be appointed above them. So, are you confident about your year-end performance review?
The colleague, known as Brother Ma, stopped and asked curiously. Su Jia's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of unconcealed sorrow.
My performance this month is still a little short.
She was originally quite confident about her year-end performance review. But just a few days ago, one of her longtime clients suddenly ran into a problem. This resulted in a significant shortfall in her performance evaluation this month. The performance evaluation in the last month of the year has the greatest impact on the overall performance assessment for the whole year.
It's fair to say that if this last month isn't completed,
that basically ruined all her efforts over the past year. And the year-end performance review directly affects how much year-end bonus she will receive, as well as her job evaluation next year.
Then you'd better hurry. There isn't much time left. Ma's colleague reminded her, her gaze towards Su Jia carrying a hint of sympathy. These past few days, although no one has said it openly. But who doesn't know in private that Su Jia had a major client poached by He Ting? The entire deposit of 20 to 30 million yuan was withdrawn from the fund. He immediately switched his allegiance to He Ting. Stealing a colleague's clients is a despicable act that only that woman could do. These colleagues, though privately harboring their own grievances, dared not say much openly. After all, everyone knows that He Ting got in by climbing the social ladder. When they first arrived, they kept calling her sister Jia and brother Ma. But not long after, she got involved with Lu Tao, the department head. After that, her attitude towards her former colleagues immediately became arrogant. The word opportunist is perfectly embodied in her. Colleague Ma sighed inwardly. Women can be ruthless when they get serious. I walked into the office. Another male colleague has arrived. Good morning, Brother Zhang. Morning. The three of them sat down and began to deal with their respective tasks. It was almost half an hour after I started my workday. He Ting arrived late, wearing high heels. She was accompanied by Lu Tao, the head of the private banking department. Director Lu. Su Jia and the other two quickly stood up to greet them. They all tacitly ignored the slightly intimate stance between He Ting and Lu Tao. This is the last week of the year. Let's all work harder and push our sales figures up. Lu Tao offered a few words of encouragement as usual. Then, his gaze fell on Su Jia. A slight glint appeared in his eyes. No matter how many times he sees it, he is always amazed when he sees Su Jia. Su Jia doesn't give off an aggressive, stunningly beautiful vibe. Rather, it is something that can instantly transport people back in time, reminding them of the innocent and pure days of their student days. But she also possesses the unique aura of a modern urban woman. To put it simply, it's like your most beautiful first love in your memory, dressed in a uniform. This natural, pure yet alluring charm is far superior to the vulgar, worldly air that He Ting deliberately cultivated. What a pity! The desire for progress is still not strong enough. Lu Tao sighed inwardly. He patted He Ting on the shoulder beside him and said to Su Jia with a smile. Su Jia, He Ting's sales performance this month has definitely surpassed yours. If you don't step up your game, you'll be surpassed by the younger generation. Oh dear, Director, what are you saying? I just got lucky for a while, how can I compare to Sister Jia? He Ting said with a charming smile. These words caused a moment of silence to fall over the entire office. Who wouldn't recognize that? He Ting's seemingly humble words were actually a blatant provocation towards Su Jia. That's practically a face-to-face attack. They stole Su Jia's clients and then publicly humiliated him in front of everyone. Out of the corner of their eyes, both male colleagues couldn't help but glance at Su Jia standing to the side. However, there was no obvious change on the latter's innocent face. She simply nodded calmly. He didn't answer a single word. The two male colleagues secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Tao's eyes. The mockery in He Ting's eyes intensified. All right, everyone, let's get to work. After saying this, Lu Tao left the office with his hands behind his back. Su Jia looked down at his computer screen. Despite her seemingly expressionless face, she was filled with deep resentment. It was a kind of humiliation that had been suppressed to the extreme. There was a brief moment just now. Her desire to stand up and confront He Ting reached its peak. But the thought of my father, who is still recovering at home, and the debts that have not yet been paid off is unbearable. Reason prevailed, and she firmly restrained her emotions. Would it be useful to rush up and confront He Ting? She has no chance of winning. Department head Lu Tao was standing right next to that woman. She was even 100% certain that He Ting had obtained the detailed information about her old client from Lu Tao. Unless she can also be like this shameless woman, abandoning her dignity and using her body to make money. Otherwise, she is certain that she won't be able to stir up any trouble. As for reporting, having lived here for so many years, she knows all too well the intricate web of human relationships in this third-tier city. Lu Tao has been living and working here for decades. How could someone like her, with no background, possibly shake her? Being able to keep this job and avoid being bullied is already a good thing. As the saying goes, beautiful women tend to receive some preferential treatment at work. But Su Jia understood it even better. Those so-called preferential treatments are just expectations that those in power pay for in advance. Once you can no longer meet his filthy expectations, then you will receive even fiercer suppression than others. If I had been more determined back then and chosen to go to a big city. Every wrong choice we make in life. Therefore, they will hesitate more when faced with the next choice. Su Jia felt that he had made the wrong choice of university, city, and job through repeated hesitation. Now, if she were to make a choice again, she would no longer have the confidence she once had. Thinking about this, she did admire Chen Xiu to some extent. Even after being laid off, they were still able to maintain their confidence. They might even embark on another unknown entrepreneurial path. If all else fails, after the new year, I'll also quit my job and go to Shenzhen to stay with him. Su Jia's mind was filled with random thoughts. Her gaze, which had been unconsciously sweeping across the computer screen, suddenly stopped. She saw a notification pop up in the system from a user with a large amount of deposits. A client with just over 10 million in savings, but who has not yet opened a private banking account. Only. That name, however, was damnably familiar. Chen Xiu? Su Jia was stunned. She thought she was seeing things. With a click of the mouse, some of the customer's information was displayed. Name, Chen Xiu. Gender, male. Age, 27. It really is Chen Xiu? Su Jia was dumbfounded. Although the rumors of Chen Xiu's success have become increasingly outrageous in their village these past few days. But I have spoken with Chen Xiu himself. Her mother was also the first to receive the first-hand news. Su Jia roughly came to a conclusion. Chen Xiu did make some money, but it certainly wasn't as outrageous as the rumors suggested. After all, he had only just started his business. You probably earned hundreds of thousands or even millions? But what the hell is this 11 million plus in savings? Could it be someone with the same name, surname, and age? The thought flashed through Su Jia's mind. The probability is very small. But it's not impossible. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to contact them first. She picked up her work phone and dialed the number registered in the system. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Su Jia, a client manager from China Merchants Bank Private Banking. Chapter 26 Provide me with door-to-door service. Su Jia? After hearing that familiar, clear voice coming from the phone, Chen Xiu immediately called out her name with some confusion. The voice on the other end of the phone fell silent. Even through the phone, Chen Xiu could feel the person on the other end take a deep breath. Chen Xiu, is it really you? Su Jia's voice, filled with shock and disbelief, rang out. Chen Xiu immediately smiled. What's your name? Call me Mr. Chen. This familiar, slightly roguish joke brought Su Jia back to her senses on the other end of the phone. She realized that the call was from her work phone. Su Jia coughed lightly. She forcefully suppressed the shock and confusion in her heart that felt like a landslide and a tsunami. The tone also became official and formal again. Mr. Chen, our system has detected that your account funds have now reached the threshold for upgrading to private banking. Are you available now? Would you like me to explain our private banking services to you in more detail? I don't have time right now. Can you provide door-to-door service? Could you explain in detail? Chen Xiu's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, carried clearly. Su Jia could almost see his face, which was both smiling and teasing, even through the phone. She instinctively rolled her eyes cutely. This guy definitely did it on purpose. If a complete stranger requests this door-to-door service, Su Jia will definitely refuse tactfully. But on the other side was Chen Xiu. Okay, Mr. Chen. She gritted her teeth and agreed anyway. Could you give me a convenient address? Platinum Mansion, please. When will it arrive? Platinum Mansion? Su Jia's eye twitched again. About 15 minutes. She replied immediately. Okay, call me when you arrive. After hanging up the phone, Su Jia held the microphone, still somewhat dazed. A feeling of utter unreality welled up inside me. It really is Chen Xiu on the other side. Chen Xiu, the kid I've known since childhood. There really was over 10 million in his bank account. As a client manager at a private bank, let alone 10 million. She's seen numbers bigger than ever before. But those were distant, unfamiliar customers from a different world than her. But Chen Xiao is different.
Those were her best friends and classmates she had known since elementary school and spent almost every day with in junior high.
We had just reunited a few days ago.
His simple attire seemed incredibly modest compared to the staggering number in his bank account. The thought of meeting Chen Xiao as an account manager and private banking client came to mind.
Su Jia inexplicably became a little nervous.
She took a deep breath, packed her things, and picked up the car keys from the table. With her head down, she walked quickly out of the office. In the office, the other two male colleagues were not surprised by what they saw. The job of a private banking client manager is quite unique. No, it's not just a fixed office job. Going out on fieldwork and visiting clients in person to greet them is a common occurrence. Only He Ting watched Su Jia's hurried back and snorted disdainfully. Pretending to be something he's not. The performance review will be held in a week. She didn't think that Su Jia could cause any trouble by going out at a time like this. In this third-tier city, where are there so many hidden millionaires waiting for Su Jia to discover? She picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and sent a sweet, coquettish voice message.
Mr. Li, at noon today. Binjiang number 1, 9th floor.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Xiao looked at her parents and Luo Yu, who were still exploring the house.
So, have you finished watching?
Such a big house, how can you possibly see it all so quickly?
Luo Jinglan's voice was filled with barely suppressed surprise and excitement.
This large, single-level apartment is also fully furnished.
But regardless of the style of decoration or the quality of the materials used in the hard decoration, they're all way better than the ones in Haitang Bay. Yu, can you help your aunt take a look?
This living room is so big, how big of a sofa and coffee table do we need to make it look proper? At this point, Luo Jinglan was in trouble again. The house is too big. She hadn't looked at any options before.
Luo Yu shook her head vigorously, looking completely helpless.
Auntie, with my mediocre skills, I can barely manage to design a typical small apartment. If the interior design of a large, single-level apartment isn't done well, the whole effect will be ruined.
I really can't handle it. Chen Xiao shook his head. What's there to worry about? Just hire a professional designer and let them worry about it. Luo Jinglan instinctively wanted to refute. Hiring a designer? That would cost so much more.
Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly thought of something else.
My son now has 10 million in the bank.
They've all moved into these houses worth over 6 million.
Hiring a designer is a perfectly normal thing to do.
We need to find a professional designer to plan it out properly. She immediately changed her mind and agreed.
Luo Yu then took out her phone.
Auntie, I know a senior from my university who's quite famous for her design work.
I think she's from southern Jiangxi.
Chen Xiao realized that these two would be getting together again to study other people's videos. He quickly spoke up.
All right, let's study it slowly when we get back. There's another house. Luo Jinglan looked up, her smile almost overflowing. Didn't you already give us the keys to the apartment in Haitang Bay? Are you telling us to install it ourselves?
But I had another part to say, and I wasn't referring to Haitang Bay.
Upon hearing these words, Luo Jinglan, Chen Jida, and Luo Yu,
the three of them were stunned for a moment. Their gazes all turned to Chen Xiao's calm face.
An unbelievable thought simultaneously surfaced in their minds. Some of them dared not think any further. No way. 10 minutes later,
the car slowly came to a stop in front of the villa area of Platinum Mansion.
Chen Xiao led the three women to show them the last property. I'm talking about this set.
Brother, this is clearly a building. Looking at the 2.5-story detached villa with its own small yard in front of her with a face full of shock, Luo Yu subconsciously made a comment.
Son, did you buy this house too?
Luo Jinglan turned her head with difficulty to look at Chen Xiao beside her. The other person nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Luo Jinglan was about to speak and scold him for being a spendthrift.
But then I heard him add a sentence, lightly.
Oh, right, this one is also outside that 10 million. Luo Jinglan swallowed back the words that were already on the tip of her tongue. Her gaze returned to the magnificent detached villa in front of her. This time, the shock was even greater than that of the large penthouse in Binjiang number 1 earlier.
This is a villa. What is the ultimate dream of every Chinese person throughout their life?
It's all about being able to live in a villa like this when you're old, with a yard and a garden. Grow some vegetables, tend to some flowers, and enjoy time with your children and grandchildren.
That would be the most perfect way to enjoy one's later years. Brother, this villa plus that big apartment in Binjiang number 1, together, it must be over 10 million, right? Luo Yu looked at her cousin as if he were an alien. This villa is still unfurnished. If we wait until the renovation is finished, this villa alone will be worth nearly 10 million. Chen Xiu explained. Hearing this, Luo Jinglan and Chen Jida trembled again. How much? This villa, just the renovation alone must have cost several million?
Their eyes widened. The 3-story house in my hometown is no smaller than this villa. Back then, it only cost a little over 100,000 yuan to complete everything inside and out.
Auntie, I want it. There's a saying in our industry, home renovation is a bottomless pit. As long as you have money, we'll fit you in no matter how expensive it is. Luo Yu explained from the side. Yu, didn't you say you knew a senior student?
We can ask her if she has experience in decorating villas and large apartments. We can then entrust the decoration of both houses to her.
Chen Xiu spoke up. Ha? Bro. Would you like to reconsider?
At this moment, Luo Yu became somewhat timid. This villa, just the renovation alone must have cost over 1 million.
What if things don't go well and we mess it up? She can't take on that responsibility. What, you don't believe in your senior's abilities? No, that's not it. My senior is quite impressive.
She has over 100,000 followers on Douyin.
Designer? Moreover, he has over 100,000 followers on Douyin.
Chen Xiu's gaze was somewhat strange. A figure with waist-length hair flashed through his mind.
Could it be her? If I remember correctly, she also went to university in Chongqing? Just then,
Chen Xiu saw a pink Wuling Mini slowly driving towards them from not far away.
He patted Luo Yu on the head. It's all right, you can ask first.
After saying that, he handed Xiaomi's car keys to his father. Dad, you can drive the car back yourselves later.
I have something to do. Immediately.
Before the three could react, they watched as Chen Xiu walked straight toward the pink Wuling Mini.
Chapter 27, Isn't meeting the parents a bit too fast? You have good eyesight, please take a look at your auntie's eyes. Was the person driving that pink car a girl?
Luo Jinglan craned her neck and asked with some curiosity. Luo Yu narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and took a closer look.
It's a girl. She actually looks quite pretty. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, Luo Jinglan's eyes lit up instantly.
It was filled with the blazing fire of the 8 trigrams.
Hey, this brat has finally figured it out. They've even learned how to keep a mistress in a secret place. Chen Jida, standing to the side, frowned. He looked helplessly at his wife. Didn't my son say he has other things to do? Why are you worrying about this? Luo Jinglan immediately glared at him. What, is it wrong for me to worry about my son? Don't you want my son to find a partner soon?
Chen Jida was helpless.
I did not mean that. How could it be the same thing? Furthermore, if our son really has someone he likes, then, will he still go on blind dates? Mutually. Of course we should meet. Luo Jinglan said firmly. It looks like this is still far from being finalized. What if things fall apart during the talks?
Look at more options and make more choices, you can't go wrong. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something else.
She gave serious instructions to Chen Jida and Luo Yu. By the way, you two absolutely mustn't let anyone know about these 2 houses today. Especially you, don't tell your mom when you get back.
Your mom has the biggest mouth. Otherwise, if this gets out, who knows what outrageous rumors will spread throughout the village.
How can this be kept secret? Chen Jida was somewhat displeased. What, my son is making money and getting rich, and he still has to do it secretly? Then don't publicize it everywhere. You think it's a good thing for others to know that our family has made so much money? Luo Jinglan said irritably.
We're all from the same village, so we see each other all the time. They grew up drinking water from the same well and eating the same grain grown in the same village. If your family makes a little money, others will at most be envious and say a few words of envy behind your back.
But what if people find out that your family has made a lot of money? Who knows how many demons and monsters it will attract?
Those who come to your door to borrow money are the most basic kind.
Various forms of moral blackmail. A distant relative, someone you barely know, comes to your door asking for your help. That would be so annoying. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. However, she felt differently in her heart. Someone as outstanding as my cousin can't possibly hide his talent. Shen Xiu opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat of the Wuling Mini. A familiar, delicate fragrance wafted into my nostrils. It is refreshing and invigorating. He turned his head and looked at Su Jia beside him. She was still dressed in the same smart and sophisticated office lady style. A black women's suit with a white shirt. Extremely pleasing to the eye. She noticed Chen Xiu's undisguised gaze roaming over her. Su Jia felt inexplicably nervous. She didn't dare to look Chen Xiu in the eye, so she could only stare straight ahead and forcefully start a conversation. You want to buy a house in Platinum Mansion? I don't want to buy it. Yes, it's already been purchased. Chen Xiu pointed out the window. Look, that's the building. Look in the direction Chen Xiu is pointing. Su Jia's mouth opened slightly, and he could no longer close it. The smallest of these detached villas in Platinum Mansion must cost several million, right? He just bought it like that? And she remembered that the more than 10 million yuan in Chen Xiu's bank card hadn't been touched at all. This means that 10 million or so is very likely only a part of Chen Xiu's total cash assets. Yes. Which truly wealthy person would be foolish enough to keep all their money in a single bank account? At this moment, Su Jia, her beautiful eyes still filled with shock, saw the three people standing at the entrance of the villa. She visited Chen Xiu's house when she was in junior high school. Of course, he had also met Luo Jinglan and Chen Jida. More than 10 years have passed, and both of them have aged considerably. But Su Jia still recognized it vaguely at a glance. Those are uncle and aunt? Yes. Chen Xiu nodded. He suddenly realized something. Su Jia, standing beside him, unconsciously straightened her slender waist. My body seems a bit more tense? Should I go down and say hello? Su Jia asked, somewhat stammering. Seeing Su Jia's nervous expression, Chen Xiu laughed. He said it jokingly. Let's talk about Manager Su. We just confirmed the assets today, and now we're meeting the parents. Isn't it a bit too fast? What? Su Jia was slightly taken aback. Immediately, a faint blush spread across her pure and pretty face. What do you mean by meeting the parents? I'm here to discuss business. Don't talk nonsense. Yeah? Chen Xiu drawled out the sound. Look at how hesitant you were just now. If you didn't know better, I would have thought you were here to meet your future in-laws. You. Su Jia, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed, glared at Chen Xiu. But after this round of teasing. Previously, Su Jia felt nervous and reserved because of Chen Xiu's status as a millionaire. It has indeed been diluted quite a bit. But the detached villas of Platinum Mansion are laid out so openly before us. Su Jia's understanding of Chen Xiu's assets has also become more profound. They can buy villas worth millions of dollars with ease. There are also tens of millions of yuan in cash casually lying in the bank card. Based on Su Jia's understanding of the asset allocation of her wealthy clients, she made predictions. Chen Xiu's total net worth is at least tens of millions. People with tens of millions in assets. They could definitely be considered wealthy in southern Jiangxi. Despite his wealth, Chen Xiu could still joke around with his old classmate as before. He even proactively broke through her sense of restraint caused by the difference in their social status. This touched Su Jia's heart. You need to know. Many poor people, after suddenly becoming rich, have their values distorted by the impact of that sudden wealth. Among them, Su Jia had seen and heard the most situations. That is, to use money to throw money at the problem and to use power to suppress it. I just want to see those old acquaintances from before, groveling and fawning over me. Chen Xiu's actions, on the contrary, seem all the more commendable. This made Su Jia feel quite favorably toward him. Her eyes sparkled. Her gaze lingered on Chen Xiu's handsome profile, which held a faint smile. My heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Glib-tongued. I wonder how many girls he's cheated on. She looked away, her red lips parted slightly, and she muttered softly. You mean, someone whose ex-girlfriend dumped him right after he got ashore can still fool girls? Chen Xiu shrugged, indicating that he was innocent. Back in college, he had quite a few girls pursuing him.
But back then, he was steadfast in his beliefs, adhering to the ideal of one love for life.
As for the result, snort. If your ex-girlfriend knew your current situation, I guarantee she'll regret it to the core, Su Jia said in an extremely confident tone.
After saying that, she started the car and drove out of Platinum Mansion.
Let's find a place to sit down and talk about this in detail. Where to? A coffee shop.
Su Jia glanced at Chen Xiu out of the corner of his eye.
Let's go to the Audi dealership. Ah? Su Jia couldn't quite follow Chen Xiu's train of thought for a moment. Come with me to pick up a car first. Chapter 28 Buying Huishi, Finding First Love. The two arrived at the Audi 4S store. Su Jia's pink Wuling Mini was parked next to a group of black, white and gray Audi display cars at the entrance.
It was exceptionally eye-catching, even somewhat abrupt.
Are you looking to buy a car?
After getting off the bus, Su Jia looked at Chen Xiu and asked curiously.
No. I'm here to pick up my car. Hearing Chen Xiu's nonchalant words, Su Jia pursed her red lips.
She felt that Chen Xiu's natural tone made it seem like she had just casually bought some trinkets online a couple of days ago. Then, today I took some time to go downstairs to the express delivery station to pick up a package.
But
the thought that someone could buy a detached villa worth millions so easily is quite surprising. Now, I'll buy another Audi worth several $100,000.
It seems there's really nothing strange about it. What's wrong? Not happy driving your Xiaomi SU7?
Good. But we haven't had time to install a charging station at home yet, so charging isn't very convenient. Chen Xiu made up an excuse on the spot.
Besides, driving an Audi keeps you low-key. Su Jia nodded in agreement upon hearing this. BBA, the three major luxury brands. Mercedes-Benz has the most prestige. BMW has the best driving experience. Audi, on the other hand, has always been firmly positioned between the two. The simplest example.
A black Audi A6L and a white Xiaomi SU7 were parked on the side of the road at the same time.
Most people's attention will be immediately drawn to that Xiaomi SU7.
Even so, the Audi A6L surpasses Xiaomi in both brand power and actual price.
Business-oriented and low-key.
This is Audi, a name etched into its very bones.
Hello sir, what kind of car are you looking for?
As soon as the two entered the exhibition hall, a sales consultant came up to them.
Pick up the car. Okay, sir, could you please show me your ID card?
Chen Xiu handed him her ID card. The sales consultant took it and compared it with the customer records in his hand. His gaze paused slightly. Immediately, his tone and attitude became much more enthusiastic.
Mr. Chen, please come this way. Su Jia took in every subtle change in the other person's expression.
This made her a little curious. What kind of car did Chen Xiu buy? Walk through the bright foyer. The lobby manager led the two to a private car handover area at the back of the showroom. A car, completely covered by a protective cover bearing the Audi logo, was parked there quietly.
Mr. Chen, would you like to remove this protective suit yourself?
The lobby manager asked. Chen Xiu shook his head, indicating that he was not interested. The former quickly stepped forward and removed his protective suit.
A brand new, jet black Audi was on display. This car exudes an extremely calm and restrained aura.
The car's lines are both smooth and dignified. Every detail reveals the meticulousness of German craftsmanship.
The black metallic paint reflected a deep, obsidian-like luster under the showroom's spotlights. A8.
Su Jia let out a soft gasp. She turned her head and looked at Chen Xiu with a somewhat speechless expression. You mentioned the top-of-the-line A8, which cost several $100,000.
You call this being low-key? Audi's brand image is indeed understated.
But that only applies to A6 and below. Now that it's on the A8, it really has nothing to do with the word low-key. She had barely finished speaking. The lobby manager standing to the side then spoke up with a smile. Madam, you've misjudged her. This is not just an A8 worth several $100,000. Su Jia raised her eyebrows slightly, her face showing a "don't try to fool me" expression. As a client manager at a private bank, she has met quite a few high-profile clients who drive Audi A8s.
This is just like the A8.
Su Jia was about to speak up in rebuttal. Her eyes narrowed slightly.
She noticed it.
The rear-view mirrors of this A8 have a very distinctive silver electroplated finish. On the B-pillar of the car body, there is also a unique Horch logo with a crown on its head.
The front grille also seems to differ from the regular A8. The entire car body looks wider and longer than the A8 she remembered. This is. Sujia's heart jolted. A thought came to mind.
The lobby manager, who was standing to the side, had already spoken up to explain.
This is our Audi A8L, Horch Founder Edition. The suggested retail price is 1.3 million. It really is Audi Horch.
Sujia's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her red lips parted slightly.
Most people wouldn't mistake this million-plus Horch for a regular A8. Isn't this low-key enough? Chen Shou joked. Sujia opened his mouth. It seems, that's really true. This car is the most high-end executive class model in the Audi brand. It was originally designed by Audi to compete with the Mercedes Maybach S-Class. But it's unclear whether there's something wrong with Audi's marketing strategy.
The Hawk model has never made much of a splash in the country. In fact, many people don't even know that Audi has such a top-of-the-line model. It's clearly a luxury car worth over $1 million. However, it is often mistaken by passers-by for an ordinary A8. Only those who truly understand cars know this. These are two completely different classes of cars.
From this perspective, this thing is really low-key. Sujia stood aside, watching the lobby manager introduce the various functions of the car to Chen Xiu.
Suddenly, a meme that went viral online last year came to her mind. In a car review program, a young man, after becoming wealthy, insisted on buying an Audi A8 Horch to go back and find his first love. This also led to a meme that made the Horch model slightly more popular.
Buy a Hoshi, find your first love. Thinking about this, Sujia's beautiful eyes involuntarily drifted to Chen Xiu.
For no apparent reason, her heart began to pound faster.
Junior high school years.
It was the budding stage of a young girl's first stirrings of love. At that time, Chen Xiu was her closest male friend.
Sujia did indeed have a vague, innocent romantic feeling for him at one time. Only.
At that time, Chen Xiu was like a block of wood that couldn't understand anything. He completely ignored her various hints.
Later, when they went to high school, they separated and went to different schools. Those innocent and naive feelings gradually faded away. Now, Chen Xiu bought Huishi.
And to make matters worse, he brought her along when he picked up the car.
Could it be? Was he implying something? Did he actually like me back then? Does he still consider me his first love? Sujia's mind started to wander.
His eyes sparkled.
Without anyone noticing, a faint blush crept onto that innocent face. What are you standing there daydreaming about? Come over and let's take a picture together.
Chen Xiu's voice reached her ears.
Sujia then suddenly came to his senses. She took a deep breath.
Her slender fingers quietly pinched her thigh, which was covered by dress pants, hard.
Sujia, wake up. Do you still think of yourself as a middle school girl who reads domineering CEO and Mary Sue novels? What are you thinking about?
She took another deep breath, calmed herself down, and walked to Chen Xiu's side. Sujia is 168 centimeters tall, and with the addition of 5 centimeters high heels, she is 173 centimeters tall. When she stood next to Chen Xiu, who was 1.8 meters tall, they had a very handsome and beautiful couple vibe. After completing all the vehicle pickup procedures, Chen Xiu drove the brand new Huishi slowly away from the 4S store.
You can come back and drive your car away later, Chen Xiu said to Sujia in the passenger seat.
Sitting in the driver's seat, this car doesn't give you the same intense urge to floor it as the Xiaomi SU7. On the contrary, it has an extremely calm, gentle, and profound sense of weight.
Horch's interior design also continues Audi's consistent style. Luxurious, yet understated.
However, Chen Xiu believes that no matter how luxurious the interior is, it can't compare to the beautiful legs and black stockings on the passenger seat.
Chen Xiu glanced at it. Unfortunately, Sujia was wearing black dress pants today. By the way, Sujia, have you heard of that meme? Buy a Hoshi, find your first love. Chen Xiu asked. Sujia's heart, which had just calmed down, started racing again. She glanced at Chen Xiu, who was driving, out of the corner of her eye.
However, it was impossible to discern the meaning behind his facial expression.
How? Remembering your first love? Sujia pretended to be nonchalant and asked in return. My first love was that ex-girlfriend who eliminated me from the dating scene. I think I'm pathetic. I just regret that when I was in junior high and high school, all I did was play around and I didn't have a proper, bittersweet, and passionate puppy love. Otherwise. Hearing Chen Xiu's words filled with melancholy, Su Jia lowered his head slightly. A strange sense of loss welled up in her heart. Really? She's just being delusional. Or what? She couldn't help but continue what Chen Xiu hadn't finished saying. Otherwise. The person sitting in the passenger seat right now is my first love, wearing black stockings and a short skirt. Su Jia. She looked down at her perfectly straight and smooth trousers. My emotions are all over the place. So all you wanted to see were black stockings? Chapter 29 is all about being high profile. Let me first tell you about the benefits of our private banking. Su Jia took a deep breath and finally remembered the main purpose of his visit today. She was about to speak, launching into the professional script she had memorized. Chen Xiu interrupted her before she could speak. Private bank client managers should also be knowledgeable about various luxury goods, right? Su Jia was taken aback. She nodded.
She has indeed conducted specialized research in this area.
But is there any connection between them?
Are you going to invest in luxury goods? She asked tentatively.
Chen Xiu shook his head. No. I have to go on blind dates in the next 2 days. I want to buy some new clothes, could you give me some suggestions?
Su Jia opened her beautiful red lips.
It was her again, with an unexpected answer.
She was just lost in thought, talking about things like first love.
Result.
Chen Xiu was thinking of asking her to help him choose and match clothes.
And then, he's going to wear this outfit to a blind date with another woman?
The thought of my former crush wearing clothes I personally picked out to meet another woman is unbearable.
A feeling suddenly welled up in Su Jia's heart. The helplessness of an incompetent wife. And wearing head-to-toe luxury brands to a blind date? Isn't this a bit too high profile? However, what she didn't know was Chen Xiu wants to be high profile.
Ideally, one should be like He Ting from yesterday, decked out in eye-catching luxury goods from head to toe. He had thought about it. If he wore luxury goods to a blind date, the other party would probably ask for even more outrageous conditions just because of the luxury goods.
So, Manager Su, do you have any recommendations?
Upon hearing this, Su Jia turned his head and gave Chen Xiu a serious look. Chen Xiu now owns a villa worth several million yuan and a Huashi car worth over 1 million yuan.
The luxury goods he's planning to buy must be top tier, right?
She hesitated for a moment before speaking.
For menswear, Louis Vuitton and Dior would be good choices. Both of these brands have stores in Mixi. Chen Xiu nodded. He had heard of LV and Dior. Immediately, he drove the brand new, temporary plate Huashi towards Mixi. Chen Xiu first went to the LV store. The two of them had just entered the door.
Xiao Hua, the saleswoman at LV, had a slight glint in her sharp eyes. She immediately dropped what she was doing and warmly greeted him.
This doesn't mean that saleswomen in luxury stores are required to provide enthusiastic service to every customer who walks in.
On the contrary. Luxury stores like theirs, located in third-tier cities,
it's often difficult to close a single deal for several days in a row.
Most customers who come in are just browsing and admiring the quality of the luxury goods. Very few people will actually buy it. At times like these, the sales assistant's eye for talent really comes into play. This tests their ability to identify genuine potential customers in the shortest amount of time. Xiao Hua has her own unique approach and insights in this regard. To distinguish a woman, you mainly need to look at her clothing and appearance. To judge a man's character, just look at the woman he's with. As for how to distinguish a man from a single person. Joke. What man would step into such a luxury store alone? When Xiao Hua saw Su Jia's outstanding looks, figure, and alluring charm, she still lagged behind Chen Xiu by half a step. She knew it instantly. We're opening today. Welcome to Louis Vuitton, hello sir. What would you like to see? Xiao Hua's gaze swept between the two of them. In the end, my gaze lingered on Su Jia's stunningly pure and innocent face. Take a look at your men's clothing. Su Jia asked softly. Men's clothing? A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Hua's eyes. She had a preconceived notion that she was buying something for this elegant lady. Okay, the men's clothing is over here, these are our latest winter collections.
She then began her introduction with practiced ease. Su Jia quickly got into work mode. She looked left and right, touching them. She would occasionally turn around to compare her figure with Chen Xiu's. She was taking great care in helping him choose his clothes. Chen Xiu was naturally happy to have some free time. He then settled down and became his own model. 10 minutes later, Chen Xiu came out of the fitting room after changing into a complete LV outfit. A simple raffia t-shirt as a base layer. Over the outside, she wore a black zip-up knit cardigan. Her lower body was covered by a pair of neatly tailored, multi-pocketed work trousers. On his feet, he was wearing a pair of new sneakers. He was also wearing a fisherman's hat on his head. Chen Xiu's head-to-body ratio was already very good. In addition, he is 1.8 meters tall and has a figure that shows great potential as a model. She's definitely a walking clothes hanger. This outfit was worn by him. In an instant, her entire image and demeanor became completely different from how she had been just moments before. Su Jia's eyes lit up at the sight. Xiao Hua, the saleswoman, showered her with compliments. Chen Xiu was a little embarrassed by the praise. Overall, however, Chen Xiu was quite satisfied with himself in the mirror. Su Jia, you should have just become a fashion blogger. Chen Xiu sincerely praised Su Jia. Su Jia's lips curled up slightly. She flashed a relaxed yet stunning smile. Fashion is indeed one of her hobbies. Unfortunately, he was limited by his own financial resources. Most of the time, she can only buy affordable alternatives online for a couple hundred yuan and wear them occasionally. Let's go with this set. Chen Xiu had barely finished speaking. Xiao Hua, who was standing to the side, immediately beamed with joy. This whole set, including all the different items, costs a whopping 50,000 yuan. She can easily pocket those few hundred yuan in commission. Chen Xiu turned his head and looked. He discovered that his personal stylist, Su Jia, was standing on the other side, holding a small perfume sample and smelling it on his wrist. After noticing Chen Xiu's gaze, she paused slightly, then spoke. LV perfumes are also quite good. If you give this to your blind date, she'll definitely love it. Chen Xiu leaned closer and took a sniff. It was somewhat similar to the scent he had smelled in Su Jia's Wuling minicar before. They all have a fresh and delicate floral fragrance. It's obvious. This should be a type of fragrance that Su Jia herself prefers. I would give someone a LV perfume worth 2 or 3,000 yuan as a gift when we went on a blind date. Isn't this a bit too high profile? Upon hearing this, Su Jia's lips twitched. You're going to wear a whole LV outfit to your blind date? Isn't that high profile enough? Let's not think about perfume for now. Chen Xiu interrupted her. Your work isn't finished yet. Huh? Do we want to buy more? Su Jia was stunned. Aren't you going to see Dior again? No need, let's just buy it here. Pick 3 more sets for me. Upon hearing this, Su Jia's moist red lips parted slightly, and she froze on the spot. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua, who was not far away, was overjoyed. More than half an hour later, Chen Xiu used her phone to pay the bill. Your debit card account 5694 made a purchase of 238,850 yuan on January 27, 2025. Current balance: less than an hour. More than 200,000 yuan just went out like that. Su Jia, who had personally chosen all of this, had a somewhat dazed look in his eyes. People who work in banks are used to seeing large numbers. I often handle transfers of millions or tens of millions of dollars for my clients. Subtly, they will also be influenced by these numbers. I feel like a few million doesn't seem like much. She used to be like that too. Until the family tragedy resulted in hundreds of thousands of yuan in medical expenses, which emptied all of the family's savings and left them with a considerable amount of debt. That moment instantly brought Su Jia back to his senses. Even if it's only a few million, it's still someone else's money. For her own sake. Hundreds of thousands of yuan is a heavy mountain that could crush her entire family. Her gaze fell upon Chen Xiu's tall and slender back. He vaguely sensed the enormous gap between them that couldn't be bridged by their friendship from junior high school alone. Chapter 30: Tearing Off the Face. Inside Mixed C Shopping Mall, Lu Shuang and Lin Shirshan each held a cup of milk tea and strolled aimlessly. Shirshan, have you finally decided on the neighborhood for your wedding home? Lu Shuang took a sip of milk tea and asked casually.
Lin Shirshan gave a somewhat absent-minded
It's confirmed, it's Xingzhou Bay. Wow! Xingzhou Bay! Lu Shuang exclaimed in envy. That neighborhood is practically in the city center, right? I heard the price per square meter is really high there, over 10,000, I guess? Yes, 13,000.
Lin Shirshan replied calmly.
13,000.
Lu Shuang was even more envious. Your blind date is much more reliable. Unlike me, I only meet all sorts of weirdos. However, Lu Shuang soon discovered that her best friend didn't seem as happy as she had imagined.
She asked in surprise. What's wrong? You're still not satisfied with the house in Xingzhou Bay?
Lin Shirshan pursed her lips and remained silent.
Are you not satisfied?
If I hadn't run into Chunxiu in Haitang Bay a few days ago.
She was definitely satisfied.
The fact that Chen Yujia's family was willing to offer such a high price for a property in a neighborhood with an average price of 13,000 yuan per square meter far exceeded her expectations.
But at this moment, even if Chen Yujia offered a house that was better and more expensive than Haitang Bay,
in her heart, she still leaned more towards Chunxiu, whom she had only met a few times. Although in the past 2 days, Chen Yujia's mother, Huang Hui, has been subtly belittling Chunxiu in front of her. They said it was obtained through illegitimate means.
What are you talking about? You're just putting on a brave face.
But Lin Shirshan still understood it clearly.
A house I bought with my own money, versus a house someone else practically gave me for free. Can these be the same? This is completely different from any other concept.
But there was nothing she could do. She could only secretly hate Chunxiu in her heart, for his arrogance. Even a pretty girl like her, who offered herself to him, was turned away. At this moment, Lin Shirshan seemed to suddenly remember something. She turned her head and looked at Lu Shuang beside her. It seemed unintentional, but in reality, it was a question tinged with a hint of inquiry.
Oh, right, Shuang. Have you been in contact with that guy you went on a blind date with before? Blind date?
Lu Shuang was stunned for a moment. A few seconds later, she realized that Lin Shirshan was talking about the man named Chunxiu.
Cut. What's the point of contacting that kind of stingy guy? I blocked him the day I got back.
Lu Shuang said with a gloomy expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Shirshan let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Although she didn't think Lu Shuang would be foolish enough to contact Chunxiu again. Or perhaps, Chunxiu is attracted to someone like Lu Shuang. But, after confirming with her own ears, she found that her best friend was just as poor as her. She felt relatively at ease.
Good thing you blocked him. This kind of man doesn't deserve to be on your WeChat friend list at all.
Lin Shirshan, who still hasn't added Chunxiu on WeChat, said fiercely. Then, as if she had opened a floodgate, she fiercely condemned Chunxiu's previous stingy and tasteless behavior in front of Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang, who was watching from the side, was quite puzzled.
How do I feel?
Lin Shirshan was even angrier than the person involved.
Oh no, I can't take it anymore. Wait a minute, I'm going to the restroom.
Lu Shuang handed the half-finished cup of milk tea in her hand to Lin Shirshan. Lin Shirshan stood there, scrolling through her phone while waiting idly.
I waited for a while. Suddenly,
she saw a familiar figure standing near the elevator entrance not far ahead, carrying large and small bags. For sets of clothes, plus some perfume samples and gifts that the sales assistant had given me earlier. Chen Xiao and Su Jiao walked out of the LV store with bags and packages.
I just came out of a top luxury store.
Su Jia had the uncanny feeling that he had just accompanied Chen Xiao on a big shopping trip at the supermarket. This feeling was somewhat peculiar to her.
Su Jia looked down.
Suddenly, Chen Xiao spotted a familiar perfume package and a bag in his hand.
Isn't this the perfume she just looked at? Chen Xiao actually bought it.
Su Jia raised her eyebrows slightly.
Is this guy really going to buy it as a gift for his blind date? I really just said it offhand. Where to next?
Su Jia suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and asked. Let's put the stuff in the car first, there's too much. Immediately, the two of them carried their bags and headed towards the elevator.
I just pressed the elevator button.
Suddenly, a slightly hesitant but delighted voice came from behind.
Chen. Brother Chen? The voice sounds familiar.
Chen Xiao turned around and saw Lin Shirshan standing not far away, looking at him with a surprised expression.
How come I ran into this woman again? Chen Xiao had a headache.
When Lin Shirshan saw that it really was Chen Xiu, her eyes lit up with joy. When she noticed the two large, conspicuous LV packaged bags that Chen Xiu was carrying, her steps suddenly stopped. His eyes instantly filled with shock. Louis Vuitton. With her income, the salary she saved after 2 or 3 months of frugal living would at most buy her the cheapest bottle of perfume at LV. After buying it, I'm still reluctant to use it. And Chen Xiu was carrying 2 huge bags. How much does this cost? At this moment, Lin Shirshan was absolutely certain. Chen Xiu is not a promising prospect at all. He is a golden phoenix that has already taken flight. She gasped. He didn't care about anything else and ran to Chen Xiu. Her gaze swept back and forth between the 2 bags covered in LV logos several times. Clothes, all clothes. Did they go to LV to do wholesale? Lin Shirshan struggled to tear her gaze away from the 2 bags. On her fairly attractive face, she instantly put on what she considered to be her cutest and most charming expression. She spoke to Chen Xiu in a sweet, coquettish voice. Brother Chen, I added you on WeChat a couple of days ago, did you forget to accept my request? Brother Chen, you buy LV too? I love their perfumes. Lin Shirshan leaned slightly forward. He was practically pressed against Chen Xiu with his entire body. Chen Xiu quickly took a half step back. At the same time, he gave Su Jia a wink. Su Jia instantly understood. She stepped forward and came to Chen Xiu's side from behind. With her free hand, she naturally took Chen Xiu's arm and glanced at the woman opposite her with a charming smile. Then, she turned to look at Chen Xiu and asked in a gentle, generous, and slightly coquettish tone. Baby, who is this? Why haven't you mentioned this before? At this moment, Lin Shirshan, whose mind was filled with LV and Chen Xiu, finally noticed Su Jia's presence. When she saw Su Jia's pure and beautiful face, and her tall and slender figure that even a suit couldn't hide, she was captivated. When she took Chen Xiu's arm, they seemed like a match made in heaven. This moment, Lin Shirshan's confidence in front of Lu Shuang collapsed instantly. Her pride and joy, that so-called demure and pretty looks. In front of this woman who completely surpasses her in looks, figure, and temperament. It's so fragile, it would break at the slightest touch. What shocked her even more was the way Su Jia addressed Chen Xiu. Baby? Lin Shirshan's expression froze instantly. She stood there stunned for 2 seconds before forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying, her expression extremely unnatural. Brother Chen, aren't you still going on blind dates? Is this your girlfriend? Yes. Chen Xiu then took the opportunity to put his arm around Su Jia's slender waist. Yes, so delicate and soft. It feels absolutely amazing. We've already met their parents. Yes, I saw it back in junior high. Lin Shirshan's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Just then, an incredulous, angry voice came from behind her. Lin. Sure. Shan. When Lin Shirshan heard that familiar voice, her heart skipped a beat. Looking back, then she saw her best friend, Lu Shuang, striding over with a furious expression. Broken. Shuang Shuang. Her words were yet to be spoken. That was when Lu Shuang angrily interrupted him. I considered you my best friend, and this is how you treat me? You dare to insult this person or that person in front of me. And then, you secretly came over and started flirting with her. You bitch. Are you really that afraid I'll live a better life than you? Lu Shuang was practically hysterical. She had just come out of the restroom when she turned the corner and saw Lin Shirshan acting all affected and clinging to Chen Xiu. She recognized the man as Chen Xiushi. She was shocked on the spot. Just minutes before, Lin Shirshan had been ranting and raving about Chen Xiu in front of her. Then, Lu Shuang's eyes also noticed the 2 huge LV bags that Chen Xiu was carrying. She immediately realized what was going on. So everything that just happened was an act by Lin Shirshan for her. He was afraid she would find out that Chen Xiu was actually a rich man. I'm just afraid that she'll have a better life than me in the future. The thought that she had missed out on a real golden opportunity was truly unbearable. Her anger instantly surged to her head. Lin Shirshan didn't expect that Lu Shuang would immediately turn on her and start cursing. After being stunned for a while, already annoyed by Su Jia's presence, her anger flared up instantly. Is it my fault? Ha? How can you blame me? They never even liked you from the start. What are you yelling about here?
Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang immediately retorted sarcastically. Oh. I'm a million times better than you shameless homewrecker who's about to get engaged and still tries to seduce other people's men. Who are you calling a mistress? Lin Shirshan has also become popular. That face was hotter than a boiled shrimp. A great war is about to break out. As the elevator arrived, Chen Xiu quickly put his arm around Su Jia, who was still excitedly watching the melon, and stepped into the elevator. Just before the elevator doors slowly closed, the two even saw through the gap that they were throwing milk tea at each other. Chapter 31: The strange feeling in Su Jia's heart. The elevator doors slowly closed. Chen Xiu and Su Jia looked at each other in the cramped space. Su Jia then burst out laughing. Her pure and beautiful face was filled with joy. I never expected this, Chen Xiu. Some people even fought over you. She laughed so hard her waist bent slightly, leaning forward and backward. The slight undulation of the fabric was clearly felt in Chen Xiu's palm through the thin suit material. It's all because you provoked them too much. Baby. Chen Xiu hugged her slender waist tightly. He emphasized the word baby when he said it. He really hadn't expected that. Su Jia was able to understand his meaning in an instant. That look of deep, passionate love in my eyes. That natural and sweet way of addressing someone. Chen Xiu himself almost believed it. No wonder Lin Shirshan broke down on the spot. The entertainment industry has truly lost a best actress. You were the one who ordered this. Upon hearing this, Su Jia smoothed the strands of hair that were falling in front of her eyes. Her fair and pretty face was slightly flushed. Especially Chen Xiu's hand. It remained firmly resting on her waist. It carried a scorching heat. It brought her a strange feeling. She wanted to remind Chen Xiu to take his hand away. But when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she didn't know how to begin. The elevator stopped with a ding. The stairwell doors slowly opened. Two couples were standing outside, chatting idly. As soon as they saw the elevator doors open, they were about to step inside. When they saw Chen Xiu and Su Jia embracing intimately in the elevator, all four of them were stunned. The two boys glanced at Chen Xiu for a moment. It landed firmly on Su Jia's face without his noticing. Both of them paused slightly in their breathing. Holy crap! This woman! That's amazing! That face was as pure as a first love. Her figure was perfectly accentuated by the professional suit. She's so much better than those so-called pure and innocent goddesses online. The two girls' eyes were instantly drawn to the several bags covered in LV logos that the two were carrying. Their breathing also faltered. All LV? The next moment, their eyes were filled with undisguised envy as they looked at Su Jia. Su Jia was embraced by Chen Xiu as they walked out of the elevator. She could also vaguely hear the envious voices of the two girls behind her. Wow, it's all LV. That guy is so handsome. Zhang Tao, when will you finally be able to live like this, so I can have a better life too? Su Jia could feel the two almost tangible envious gazes. This unexpectedly stirred a strange sense of vanity within her. A strange sense of satisfaction welled up inside me. Ming Ming. She only pretended to be Chen Xiu's girlfriend for 1 minute. It wasn't far from where we walked. Chen Xiu released his arms from her waist quite naturally. The warmth suddenly disappeared. For no apparent reason. Su Jia felt a strange emptiness and depression rising in his heart. I haven't even said anything yet. You just let go like that? You're not happy that I took advantage of you? The thought had just surfaced in my mind. Su Jia was stunned again. What am I thinking? Am I being petty? She pursed her red lips, momentarily unsure of what she was thinking. The two returned to Horch's car. Chen Xiu opened the trunk, and the two of them put the bags of LVs inside. Oh, right. At this moment, Chen Xiu took out a beautifully packaged perfume from one of the bags. He handed it to her while Su Jia was still in a daze. Weren't you going to give this to your blind date? Su Jia didn't react for a moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu almost burst out laughing. Do I look like some kind of sucker? Give an LV perfume as a gift to a blind date you're meeting for the first time? You did a great job protecting the emperor just now. This is a reward for you. Su Jia raised her beautiful eyes and met Chen Xiu's gaze. Although he appeared natural. But Su Jia didn't believe it. What happened in the mall just now was purely accidental.
But Chen Xiu had already bought the perfume.
Giving it to your blind date? That's highly unlikely. That is, was it originally intended to be given to her? Su Jia's mood suddenly brightened considerably.
Her beautiful eyes flickered.
Thank you, boss. Next time something like this happens, remember to contact me right away.
She blinked her beautiful big eyes at Chen Xiu, her smile as radiant as a flower.
It's wrapped. You're an award-winning actress. After putting everything away,
Chen Xiu and Su Jia returned to the mall. We found a small restaurant and sat down. While they ate, Su Jia began to explain the benefits of China Merchants Bank's private banking services to him.
Once you enter your professional field, Su Jia's aura shifted slightly.
She looked much more capable and efficient. After the meal, Chen Xiu roughly understood what was going on.
Private banks offer a wide range of benefits. There are certain discounts and assistance available for travel, medical care, health, and education. But how helpful is it?
Su Jia was also very frank.
The only place you can get a discount is by opening a hotel.
You can stay in the VIP lounge when you take a plane.
Going to the hospital and getting an appointment with a specialist will be faster. That's about it. The most crucial aspect is actually financial services. Asset management, tax planning. Pity. Chen Xiu doesn't really need any of these things right now. So, do you want to buy those funds you mentioned? Chen Xiu asked casually.
Su Jia hesitated for a moment. She glanced around, slowly shook her head, and lowered her voice. Private funds, although they offer higher returns than regular funds.
But many things are unstable now. Not many people are making money, but quite a few are losing money. Simply leaving your savings there is enough.
Su Jia looked intently at Chen Xiu. If her colleagues heard these words, they would definitely vomit blood on the spot.
Who develops customers like this? I'm just telling the whole truth. How can we achieve our performance targets then?
But for Su Jia, although Chen Xiu has only recently successfully started his business, it's safer to maintain sufficient cash flow first. She was already very grateful that Chen Xiu was willing to open a card with her. As for the part of her performance that she missed,
after spending the morning with Chen Xiu,
her mindset has become much more stable.
At worst,
I'll just sell myself to him.
As for Chen Xiu, since Su Jia has said so, then he should drive it. Anyway, it won't do him any harm. After finishing the meal,
Chen Xiu drove back to the Audi 4S store with Su Jia. They took the latter's Wuling Mini. Then, the two cars, one after the other, returned to the branch of China Merchants Bank.
After signing a few names,
Chen Xiu immediately received a text message announcing the activation of his private banking account with China Merchants Bank.
Not long after,
Su Jia handed him a brand new, black bank card with a private bank stamp,
as well as
a huge amount of grains, oils, rice, and flour, and supermarket shopping cards worth thousands of yuan.
So much.
Chen Xiu looked at the gifts piled up like a small mountain.
Why not take it if it's free? They all belong to the bank anyway. Su Jia smiled. Then I'll head back now.
Okay, bye-bye. Chen Xiu, carrying large and small bags, got into the Audi A8 and drove away.
At the same time,
He Ting, who had just returned from having lunch with Mr. Li, narrowed her eyes slightly. She saw Su Jia standing by the bank's parking space, watching a boy get into a black Audi A8. She vaguely felt that the man's back looked somewhat familiar.
It seems like, where have I seen it before? Chapter 32 Major Projects.
I watched Chen Xiu's swishy car leave.
Su Jiatsai turned and walked back to the bank building.
Not far away, He Ting was leaning against a pillar, arms crossed, staring coldly at her.
Su Jia walked straight past without looking to the side and returned to his office. Stop pretending.
Completely ignored, He Ting cursed under her breath.
What she disliked most was Su Jia's aloof and naive demeanor. It's as if she's the cleanest person in the whole world. It makes everyone else think they're materialistic and mercenary. Does she really think she's some kind of pure goddess?
He Ting, wearing high heels and swaying her hips, returned to the office shortly afterward. She sat back down at her workstation. The sound wasn't too loud or too soft, but it was loud enough for the entire office to hear.
Hey, did you guys know? The city is going to develop a cultural industry park soon. These words were deliberately said to the two male colleagues. These private bank client managers all have their own information channels. Recently, we have indeed noticed that many private banking clients are working hard for this industrial park. I've heard about it. Brother Ma pushed up his glasses. I heard the total investment is over 1 billion yuan, right? Yes. Brother Zhang chimed in as well.
It's been a long time since we've seen such a big move in a small third-tier city like ours.
This is definitely one of the city's key projects recently. You might not know this.
He Ting raised her chin slightly and said mysteriously.
The city attaches great importance to this project and says it needs to be implemented quickly.
The bidding process for various infrastructure projects has only just begun recently.
It said that no upfront investment is required. As soon as he finished speaking, both Brother Ma and Brother Zhang were taken aback.
The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes.
No need to advance funds? He Ting, is this news true or false? As we all know, the current state of real estate projects is extremely bleak. Construction companies are suffering greatly.
Small businesses are even worse off. They have to be careful with their work, afraid of not having any.
The most obvious one.
Even those shopping malls and foot massage parlors are going to close down.
Under these circumstances,
there are countless projects that require construction companies to advance funds. In some cases, even the model of fully funding government projects has emerged.
I haven't made any money yet. I emptied my own pocket first.
When the project was finally completed, let alone how much money we made. Whether the funds that were advanced can be recovered is still uncertain.
So, a project that doesn't require upfront funding, or even requires full payment upfront, is definitely a hot commodity.
Moreover, this is not a small project.
Wouldn't they fight tooth and nail for it?
Brother Ma exclaimed.
Yes.
He Ting smiled smugly.
There are countless people who want a piece of the pie right now.
Mr. Li was complaining to me at noon today that he couldn't keep up with all the social engagements.
Mr. Li?
Brother Ma and Brother Zhang exchanged another glance.
His expression was somewhat awkward.
They subconsciously glanced at Su Jia, who was working quietly in the corner.
Everyone knows that.
Mr. Li, who had lunch with He Ting.
Previously, he was Su Jia's client. But they didn't expect that. Judging from He Ting's words, this Mr. Li was actually involved in the cultural industry park project? It seems. Mr. Li is no ordinary person, Brother Ma said dryly. Of course not.
He Ting's lips curled up slightly.
They now have project resources worth hundreds of millions. These days, you have to wait in a long line just to have a meal with Mr. Li.
Her gaze inadvertently swept over Su Jia's profile.
His expression was full of smugness. Stealing President Li from Su Jia's hands was arguably her most brilliant move. The bank's performance is irrelevant.
Most importantly, it introduced her to the person in question, Mr. Li.
Next. As long as her father can get a few small projects from General Manager Li, their family's income will see a qualitative leap compared to before.
Not knowing how to utilize one's own resources.
In the end, I'll only ever be a person at the bottom of society.
Looking at Su Jia's calm profile, He Ting sneered inwardly.
We sat in the same office. Su Jia naturally overheard their conversation without missing a single detail. Unexpected.
When he heard He Ting's boasting, which was clearly meant for him.
Surprisingly, she didn't experience much emotional fluctuation. Only. Cultural Industry Park?
If Su Jia remembers correctly. A couple of days ago, when her sister was on vacation and complaining about her internship, she seemed to have mentioned this project quite a bit.
After getting off work in the evening,
Su Jia drove her Wuling Mini home. She made a phone call to her younger sister, Su Yi.
Hey, Yi, are you off work yet?
Sis.
I just got back to the dorm. A pleasant voice came from the phone. But he looked a little tired.
Yes, it's the class atmosphere that Su Jia is very familiar with.
What's wrong, sis?
I have a question for you about your internship.
Su Jia asked.
When this is mentioned,
Sui started talking instantly.
His mouth was full of complaints.
Sis. Why am I so unlucky?
I was doing well with my internship, and suddenly I was transferred to be a beast of burden.
I'd rather be treated like a beast of burden.
You have no idea about our new leader.
Luo Jinglan wanted to keep her son as low-key as possible. That's why she strictly forbade Chen Jida and Luo Yu from going back and making a fuss.
But she never expected it.
There is absolutely no need for anyone else to make a fuss.
When Chen Xiu drove his brand new Audi Horch back to the cement square in front of his house,
the neighbors were instantly in an uproar. That flashy Xiaomi SU7. These middle-aged women were not well acquainted with her. But these four circles. That's something everyone knows. Oh my, Jinglan. Why did Xiuzi drive back in an Audi again? It's a brand new car. Did you buy it, or was it a gift? This car, it must cost 300,000 or 400,000, right?
Several women were chattering around the car. An uncle smoking nearby scoffed.
300,000 or 400,000? Can't buy it. I see this car is an Audi A8.
It must cost at least 600,000 or 700,000. He smacked his lips and uttered a number that astonished the neighboring aunties.
Hiss. 700,000 or 800,000? Isn't that just a house? Everyone gasped. Then
they saw Chen Xiu emerge from the trunk carrying several LV bags. A sharp-eyed aunt exclaimed in surprise.
Is that an LV garment? That must cost tens of thousands per set? I gasped again.
The surrounding temperature has warmed up by a third.
Luo Jinglan pulled Chen Xiu into the house quickly.
Chen Jida was left alone outside, enjoying the constant flattery from his neighbors.
Sigh, it can't be hidden anymore. Luo Jinglan looked somewhat worried.
Chen Xiu was both amused and exasperated by what she saw.
Mom, how can this be hidden? Besides, weren't we planning to move before the Lunar New Year? What they say won't bother you. Luo Jinglan thought about it and agreed. My son is successful, so what did he do to deserve this? Oh, right.
She suddenly remembered.
Who was the girl who picked you up in that pink car this morning? Luo Jinglan asked curiously. My junior high school classmate. You've met Su Jia from the next village before. Oh, it's her. Chen Xiu said his name. A blurry figure immediately appeared in Luo Jinglan's mind.
I remember you guys got along really well back in junior high.
She asked tentatively. How are things now?
It's still the same as junior high. Chen Xiu said casually.
What do you mean by same as junior high?
Luo Jinglan was not satisfied and revealed her hand directly. I remember Su Jia was a pretty nice girl. He's good looking, and he's from the next village, so we know him well.
Mom supports you. Go get her.
Chen Xiu was helpless.
Mom.
If I could say I'd get her, I would.
Do I still have to go on a blind date tomorrow?
I think she really likes you.
Luo Jinglan pursed her lips.
She didn't investigate further. She then began to instruct her son on his blind date arrangements for tomorrow.
Chapter 33. She was too eager to improve. The next day,
Chen Xiu drove his brand new Audi Horch to his blind date. The clothes he was wearing were one of the 4 sets that Su Jia had helped him pick out yesterday.
The style is rather casual.
He wore a simple t-shirt, a zip-up jacket over it, and cargo pants. Chen Xiu chose this set for a very simple reason. The iconic LV logo was prominently displayed on the coat. It looks very luxurious. They have that kind of gullible, rich, and harmless sucker vibe. Chen Xiu was also looking forward to it. Hopefully, today's blind date, Xiao Shishuan, can be like He Ting.
Let's make an outrageous demand. Today's blind date was arranged at a Hunan cuisine restaurant in Jiufang Shopping Mall.
It was decided by the woman. Chen Xiugang smoothly parked the car in a parking space in the underground garage.
My phone vibrated. I had received a message from the other party. Aren't we there yet? Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow.
He checked the time displayed in the upper right corner of his phone again.
That's right, there are still 10 minutes until the agreed time. However, Chen Xiu hesitated for only a second.
He replied directly. They're downstairs.
3 minutes later,
Chen Xiu saw her blind date at the restaurant.
She sat in a window seat.
She wore a neat and tidy high ponytail. She wore light makeup and thin-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. He was wearing a light-colored shirt, a well-fitting beige trench coat, and dark suit trousers.
She exudes an intellectual and capable aura.
Chen Xiu was somewhat surprised. Because the real Xiao Shuxuang is actually even more beautiful than in the photos.
You need to know.
In this era where everyone seems to be obsessed with beauty filters and can only be trusted to a certain extent in photos, such a situation is extremely rare.
Hello, I am Xiao Shuxuang.
Seeing Chen Xiu approach, Xiao Shuxuang stood up and extended her hand. This formal gesture surprised Chen Xiu somewhat.
Hello, Chen Xiu.
The two shook hands briefly before parting.
Chen Xiugang had just sat down.
Xiao Shuxuang then handed over the menu from the table.
I've eaten at this restaurant a few times before, and the food is pretty good. I've already ordered 2 of my favorite dishes. If you can't handle spicy food very well, choose from these options, they're pretty good too.
Chen Xiu looked closely. Sure enough, several dish names on the menu had circles drawn in red pen next to them. It should be the choice that Xiao Shuxuang circled for him. They've already marked him up, so what else is there for him to order? This woman's controlling nature is a bit too strong, Chen Xiu thought to himself. But she didn't mind and casually ordered 2 more dishes that she had circled. If I hadn't known that Miss Xiao was a civil servant.
Chen Xiu spoke first, breaking the silence.
I thought he was a university professor. Whether it's her appearance or her demeanor, Xiao Shuxuang definitely has the air of a highly educated female university teacher. My parents actually hope I'll take the teacher's exam. They are both professors at a university of science and technology.
However, I don't think a routine teaching life is what I want. So, after finishing my master's degree, I went straight to take the civil service exam.
Xiao Shuxuang adjusted her glasses and said calmly.
Immediately.
Her beautiful, slightly sharp eyes, hidden behind her glasses, lingered for a moment on Chen Xiu's coat with the prominent LV logo.
But Mr. Chen. He doesn't look like someone who's starting a business. On the contrary, he has the air of a rich second generation. Xiao Shuxuang's tone remained calm.
But Chen Xiu sensed a subtle, almost imperceptible, aggressive tone in his voice.
Xiao Shuxuang was somewhat disappointed.
Before coming to this blind date, she learned from the matchmaker that Chen Xiu is a young man who started from scratch and achieved entrepreneurial success. That's why she was willing to come for a blind date. She had expected to see a peer who was full of ambition and high spirits. Before she came, she even had a tiny bit of anticipation. If it's a grassroots entrepreneur, she can attract and guide them to invest in projects in the city. Although she has only been in the Bureau of Culture and Tourism for a short time, she is very ambitious. And once again, we were lucky enough to stumble upon a newly established cultural industry park. This gave Xiao Shuxuang an opportunity to show her skills. If she can manage the cultural industry park project well, she will be able to quickly accumulate achievements. But she hadn't expected this. The Chen Xiu standing before me was dressed in an eye-catching luxury brand outfit. His overall demeanor also appeared somewhat leisurely, even lazy. This is nothing like the grassroots entrepreneur she expected. On the contrary, he seems more like a rich playboy who indulges in pleasure. This kind of person is better off not causing her any trouble, let alone bringing her any success.
I wonder which industry Mr. Chen is involved in. Xiao Shuxuang continued to ask. Finance. Chen Xiu then delivered the explanation he had prepared beforehand.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuxuang could no longer conceal the disappointment in her eyes.
Yes.
She said it herself. I heard that Chen Xiu was working outside not long ago.
They can earn a lot of wealth in just a few months. That most likely means the financial industry. She had absolutely no interest in finance.
Some even felt a deep-seated disgust.
Then,
her father, a professor, became obsessed with stock trading and ended up with a mountain of debt.
During that period, our home was in chaos every day.
On the other hand,
her personality naturally dislikes finance, an industry full of uncertainty and uncontrollable factors. In her opinion,
many people in the finance industry may seem glamorous one day, with luxury cars and mansions. It's possible that just one day later, due to investment failures or policy changes, families could be ruined and lives lost.
There are absolutely no guarantees, it's just a game of musical chairs. And,
looking at Chen Xiu's slightly nouveau riche demeanor,
the finance he mentioned might even refer to certain gray industries that are prohibited in China. For example, cryptocurrency trading. Chen Xiu keenly noticed the subtle changes in Xiao Shuxuang's expression and attitude. Ms. Xiao, you seem to have some aversion to the financial industry? Xiao Shushuan's expression instantly returned to calm. It's not that I'm resisting it.
She leaned forward, her fingers interlaced, adopting the posture of someone in a superior position. Finance, as the core of the modern economy, plays an irreplaceable and vital role in promoting my country's economic and social development. It can effectively allocate social resources, promote financial transactions, and serve the real economy. She paused, then changed the subject.
However, finance can indeed make a lot of money, quick money. Even if you make a lot of money, it's still just making money. At best, he can only become a businessman. Chen Xiao is now 100% certain.
This Xiao Shushuang is definitely not cut out to be a teacher. She has such a strong civil servant vibe about her.
Mr. Chen, are you familiar with the Cultural Industry Park project that was recently approved in the city?
Xiao Shushuang suddenly asked.
Chen Xiao shook his head. Xiao Shushuang showed an expression of complete indifference.
In her mind, Chen Xiao was already completely labeled as a superficial person who only cared about making money and having fun, and didn't care about the development of his hometown. However, she patiently continued speaking. This cultural industry park is a major project that the city is focusing on promoting recently, with a huge total investment.
Once this project is completed and put into operation, it can not only revitalize the unique local culture of southern Jiangxi, it can more directly boost local employment and consumption. We will comprehensively upgrade the cultural and tourism brand image of our city.
This kind of comprehensive social benefit is far beyond what the financial industry you are engaged in, Mr. Chen, can achieve. Chen Xiao was somewhat puzzled.
He figured it out. This Xiao Shushuang is the complete opposite of He Ting from yesterday. Dominant and has a strong desire for control. This one also has a very bureaucratic air about him. It seems that wearing all LV today has had the opposite effect. So, Ms. Xiao prefers her partner to have achieved something in the manufacturing industry? Yes.
Xiao Shushuang nodded without hesitation.
If Mr. Chen is willing to contribute to the development of his hometown in the future.
Once our cultural industry park is officially established, we welcome Mr. Chen to invest and join us.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao was both amused and exasperated. Is this person treating today's blind date like an investment promotion meeting? If I remember correctly, this person was just a new recruit. Does he really think he's a leader? This guy is so eager to improve.
Just then, the system's voice rang in Chen Xiao's mind.
Ding!
You have been matched with your blind date based on their requirements. You have acquired 30% of the shares in Qiancheng Cultural Industry Group and the complete planning documents for the Qiancheng Cultural Industry Park.
Chapter 34: The Real Gift. After hearing the system's voice, Chen Xiao was completely stunned. Holy crap! 30% stake in Qiancheng Cultural Industry Group? Complete planning document for Qiancheng Cultural Industry Park? This reward is different.
A thought suddenly occurred to him. The complete planning document for the Qiancheng Cultural Industrial Park instantly flooded his mind.
That's more than just data.
The next moment, Chen Xiao almost cried out in surprise.
System, you call this a project proposal?
This document contains the complete planning for the cultural industry park's early, middle, and late stages.
It contains a detailed operational plan. There is even an evaluation of the capabilities of all current employees of Qiancheng Cultural Industry Group. Detailed evaluation.
Advantages, disadvantages, and suitable positions.
It even recommended a list of talents for each key link. This is not a business plan. This is a nanny-level walkthrough.
This was a complete set of exam answers, along with the grading criteria, handed to him.
Chen Xiao realized this. As long as he follows this plan, it would be difficult for this cultural industry park project to fail.
At the same time, Chen Xiao also understood the value of the 30% stake by looking at the information in the proposal.
The total investment of Qiancheng Cultural Industry Group is currently 1.1 billion yuan.
It was jointly created by Qiancheng Investment Group and Qiancheng Cultural Tourism Group specifically for this industrial park.
Qiancheng Investment holds a 51% stake. The Cultural Tourism Group holds a 19% stake. His 30% stake, worth 300 million. Chen Xiao's breath hitched. Of course, these shares are restricted and cannot be easily sold. But even if it were possible to sell, Chen Xiao would never sell it. The chairman of the Cultural Industry Group is currently concurrently held by the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau.
But that person hardly interfered with the day-to-day operations, focusing only on important decisions.
And
he had a complete walkthrough guide in his hands. He also holds a 30% stake.
He could easily become the president of Qiancheng Cultural Industry Group. 300 million in cash is nowhere near the value of the president of Qiancheng Cultural Industry Group, which is highly regarded by the city. He didn't expect that.
Although Xiao Shushuang is not materialistic, the rewards she triggered far surpassed those of He Ting.
This is truly a great gift. Miss Xiao got into the Bureau of Culture and Tourism?
That's right, Xiao Shushuang replied calmly. Chen Xiu's gaze towards Xiao Shushuang suddenly became more pleasing. After all, they might be the ones doing things for me in the future. Xiao Shushuang frowned at this. She was very unhappy with the way Chen Xiu looked at her. That look in her eyes was exactly the same look her superior gave her when assigning her tasks.
In the end, he's just a nouveau riche who made a little money through luck.
They don't understand what the trend of the times means. Xiao Shushuang has completely lost interest in Chen Xiu.
If you don't see eye to eye, even half a sentence is too much.
After finishing her meal, she prepared to leave immediately.
Miss Xiao, I look forward to seeing you again,
Chen Xiu said with a smile. Xiao Shushuang stopped in her tracks. She turned back to look at him, somewhat surprised.
Can't this person see that I don't like him? Excuse me, Mr. Chen. I cannot compliment your level of thinking. We probably won't see each other again.
Xiao Shushuang coldly stated her stance and left directly. She had only been gone a short while when Chen Xiu's phone rang.
An unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Chen Xiu?
A very respectful and capable voice came from the other end of the phone.
I am.
Hello, Mr. Chen, I am the secretary of Director Wang of the Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism.
Is there anything I can help you with?
It's like this, our Director Wang would like to invite you to lunch tomorrow. At the same time, he would like to discuss with you in person the relevant matters concerning the planning of the Cultural Industry Park. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Xiu's eyes.
Okay, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xiu pondered for a moment.
It seems the system has paved the way in this regard. However, since the system can even handle 30% of the shares of a cultural industry group, this is nothing.
The thought of actually becoming a CEO was very exciting.
Chen Xiu was still somewhat excited.
As for the tension,
with a walkthrough guide, he had no idea how he could lose.
Back in the car, Chen Xiu received a message from Luo Yu. Brother, didn't you tell me to contact that senior of mine yesterday?
I asked her, and she has some free time to take on projects recently.
Should I create a group chat so you guys can discuss the renovation? Chen Xiu replied. Can. Luo Yu replied instantly with an OK emoji. He was then added to a group chat.
Chen Xiugang opened the group chat and discovered that another person in the group was also his friend.
Yan Baiwei. Upon seeing this nickname, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. It really was her. Yan Baiwei.
He was his class monitor in high school. During her high school years, her father was one of the major figures in the construction industry in southern Jiangxi. However, later, the real estate company collapsed, and it is said that her father was also mired in trouble. After graduating from university, Yan Baiwei returned to southern Jiangxi to work as an interior designer. At the same time, thanks to her outstanding looks, she has a considerable number of followers on Douyin TikTok. So when Chen Xiu heard Luo Yu mention a local designer who was famous on Douyin yesterday, he guessed it was her.
In the group chat,
Luo Yu was just about to introduce themselves. Suddenly, I saw that Yan Baiwei had sent several question marks.
Chen Xiu? Are you the one who wants to renovate? Chen Xiu smiled. Yeah, class monitor, it's been a long time.
Luo Yu was stunned when she saw the two of them suddenly starting to chat.
You know each other? Squad leader? Chen Xiu at Yan Baiwei replied to Luo Yu. This is my high school class monitor. Luo Yu opened her mouth. She then asked other people to get Yan Baiwei's WeChat. He enthusiastically introduced it to Chen Xiu again.
So all her efforts were in vain.
All right.
Since the senior and my brother are old classmates, you two can chat.
At the same time, in the designer's office of Lin Yu Decoration,
The beautiful, long-haired woman with black hair, wearing a turtleneck sweater, stared intently at the familiar profile picture on her phone screen.
Yen Baiwei gently bit her lower lip. A complex expression appeared on that aloof face.
She never expected that she would meet Chen Xiu again in this way. This year marks the 10th anniversary of their high school graduation, and as the class monitor, she is already preparing to hold a class reunion after the new year.
I thought I'd see him again at this year's class reunion.
Yen Baiwei shook her head gently, feeling a pang of emotion.
As Luo Yu said. The interior design of a large penthouse in Binjiang No. 1.
The hard furnishings of a villa in Platinum Mansion. Yen Baiwei's eyes flickered, and she seemed slightly dazed.
That boy who used to skip school to go online.
It seems he has grown into a reliable and important figure.
Chapter 35 Yen Baiwei. After leaving the restaurant,
Chen Xiu drove his Audi Horch to pick up Luo Yu.
This girl has been bombarding him with messages on WeChat. Brother, are you going to meet Senior Yen later? Can I join you? I want to go too.
Chen Xiu didn't want to bring her along, but the girl said it with a straight face.
I'm going there to learn. That's Senior Yen Baiwei.
I want to learn from my senior's design experience firsthand.
This will be helpful when I look for a job later. Since things have come to this point,
Chen Xiu had no choice but to take her with him. The two arrived at Binjiang No. 1, and had only been there a short while.
The elevator dinged.
The door opened. A tall figure walked over. Luo Yu immediately stood up straight, her eyes lighting up. The person who came was very tall, probably over 1.7 meters. She was wearing a well-tailored white cashmere coat over a simple black turtleneck sweater. Below are straight leg trousers in the same color family, and a pair of flat loafers. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders. She wore almost no makeup, had fair skin, and delicate features. Especially those eyes, clear and calm. Standing there, he exuded a cold and aloof aura that kept strangers at bay.
Like a snow lotus on a high mountain.
Squad leader. Chen Xiu smiled when he saw this face. Yen Baiwei has hardly changed since high school. She has simply shed her youthful naivete and gained a touch of mature aloofness.
Back then, Yen Baiwei was both a top student and a wealthy heiress.
She was undoubtedly the goddess, the class beauty, in their class and even the entire grade.
Chen Xiu. Haven't seen you for a long time.
Yen Baiwei looked at Chen Xiu in front of her. A hint of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. Compared to the sunny boy he was in high school, Chen Xiu has visibly matured a lot. But to Yen Baiwei's surprise, she saw neither the dejection of someone worn down by society nor the greasy feeling of those successful people in Chen Xiu. Luo Yu, standing to the side, watched as the two locked eyes. One of them was his cousin, a wealthy man who suddenly became rich.
One of them is the legendary aloof and genius senior.
The two were high school classmates.
A long-awaited reunion.
Luo Yu's mind immediately conjured up some classic scenes from idol dramas. Her eyes immediately narrowed with excitement.
These two. There's a story behind this. Pity.
The two, upon their reunion, did not reveal much emotion to Luo Yu.
Yen Baiwei quickly looked away and got back to work. Let's begin.
She took out her laptop.
I've furnished several of the large apartments in Binjiang No. 1 before.
You can take a look at my previous cases first.
She didn't sit down, she just stood there. Chen Xiu also joined in.
Upon seeing this, Luo Yu immediately shut down her gossipy nature and switched to study mode. She quickly stepped forward, squatted down beside him, and listened attentively.
This is building number 3.
The owner likes the new Chinese style and has a relatively large budget, so a lot of solid wood was used.
This is building 5.
The owner likes French light luxury style and has high requirements for lines and lighting.
It has to be said.
Yen Baiwei's ability to become a locally renowned designer is not solely due to her good looks.
Her professional skills are quite outstanding.
For each case study image, she can accurately explain the design concept and the meticulous attention to materials used.
Chen Xiu's requirements were rather vague and casual.
Make it more comfortable, keep it simple.
Don't make it too complicated.
After hearing this, Yen Baiwei's delicate brows furrowed slightly.
Too blurry. Do you like watching movies? Do you need a projector or a TV? Do you have many friends coming over? Do you need to convert the kitchen to an open kitchen and bar area? Do you cook at home frequently?
Under her guidance, Shinshio's vague thoughts gradually became clearer.
Minimalist style, I guess. But the material should be of better quality, so it's more comfortable to live in. That's about it. Yen Baiwei pulled up a rough rendering on her computer. This is a preliminary concept. By the way, what's your budget for this set of interior design? She looked up at Shinshio. Upon hearing this, Shinshio asked in return. If you want to achieve better results, how much budget is needed? Yen Baiwei pondered for a moment.
For this 220 square meter apartment, the soft furnishings need to be of high quality. The carpets, curtains, sofas, all need to be of good quality.
She gave a rough number. 500,000, I guess. 500,000? Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's mouth opened slightly. 500,000 yuan for interior decoration?
Many small apartments of 100 square meters, including both hard and soft furnishings, cost only about 300,000 yuan.
Let's set the budget at 800,000.
Shinshio spoke calmly. If you're living there yourself, you should try to decorate it as nicely as possible.
He looked at Yen Baiwei.
I'll leave the purchasing of all the soft furnishings to you. These words were spoken. Yen Baiwei's beautiful eyes flickered slightly.
She glanced at Shinshio.
There was a moment of hesitation in his eyes. But she nodded without much hesitation.
Okay.
Luo Yu, standing to the side, looked suspicious again.
Something's not right. As a professional student, she knew very well.
Generally speaking, it's a big no-no for designers to take money from homeowners and buy furniture for them. After all, the kickbacks and price differences involved are too easy to confuse.
Moreover, what if the furniture develops quality problems later? Should the homeowner contact the manufacturer or the designer? It's easy to get confused.
Under normal circumstances, even if the homeowner offers extra money, the designer would rather just provide a list and let the homeowner buy the items themselves than do that.
But Yen Baiwei actually agreed just like that? These two. Could something have actually happened before?
In Luo Yu's heart, the fire of gossip burned fiercely once again.
Immediately,
they went to the villa at Platinum Mansion again. The Audi Horch was parked in front of the villa's courtyard.
Yen Baiwei got out of the car.
She looked at the detached villa in front of her, which was over 400 square meters.
This is a completely unfurnished apartment, even the walls are gray. She walked into the empty, unfinished house.
After carefully examining the structure, I took out a measuring tape and measured a few key dimensions. She came out, her expression still calm. This is a combination of hard furnishings and soft furnishings, so it needs to be completely redesigned. I need to have the workers come over and remeasure the dimensions. I'll produce the design drawings after I get back. Shinshio had no objections. He took the villa key out of his pocket and handed it to her.
Okay, it's up to you. Yen Baiwei took the key. Regarding the renovation costs,
I will give you a detailed list after I have finished the design drawings,
Yen Baiwei said. Shinshio nodded. No problem.
The two talked very quickly and efficiently, but it felt very strange to Luo Yu, who was standing to the side.
Normally, you two are old classmates, shouldn't you exchange pleasantries and reminisce about the past?
Sitting in the car, Shinshio glanced at Luo Yu helplessly after hearing her words.
You've been watching too many short dramas.
He had been Yen Baiwei's deskmate for a year back then, so he knew her temperament all too well.
Her aloofness is not just a facade.
Unapproachable, strictly businesslike, idealist, these are also labels attached to her.
Shinshio still remembers that he skipped evening self-study to go online.
At that time, he and Yen Baiwei had a pretty good relationship. He thought she would keep it from him, but he didn't expect that this woman would ruthlessly expose him. It was precisely because of this that Shinshio, who had initially developed a strong liking for Yen Baiwei and was even about to embark on his first puppy love, suffered a heavy blow. I never trusted women again throughout high school. However, it was precisely because he clearly understood Yen Baiwei's character and conduct that he dared to say that he would give her the money directly to purchase furniture. Yen Baiwei returned to the company.
How is Vivi?
Her mother stepped forward and asked with concern.
It's a deal.
The hard furnishings of a 400 square meter villa in Platinum Mansion, and the soft furnishings of a large apartment in Riverside No. 1. Yen Baiwei revealed a very faint smile. Her mother was also somewhat happy. However, he then sighed with worry.
If you just take on some renovation jobs, I don't know when you'll be able to get through this kind of life. Yan Baiwei looked at her mother's face, which had aged considerably, and pursed her red lips slightly. Mom, I'm going to do my design work now. Once she returned to her office, she immediately got to work. First, we perfected the interior design of the Binjiang No. 1 penthouse, and then we contacted workers to take measurements at Platinum Mansion. At that moment, the company door was suddenly pushed open, and her father, Yan Lifeng, sat down, looking indignant and cursing. That son of a bitch surnamed He, I don't know how he got involved with that guy surnamed Li, he's actually trying to bully me. Damn, 10 years ago, he was nothing. Tao Xia, Yan Baiwei's mother, poured Yan Li a glass of water and asked with a hint of worry. Can't we secure one of those projects in the industrial park? Yan Li remained silent for a moment, then rubbed his face and murmured. Let's think of another way. Well. In the office, Yan Baiwei clearly heard her parents' conversation, and a hint of heaviness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Over the years, the projects her family has taken on have either involved upfront investment with little chance of receiving final payments, or involved developers abandoning projects and running away. I've done a lot of projects, but I haven't made any money. Instead, I've lost all the money I earned in the previous years. We owe money to both the material suppliers and the workers. Her father, Yan Li, had previously taken out a lot of loans from the bank, but it was only enough to barely pay the workers' wages. Now that the loan has matured, the material supplier has come to collect the debt, but they simply don't have the money to pay. It can be said that the wholly owned cultural industrial park is their only lifeline at present. As long as we can get this lucrative project, we can quickly recoup our funds and catch our breath. But things didn't go as planned. Thinking of this, Yan Baiwei felt a little heavy-hearted, and she quickened her pace in drawing the design sketches. The only thing she could do to help her family was to do some design work and earn a meager amount of money. Chapter 36: A Powerful Relationship. The next day. A low-key local restaurant in the city. As soon as Chen Xiu arrived at the door, a man in his 30s came to greet him. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Zhou Kai, the secretary of Director Wang. Hello, Secretary Zhou. Then, Zhou Kai led him to a private room. Upon opening the door, a middle-aged man inside immediately stood up and stepped forward. The man was around 45 years old and wearing a standard business jacket. His expression was calm, but his eyes were bright. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Secretary Zhou introduced, this is our Director Wang. Director Wang, hello. Chen Xiu extended his hand. The director of the Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism is a full-fledged division-level official, which is the highest-ranking official Chen Xiu has ever met. In many small cities, the Bureau of Culture and Tourism can be considered a retirement home for powerful officials. Coming to the Bureau of Culture and Tourism is basically a way of saying you're far removed from the core circle. However, the environment varies from place to place. At the very least, Chen Xiu doesn't think that a director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau who can plan such a large-scale investment in a third-tier city is here to retire in the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Mr. Chen, you are young and promising. Director Wang shook his hand. Please sit down. The two sat down. The dishes were ordered in advance by the secretary. They were all local home-style dishes. After eating and exchanging pleasantries, Chen Xiu got straight to the point and took out part of the proposal he had prepared the night before. The preliminary plans for this cultural industry park may not be fully developed yet. Director Wang, please provide your feedback. Director Wang smiled. Mr. Chen is too modest. He opened the file and read it very carefully. The private room was quiet, with only the soft sound of pages turning. Director Wang picked up his teacup and took a sip. His gaze lingered on a particular page. His gaze grew increasingly solemn. I'm watching it slower and slower. Secretary Zhou stood to the side, not daring to breathe loudly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Chen Xiu, his heart filled with curiosity. He already knew that in addition to the two state-owned enterprises, the newly established Cultural Industry Group also had a major individual shareholder holding 30% of the shares. It's said that quite a bit of money was invested. But this is a key project for the city in the past 2 years. Can we just put money into it and get on board? One can imagine that the connections behind this must be incredibly powerful. It seems I'll be dealing with this person quite often in the future, so I'll have to be extra careful. Secretary Zhou thought to himself. At this moment, Director Wang turned another page. His brow furrowed, then relaxed.
Gradually, his fingers began to tap lightly on the table unconsciously. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly quiet. Director Wang's mind was in turmoil. As the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, he knew this project all too well. A project worth 1.1 billion yuan, a key project in the new cultural tourism industry. The city attaches great importance to this. He has a heavy burden on his shoulders. During this period, he has reviewed at least a dozen proposals. It's all garbage. What is garbage? It's just renovating a bunch of old factory buildings. Paint it with colorful paint. They hung up signs that read Creative Base and Art Incubator. Then, we attract investment. What kind of businesses can we attract? It's highly likely they'll be recruiting a bunch of children's painting and calligraphy training classes. If we hire a few more half-dead artist studios, they won't even be able to pay the rent. Finally, set up a creative cafe or a creative milk tea shop, and sell a cup of sweet drink for 30 or 40 yuan. Director Wang knows this tactic all too well. When the park opens, there will be gongs and drums, ribbon cutting, and media coverage. What happens when the excitement is over? Before long, it became lifeless. The grass is taller than a person. The money invested has gone down the drain. Another new cultural wasteland has been created in the city, with no one paying attention to it. He gets a headache just thinking about it. But the proposal in his hand. No, the same. Director Wang turned another page. His eyes sparkled. This proposal contains not a single empty word. It talks about business logic. How did they bring this park back to life? It perfectly connects cultural stories, modern commerce, tourism experiences, and more. It's not about an exhibition. It's about consumption. How to attract tourists, how to get them to willingly spend money, how to ensure they have a good time, and how to get them to share their experiences online and bring more people in return. It has built a complete, self-sustaining business loop. Integration and convergence. Only these 4 words remained in Director Wang's mind. Feasible. Absolutely feasible. How can this be considered an immature idea? This is practically feeding them right to their mouths. Director Wang slowly closed the proposal. He looked at Chen Xiu again. That look in his eyes was completely different from before. He picked up the glass of baijiu in front of him. He stood up. Mr. Chen. Chen Xiu quickly stood up as well. Director Wang. To be honest, I was so worried about this project that I didn't sleep well for a long time. I'm scared. Fear of it turns it into those lifeless, empty shells again. But after seeing your proposal today, I feel relieved. Mr. Chen, you are truly a promising young man. He handed the cup to Chen Xiu. In the future, we'll need Mr. Chen to put in a lot more effort in managing this cultural industrial park. Director Wang, you flatter me. I was just doing my part. Chen Xiu replied, and drank the wine in one gulp. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. There's a saying that goes, and coupled with his status as the largest individual shareholder, his say in the cultural industry group is pretty much set. Qiancheng Cultural Industry Group. The employees who received the notification are hurriedly organizing the documents. Suddenly they're asking us to find all the recent construction companies' qualification documents, and Baldy Ma just threw them away carelessly. A girl, sweating profusely from the search, complained. Stop talking, Manager Ma is here. Beside her, another pretty girl with a ponytail quickly nudged her waist. The 2 women immediately shut up. The bald manager, Mr. Ma, strode over, his forehead covered in a fine sheen of sweat. Is everything organized? Manager Ma, most of them are here. As soon as the pretty young woman finished speaking, Manager Ma's eyes widened suddenly, and he angrily cursed. Most? It's been over 10 minutes, and you still haven't found everything? If you can't even do this simple thing right, go back to school. You have 10 more minutes to finish tidying up the rest and bring it to the conference room. After spitting, Manager Ma picked up the thick stack of documents on the table and quickly left the office. The other girl was surprised to see this. Did that Baldy Ma not eat today? He left after only hurling a few insults? Upon hearing this, Sui rolled her eyes at her classmate Su Yujie, speechless. You're not happy about not getting scolded a few times, are you? A male colleague in his 30s spoke up from the side. He doesn't have time to yell at us now. I heard that Director Wang is coming to inspect this afternoon, and our group's major individual shareholder will also be making an appearance. The two girls were quite surprised to hear this.
Isn't our company a state-owned enterprise? There are also individual major shareholders?
The male colleague then said mysteriously. So, this person must be a legendary figure with immense connections. If he were to be permanently stationed at the group,
I'm afraid the current middle and senior management would all be on edge. Chapter 37 Parachute Arrival. Sui and Su Yujie were both taken aback by their male colleague's words. The two people, their faces buried in piles of documents, lifted up. Su Yujie then clicked her tongue.
She tapped the mountain of documents on the table with her pen.
No matter how powerful a person is, it's none of our business.
We'll still have to work like beasts of burden here.
Sui nodded in empathy. She and Su Yujie were classmates.
Originally, they were assigned by the school to intern at Xianqing Tourism and Culture Group. It was a long-established state-owned enterprise.
The salary is not high. However, the job is easy.
The daily workload is not heavy, and I can leave work on time.
How comfortable. But they never expected that their easy days wouldn't last long.
They were then transferred to the newly established Xianqing Cultural Industry Group, which was severely understaffed. They call it a key project and a priority for development.
The two believed it.
But I never expected the workload here to be so intense. Of course, if the purpose is to gain practical experience, this place is quite suitable for them.
But the real problem is their current boss, Manager Ma.
Mediterranean, short-tempered, and always bringing up their internship certificates.
It's like wielding a trifle as a command.
Unfortunately, they managed to exploit the weaknesses of the two college students. The two could only silently swallow their anger. As for Su Yujie, all she wanted was to finish this internship as soon as possible.
Forget about getting a permanent position, I just want to get my internship stamp and then run away. Just then, they noticed a commotion coming from not far away. The office door was open.
There were figures moving about in the corridor, and people talking in hushed tones. The group of people who were searching through the documents suddenly looked up. Surrounded by a group of people, two figures can be vaguely seen in the center. One of them was a middle-aged man they had met a few times.
That's Director Wang.
The male colleague squinted and exclaimed in surprise after seeing the face clearly.
Director Wang personally accompanied him? It seems the rumors were true. So, the one next to Director Wang is that major individual shareholder? Why does he look so young? Because there were too many people walking together.
The other person's appearance was only vaguely visible.
Hey! Su Yujie suddenly tugged at Su Yi's sleeve. Why don't we go and complain to Director Wang? Sue that bastard, Baldy Ma.
Su Yujie bit her lip and said in a low voice.
That bald-headed Ma, didn't he try to lay a hand on us last time?
Su Yi's face paled slightly as she recalled the memory.
Don't be impulsive. We have no evidence. Director Wang doesn't know us. Do you think he'll believe what the two of us interns say? Upon hearing this, Su Yujie immediately lost her spirits.
People of low status have little influence. Especially within state-owned enterprises, power and connections are paramount. Both she and Sui came from rural families and, lacking ability, could only be lowly scoundrels.
Well, we just need connections and background. Su Yujie suddenly remembered something and asked curiously. I remember your sister isn't a client manager at a private bank, so she should know a lot of big bosses, right? What are you thinking? They're all customers. What do you take them for?
Sui looked helpless. Moreover, her older sister, Su Jia, seems to be suffering from performance issues lately. The thought of her older sister bearing the weight of the entire family made Su Yi's eyes become much more determined. Opportunities like those in the cultural industry park are rare and precious. She's determined to secure a permanent position and stay.
Stop dreaming.
Sui patted her on the shoulder.
Let's hurry up and find the documents.
Sui lowered her head and continued rummaging through the stack of file folders. However, she was recalling the moment she had been next to Director Wang. The young man's profile.
It flashed by in an instant. I don't know why. She always felt that profile view. Does it feel familiar? Xianqing Cultural Industry Group. Meeting room.
All of the group's middle and senior management were present.
In a slightly oppressive and tense atmosphere, the meeting room door opened. Surrounded by a crowd, Director Wang walked in.
The middle and senior managers present immediately stood up.
Director Wang.
As they greeted each other, their gazes involuntarily fell on the tall figure beside Director Wang. If nothing unexpected happens, this is the group's largest individual shareholder who has never appeared in public.
So young? This thought spontaneously arose in everyone's minds. They exchanged a glance, both able to see the shock and confusion in each other's eyes.
They seemed to have never seen this young man before.
Cough. Let me introduce you all. This is Chen Xiu, President Chen. Director Wang spoke with a smile. However, his next words surprised everyone present.
From today onwards, Comrade Chen Xiu will be the president of the group and the chief planner of the Cultural Industry Park.
Everyone, please welcome him.
After Director Wang finished speaking, the air in the conference room seemed to fall silent for a moment. It wasn't until Director Wang clapped his hands that everyone suddenly came to their senses. They all responded with applause. However, amidst the applause, their shocked gazes were constantly fixed on Chen Xiu, who remained calm and composed beside Director Wang. These people are all too aware of how much importance the city attaches to the Cultural Industry Park. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't be sitting here. The more valued a project is, the more sought after it becomes for those below it, as it represents solid qualifications. However, this young man, who looks to be only in his early 20s, was parachuted in as president. I'm still serving as the chief planner for this project. This young man must have some incredibly powerful connections. Xiancheng Investment Group holds 51% of the shares, but this company doesn't manage the business, it only sends a financial supervisor. Xiancheng Cultural Tourism Group did transfer a lot of people over, but the Cultural Tourism Group is a state-owned enterprise under the Bureau of Culture and Tourism, and is essentially an extension of Director Wang's will. This means that Chen Xiu, a young man who holds 30% of the shares and serves as the president and chief planner, has absolute say in this project.
Regardless of the background behind it or its current absolute power, everyone realized one thing. This young man is someone you absolutely must not mess with. The appointment ceremony was very brief. Director Wang had to attend a meeting in the county, so he left immediately.
After briefly recognizing the number of people, Chen Xiu stayed behind in the engineering management department.
Mr. Li, is the bidding process for the construction contractor for the industrial park underway?
Li Chang, deputy general manager in charge of infrastructure projects. As soon as Chen Xiu finished speaking, Li Chang immediately glanced at Ma Du, the engineering manager beside him. The latter immediately handed over a stack of documents and spoke respectfully to the young man in front of him.
Mr. Chen, these are the qualifications of our local construction companies. Please take a look. Is everything here?
Manager Ma hesitated for a moment upon hearing this.
Some parts are still being sorted out. Of course, he would never say that. Doesn't that mean he didn't do his job well? Judging from Chen Xiu's youthful appearance, Manager Ma concluded that he definitely didn't know how many construction companies were in the area. So he nodded decisively. Yes, it's all here.
Chen Xiu glanced through it briefly, then looked at him.
There must be more than that.
Manager Ma's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to bite the bullet and speak, there was a knock on the office door. Sui's pretty face peeked in, carrying a pile of documents.
Manager Ma, here are the remaining construction contractor qualification documents you requested. Ma Du's scalp tingled instantly. Why did this unlucky thing have to come at this time?
After a brief pause, Ma Du's brain started working at lightning speed.
He sternly and angrily rebuked Sui. Who let you in? Can't you see we're still reporting to General Manager Chen?
However, Sui stared blankly at Chen Xiu, who was sitting in the superior position. That clean-cut, handsome face gradually overlapped with the image of the boy next door who used to play with him in his memory. The next moment, she let out a soft cry of surprise.
Brother Chen Xiu? Chapter 38. Then let's fire him.
When Su Jia and Chen Xiu were in junior high school, Sui was just in the 3rd grade of elementary school. At that time, Su Jia and Chen Xiu had a very good relationship.
Sui was a little tagalong, always following them around.
In Sui's memory, Chen Xiu filled the ecological niche of an older brother who shouldn't have existed in her life. A big brother who can play with her, have fun with her, and take her to explore the world. If she were bullied at that time, the first thing she thought of was not to tell the teacher, nor her sister Su Jia.
It's Chen Xiu.
During that period, she became even more dependent on Chen Xiu than on her older sister Su Jia. Later, Su Jia and Chen Xiu both entered high schools in the city and lived on campus. Sui was depressed for a long time after suddenly losing her older brother and sister. After Chen Xiu was admitted to university, she went to another province. His sister, Su Jia, also lost contact with him. It became even more difficult for her to see Chen Xiu. So, that's why I saw that profile at the conference room door earlier. She spent quite a while trying to identify it. If it weren't for Madu's respectful address of General Manager Chen, she really didn't dare to recognize him. Chen Xiu looked at the graceful young woman in front of him. His eyes were filled with emotion. In his memory, Sui was still a little beansprout. The last time we met was when I hosted my college entrance celebration banquet. Sui was just starting junior high school at that time, and she was thin and small. The Sui in front of me has fully grown into a young woman. She was wearing a brown business suit and had her hair tied in a ponytail. That pretty and bright face, and her sister Su Jia, had two completely different temperaments. Su Jia is pure desire. Sui is intelligent and beautiful. It's been a long time. Chen Xiu smiled. That smile carried a sense of nostalgia and emotion. Chen Xiu smiled. Madu, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open, his gaze shifting back and forth between Chen Xiu and Sui. Finally, he lowered his head in fear. He didn't dare to look Sui in the eye. What he feared was not the falsification of reports at work. Mr. Li can handle such minor matters. What he feared was the relationship between Sui and Chen Xiu. Brother Chen Xiu? This form of address is enough to explain the relationship between the two. He never expected this. A junior intern who was completely at my mercy, being scolded and reprimanded at will. He even had ulterior motives and tried to take advantage of a young girl. She's actually the new CEO's sister? Madu recalled what had happened a few days ago. Under the guise of providing guidance, he tried to put his hand on Sui's shoulder and touch her hand. Although Sui dodged it. But if Sui were to report this to Chen Xiu, if Tamadu goes down, won't it be completely finished? Thinking of this, Madu broke out in a cold sweat. My entire back was soaked almost instantly. Panicked, he could only turn to his boss, Li Chang, for help. Li Chang also glanced at Sui with surprise. He vaguely remembered this girl. After all, it's rare to find an intern this good-looking in a company. As for workability, Li Chang hadn't paid attention to it. Interns, well, the capable ones, at most do some odd jobs. But now, is workability still important? It doesn't matter anymore. What's important is her affectionate way of calling Chen Xiu brother Chen Xiu. I didn't expect that. Li Chang laughed and stepped forward, trying to break the eerie atmosphere. It's quite a coincidence that Mr. Chen has an old acquaintance in the company. He turned to Madu, his smile fading. He had to determine the nature of the matter before Chen Xiu could make a move. Manager Ma, you haven't done your job properly. Li Chang's tone carried a hint of reprimand. The information was submitted even though it was incomplete. This is a key project for the city. We can't afford to make this kind of mistake again. He defined incomplete information as a minor error. In his view, no matter how powerful Chen Xiu's background was, he was still just a young man under 30. Even if he has the title of chief planner, how many projects can someone his age have been in charge of? Most likely, they're just here to gain experience and build their resumes. Would a young man like him, who's just trying to build up his seniority, dare to mess around with such a key project that the city is paying attention to right away? Although Madu's abilities weren't top-notch, he was, after all, a trusted confidant who had followed him for several years. If we can protect it, we should still try to protect it. Li Chang patted Madu on the shoulder. Madu, book a nice restaurant tonight to welcome Mr. Chen back. He gave him a wink. Then he noticed that Madu's back was covered in sweat. Li Chang was puzzled. It's just a few missing documents, is it really worth getting so scared? Useless. Just then, Chen Xiu spoke up. His voice was calm. Such a small mistake is something we definitely need to be careful about in the future. Li Chang nodded to himself. It seems this young man with a mysterious background is quite mild-mannered, knowing how to maintain appropriate boundaries. The thought had just crossed his mind. Chen Xiu's voice followed immediately.
So, Manager Ma, you should look for another job. The smile on Li Cheng's face instantly froze. Ma Du's mind went blank with a buzz. Fired? Li Cheng frowned. He felt that this young man was a bit too sharp. Mr. Chen. His tone also became more serious. Ma Du has been traveling a lot on business recently, visiting several construction sites to assess their capabilities, and hasn't he had much rest. It's inevitable to make a few minor mistakes at work. I think we should deduct his year-end bonus this time. As Li Cheng spoke, he secretly kicked Ma Du. Ma Du seemed to awaken from a dream. He nearly lost his balance with a thud. President Chen. I was wrong. I promise I will take this seriously and be more careful from now on. He hadn't finished speaking. Shen Xiu interrupted him directly. I think Manager Ma has always been very careful about taking bribes and enriching himself. Li Cheng's eyes narrowed instantly. Mr. Chen. This is not something you can joke about. Shen Xiu was too lazy to argue with them. He simply uttered 3 names and 3 numbers. Shen Xiu said each name. Ma Du's face paled a little. When all 3 names have been said, Ma Du's face was ashen white, devoid of any color. His whole body was trembling slightly. Upon seeing this, Li Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Did you get them all right? Damn it! Li Cheng cursed inwardly. This Ma Du guy has no patience at all. The project has only just begun, and there's not even a hint of it yet, but they dared to take action. And Li Cheng looked at Chen Xiu with suspicion and uncertainty. How could he know so much? Could it be that Director Wang found it out? Is the intention to use this young man as a warning to themselves? Li Cheng's thoughts raced. The next moment, he immediately put on a pained expression, pointed at Ma Du, and started cursing. Ma Du! Is this the promise you kept making to me? You've disappointed me so much. Chen Xiu smiled. He just watched Li Cheng perform quietly. As for why a newly appointed president would know these things? This walkthrough is no joke. Let alone Ma Du's petty tricks. He knows exactly what you, Li Cheng, are doing. However, now is not the time to take action against Li Cheng. Li Cheng is capable. It's not too late to make him pay back the principal and interest once he finishes the work. Chen Xiu stood up and walked to Ma Du. Manager Ma. We don't need anyone here who is lining their own pockets outside. His gaze then turned to Sui at the door. Inside, there are engineering managers who are hands-on with interns. You can take the initiative to go and explain yourself to the disciplinary inspection department. Chen Xiu's last words were spoken softly. But to Ma Du's ears, it sounded like a thunderclap. With a thud, his legs gave way and he collapsed to his knees. President Chen. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Sui, who was standing at the door, heard the words touching the interns inappropriately. He was completely stunned. She looked at Chen Xiu with surprise and emotion. Brother Chen Xiu, how did you know? Chapter 39 Sis, Brother Chen Xiu is my boss now. Go and call Deputy General Manager Tang Qin over. Chen Xiu sat in the boss's chair and gave the instructions. Sui, holding a stack of documents she had just brought back, paused for a moment in surprise. Oh, okay. She was still a little taken aback and nodded blankly. That's how she became Chen Xiu's temporary secretary. Sui ran out. Following her instructions, the group's middle and senior management began to frequently enter and exit the president's office. When they went in, everyone looked solemn. When they came out, their expressions varied, most of them deep in thought. Outside the office, even the ordinary employees were losing their focus on their work. Everyone craned their necks to look towards the CEO's office. The atmosphere was very oppressive. Everyone sensed something unusual. Until Ma Du from the engineering department was deathly pale, his legs were weak, and he was almost paralyzed on the floor as he was dragged away by the discipline inspection personnel. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the office. TSK, TSK, TSK. The group was both amazed and still shaken. This, a new broom sweeps clean. This fire is burning way too fiercely. On his very first day, he managed to get things done with Manager Ma from the engineering department? Everyone can see it clearly. This newcomer, Mr. Chen, has a mysterious background. His wrist was unusually strong. Do you know how Madhu came to be? Someone lowered their voice and asked mysteriously. What else could it be? It's just that they dared to steal. His ass has been dirty for a long time, I've disliked him for a long time. Hey, is there some other hidden story?
A well-informed male colleague lowered his voice and made a gesture.
That's for sure. I heard that there's an intern in the company who is the younger sister of the new general manager Chen. That guy Madhu has some dirty tricks up his sleeve. He harassed President Chen's sister before. Younger sister? Everyone was startled. Holy crap, is this for real? Madhu's interns, aren't they just those two new girls? The eyes of all the employees instinctively turned to the engineering department.
Madhu was at his original workstation in that area. Su Yujie was engrossed in organizing documents, pretending to be very busy.
She sensed it. A dozen pairs of eyes, like searchlights, were fixed on her. She looked up. Why are you all looking at me like that?
Su Yujie felt uneasy under their gazes and glared speechlessly at the male colleagues beside her.
Hee, Xiao Su, don't be nervous. Of course we know it's not you.
A male colleague chuckled slyly.
That's all.
Their gazes all turned to the tightly closed door of the CEO's office.
Mr. Chen's sister, Sui, is inside. Oh my god. Sui has been hiding her true identity quite well.
She usually seems quiet and doesn't talk much. I never expected her to be such a big shot.
I've heard that this new president is no ordinary person. Nonsense.
Another colleague rolled his eyes. To become a major individual shareholder in our group, you can't be just anyone.
Didn't you see Director Wang came along? Little Su. That well-informed male colleague then moved closer to Su Yujie. Weren't you and Sui college classmates? Or even roommates? Have you met that general manager Chen? Upon hearing this, Su Yujie shook her head blankly. I don't know. I think, no.
At this moment, she was also filled with shock and confusion.
She and Sui were classmates. After the internship, we even lived in the same dormitory. They're practically best friends who know each other inside and out.
She also visited Su Yi's house.
It's just a very ordinary rural family.
Even the house was an old-fashioned red brick house, and her parents were just ordinary people. She had never even heard that Sui had an older brother. The only thing worth mentioning about their family is, it's probably Su Yi and her sister Su Jia. Both sisters are very good-looking.
Wait a moment.
A sudden flash of inspiration struck Su Yujie.
Yi's older brother. Could it be her brother-in-law?
As soon as this thought popped into her head, Su Yujie felt that everything made sense. She had met Su Yi's older sister, Su Jia, a few times.
She's a stunning beauty. Moreover, he worked as a client manager in the private banking division of China Merchants Bank. What kind of people does Fong come into contact with?
They are all millionaires. Having a powerful boyfriend to arrange a job for his sister-in-law and incidentally teach Ma the bald a lesson seems reasonable, doesn't it?
Su Yujie's eyes lit up slightly.
She made her decision. When Sui comes out later, I must interrogate her thoroughly.
In the CEO's office,
a beautiful young woman, tall and elegant, wearing a black suit, was standing in front of Chen Xiu. Her voice was steady and had a pleasant, magnetic quality.
The above are the personnel changes in the administration department. Please take a look. Lu Qi. 31 years old.
She is clearly unmarried.
She possesses an exceptionally mature and sophisticated aura. Mature, capable, and full of charm.
She was originally the secretary of Tang Qin, the deputy general manager.
Now, Qin Xiu has transferred her directly to the president's office as a secretary. Certainly. This transfer is definitely not because Qin Xiu has taken a liking to Lu Qi. It's purely. This mature woman is very capable.
In the talent recommendations in that passing guide, Lu Qi's name was listed first among the candidates for secretary. The evaluation is outstanding ability, meticulous thinking, and high loyalty. The best, of course, should be kept for yourself.
It wasn't just Lu Qi.
In one afternoon, Qin Xiu directly selected several elites from various departments.
A CEO office team was established that is solely responsible to itself. He is both the president and the CEO.
He was clutching the complete planning document in his hand, that walkthrough. There's no reason for him to bury himself in work every day.
All he had to do was break down the work according to the schedule in the plan and assign it to the president's office team, thus becoming a hands-off manager. Shen Xiu didn't want to be tied to this office. He was still thinking about blind dates, hoping to rack up rewards. After all, even if this cultural industrial park achieves excellent results in the end, that's also limited. His blind date partners, however, had endless desires. The staff was mobilized for an entire afternoon. Shen Xiu stood up and stretched. He planned to go outside for a walk and get some fresh air. Mr. Chen. Lu Qi closed her notebook. She glanced at the line she had just written down in her notebook and said in a deep voice, "Vice President Tang and Vice President Li have arranged a welcome dinner for you tonight. Would you like to participate?" Chen Xiu smiled. "Of course I'll participate. It's my first day in office, so let's all have a meal together. Let's exchange feelings." "Okay, Mr. Chen." Lu Qi nodded and immediately wrote it down in her notebook. Shen Xiu was about to leave the office when she suddenly remembered something and turned back to look at Sui standing to the side. From now on you will follow Lu Qi and study hard. For now, you'll be the second secretary." Sui nodded heavily upon hearing this. Watching Chen Xiu leave the president's office, Sui felt somewhat dazed. Everything that happened this afternoon felt like a dream. She took out her phone and sent a message to her sister. "Sis, Chen Xiu is actually my boss?" Chapter 40, Tall, Rich and Handsome? China Merchants Bank Branch. Su Jia is organizing customer information at her workstation. My phone vibrated. She picked it up and glanced at it. It was a message from my younger sister, Sui. "Sis, Chen Xiu is actually my boss?" Su Jia was stunned. She was a little confused. Boss? What kind of boss? Wasn't her sister recently transferred to the newly established Cultural Industry Group? That company was spearheaded by the city government and jointly established by the Cultural Tourism Group and the Investment Group. It's definitely a state-owned enterprise. How did Chen Xiu become her boss? An absurd idea popped into Su Jia's mind. It can't be that Chen Xiu acquired the state-owned enterprise. Even Su Jia himself thought the idea was too outrageous. She quickly replied to her sister's message. What happened? Explain it more clearly? She stared at her phone screen. 10 seconds passed. No reply. Su Jia put down her phone and tried to continue working. But every half minute, she couldn't help but glance at her phone. It's so frustrating. 5 minutes later, the phone screen finally lit up. She grabbed it. Sis, I'm really busy right now. I'll call you tonight. Su Jia held her phone. She felt her blood pressure rise instantly. A flash of intense, agonizing anger crossed his eyes. Then why are you telling me now? Are you kidding me? Her curiosity was completely piqued. Su Jiaxing slumped onto the table, utterly dejected. Her mind was now filled with thoughts of what exactly was going on with Chen Xiu. I can't go to work anymore. People's Hospital. Infusion Hall. Xiao Shushuang, dressed in a brown coat, leaned against the cold chair. There's still a little more medicine left in the 4-drip. She felt somewhat weak. I wish I hadn't gone on that blind date. She feels depressed when she thinks about it now. For the first time ever, I went on a blind date. If the man doesn't meet your expectations, that's fine. As a result, I caught the flu when I got back. This caused her a lot of trouble, and she even had to take half a day off to get in 4-drip at the hospital. The stainless steel chairs in the hospital were cold and slippery. She managed to doze off for a while, but she couldn't get any proper rest. She turned on her phone. A bunch of unread messages popped up on WeChat. It was sent by a man named Huang Jun. He is one of her many suitors and currently works for a cultural industry group. I like to send her the latest news from that place whenever I have free time. That's why Xiao Shushuan would occasionally pay attention to him. Otherwise, given Huang Jun's qualifications and abilities, he wouldn't even be worthy of her attention. Shushuan, I heard that a major individual shareholder has come to our area. Holy crap, Director Wang just announced that this major shareholder will be appointed as president right away. The new president is making some big moves. He took care of Manager Ma from the engineering department as soon as he arrived. It seems like he's trying to establish his authority. All day today, she has been receiving first-hand big news from Huang Jun.
As an insider at the Culture and Tourism Bureau, she knew better than anyone how much importance the Bureau attached to this project.
This is a major project spearheaded by the Culture and Tourism Bureau and a key investment by the city. Surprisingly, there's a 30% individual shareholder? And he was even parachuted in as president? Did he become the chief planner of the cultural industry park?
If Xiao Shushuang hadn't known that Huang Jun wouldn't dare lie to her, she would have thought she was delirious from the fever and talking nonsense. I don't know how much the work will change afterward, she thought to herself silently.
Just then,
a message popped up in the workgroup chat set up by the Culture and Tourism Bureau specifically for connecting with industrial park projects.
It's Director Wan's secretary, Zhou Kai.
Zhou Kai, at everyone, who is responsible for collecting and organizing the intangible cultural heritage resources of the Hakka people in southern Jiangxi.
Xiao Shushuang was taken aback and quickly typed a reply.
Secretary Zhou, I was in charge of it, and it's all done.
Zhou Kai's message popped up quickly. The cultural industry group needs to sort out these documents today. Xiao, could you go and deliver them before you leave work? Xiao Shushuang's finger, which was resting on the screen, stopped. Before leaving, get off work?
She glanced at the time in the upper right corner of her phone.
Then there's only half an hour left? She didn't have time at all.
The worst part is that those documents weren't classified. For convenience, she kept it at home and didn't bring it to work. Now, she can't even ask her colleagues to help deliver it.
Xiao Shushuang thought for a moment. She first replied in the group chat. Receive.
Then, she deftly pulled out the needle from her hand and pressed down on the cotton swab. She immediately called her roommate, Zhang Mantong. The phone rang for more than half a minute before it was answered.
Hey, what's up?
A soft, seductive voice drifted over. There seemed to be a slight panting sound. Xiao Shushuang's anxious expression suddenly turned somewhat strange.
What are you doing? Ride a bike, or what? Xiao Shushuang remembered. This woman has indeed recently gotten involved in the cycling community. However, she wasn't actually going cycling.
More importantly, it's about taking photos and creating pictures to solidify her wealthy, rich, and beautiful online celebrity persona.
Are you cycling in Central Park?
Xiao Shushuang thought for a moment and realized that Central Park was near their residential area.
It's not far from the cultural industry group. Yes, what's wrong?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Shushuang breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, there will definitely be enough time. She immediately asked Zhang Mantong to help deliver the documents. The item is on my desk in my room, in a brown paper bag. You can take it directly to the front desk of the Cultural Industry Group building. I'll have someone wait for you at the door.
So urgent?
Hurry up, I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow.
Okay. Wait for me.
Central Park. A stunning blonde woman with long, wavy hair, wearing a tight cycling outfit and possessing an incredibly hot figure, hung up the phone. She put her phone back into her fanny pack.
Girls, you guys keep riding, I'm going back to deliver something to my roommate.
She greeted the other cyclists who were with her. Then, with practiced ease, he turned the bike around, pedaled his expensive road bike, and headed home. Back in the apartment complex, I rushed upstairs and retrieved the file folder that Xiao Shushuang had mentioned.
Zhang Mantong looked at her sweaty reflection in the mirror and hesitated.
But she hurriedly pedaled her bike towards the cultural industry group. If it weren't for Xiao Shushuang constantly urging him, saying that time was of the essence. She first had to take a shower, put on makeup, and then take a taxi there. This should be the place.
Zhang Mantong slowed down somewhat uncertainly as she rode near the CBD building.
She held the handlebars with one hand and took out her phone with the other to check her location.
Yes, this is it. Zhang Mantong was about to put her phone away. I just looked up.
She saw a tall figure walking slowly on the sidewalk not far ahead.
Her bicycle wasn't going very fast.
But she was holding her phone in one hand and gripping the handlebars with the other, so she was wobbling a bit.
The worst part is that she was wearing cycling shoes today.
In a moment of panic, she tried to pull her foot off the pedal. But they found that they couldn't untangle it no matter what they did.
Zhang Mantong panicked for a moment and let out a cry of surprise. Hey, watch out.
The words had barely left his mouth.
She twisted the handlebars, trying to avoid it.
But the car still lost its balance. She and her car, from the side, knocked down that tall figure.
Fortunately, there are lawns and green belts along the roadside. 2 people and a car fell to the ground on the lawn.
Chen Xiu was stunned by the impact.
He instinctively caught the woman who was falling into his arms.
It felt warm and firm to the touch. He was both mentally and physically stunned.
What's wrong? What happened? How could I get rear-ended by a bicycle while I'm walking down the street?
A rich fragrance wafted into my nose.
This taste.
He seemed to have smelled it in the LV store.
I'm so sorry. Zhang Mantong was extremely embarrassed.
She lay in Chen Xiu's arms, writhing desperately, and finally managed to untie the damn shoe locks. The thought of myself sweating profusely, rubbing against a strange man's chest.
Zhang Mantong's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Are you all right?
She quickly got up and reached out to help Chen Xiu up.
Chen Xiu stood up.
His bright and handsome face made Zhang Mantong pause for a moment. However, her beautiful eyes quickly fell on Chen Xiu's clothes.
That business-style outfit. A complete LV set. Zhang Mantong is a loyal LV customer, so she recognized it at a glance.
Her heart skipped a beat.
Are all the random people I pick up on the street here tall, rich, and handsome?
Zhang Mantong's thought had just crossed her mind. She then discovered, albeit awkwardly, the handlebars of his bicycle tore a hole in Chen Xiu's jacket.
Handsome, I'm so sorry. I have something urgent to attend to right now. Add me on WeChat, and I'll compensate you for this dress.
Chen Xiu glanced at Zhang Mantong a few times. Her alluring figure, tightly encased in cycling gear, was almost the most stunning he had ever seen.
Moreover, this woman seems somewhat familiar. I think I've seen it on a short video platform before. Scan me. Chen Xiu took out his phone.
The two added each other as friends after scanning the QR code.
Chen Xiu watched as she picked up her bicycle and walked awkwardly into the CBD building.
He brushed the grass clippings off his clothes.
Cycling.
It seems to be a good exercise for the heart and lungs, which is quite good.
Chen Xiu felt that he might be able to give it a try. Chapter 41: The World's Diversity. Zhang Mantong walked into the office building area of the CBD.
She immediately spotted a man standing at the building entrance, looking around.
It's Huang Jun, Xiao Shushuang's lapdog. Huang Jun also saw her.
Xiao Shushuang had told him this on WeChat.
My best friend will bring the documents over later.
She was wearing cycling gear, so she was easy to recognize.
After you receive it, please pass it on to President Tang's secretary, Lu Qi. Cycling apparel.
Huang Jun's gaze swept across the area, and he immediately spotted the blonde beauty in the red and white cycling outfit. However, upon seeing that familiar, alluring face,
Huang Jun's mind went blank for a moment, his face filled with shock. He immediately swore. Holy crap! Karishima Mansheng. He knew this person all too well. Karishima Mansheng. A female internet celebrity from southern Jiangxi.
He has hundreds of thousands of followers on Douyin.
Huang Jun watched her videos quite a lot.
The video shows him frequently driving a Porsche, frequenting various high-end venues, and decked out in luxury goods from head to toe. She's definitely a rich, beautiful, and successful woman.
But Xu Shuang is actually her best friend? Huang Jun was shocked. Something's not right. How come I've never heard Xu Shuang mention this before? She has a rich and beautiful best friend? Huang Jun's mind raced, and he quickly found a reason for the other party. Xu Shuang must want to keep a low profile. She is, after all, a civil servant. She didn't want to be too flashy.
Thinking about this, he became somewhat excited. To be able to be best friends with a rich and beautiful woman like Karishima Mansheng.
That Xiao Shushuang. Can her family background be simple? No wonder she always has a haughty air about her. Turns out she's a hidden heiress. If he could marry Xiao Shushuang, wouldn't that save us decades of hard work? Shushuang talked to me so much today. She definitely has feelings for me. Huang Jun thought to himself with a smug satisfaction.
He felt full of energy. He raised his hand and called out to Zhang Mantong. Over here. Seeing this, Zhang Mantong finally came over. Huang Jun looked at that alluring face so close to his. The cycling outfit accentuated her exaggerated curves, highlighting her perfect figure. He was even somewhat afraid to look directly at them.
This woman. It's an existence brimming with sexual tension. Are you Huang Jun? It's me. This is a document that Xu Shuang asked me to deliver, so I'm handing it over to you. She stuffed the brown paper bag into his hand. Thank you for your hard work, sister man. Then I'll be going now.
Zhang Mantong tossed her long golden hair and walked straight out of the building.
She looked up. The sun had not yet set. These buildings in the CBD were already brightly lit. Well, we're all just corporate slaves, beasts of burden. Zhang Mantong let out a sigh. She got on her bike but didn't leave immediately. Once upon a time,
she was one of these cattle and horses. I work for a small company, earning a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, as a mere receptionist with no real job. After get off work, she would scroll through short videos.
This young lady is vacationing in the Maldives.
That young lady is attending a fashion show in Paris. Another one is that she sweeps through luxury stores like she's shopping at a farmer's market, buying clothes and perfumes that would cost her a month's worth of food and drink. The world's diversity is magnified infinitely under such highly developed information. The more she scrolled through the app, the more the platform recommended it. The more she looked, the more unbalanced she felt.
Zhang Mantong was unwilling to accept this. Why can't she live that kind of life? She's not bad looking either. So what if they come from a lower social class?
She also wanted to be a rich, beautiful, and successful woman. She also wanted to be envied. Amidst feelings of envy, jealousy, and resentment, Zhang Mantong resigned. She decided to switch careers and become a video blogger. She rented expensive dresses and Porsches to create a persona of a rich, beautiful, and successful woman online. Unexpected. She gradually gained some fame. But she was still not satisfied. The monetization potential of this sector is not strong. Moreover, the expenses of pretending to be a rich and beautiful woman are too high. Her monthly income from shooting videos and taking on advertisements is now more than 10 times what she used to earn when she was working a regular job. But this money will be immediately reinvested into the persona of a rich, beautiful, and successful woman. Now they can barely maintain a balance between income and expenditure. Well, a truly rich and beautiful woman doesn't need to work. You don't need to edit the videos yourself, and you can manage the account yourself. Zhang Man knew it even better. It's almost impossible for her to live a truly wealthy life on her own. Life is too hard. Zhang Mantong shook her head inside. She rode her bicycle and leisurely strolled around the CBD area. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. The figure opened the door of a black Audi and took something from the driver's seat. Then I went into the office building. It's him. Zhang Mantong blinked her beautiful eyes. Isn't this the rich and handsome guy she just knocked down? He drives an Audi A8? She rode her bike closer to the vehicle. She looked at it carefully. Soon, a strange light flashed in Zhang Mantong's beautiful eyes. She saw the letter H with a crown on the car body. Hosh! Zhang Mantong's heart skipped a beat. For ordinary people, there doesn't seem to be much difference between a car costing several $100,000 and a car costing over $1 million. Anyway, I can't afford it. But Zhang Mantong knew very well. There is a qualitative difference between these. Cars costing hundreds of thousands of dollars are something many people strive for their entire lives, hoping to reach even if they just stand on tiptoe. But a super luxury car costing over $1 million. If you are born unable to have it, 99% of people will never have it in their lifetime. A horse that can afford a car worth over $1 million. This is definitely the real wealthy class. He really is a tall, rich, and handsome guy. Zhang Mantong was pleasantly surprised. Could this be God's way of giving me the chance to marry into a wealthy family? Compared to those middle-aged men in their 50s or 60s with receding hairlines and big bellies, the handsome and dashing Chen Xiu is undoubtedly a dream lover-level male god. Anyway, we've already added each other on WeChat. Let's have a proper talk when we get back. She rode away on her bike and went straight back to her residential compound. After taking off her cycling clothes and taking a shower, Zhang Mantong returned to the living room and happened to run into Xiao Shushuang, who was also returning home. How are you feeling? Are you feeling any better? Seeing Xiao Shushuang's slightly pale face, Zhang Mantong asked with concern. It's alright, at least I'm not as dizzy as I was this morning. Xiao Shushuang took off her coat and replied weakly. Upon seeing this, Zhang Mantong suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, I haven't heard you mention your blind date yet. Xiao Shushuang paused for a moment. He's just a man who made a little money in the financial markets by luck, there's nothing to talk about. Zhang Mantong shook her head slightly upon hearing her arrogant words. TSK, it seems our director Xiao has exceptionally high standards. Although she and Xiao Shushuang are best friends, they have completely different philosophies on life. Compared to her simple and mindless pursuit of becoming a rich and beautiful woman who can eat, drink, and have fun without having to work, Xiao Shushuang values ability, strength, and power more. Although this woman always claimed that she was pursuing her own values. But Zhang Mantong always suspected that Xiao Shushuang was simply obsessed with power. What, you found a man who can fulfill your aspirations? While changing her clothes, Xiao Shushuang asked casually. Zhang Mantong raised her phone and chuckled. We're working on it. Soon, Xiao Shushuang changed into a white business suit and came out of the room. Upon seeing this, Zhang Mantong raised her eyebrows slightly, a look of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. Don't tell me you still have to go to work? Of course not. The Cultural Industry Group has a new president, and there's a welcome banquet tonight. Our Culture and Tourism Bureau has also received an invitation, so I definitely have to go and make an acquaintance. Seeing Xiao Shushuang's genuine expression, Zhang Mantong's red lips parted slightly. Please, you just finished your 4 drip and you're already going to a social event? Is it really necessary? You're just a nobody. Xiao Shushuang turned to look at her and said seriously. Precisely because I'm a nobody, I can't miss any opportunity to climb up. After saying that, she put on some light makeup to make herself look better. Seeing this, Zhang Mantong was completely convinced. Ambitious women are terrifying. Then I wish you a speedy entry into the department. Zhang Mantong muttered to herself, took out her phone and posted some cycling photos she had taken that day on platforms like Yingfu and Hongshu, along with captions. Another day of drenching sweat. After posting the update, Zhang Mantong thought for a moment and then edited and pinned a photo in her comment section. She was stunningly beautiful and alluring, leaning against a low-key, brand-new porch. She just took this picture downstairs at the Cultural Industry Group building. She cleverly left no caption. A few minutes later, someone quickly commented. Sister man, you got a new car again? Holy crap, was she? No wonder she's sister man. The rich woman is hungry. Seeing that the comments section was developing as she had predicted, Zhang Mantong's red lips curled up slightly. I'm leaving. Remember not to lock the door tonight. After watching Xiao Shushuang leave, Zhang Mantong let out a slight sigh of relief. I opened the WeChat account of the handsome, rich, and successful guy I had just added. Xiao Shushuang is so ambitious, she should also try harder. Chapter 42 The Domineering CEO's Darling Sister? The Audi Horch drove smoothly through the evening rush hour traffic. The newly appointed secretary, Lu Qi, focused intently on driving. Chen Xiu and Sui sat in the back seat. Chen Xiu leaned back in the soft leather chair. He glanced at Lu Qi's capable and mature profile in the driver's seat. He felt a surge of emotion. Having a secretary makes you feel like a boss. Chen Xiu looked at Sui beside her. So, are you feeling any pressure being appointed as the second secretary in the president's office right from the start? Sui immediately sat up straight. Both hands were nervously placed on her knees, her fingers intertwined. It's all right. Her voice was a little soft. After all, it's been so many years since we last met. The older brother who used to play with her in her memory has suddenly become her boss. Especially after witnessing firsthand how respectful other middle and senior managers were to Chen Xiu, Sui still felt somewhat unfamiliar and nervous. However, Sui noticed that Chen Xiu seemed to have become more relaxed and comfortable when he was alone with her in the car. The smile on his lips seemed unchanged from before. After chatting for a while, Sui's tense shoulders gradually relaxed. She went from initially engaging in a question and answer session to confiding in someone like a younger sister. That manager Ma used to always yell at us and leave documents lying around. We chatted for a bit about work-related complaints. Sui suddenly remembered. By the way, brother Chen Xiu. You've already gone back to southern Jiangxi, when are you coming to visit me? She paused, then added. You haven't seen my sister in ages, have you? Su Jia. Chen Xiu said with a smile. We just met a few days ago. I went shopping and had a meal. Sui opened her mouth wide in surprise. You've all met?
She had some doubts in her heart. Okay, my sister didn't mention this to me when we called before. Lu Qi, who was driving in front, listened quietly. She was somewhat surprised to see the two people in the back seat chatting naturally in the rearview mirror. Mr. Chen and this intern, Sui, have a really good relationship. She suddenly felt a little envious of Sui. There is a brother next door like Chen Xiu. He's also the group's president. With Chen Xiu around, Sui's future in this company is practically bright. Lu Qi recalled the time when she had just graduated and joined her first company. Just like Sui, she was naive and knew nothing. I've hit countless walls. I've been subjected to countless unfair treatments. I was harassed by those greasy clients and bosses. They only gradually matured. I've learned to navigate the workplace with ease. We've worked our way up step by step to get to where we are today. If only she had a brother like Chen Xiu back then. Just then, Chen Xiu's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Qi. When does the company plan to give out annual leave? Lu Qi was taken aback. She quickly banished those strange thoughts from her mind. Mr. Chen. We had previously planned to start our annual leave on the 24th. It will last for 10 days, starting on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Lu Qi replied. She felt a little uneasy. Other CEOs, once they take office, are eager to make the most of every day and get results as quickly as possible. This one is quite something. On the first day, he swiftly restructured the company and fired people to establish his authority. Then, people started to wonder about the holiday schedule for the Chinese New Year. He must have some real talent. Lu Qi comforted herself in her heart. She had met with Director Wang several times. I know that leader's style of doing things. For such an important project as the Cultural Industry Park, Director Wang would never allow a completely incompetent second-generation rich kid to come in and gain experience. Therefore, this Mr. Chen should be quite capable. But how strong is its ability? Chen Xiu's overly youthful face made Lu Qi feel uncertain. The car arrived at the hotel quickly. Vice Presidents Tang Qin and Li Cheng originally wanted to book a large banquet hall. Let's hold a grand welcome party. Let Chen Xiu come on stage and say a few words. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu decisively refused. This was what bothered him the most when he was a beast of burden. Even while having a meal, you have to listen to the boss lecturing. One after another. They take turns speaking for a few minutes, and half an hour passes in no time. The food is all fucking cold. Chen Xiu had no interest in listening to other people's speeches. He had no interest in going up to speak. Keep it simple, just have a meal. Chen Xiu set the tone directly. President Chen. Chen Xiu just got off the bus. Li Cheng and Tang Qin greeted them with smiles on their faces. Li Cheng's enthusiasm was particularly exaggerated. Mr. Chen, you must be tired from your journey. The private room is all ready. His attitude showed no sign that Chen Xiu had just dismissed one of his trusted subordinates. On the contrary, it was Tang Qin. Her gaze toward Chen Xiu carried a hint of barely perceptible resentment. This young man, upon arriving, immediately transferred away her most capable assistant, Lu Qi. Where can she find such a useful secretary again? However, no matter how dissatisfied she was, they didn't dare show it on their faces. Could someone who can parachute down on them be an ordinary person? I didn't see that Li Cheng's former subordinate had just been taken away by the Discipline Inspection Department. Does he still have to put on a smiling face here? But how was he able to pick Lu Qi, the most capable one, right away? Tang Qin muttered to herself. Her gaze fell on the two figures behind Chen Xiu. Lu Qi is mature, graceful, and full of charm. Sui, young and beautiful, is so lovely that I feel sorry for her. A thought popped into Tang Qin's mind. Could it be that he chose the person based on looks? Does this new young CEO have a penchant for beautiful women? At that moment, Chen Xiu noticed Sui out of the corner of his eye. She appeared quite nervous in front of Tang Qin and Li Cheng, the two senior executives. Chen Xiu smiled and reached out to pat Sui on the head. "Ae. From now on, you should learn more from Lu Qi. The second secretary's job is also very demanding." Sui was surprised that he would suddenly pat her head, her face flushed slightly, and she obediently responded. Chen Xiu then walked into the private room side by side with Li Cheng and Tang Qin. Sister Lu, in the future. I'll have to trouble you to teach me more.
Sui followed behind Lu Qi, speaking softly and bowing slightly.
Lu Qi looked at the girl in front of her. Lu Qi sighed softly to herself, feeling a pang of envy once again.
Suyi's appointment was decided that afternoon. Chen Xiu's words just now were deliberately meant for the other senior executives of the group to hear.
Later. Anyone who wants to bully this little girl should think twice about Chen Xiu's existence. Let's go over there too.
The two then went to the private room that had been arranged for ordinary employees.
Sui immediately recognized Su Yujie's familiar face.
She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was so nervous being with those big leaders like Li Chang and Tang Qin.
It's more relaxed here.
However, for the other colleagues in the private room,
Sui's appearance made them feel somewhat uneasy. You finally arrived.
Su Yujie pulled her over and made her sit down next to her. She leaned close to Suyi's ear and said excitedly,
I just saw President Chen. He's so handsome. TSK, the boy next door has become a domineering CEO. This kind of plot from an idol drama actually happened to my best friend? Tell me quickly, according to the script, shouldn't some exciting plot development happen next? Sui heard Su Yujie's teasing.
Her pretty face, which had just calmed down, blushed even more.
She punched Su Yujie in embarrassment and anger.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Are you trying to die?
The two playfully exchanged a few words.
Sui suddenly remembered something.
She took out her phone, opened her sister Su Jia's WeChat, and began typing to explain what had happened that day.
Chapter 43 That President Chen is definitely not simple.
Su Jia was having dinner at home when she received Suyi's message and her eyes lit up. He immediately picked up his phone and read it word by word.
Is Chen Xiu the major individual shareholder of the cultural industry group? You've already taken over as president? Or is he the chief planner? Suifa's messages were fragmented, but every single one of them brought Su Jia an almost unbelievable shock. What exactly happened? Call and explain in detail. Su Jia immediately made a video call. However, Sui hung up on him after only a second. Sis, I have to go now, I need to eat.
After saying that, he even took a picture.
It's another feast.
This formed a stark contrast with the two simple homestyle dishes in front of her.
Su Jia was about to lose it again.
This girl, she always only says half of what she means.
Still eating. Could it be that he's eating with Chen Xiu?
Although Su Yaina only recounted some fragmented details, she could roughly guess what had happened. That Chen Xiu guy, he definitely had a good time showing off this time.
Su Jia recalled Suyi's dependence on Chen Xiu and Chen Xiu's doting on Sui.
Thinking of this, she felt a pang of sadness. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether to feel jealous of Chen Xiu, who was relied upon by his younger sister, or of the younger sister, who was pampered by Chen Xiu.
Across from the dining table, Su Jia's mother, Lin Feng, frowned as she looked at her daughter's ever-changing expression as she stared at her phone. Who are you chatting with, acting all crazy? She tapped Su Jia's hand with her chopsticks.
Su Jia pursed her red lips.
I'm chatting with your daughter.
Lin Feng was taken aback, but quickly realized that Su Jia was referring to her youngest daughter, Sui.
What's wrong with her? Is she having trouble at work?
Lin Feng frowned with some worry. She had vaguely heard that Suyi's internship seemed to have encountered many setbacks.
How could things not go smoothly? I'm about to become the little sister of a domineering CEO.
Of course, Su Jia only complained to himself he didn't dare say it to Lin Feng, lest he make her overthink.
It's nothing, I'll call and ask again tonight.
Su Jia gritted her teeth. She was determined to find out the whole story tonight.
Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well tonight.
Inside the private room, Xiao Shushuan, dressed in a formal suit, appeared more capable but less intellectual.
Shushuan, would you like me to get you a bowl of soup? You have a cold, drink more chicken soup to help you recover. Huang Jun asked solicitously from the side. No need, I can do it myself. Xiao Shushuan refused, sounding somewhat annoyed. For some reason, Huang Jun was extremely enthusiastic towards her today. She was getting a little annoyed by their enthusiasm. Did he get some kind of adrenaline rush today?
Xiao Shushuan was very puzzled. In the private room, apart from the people who went to the county meeting with Director Wang, the working group from the Culture and Tourism Bureau was also present.
Besides them, the rest are the working group from the cultural industry group that are responsible for liaising with them on a regular basis. These are all subordinates of Vice President Tang Qin. However, Xiao Shushuang was surprised not to see Tang Qin's chief secretary, Lu Qi. Xiao Shushuang had a very deep impression of Lu Qi. Not only is she extremely beautiful and elegant, but her abilities are also top-notch. "Where is your secretary, Lu?" Xiao Shushuang turned to Huang Jun and asked. When Huang Jun saw that Xiao Shushuang was paying attention to him, he instantly became radiant again. "Sister Lu has been transferred by the new general manager Chen. Sister Lu is now the president's secretary." Huang Jun spoke with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Everyone knows the new president is a young man. He's only been in office for a short time and he's already arranged for the most beautiful secretary in the group, Secretary Lu, to be by his side, TSK. Although they dared not say it outright, they would still secretly envious. Hearing Huang Jun's tone, Xiao Shushuang had no idea what he was thinking. Disgusting. That's all that's in his head. No wonder he's over 30 and still can't find a wife. She secretly despised Huang Jun in her heart. She didn't think that someone who could become a major individual shareholder and have Director Wang personally appoint him as president and chief planner could be a shallow person. He must have been attracted to Lu Qi's abilities. Xiao Shushuang secretly guessed in her heart. However, Vice President Tang was actually willing to give Lu Qi to that new president. It seems the CEO's influence is not to be underestimated. This Mr. Chen is definitely not a simple person. Thinking about this, Xiao Shushuang was even more eager to see what kind of demeanor the new president would have. However, she is currently just a low-level employee in the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Forget about meeting the new president face-to-face, she didn't even have the right to enter that private room. Director Wang is not here. Now, a director from the Culture and Tourism Bureau and Secretary Zhou are going to the private room where that person is. If you want to get some exposure over there, you'll have to wait until the banquet is over. A glint of light flickered in Xiao Shu's eyes. After simply drinking a bowl of chicken soup, she waited quietly. The dishes on the table were dwindling, and some people from the cultural industry group had already left. However, the people from the Culture and Tourism Bureau remained seated, chatting and drinking, and none of them left early. No wonder they're all civil servants. Xiao Shushuang sighed inwardly. Even employees of state-owned enterprises are far less sensitive to this issue than civil servants. The leaders haven't even left yet, how can you run away? The door to the private room was ajar, and soon she could vaguely hear some noises outside. Xiao Shushuang keenly heard the voices of Secretary Zhou, Director He, and others, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. They're out. Xiao Shushuang suddenly stood up and straightened her slightly wrinkled suit jacket. The other staff members from the Culture and Tourism Bureau also realized what was happening and quickly stood up. The leader is about to leave. If I don't show up now, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Xiao Shushuang was the first to step out of the private room, her long legs emerging from beneath her straight leg trousers. His gaze immediately fell on something not far ahead. She saw Secretary Zhou, Director He, Vice Presidents Li Chang and Tang Qin, as well as a group of senior executives from the cultural industry group. They were surrounding a young man as they walked out. Without hesitation, Xiao Shushuang immediately followed. The patent leather high heels landed crisply and quickly on the ground, and Xiao Shushuang hurried after them to the entrance of the banquet hall. Mr. Chen, if you encounter any difficulties in attracting investment or promotion, please let us know. We will definitely do our best to assist you. Xiao Shushuang heard Director He's familiar voice. Director He, since you've put it that way, I certainly won't hold back later. This must be the voice of the new president. Xiao Shushuang's heart skipped a beat, but the voice sounded strangely familiar. Chapter 44 Xiao Shushuang's Regret. The clear and gentle voice entered Xiao Shushuang's ears, giving her a sense of déjà vu. But she didn't think much of it. To avoid seeming abrupt, she prepared a question about the cultural industry park in advance. She believed that if she found the right moment to ask Director He this question, the new president would definitely be interested. Xiao Shushuang took a long stride and walked to the side of the group of executives. Director He. She had barely opened her mouth when her eyes, hidden behind her thin-rimmed glasses, involuntarily fell on the new president they were surrounding. Tall and upright, dressed in LV casual business attire, and with that extremely familiar handsome face. Xiao Shushuang's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, and her mind went blank for a moment. The next moment, she almost involuntarily let out a cry of surprise. It's you?
With a slightly sharp exclamation, Xiao Shushuang seized the opportunity to look for something that attracted a lot of attention.
The surrounding executives were all taken aback.
He then looked in surprise at the sophisticated beauty who had appeared beside him at some point.
Chen Qiu also raised an eyebrow.
However, he wasn't too surprised by Xiao Shushuang's appearance. This former blind date was originally one of the staff members in charge of the Cultural Industry Park at the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Her evaluation was also included in the planning suggestions provided by the system. His abilities are quite good, but he has a strong desire for control, is power-hungry, and is too eager to improve himself.
In Chen Qiu's view, this is a disadvantage, but with a little guidance, it can be turned into an advantage.
The first to react was Director He Xian. Xiao Shushuang had called his name once, and he was about to turn around when he saw Xiao Shushuang pointing at Chen Qiu with a shocked and incredulous expression. He Xian's vision went black, and his face instantly turned ashen.
Xiao, what are you doing?
When He Xian came over today, he specifically pulled Secretary Zhou aside and carefully inquired about Chen Qiu's background. The information obtained was limited, but it can be summarized in 4 words.
Unfathomable.
Chen Qiu is a local with a clean background. He seems to be just an ordinary rural young man. I'm not afraid of not finding anything, I'm afraid of finding something that leaves no clues. However, with such a simple background, he was able to become the largest individual shareholder of a cultural industry group and the chief planner of the industrial park. Secretary Zhou also secretly revealed that the proposal that Chen Qiu showed to Director Wang was extremely well made. This is completely unlike the work of someone as young as Chen Qiu, who is only in his 20s or 30s.
Or perhaps Chen Qiu is a prodigy who suddenly had an epiphany.
Or perhaps there's a powerful figure behind them. He Xian felt a deep sense of awe towards this. But he was also excited and thrilled. He came from an ordinary family and it took him more than 30 years of hard work to become a section chief. It is often said that being a section chief is the endpoint for ordinary people in politics. He Xian understands this all too well. A few years ago, he was thinking of retiring, but then he happened to come across the vigorous development of the cultural and tourism industry in various places. The proposal of the Cultural Industry Park project gave him a glimmer of hope that he could move up a bit further. The appearance of Chen Qiu, this heavenly being, instantly greatly increased his faint hope. Even if the Cultural Industry Park project ultimately fails, if we can establish a good relationship with this heavenly being, moving to a different location would be a piece of cake. In politics, the key to promotion is never what you did right. It's not about whether they're in the right team. Therefore, when he first met Chen Qiu, he tried his best to be friendly. But he never expected that this young man, Xiao Shushuang, would be so ignorant of the rules. Is this a place where a little karami like you can speak? He even pointed at Chen Qiu with his finger. At this moment, He Xian's angry shout contained fire. Secretary Zhou quickly pressed down on Xiao Shushuang's hand and pulled her aside. Seeing this, He Xian turned to Chen Qiu and apologized. Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry, the young lady who hasn't been with the company long is just being immature.
In that case, I'll drink a glass as an apology.
No need, it's nothing. Chen Qiu stopped him. He Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Chen Qiu was indeed not angry.
Don't underestimate Xiao Shushuan's small action just now. What if this young man is vindictive? He wouldn't dare gamble.
Come here, Mr. Chen. On the other side. Secretary Zhou reprimanded Xiao Shushuang in an extremely stern tone. Xiao, you're usually quite composed, what's wrong with you today? Did you catch a cold and have a fever that made you dizzy? Xiao Shushuang opened her mouth. Is she going to say that the new president, Mr. Chen, was her previous blind date? She hadn't even given him a second glance, yet she lectured him? At this moment, she really wondered if her fever had damaged her brain. I have a question for Director He. Xiao Shushuang's voice became somewhat hoarse. Is this the right place to ask questions? Don't you even have this much common sense? Secretary Zhou shook his head in utter disappointment. Submit a self-criticism tomorrow. Don't take charge of anything at the industrial park for the next few days. Get some rest. Secretary Zhou's indifferent words reached Xiao Shushuang's ears, and her face turned deathly pale. Secretary Zhou, As soon as she opened her mouth, Secretary Zhou turned around and left. Following the direction he left, Xiao Shushuang saw Chen Qiu being escorted out of the banquet hall. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment in mid-air. She vaguely saw Chen Qiu's amused, half-smiling gaze. Suddenly, she remembered what Chen Qiu had said before their blind date ended.
Miss Xiao, I look forward to seeing you again. Did he foresee this happening back then? Was he deliberately trying to make a fool of me?
Xiao Shu clenched his fist slightly, his heart filled with grievance. She didn't know why Chen Xiu, a major shareholder and president of a cultural industry group, would make fun of her. Thinking about this, she became somewhat angry. But it quickly turned into helplessness. The image of Director He's angry shout and Secretary Zhou's reprimand flashed through her mind. The way the two of them were afraid of angering Chen Xiu was clearly etched in her mind. During this time, Chen Xiu didn't even say a word, she was simply dragged away.
Isn't this the power she's always dreamed of?
If she hadn't acted so arrogantly during the blind date 2 days ago. She vaguely remembered that Chen Xiu seemed to have feelings for her during their blind date. Originally, she had the opportunity to rise to the top in one fell swoop. Xiao Shushuang's eyes flickered slightly, and a feeling of deep regret welled up in his heart.
Xiao Shushuang took out her phone and found Chen Xiu's WeChat.
She was glad she hadn't deleted Chen Xiu immediately.
Is there any way to remedy this now? Chapter 45. Young people these days are really ruthless.
First floor of the hotel. A middle-aged man with a slightly thin build squatted by the flower bed in front of the hotel. He would glance at his phone every now and then get up and pace around, his eyes fixed on the hotel entrance with concern.
Hey, Yenli, why aren't you doing your renovation work? What are you doing loitering around in front of someone else's hotel? Like a good for nothing. Just then, a familiar voice entered my ears, slightly jarring.
Yenli turned around and glanced at the person who had come in, his eyes narrowing.
Sure enough, it was his mortal enemy, He Yanliang.
8 or 9 years ago, this man was just a small foreman. Later, his daughter was taken in by someone, and he gradually got some projects through that person.
Now he's quite well known.
Yenli despises those who sell their daughters for money.
Get lost, don't bother me. Yenli spat and said coldly.
Today he received news that the major individual shareholder of the cultural industry group has been directly appointed as the president. It was personally confirmed by Director Wang. And he also served as the chief planner. So when he learned that Li Chang and his group were hosting a welcome dinner for the new president, he rushed over immediately, hoping to find some opportunity. He Yanliang, standing beside him, had a smile on his face and didn't seem annoyed at all. In his view, Yan Li's words were nothing more than the barking of a loser. He didn't think Yan Li had any chance of turning things around now. Wait until his debts fully surface, then it won't be too late for him to kick him while he's down. His presence here now is naturally due to receiving prior notice. However, he wasn't too flustered. If they want a CEO parachuted in, then so be it. His daughter, He Ting, has now gotten on Li Chang's good side, so she's basically set for life. Li Chang is the vice president in charge of infrastructure projects in the industry, and he has a lot of experience.
Could this new CEO really replace him? It doesn't exist. He came here tonight to solidify his relationship with Li Chang.
The two of them wandered around the hotel entrance for a few minutes, and soon saw a group of people coming out of it.
Li Chang, Tang Qin. Director He from the Culture and Tourism Bureau, Secretary Zhou.
Yenli glanced around and saw that, apart from not seeing Director Wang, almost all the main people in charge of the industrial park were present.
So, that young man is the new president and chief planner of the cultural industry group?
Under the bright light at the hotel entrance, Yenli was shocked to see Chen Xiu's excessively young face.
Just who is this young man?
Yenli stopped in his tracks, pondering to himself. He originally thought that he was a prominent figure in the engineering industry in southern Jiangxi 10 years ago, and that the new president might be an acquaintance he had worked with before. But after seeing Chen Xiu's young and unfamiliar face, he was somewhat confused.
Director Wang is actually willing to risk such an important project on a young man?
Either he is the son of a celestial dragon, or he is a genius with monstrous abilities. However, from any perspective, this is not bad news for Yan Li. At least, the stagnant pool that was previously filled with glimmers of hope has finally begun to flow. Watching the young man get into an Audi amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yan Li finally turned his gaze away.
I'll have to ask around when I get back.
Since he couldn't use his connections with Li Chang, he could only start with this young CEO. With a heavy heart, Yan Li left the hotel, making phone calls to inquire about information, and soon returned to the company.
Wife.
As soon as he entered the door, he was glared at by his wife, Tao Xia. What are you yelling for? Wei Wei is still working. Yan Li glanced at his daughter, who was still sitting in front of the computer in the office, and immediately shut his mouth.
What's wrong? Any progress? Do you know the new CEO over there? After sitting down, Tao Xia couldn't wait to ask. I don't know him. Yan Li shook his head. He looks like a young man in his early 20s. A young man in his 20s? You haven't mistaken me for someone else, have you? Tao Xia gasped in surprise, somewhat incredulous.
Even Yan Baiwei, sitting in her office, slightly raised her beautiful eyes and glanced in their direction.
How could I be mistaken? I'm not blind.
And I just made several phone calls to confirm, the new president over there is in his 20s. He just took office today and already sent that guy surnamed Ma to jail.
Yan Li clicked his tongue in amazement.
This was news he had just learned.
In this line of work, which one of them doesn't have some filth on their ass? As long as the project's final outcome is satisfactory, those in power will turn a blind eye. It's rare to see a new CEO so ruthless. Young people these days are really ruthless. Yan Li sighed.
Tao Xia, standing to the side, just pursed her lips.
Do you think it's still like a few years ago, when everyone had money and people wouldn't mind taking a little more?
They're probably just using this guy surnamed Ma as an example to scare the rest.
Yan Li nodded. 2. But Lao Yan, have you found out anything about that young CEO? Upon hearing this, Yan Li immediately shook his head. He made many phone calls and asked many people.
Although everyone knew about this important matter, when he asked about their background, no one knew anything about it.
That's not easy to handle either.
Tao Xia said sadly.
It's alright, it's better than before. Yan Li said, trying to find humor in his predicament.
In the office, Yan Baiwei, who could vaguely hear her parents talking, pursed her red lips. These past 2 days, she's been working overtime to complete the design drawings for Chen Xiu's large apartment and villa.
Next, once the contract is signed, construction can officially begin.
After sending the final renderings of both houses to Chen Xiu, she sat down and stretched. The graceful curves, accentuated by the fitted sweater, are extremely alluring.
As for Chen Xiu, there shouldn't be a need for a second version, right?
Yan Baiwei's lips curled up slightly. Based on her understanding of Chen Xiu, she believed he would really like the final result.
Yan Baiwei stared at the computer screen, waiting for Chen Xiu's reply.
On the other side. After meeting Li Chang, He Yangliang returned home. However, his expression was rather unpleasant.
Ma Du has actually been sent in.
Upon hearing his words, He Ting, who was leaning back on the sofa with a face mask on while watching a TV series, was startled.
She quickly straightened up. And what about Mr. Li? What did he say? They said they need to avoid the area for a while.
Upon hearing this, He Ting's expression turned somewhat unpleasant.
You've taken advantage of me and now you don't want to do anything?
She was trembling with anger.
What about all her efforts during this time? He Yangliang waved his hand, telling her not to rush.
Li Chang also has his own concerns.
Keep in touch with him during this time.
He Ting gave a soft hum, nodded, and leaned back on the sofa to listen to He Yangliang talk about the new president. Young, rich, and with an incredible background. If only I could just hook up with that CEO. If she could marry a man like that, that would be true marriage into a wealthy family, and she would be set for life. He Ting dreamt beautifully of becoming a wealthy socialite.
Dad, do you think we can get in touch with that CEO? Chapter 46 Crystal Harem? The next day.
Chen Xiu sat in the president's office. His gaze was fixed intently on the computer screen, and his fingers flew across the keyboard, producing a series of clattering sounds. Don't get me wrong, he's not working. Instead, he logged into the computer version of WeChat and chatted with several beautiful women at the same time. After drinking last night, he went home and fell asleep, leaving behind a lot of messages on WeChat.
First, there's Su Jia's string of exclamation marks.
Through the symbols, Chen Xiu could vaguely see her innocent face with her red lips parted in shock.
Su Jia, you're actually the largest individual shareholder of the cultural industry group? President Chen? Su Jia, this group was specifically established for the cultural industry part that the city is focusing on developing.
Upon seeing the series of messages sent by Su Jia, Chen Xiu replied directly. Chen Xiu, manager Su seems to know quite a lot.
Is he trying to get this interview through connections? Su Jia, of course. My sister is interning at your company, can't I at least check her out?
Chen Xiu, then it would be perfect if you came over again, and together with Yi, you could become my right-hand man.
Su Jia, humph, dream on. Su Jia, however, thank you for what happened to Yi. Chen Xiu's lips curled up slightly. It seemed that Su Yi had told her everything that happened yesterday. Chen Xiu, how are you going to thank me? Su Jia, I'll treat you to dinner in a couple of days, and then our bank has some New Year's gifts for our clients. I'll bring some over for you. New Year's goods? Chen Xiu remembered the trunk full of rice, flour, and cooking oil he had brought back last time his parents were overjoyed when they found out. For middle-aged and elderly women, they are happy to queue for an hour just to get a few eggs. Not to mention those offered to you by others. Just as Chen Xiu was about to reply, another contact's red dots started appearing one after another. Yan Baiwei, so, have you looked at all the design renderings? Are there any parts that need to be changed? Chen Xiu, no need, I'm quite satisfied. It must be said that Yan Baiwei is indeed quite capable to have become a well-known interior designer. Even in the planning document for the Cultural Industrial Park, Yan Baiwei's name was on the list of recommended cultural building designers. Subsequently, Yan Baiwei sent over the renovation plans for both houses, along with a detailed breakdown of costs. The large apartment was relatively simple, since it only had soft furnishings. Apart from the 800,000 yuan budget that Chen Xiu had previously decided on, Yan Baiwei did not charge a single penny for design fees. It's practically free. The other villa involves both hard and soft furnishings, so there are many more details to consider. The brand and model of all materials used, including pipes and wires, are specified in great detail. The preliminary estimate for the hard decoration cost is 2 million. That's enough to buy a 100-plus square meter apartment in the city center. And this is just the cost of the hard furnishings. If the soft furnishings are more luxurious, the final cost could easily reach 4 or 5 million. Home renovation is truly a bottomless pit. Chen Xiu immediately replied to Yan Baiwei, let's sign the contract in a couple of days. I'll transfer 1 million to you first so we can get the interior decoration done on that large apartment in Binjiang number 1. After saying that, Chen Xiu transferred 1 million yuan to Yan Baiwei's company account. This is where the benefits of opening a private banking account become apparent. If it were his previous bank card, he wouldn't be able to transfer 1 million in a single transaction, let alone 1 million in a single day. Chen Xiu checked the account and found that there was a balance of just over 10 million yuan left. On the other side, Yan Baiwei, who had received the payment, stared at her phone, slightly lost in thought. 1 million. She wasn't unfamiliar with luxury property projects, but this was the first time she had ever experienced someone so casually transferring money to her before even signing a contract. You should know that her father has to pay for all the projects he's doing up front. Having experienced numerous hardships in her family, Yan Baiwei knew all too well how fragile trust between people could be in the face of money. However, Chen Xiu still has absolute trust in her after they reunite after many years. Just like back in high school when he subconsciously thought he would cover for her skipping class to go online. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. Yan Baiwei couldn't help but chuckle as she recalled the past. A nostalgic smile graced that cool, aloof face, like a snow lotus in full bloom. Yan Baiwei, aren't you afraid I'll run away with the money? She rarely joked with Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu, I have connections everywhere in southern Jiangxi. If you run away, I'll catch you in no time and sell you into slavery to pay off your debts. Yan Baiwei smiled slightly, pursing her lips. She's not that cheap, she wouldn't sell herself for 1 million. Putting aside her random thoughts, she began to help Chen Xiu buy furniture. At this moment, Chen Xiu was chatting with Zhang Mantong about luxury goods. Yes, it's the blonde woman with big waves who rear-ended her on a bicycle yesterday. Today he finally remembered why he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw Zhang Mantong back then. He had previously seen a video of Zhang Mantong, who was said to be one of the top 10 rich and beautiful women in southern Jiangxi. After seeing her in person, Chen Xiu could confirm that she was indeed very fair-skinned and undeniably beautiful. As for whether he's rich or not, that's questionable. However, Zhang Mantong does have a good understanding of luxury goods. Today, I kept saying I'd go with him to the LV store this afternoon to compensate him with a new piece of clothing. Chen Xiu, great. I was just thinking of getting a few suits custom made. Personalized customization, this is the most high-end and core product of luxury goods. Moreover, Chen Xiu is now the president of the group, so he does need a few proper suits. Zhang Mantong seemed to be silent for a moment before sending a voice message. Okay, what time should we go this afternoon? Even after electronic compression, the sound still carries a touch of allure. This woman simply clamped it up. However, he likes it. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After typing his reply, Chen Xiu heard a knock on the door. "Come in." The crisp, rhythmic sound of high heels rang out as Lu Qi, dressed in a business suit, walked to her desk. "Mr. Chen, these are the local intangible cultural heritage merchants that we compiled yesterday." Chen Xiu took it and glanced at it casually before handing a document to Lu Qi. "You need to hurry up and recruit all the people on the list these next few days." Lu Qi's expression froze. After taking the list and glancing at it, her beautiful eyes turned somewhat strange. "Looking to hire at the end of the year? What kind of operation is this? And judging from their names, it seems that many of them are women? Is this young master planning to turn the CEO's office into a harem? So her chief secretary is the empress?" Lu Qi coughed lightly, suddenly feeling that the general manager Chen chosen by Director Wang didn't seem very reliable. "Mr. Chen, are you trying to recruit them all before the New Year holiday? That's going to be difficult. After all, most people look for or change jobs after the New Year. It's really hard to make deals at the end of the year. For every student you recruit, your year-end bonus will increase by 10%. Chen Xiu waved his hand and chuckled. Lu Qi immediately straightened her back a bit, and her charming face also became serious. Director Wang has a great eye for people. This general manager Chen is absolutely reliable. Mission accomplished. Watching his energetic and sophisticated secretary leave the office, Chen Xiu got up and stretched. He didn't want to be sitting here every day after the New Year, exhausting himself. The sooner he recruited all the recommended people from the proposal, the sooner he could become a hands-off boss. Moreover, to avoid problems arising from being a hands-off manager who remotely controls the CEO's office, the people he selects may not be the most capable, but their character must be the most suitable. Their loyalty is off the charts. Yes, even building a real crystal harem wouldn't be a problem. In Zhang Montong's room, she was lying on the bed wearing only a white t-shirt. Half of her body was hidden under the blanket, with a long, shapely leg peeking out and holding the blanket between her legs. Custom-made suits? Suddenly, upon seeing this message, Zhang Mantong sat up abruptly in bed. The blanket slipped off her body, revealing her shapely curves. She stared at her phone, her eyes gleaming with excitement. On the internet, in front of strangers, a person's spending level can be faked. Yesterday, Chen Xiu was dressed in a complete LV outfit and owned an Audi Horch, which was indeed something she saw with her own eyes. But Zhang Mantong is a fake rich and beautiful woman. She's an expert in this field. After her initial excitement, she thought about it carefully when she got home that night. She's not in a rush to become a wealthy wife. It wasn't that no rich second-generation heirs had pursued her before, but those people seemed to be generous and extravagant, but in reality they were just big kids with pocket money. The family's finances are controlled by their parents. Once their allowance is cut off by their parents, those usually arrogant and domineering rich kids instantly wilted. Once she realized this, Zhang Mantong immediately demystified this group of rich second-generation individuals who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. She wants to be a rich second-generation heir, but she doesn't want to be his girlfriend. When they break up, they won't know if it's his own choice or if he's being forced to break up by his parents. She's an ambitious woman. Even if I can't be the principal wife, I should at least be a concubine and enjoy life to the fullest. Well, but not much ambition. Her meeting with Chen Xiu today, where she said she wanted to compensate him with a piece of clothing, was Zhang Montong's initial test. At the very least, you need to have a basic understanding of this person's personality and background. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too awkward if she ran into a colleague who was also building a persona? However, Zhang Mantong did not expect that Chen Xiu would want to order a custom-made suit as soon as he arrived. That's a luxury item, a personalized customization. The starting price is 6 figures, and a set of clothes can easily cost 7 figures. At this point, Zhang Mantong made up her mind. Chen Xiu is at least not her colleague. After all, she certainly couldn't afford a high-end LV collection herself. She even vaguely felt that Chen Xiu might be the kind of rich second-generation heir she was looking for, someone who had the ability to have a certain say in the family. Zhang Mantong jumped off the bed and looked at her own stunning figure in the full-length mirror. She clenched her fist. Zhang Mantong, keep going so you can live a carefree life from now on. Then, she began to carefully select her outfit for the afternoon appointment. Chen Xiu left the company before lunchtime. When he was a beast of burden, he had to go to work and leave work on time. Oh no, he even had to work overtime at night. Now that I'm the CEO, if I still have to clock in and out on time, then what's the point of being a CEO? As a slave, I had to be on time for get off work. Now that I'm a CEO, I still have to be on time for get off work. Then what's the point of me being the CEO? However, before leaving, he suddenly remembered something. I took out my phone and saw another unanswered message. Xiao Shushuang, Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect it to be you yesterday. I was too presumptuous during the blind date. Please give me a chance to apologize. I received this message last night, and it wasn't intentional that Chen Xiu didn't reply. I simply didn't know how to reply, and then I forgot. Now that things have been hanging for so long, Chen Xiu simply replied directly. It's okay, it's all over now. Culture and Tourism Bureau. Sitting at her workstation, Xiao Shushuan was somewhat dazed. Although his eyes were fixed on the computer in front of him, his gaze was not focused on the screen. Every now and then, her gaze would involuntarily fall on the phone beside her. The screen was completely black, without any movement. The thought that she hadn't received a reply to the message she sent last night made Xiao Shushuang extremely anxious. Does he really hate me that much? Xiao Shushuang clenched her hands, her mind a complete blank. Completely uninterested in work. Xiao, this document. Just then, one of her colleagues called her. Xiao Shushuan was stunned for a moment before quickly getting up. Sister Zhang, what's the matter? At this moment, Sister Zhang suddenly remembered that Xiao Shushuan was no longer in charge of the cultural industry park, and immediately shook her head awkwardly at her. No need, Xiao, you go ahead with your work. I'll have Xiao Li handle it. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Shu watched with wide eyes as Sister Zhang walked past her with the documents and headed towards another boy. Xiao Shushuang stood there for a moment before gently biting her lower lip and slowly sitting down. During her year at the Bureau of Culture and Tourism, she cultivated her network of contacts very well. In addition, she is quite capable, and most people in her workplace have a fairly good relationship with her. But today she keenly sensed that things were different from usual. When she met Director He in the morning, he didn't even respond when she greeted him. He nodded indifferently and walked right past her. Xiao Shushuan was a little embarrassed, as many people in the workplace had witnessed the scene. Director He's indifferent behavior seemed to directly confirm the rumors that others had heard. From that moment on, Xiao Shushuang sensed a strange atmosphere. That strange feeling was ever present, marking itself all over my body. Everyone seemed to be able to see this mark, and their attitude towards her began to change. However, the actions of the others were far less starkly indifferent than those of Director He. They could still chat and laugh with Xiao Shushuang. But Xiao Shushuang was able to keenly sense the sympathy for her in the other person's words. It seems everyone is convinced of their bleak future in the Bureau of Culture and Tourism. This sympathy suffocated Xiao Shushuang, who aimed to advance her career. Sitting in her office chair, Xiao Shushuang suddenly felt a little dazed. She recalled how hard she had worked at her company that year and how she had racked her brains to cultivate her network of contacts. It was thanks to this that she was able to join the working group of the Cultural Industry Park. However, all of this vanished in a single day. What makes Xiao Shushuang feel most desperate is that she herself is the one who caused all of this. Buzz. Just then, my phone vibrated and the screen lit up. Xiao Shushuang perked up and quickly picked up her phone. He replied. Seeing Chen Xiu's WeChat profile picture was like a drowning person seeing a long pole being extended from the shore. Only. It's okay, it's all over now. Upon seeing this sentence, Xiao Shushuan was completely stunned. She knew very well that what she meant by the past is the past was simply to put aside their previous blind date and to definitively define their relationship. One is the president of a cultural industry group. One of them is a civil servant from the Culture and Tourism Bureau. This is a judgment by those in power over those in power. This may also mean that she will be classified as a junior staff member in the Bureau of Culture and Tourism for a considerable period of time in the future. She felt breathless just imagining that possibility. Perhaps, no, there must still be a chance to salvage it. Chapter 47 This is what a good sister is like. Noon. Chen Xiu drove his Huashi to the address Zhang Mantong had sent him, Xingzhou Bay Community. He was about to send a message when he saw a tall, slender figure walk out of the community gate. Her slightly wavy blonde hair shone brightly in the midday sun, and her pale, slightly alluring face looked as if it had been automatically smoothed, making her incredibly delicate. She wore a caramel-colored fitted cashmere dress that accentuated her beautiful waist and hip curves. The skirt hem just reached her thighs, and her straight, slender legs were covered by a layer of slightly damp black stockings. Zhang Mantong is already 169 centimeters tall, and now she's wearing a pair of platform ankle boots, a short skirt, and black stockings, which makes her legs look incredibly proportionate.
If Chen Xiu hadn't turned on the heater, you'd think it was summer just by looking at this outfit. As soon as Zhang Mantong stepped out of the residential area, she spotted the familiar Horsey car at first glance. Her beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she jogged over to open the passenger door.
Brother Chen, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
As Zhang Mantong got in, the sweet, fruity scent of ripe grapes filled the air inside the car.
Should I turn the heating up a bit?
No need, I often shoot videos outdoors, I'm used to this temperature.
Zhang Mantong smiled slightly.
During her conversation with Chen Xiu, she made no attempt to hide her identity as an internet celebrity.
She knew she couldn't hide it from them any longer, including the persona of a rich, beautiful, and successful woman.
In third-tier cities like this, the circles of the wealthy aren't that large.
With just a little investigation, her identity as a rich and beautiful woman will be exposed.
That would only create more embarrassment later. Of course, if Chen Xiu didn't ask, she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to explain. The vehicle slowly started moving. Chen Xiu drives with one hand, his right hand naturally resting on the gearshift. Less than 10 centimeters from his right hand, a pair of long legs encased in lustrous black stockings were leaning diagonally towards him. This is exactly the kind of passenger seat configuration that a horse car should have.
That's a good sister.
Chen Xiu suddenly sighed in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Mantong turned to look at Chen Xiu, her red lips slightly parted.
Brother Chen, which shop are you planning to go to for a custom-made suit? What are the differences?
Chen Xiu asked casually. Zhang Mantong immediately began to introduce them in detail, as if she knew them by heart. Having played the role of a fake rich and beautiful woman for so long, she knows everything about luxury goods, to say the least. Actually, the best haute couture suits are still from Italian brands.
For example, top suit brands like Chidan and Zegna. Unfortunately, there are no stores of these brands in southern Jiangxi.
Zhang Mantong said with some regret. Chen Xiu learned a lot from listening to this. He had never heard of these brands before, as he knew nothing about luxury goods. Chen Xiu had bought a suit when she first started working at only cost a few hundred yuan. For the average person, a suit costing 2,000 or 3,000 yuan is considered top of the line. Then let's go to LV, it'll be fine as long as it's enough. Chen Xiu spoke calmly. Zhang Mantong clicked her tongue in amazement as she listened. While LV's bespoke suits may not be the absolute top tier, they are still among the most prestigious luxury brands.
A custom-made set would cost at least 100,000 yuan, but this guy just says it's enough as long as it's good enough? What kind of family background must that be?
Zhang Mantong's heart stirred slightly, and she began chatting with Chen Xiu.
10 minutes later,
the two arrived at the LV store in Mixi Mall. Zhang Mantong is a VIP customer here and seems to be quite familiar with the store manager, having contacted him in advance via WeChat.
Mr. Chen, Ms. Zhang.
The store manager was a sophisticated woman in her 30s, and quite attractive.
Is this Mr. Chen looking to order a custom-made suit? What style and fabric would you like?
She led the two to the reception area inside, where she brought out various fabrics for Chen Xiu to choose from.
After Zhang Mantong's introduction, he now has a better understanding of suit fabrics.
Scable, please. After taking the final measurements, Chen Xiu paid the full amount.
153,000.
Seeing Chen Xiu pay the full amount without hesitation, the elegant store manager looked at Chen Xiu with even more enthusiasm. Young, rich, and handsome. No wonder Zhang Mantong brought a man with her for the first time ever.
She knows Zhang Mantong fairly well.
A fake rich and beautiful internet celebrity who is looking forward to lying down and having nothing to do has always been reluctant to associate with rich second-generation heirs. The reason was that she felt those rich second-generation men who lacked ability couldn't guarantee her a wealthy life for the rest of her days.
And those abilities are currently out of her reach.
This viewpoint left her speechless yet somewhat reasonable. But precisely because of this, any man who can catch Zhang Mantong's eye must be extraordinary. Zhang Mantong noticed the store manager's gaze, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Brother Chen, let me pick out a piece of clothing for you, as compensation for yesterday's purchase. She pulled Chen Xiu outside and started helping him choose clothes. Zhang Mantong, with her blonde hair, exudes a mature and sophisticated yet ruthless vibe, but her actual behavior leans more towards that of a scheming sweet girl. The selection process for Chen Xiu was completely different from that for Su Jia. Each time he took off a piece of clothing, he first compared it to Chen Xiu's body, and then personally helped her put it on. After putting it on, her delicate white hands would tug at the wrinkles in the clothes. For more than 10 minutes, Qianxiu's vision was constantly filled with that head of blonde hair and that alluring face.
I think this one is good. He's handsome and has great charisma.
Zhang Monton's beautiful eyes fell on Qianxiu, and she nodded in satisfaction.
Women are creatures that admire strength.
In this society, money represents power most of the time. Therefore, most women are materialistic. However, women are also emotional creatures easily dominated by hormones, and in many cases, they value appearance highly.
This is why there are so many female fans who dream of becoming celebrities. Rich and good-looking, usually only celebrities can meet their requirements.
In Zhang Monton's view, Qianxiu is a rare man who is not a celebrity but can still satisfy a woman's needs. Finally, Zhang Mantong spent 13,000 yuan to buy a coat.
This surprised Qianxiu.
Not only is he good-looking, but he also keeps calling me Brother Chen to provide emotional support, and in the end, I even spent more than 10,000 yuan to buy him a piece of clothing.
Even if it's just baiting the hole, that's going too far.
Su Jia and Yan Baiwei, whom Qianxiu had met before, were old classmates, and their interactions were quite natural. Although they can understand the change in status brought about by money and position, this is the first time Zhang Manton has experienced it. No wonder those rich kids party every night, surrounded by such sensible and good younger sisters.
Who could resist that? Qianxiu felt a surge of emotion. He didn't mind the little tricks Zhang Manton used on him.
Conversely, their attitude towards Zhang Manton has also changed. The child has worked so hard to build the nest, if he doesn't eat a few bites as a token gesture, people will think he's not good enough.
Chapter 48 Fake Rich Girl, Real Princess?
Qianxiu wanted to give Zhang Manton some incentive.
Certainly. He's not so repressed as to immediately throw money around to show off his wealth and then expect to get intimate with her tonight. Qianxiu is not just a rich second-generation heir with money, he has a much simpler and more efficient way. The two arrived at a coffee shop. Manton, you have hundreds of thousands of followers on Douyin, right?
Zhang Manton, who had just taken a sip of coffee, felt a sudden tightness in her chest upon hearing this.
Is he going to ask me about rich, beautiful, and successful women?
Zhang Manton felt a little nervous, but on the surface, she nodded calmly.
Yes, it's almost 1 million. Have you ever considered changing careers? Transformation? Zhang Manton blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Qianxiu in surprise. It's not a complete transformation.
Qianxiu hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. If it's just about flaunting wealth, your rich, beautiful, and successful persona is too superficial. I have a method that can solidify and enhance your rich, beautiful, and successful persona. Zhang Manton looked somewhat embarrassed. Even though she was already prepared, Qianxiu's direct pointing out that the rich, beautiful, and successful woman persona was just a facade made her feel like she had been stripped bare and seen through. However, her attention quickly fell on Qianxiu's last sentence. How to enhance the image of a rich, beautiful, and successful woman without flaunting wealth? Zhang Manton's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She really couldn't think of what to do for a moment.
Qianxiu smiled slightly and spoke. Are you aware of the cultural industry park that the city is planning to develop?
Zhang Manton nodded. Her roommate, Xiao Shushuang, was in charge of coordinating this project at the Bureau of Culture and Tourism. Naturally, she also gained some understanding of it through her exposure to the project. Recently, the industrial parks projects have started to move, and some independent media, including official media, have reported on them online, but most of them are just generalities. If you could enter this project as an individual, visit some of the cultural buildings that are still under construction, announce the events that are being planned in advance, or even make a video with the cooperation of official media. Not only that, you can also participate in various cultural activities, animation and film exhibitions, and tourism promotions in the city. Then, is your status as a rich, beautiful, and successful woman really just empty talk? After hearing Qianxiu's words, Zhang Manton opened her pink lips, her face full of shock. If we apply this concept to Qianxiu, then her identity as a rich, beautiful, and successful woman is no longer just empty talk. By attaching herself to official labels, she can get the cultural and tourism authorities to cooperate with her. Coupled with the rich and beautiful persona she had previously cultivated, she could practically be upgraded to the princess of southern Jiangxi. But, after a brief moment of excitement, Zhang Manton immediately became dejected again. How could I possibly have the ability to leverage these resources? The internet celebrities who can secure the resources Qianxiu mentioned are either top internet celebrities supported by the local government or top influencers nationwide. She's a fake rich and beautiful woman with no millions of followers. What makes her so special?
Oh right, I forgot to introduce you.
At this moment, Chen Xiu took out a business card and pushed it in front of Zhang Mantong.
I own 30% of the shares in Qiancheng Cultural Industry Group. I am the major shareholder and also the president.
He is also the chief planner of the Cultural Industry Park. Chen Xiu's calm voice reached her ears, but Zhang Mantong froze on the spot. With a deafening boom, it was as if a thunderclap had exploded in her mind.
She was stunned. The president of Qiancheng Cultural Industry Group?
She could always vaguely sense a calm and leisurely temperament from Chen Xiu. They are very different from those frivolous rich kids who only know how to eat, drink, and have fun. But she never imagined that the difference was more than just a matter of degree.
They're not even on the same level.
She had heard Xiao Shushuang mention that the Cultural Industry Group had invested over 1 billion yuan in the city. The man in front of us owns 30% of the shares and is also the head of the group.
Did I accidentally reel in a giant shark?
While Zhang Mantong was lost in thought, Chen Xiu slowly drank a cup of coffee.
Zhang Mantong is laying the bait, but isn't he doing the same?
In the planning proposal for the Cultural Industry Park, seeking in-depth cooperation with online influencers is a necessary step. In this era where everything is about traffic, no matter how good a cultural industrial park is, it won't last long if you don't cultivate your own IP and have your own traffic.
Of course, if it were just Zhang Mantong alone, the amount of traffic she could attract would be very limited.
Therefore, the resources he mentioned to Zhang Mantong earlier do not belong to her alone. The group will definitely need to sign more internet celebrities to build a traffic matrix.
How many resources Zhang Mantong can snatch from this depends on her own abilities. Brother Chen, were you serious about what you just said? After a while, Zhang Mantong still couldn't quite believe it. Why do I feel like I'm in a dream?
As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Xiu's fingers landed on her exquisite and alluring face.
With a slight pull. Ouch, that hurts.
Zhang Mantong quickly pressed Chen Xiu's hand down, her eyes filled with resentment.
She didn't expect Chen Xiu to actually pull so hard. Are you more sober now? Zhang Mantong was still holding Chen Xiu's hand, and asked curiously. Why did Brother Chen choose me? Are there any internet celebrity bloggers in southern Jiangxi who are more suitable than me? Zhang Mantong doesn't think she has anything particularly outstanding compared to other bloggers. Because those internet celebrities haven't had time to make me fly on the sidewalk yet. Hearing Chen Xiu's teasing words, Zhang Mantong's pretty face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But thinking about it, isn't this also a sign of fate?
I was just helping my roommate deliver something, but I ended up knocking down a CEO on the street, and then this CEO wanted to use all his resources to make me famous.
This is like something out of an idol drama.
The thought of transforming herself from a fake rich girl into a real princess is...
Zhang Mantong felt an overwhelming surge of emotion.
After her full breasts heaved a few times, she calmed down a little. At this moment, Chen Xiu also sent a contract to her phone.
This is a preliminary contract. You can take a look at it. If there's anything you can't accept, we can revise it.
Zhang Mantong glanced at it briefly and didn't find any major problems. She is a self-aware person. Of course, he knew that Chen Xiu's reason for choosing him couldn't be because he had defeated Chen Xiu. For him, the president of a cultural industry group, the value of his online celebrity status is not particularly rare.
So, my greatest value to Chen Xiu is...
Her beautiful eyes shifted slightly, but she frowned, feigning a puzzled expression.
Brother Chen, there's something missing here. Which point?
Chen Xiu leaned over in confusion, only to be greeted by a strong citrus aroma.
There's no indication of how I should thank Brother Chen.
Zhang Mantong leaned close to his ear, her charming voice like a serpent, slithering into his ear canal. Chen Xiu turned her head and saw a stunningly beautiful face with a charming smile and captivating eyes.
How would you like to express your gratitude?
As Chen Xiu finished speaking, Zhang Mantong's lips curled slightly. She grabbed Chen Xiu's hand and brought it to her lips.
Of course. I'll bite.
The next moment, she parted her red lips slightly and pressed her silver teeth decisively onto Chen Xiu's fingers.
Chen Xiu's eyes widened as a sharp pain shot through her.
He never expected that this woman would actually bite him.
Who told Brother Chen to pinch my cheek just now?
The indistinct words rang out, and Chen Xiu was about to pull her fingers away when she was swept away by the warmth. He looked down and saw his tongue entwining around his fingers.
Zhang Mantong's alluring eyes looked at him with a hint of provocation. That vixen. Chapter 49 Bicycle.
As Zhang Manton left the coffee shop, she felt a little strange.
A chance encounter while delivering documents to her best friend unexpectedly led to her meeting a powerful CEO?
Their relationship evolved from that of friends to that of superior and subordinate.
I have to treat Shuxuan to a good meal when we get back. That's not right.
Thinking of this, Zhang Manton blinked her beautiful eyes, as if she suddenly remembered something.
She asked Chen Xiu out today to test his abilities in wealth.
In terms of ability, Chen Xiu is the president of the cultural industry group. In terms of wealth, Chen Xiu owns 30% of the shares, and that is very likely just the tip of the iceberg.
The result was indeed unexpected, exciting and satisfying. But she verified all of this in order to become Chen Xiu's girlfriend or even wife.
She married into a wealthy family, thus achieving her life goal of living a comfortable and wealthy life while remaining carefree. Forget about being a girlfriend, she hasn't even become a lover yet, and she's already become Chen Xiu's subordinate, working for him. Indeed, Zhang Manton longed for the future that Chen Xiu had painted for her. With a cultural industry group and Chen Xiu supporting her to become the princess of southern Jiangxi on the internet, who would want to be a poor, fake rich and beautiful woman? Similarly, if one could become Chen Xiu's woman, the Gannan princess on the internet wouldn't seem so appealing anymore. She has no ambition, she just wants to live a comfortable life. Zhang Manton looked at Chen Xiu beside her, and the look in her beautiful eyes gradually became firm. No, the revolution is not yet successful, we must continue our efforts.
Immediately.
Chen Xiu had only taken a few steps when he noticed that Zhang Manton had naturally taken his arm.
Brother Chen, I'm your employee now. Should I call you General Manager Chen or Brother Chen?
Zhang Manton's voice reached his ears, and Chen Xiu looked at her and said,
Have you ever seen an employee with their arm around the CEO?
Humph, that's true. Zhang Manton nodded, but hugged him even tighter. She naturally has a slender figure with a full bust.
I'm not wearing anything too thick today. Chen Xiu could clearly feel the sensation of sinking in. That's great. Chen Xiu showed no intention of pulling his hand away.
The relationship between the two of them underwent a subtle change after Zhang Manton bit him just now. Zhang Manton, who was secretly watching Chen Xiu, did not sense his displeasure and breathed a sigh of relief.
So it seems she still has a chance? Manton, I noticed your cycling gear was quite comprehensive last time. Do you know anything about cycling?
At this moment, Chen Xiu asked curiously. He had been thinking about exercising to improve his health. The simplest way is running, but Chen Xiu found it too boring.
Going to the gym alone can be a bit boring.
After seeing Zhang Manton yesterday, he was immediately reminded that cycling is a good exercise for cardiovascular function.
I didn't actually ride for very long.
Zhang Manton stuck out her tongue somewhat awkwardly.
Now that she's going to become Chen Xiu's subordinate, she's completely abandoned her fake rich and beautiful persona. He was very frank with Chen Xiu.
I started cycling because I saw other online celebrities adopting a sporty style, so I followed suit and jumped on the bandwagon. However, although I'm not a very good rider, I have a very comprehensive understanding of cycling bikes and equipment.
Like lightning, plum blossoms, Trek.
Zhang Manton puffed out her chest and recounted the stories as if they were her most treasured possessions. As a fake rich and beautiful woman, she may not be able to afford those top-of-the-line bicycles, but she must know this.
Trek, you mean the bicycle that was on the news before, the one with a scratch on the paint and they demanded 40,000 yuan in compensation? Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow. He had seen that news before, so he remembered it vividly. Yes, that's the brand.
Zhang Manton nodded. The bicycle I bought is also this brand, but it's only an entry-level model costing a few thousand yuan. Zhang Manton spoke with a troubled tone. Previously, because of this car, some nitpicking netizens stirred up trouble in her comments section, saying things like, a rich and beautiful woman like her only rides a Trek worth a few thousand yuan?
Zhang Manton quickly switched to a secondary account to stir up trouble. Isn't it unreasonable for a newbie to ride a bicycle costing thousands? What's your skill level? Show it to us.
By stirring up trouble and getting netizens to criticize her, she actually preserved her image as a rich, beautiful, and successful woman.
Since then, Zhang Manton has rarely posted photos of her bicycle on Xiaohongshu and Weibo after cycling trips. Is Brother Chen interested in cycling? I want to give it a try. By the way, do we have a Trek store around here? Yes, I think there's one near Central Park. Brother Chen, do you want to buy a bicycle?
Well, I'll also help you solidify your rich, beautiful, and successful persona while I'm at it. Zhang Mantong was taken aback upon hearing this, and several guesses flashed through her mind.
Immediately, the two followed the navigation to the Trek bicycle store. What would you like to buy?
The owner was a lean, middle-aged man who was assembling a bicycle in the shop. When he saw someone come in, he asked a question without even looking up.
Boss, do you have Madun in your store?
Zhang Mantong's voice rang out in the shop.
Upon hearing this name, the owner immediately put down what he was doing and stood up.
Upon seeing the stunningly beautiful Zhang Mantong and Chen Xiu, his eyes lit up. He knows Zhang Mantong, a rich and beautiful internet celebrity, who seems to be riding the wave of popularity in the cycling community lately.
But is it said that the rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned image is just a persona?
However, he doesn't care about his public image as long as he can make business, that's all that matters.
Which model do you want to see?
He took off his gloves and went to a row of bicycles next to him.
SL5. SL6. Still an SLR7?
With each sentence the boss spoke, he would pat the seat of a bicycle. The SLR7 is the most expensive model in his store, with the highest spec version costing up to 80,000 yuan. He stared intently at the blonde beauty in front of him, secretly hoping that this internet celebrity was indeed a genuine rich and beautiful woman.
Is there no SLR9? However, Zhang Mantong's subconscious question did give him a jolt. Goodness, could she really be a rich, beautiful, and successful woman? The high-end version of the Madong 9th generation costs over 100,000 yuan. The 9th generation usually needs to be pre-ordered.
He told the truth. Zhang Mantong turned to look at Chen Xiu.
Brother Chen, what do you think? Should we upgrade to the 7th generation? On the way here, Zhang Mantong recommended the Chui Kima Dong series to Chen Xiu.
Prices range from over 20,000 to over 100,000 yuan, with everything available. Chen Xiu didn't hesitate and went straight for the top-of-the-line model. When you're short on money, you talk about cost-effectiveness. When you have money, you just choose the most expensive one. At this moment, the boss also realized that Chen Xiu was the one who wanted to buy the car, and it seemed that he really wanted to buy it. Seeing Chen Xiu hesitate, he quickly spoke up. There are cars available in Hero City.
If you order now, they can arrive as early as tomorrow.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu nodded.
Then let's stick with the 9th generation.
The boss was instantly overjoyed.
Is that settled? As for the configuration,
let's go for the top-of-the-line models. As soon as Chen Xiu finished speaking, the boss's face broke into even more wrinkles from smiling.
Please wait a moment, boss, I'll process your order. A moment later, he handed Chen Xiu an order form.
Here are the configuration details for each kit. The final price is 138,000. You only need to pay a 30% deposit first. Zhang Mantong, standing to the side, was filled with silent emotion. Although she thinks cycling is great, she would absolutely not be willing to spend more than 100,000 yuan to buy a bicycle. Her most expensive handbag was only a little over 100,000 yuan, which she bought with a loan to create a rich and beautiful image, and she almost couldn't pay it back later. But she learned her lesson after that and met a second-hand bag seller. She only rented the expensive bags, never bought them. Now, seeing Chen Xiu suddenly decide to go cycling, he casually bought a bicycle worth over 100,000 yuan. This stark class divide left her sighing. At the same time, she also felt some regret. She guessed that Chen Xiu's promise to help her solidify her rich and beautiful image probably meant that he would lend her his Trek Madun to shoot some footage. After all, what else could someone be but a rich, beautiful, and successful woman who was willing to spend tens of thousands of yuan on a bicycle? We can't shoot any footage today. The thought had just crossed Zhang Mantong's mind when she heard Chen Xiu's voice.
Oh, right, let's include that 7th generation one too. Or do you want a different model?
Zhang Mantong was stunned for a moment. Looking at Chen Xiu's questioning gaze, she belatedly realized that he was going to buy it for her.
Zhang Mantong's heart skipped a beat.
Immediately, a look of shock slowly appeared on that alluring and delicate face.
Buy it for me, buy it for me? Chapter 50, Rich, beautiful women all need a good father. Otherwise? Didn't we agree to get you a car? Chen Xiu smiled. Zhang Mantong's pretty face flushed slightly from her racing heartbeat.
The boss next to him was so excited that his eyes were shining. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Mantong quickly pulled Chen Xiu aside and whispered.
Brother Chen, once your car arrives tomorrow, I can shoot another clip. Seeing Zhang Monton's slightly anxious expression, wanting to save him money, Chen Xiu couldn't help but chuckle.
You, a rich and beautiful woman, are quite thrifty and good at managing a household.
Zhang Monton's pretty face flushed slightly. Won't you give yourself away every time you ride a bike?
Chen Xiu shook his head and looked at Zhang Mantong seriously. I told you I would create a more realistic and advantageous persona for you as a rich, beautiful, and successful woman.
You didn't think I was joking, did you? Have you ever seen a rich and beautiful woman carpooling for photos? Zhang Mantong was stunned, and an unprecedented feeling of excitement welled up from the bottom of her heart.
If what Chen Xiu described to her in the coffee shop just now seemed like a dreamlike future, she has now realized that it is not the future. It is the present moment that has already been established. This man in front of me is serious. At that moment, Zhang Mantong felt her heart pounding like thunder, so loud that she could barely hear anything else. In those long, narrow, beautiful eyes, only the image of Chen Xiu could be seen. Is this the experience she's always dreamed of, the kind of pampered, rich, and beautiful girl that's been cherished since childhood? Indeed, to become a true rich, beautiful, and successful woman, you need a good father.
Alright, let's go choose the kit.
Chen Xiu pinched Zhang Mantong's foxy cheek again.
The top of the line SLR7 is only around 80,000 yuan, which isn't expensive. What's more, he's doing this to cultivate future internet celebrities for the group. It's not unreasonable to ask for reimbursement.
Just as Chen Xiu finished pinching her fair and delicate face and was about to pull his hand back, Zhang Mantong's red lips seemed to automatically follow him.
It gently bit down again.
This time, however, she didn't bite down, but instead left a warm lip print on Chen Xiu's hand. Then, she tossed her long, slightly wavy blonde hair and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear.
My CEO dad is so good to me.
After saying that, she winked playfully at Chen Xiu, took a step back with her long legs, and turned to choose a kit. Chen Xiu looked at the lip print on his hand, chuckled, and shook his head. Finally, after Zhang Mantong made her selections, the total came to 79,000. The owner would then drive the bicycle to Zhang Mantong's apartment complex entrance.
Xingzhou Bay Residential Community.
Chen Xiu escorted Zhang Mantong back to the entrance of the residential compound.
We'll go cycling once the bikes arrive in the next day or two,
Chen Xiu said to Zhang Mantong.
The latter nodded excitedly. The blush on the girl's face never went away after she left the Trek bicycle shop.
Her eyes were always watery as she looked at him. Before getting off the bus, she left a lip print on Chen Xiu's face.
Moist and soft, yet easily separated at the touch. Brother Chen, I'm leaving now.
Watching the Audi Horch drive away with reluctance, Zhang Mantong excitedly patted her cheeks.
We should have kissed. Zhang Mantong felt a little regretful.
However, compared to before, her actions today were bold enough. Before long, she received the Trek Maton delivered by the Trek store owner. He happily pushed the cart home, only to find Xiao Shushuan looking worried.
Why the long face?
In a very good mood, Zhang Mantong carefully arranged the car while changing her shoes and asked. Her response was Xiao Shushuan's silence. After a while, she finally heard Xiao Shushuan ask in a low voice.
Mantong, how do you think you can change a man's impression of a woman? Zhang Mantong was stunned upon hearing this.
She looked at her best friend and roommate in shock.
This posture. You've broken up with your boyfriend?
Xiao Shu's eyes flickered slightly, and he shook his head.
No.
After changing into slippers, Zhang Mantong sat down next to Xiao Shushuan. Her pert buttocks sank slowly into the leather sofa, her long, beautiful legs, encased in black stockings, were raised.
Want to change a man's impression of a woman? That's easy.
Zhang Mantong's lips curved slightly, and her stocking legs gently touched Xiao Shushuan's calves. Gently rub, then continuously slide upwards. Both her expression and posture are extremely alluring. Xiao Shushuan's heart skipped a beat, and the image of herself making those moves towards Chen Xiu flashed through her mind.
It probably won't work.
Immediately, she complained weakly.
Is this how you seduce men today? Zhang Mantong was immediately startled. How did you know I seduced? No, how did you know?
Xiao Shushuan said calmly.
I could smell your horny aura the moment you walked in. Zhang Mantong blushed and shrank back. It's not that obvious.
However, she was thinking of using this trick to seduce, no, to thank Chen Xiu later.
By the way, which man is making you so worried? This isn't like you at all. Zhang Mantong asked curiously.
In her memory, although Xiao Shushuang was beautiful, she was indifferent to most of her peers and focused solely on making progress. It's truly unprecedented to hear these words from her today.
After Zhang Mantong finished speaking, Xiao Shushuan remained silent.
Seeing this, the former stopped pressing her for answers.
Instead, something suddenly came to mind. As the president of the cultural industry group, wouldn't Chen Qiu also be considered half of Xiao Shushuan's superior? So, are she and Xiao Shushuan still colleagues?
Just as she was excitedly about to tell Xiao Shushuang about it, she heard Xiao Shushuang speak out abruptly. "It's my blind date from before."
"Oh, so you didn't like her?" Zhang Mantong was a little confused. Xiao Shushuan's face was full of regret.
She hugged the cushion, buried her face in it, and the sounds coming from it were muffled.
"Who would have thought this? My ex-blind date turned out to be the president of a cultural industry group. And yet, I've offended him. Ugh, why am I so unlucky?"
Zhang Mantong, who was standing nearby, vaguely heard a familiar name and quickly pulled Xiao Shushuang up.
"Who did you just say your ex-blind date was?"
Xiao Shushuang said with great worry.
"The new president of the cultural industry group."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Mantong was stunned, her lips involuntarily parting wide. Seeing her best friend's equally shocked expression, Xiao Shushuang said with worry.
"You also think I'm unlucky, right?"
Chapter 51. I seduced her first, you can't cut in line. Zhang Mantong was stunned for several seconds before she gradually came to her senses. She took a deep breath, feeling somewhat guilty and unable to meet Xiao Shushuang's gaze.
Chen Gu is actually Shushuan's former blind date? And I spent the whole day trying to seduce my best friend's blind date?
Zhang Mantong is now very glad that she didn't tell Xiao Shushuang what happened today.
The man you've been holding a grudge against has now become my CEO, Dad?
How much of a shock must this have caused her?
Hearing Xiao Shushuan's self-pitying words, Zhang Mantong felt a little strange.
Although she hadn't known Chen Qiu for very long, she felt that he was easygoing and approachable.
"Shushuan, so how did you offend them?" Zhang Mantong looked at Xiao Shushuan with a puzzled expression. The latter sighed and then recounted the condescending and lecturing attitude she had received during their blind date. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mantong's pretty face showed a speechless expression. This is indeed in line with Xiao Shushuan's style.
After passing the civil service exam, this woman often displayed a sense of superiority derived from her official position in front of her. Based on her understanding of Xiao Shushuang, she could already imagine the demeanor she would display during the blind date.
Since what happened last night, everyone at work has become a bit ambivalent about how they treat me. Wait, so Mr. Chen, that Mr. Chen didn't do anything to you?
Xiao Shushuang nodded slowly. But it was precisely because of this that she felt despair. The other party didn't even pay attention to her. She had already been treated as a discarded pawn by the other people in her workplace. Zhang Mantong breathed a sigh of relief. The CEO is so humble and open-minded, how could he possibly hold a grudge against a mere junior staff member like Xiao Shushuang? If you apologize to him properly and explain things clearly, there shouldn't be a big problem, Zhang Mantong suggested. Then, Xiao Shushuang produced her chat history with Chen Qiu from earlier that day. He only replied with one sentence, and then I wanted to formally invite him to dinner to apologize, so he never responded again. Zhang Mantong glanced at the chat history and saw that Xiao Shushuang's last message was sent at 3:20 p.m. She recalled that she was biting her nails in a coffee shop at the time, so of course she didn't have time to reply to you.
Zhang Mantong coughed lightly and began to speak. He was probably busy at the time. Besides, didn't he say that everything was in the past? Zhang Mantong raised an eyebrow after seeing Chen Qiu's reply.
Xiao Shushuang shook her head. But this won't change my predicament at work. She couldn't very well present the chat logs to Director He to protest her innocence, could she?
Or, I'll do as you suggest. Zhang Mantong didn't react for a moment upon hearing this. What suggestion? Seduction. Dedicate yourself,
Xiao Shushuang said with a resolute expression.
She believes she has a rather superior figure and looks.
Chen Qiu was still under 30, a young man in his prime.
She offered herself as a bedmate. She couldn't believe Chen Qiu could resist.
Zhang Mantong almost jumped up from the sofa upon hearing this.
No. How could you cut in line?
I was the one who seduced her first.
Wasn't this your suggestion? Why is it not going to work now?
Zhang Mantong's beautiful eyes darted around as she quickly explained.
I didn't know the reason before. But given your relationship, this is a power for sex transaction. You can't let yourself fall into this trap. But on the path of progress, where is there anything truly pure and flawless? Besides, we met through a blind date. Young men and women are like dry wood meeting a tinderbox. Isn't it reasonable that we ended up having sex by accident?
Zhang Montong's red lips parted slightly, unable to find a reason to refute for a moment. Xiao Shushuang thought of Chen Xiu's status as president of the cultural industry group, the high regard director Wang held for him, and the awe shown to him by director He and others. If she could marry Chen Xiu, wouldn't she rise to the top in her career? When a thought arises in your mind, you suddenly feel the vastness of the world. Xiao Shushuang suddenly realized that Chen Xiu perfectly met her needs. Seeing that her best friend was so eager to get started, Zhang Mantong panicked a little. She pulled Xiao Shushuang down to sit and spoke earnestly. You can't even get someone to agree to dinner, how can you expect things to escalate like dry wood meeting a flame? And how do you know if he has a girlfriend? You think you can just beckon him with a snap of your fingers? What if people think you're trying to stage an accident and write a long post about it? It's not that simple. Xiao Shushuang gradually fell into deep thought. You're right. Zhang Mantong also slowly let out a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, Shushuang, but opportunity favors the prepared mind. If she had known about her best friend's affairs before today, she definitely wouldn't have kept it a secret. But Chen Xiu has already become her CEO father, how could she bear to quit halfway? Once I succeed, I'll never forget you, my best friend. I'll ask my CEO dad to give you a hand. However, Zhang Mantong was still a little guilty because she had stolen her best friend's former blind date. Don't think too much about it. I'll treat you to dinner this weekend, and we can go out and relax. I'm going to take a shower first. The bathroom was filled with steam. The scalding hot water was poured onto her fair and alluring body, which was as white as mutton fat. Zhang Mantong closed her eyes slightly, but her mind was still preoccupied with what had just happened. Based on her understanding of her best friend, the latter would not stoop to selling her body for power. But Chen Xiu has good looks, wealth, and the power that Xiao Shushuang dreams of. What if Xiao Shushuang really falls for Chen Xiu? She has a good figure, a delicate face, a good family background, and an intellectual, scholarly air. This is something Zhang Mantong doesn't possess. The thought of Xiao Shushuang's decisiveness made Zhang Mantong feel a sense of urgency. After taking a shower, Zhang Mantong first took some photos of herself and then posted them on Douyin, Weibo, and Zaya Hongshu. Comments appeared quickly. Holy crap, a Trek Madonna SLR7. That must cost 70,000 or 80,000 yuan, right? No wonder she's one of the top 10 rich and beautiful women in southern Jiangxi. She's really extravagant. If I could marry Sister Man, I can't even imagine how awesome that would be. The rich woman is starving. Ha, a bunch of clowns, believing their fabricated personas. This was probably filmed in someone else's car. In the past, Zhang Mantong would definitely have been unable to resist switching to a smurf account to compete against him. But now she's a true rich, beautiful, and successful woman with a CEO father. After posting some flattering comments about herself, Zhang Mantong left the comments section. She changed into a summer cycling outfit. Extremely thin and close-fitting, it perfectly accentuates her figure. After setting up the selfie stick, Zhang Mantong raised her round, pert buttocks. Her voluptuous thighs, though bound, supported her graceful figure as she rode the bicycle. Then she pressed her pert buttocks down onto the triangular cushion, causing the flesh to sink in with a subtle yet extremely alluring curve. After snapping several photos, Zhang Mantong chose the most perfect one to save. Then, it was sent to Chen Xiu. Picture. So, is it suitable for me? Chapter 52 Coffee Shop Owner. At this time, Chen Xiugang returned home. After receiving Zhang Mantong's message, he clicked on the photo to take a look. Hiss. You'd think this was too revealing, but she was dressed very conservatively. You might say this is conservative, but this woman cleverly used the bicycle seat to create a suggestive atmosphere. She perfectly grasped the psychology of men. Chen Xiu, I'm wondering if you could better showcase your talent by skirting the edge of the track? Zhang Mantong, that won't do, I'll only wipe it for my CEO daddy to see. After saying that, she quickly sent several more photos. From a high vantage point, only a small portion of Zhang Mantong's pointed chin was visible. Then came the sunken, delicate collarbone, and the abyss that seemed about to burst forth. The zipper on the cycling jersey had slipped down to the chest, as if it had been squeezed down due to the weight of the zipper. These photos made Chen Xiu feel a surge of heat within him. Chen Xiu,
you dare to tease me like this when you're not around? If Zhang Mantong had dared to be so bold just now, she wouldn't be going home tonight. Zhang Mantong, I'm innocent.
I was just reporting on my work progress.
Chen Xiao, then keep it up, and you'll have to report back every day from now on. Zhang Mantong, received.
Chen Xiao sat in the living room with his legs crossed. My mother, Luo Jinglan, came over with a stack of backrest cushions.
She placed the cushions one by one on the sofa. Everyone in the village uses wooden sofas, which are heavy and hard. It's freezing cold in winter, and you'll feel like freezing if you don't put a soft mat on it. Mom, we're moving soon, so you'll have to wash it when you take it out. Luo Jinglan glanced at him and said leisurely. You've moved and you're not coming back for the Lunar New Year?
No matter how big the apartment in the city is, it doesn't have any festive atmosphere during the Spring Festival.
It's nothing like the lively atmosphere in the village.
You didn't want others to know your son had become successful, so you wanted to keep it a secret.
Chen Xiao looked at her and smiled. You drove back in such an expensive car, how could I possibly hide it from you? Luo Jinglan rolled her eyes at Chen Xiao, annoyed. However, his face was full of pride and smugness. During this period, she was definitely a prominent figure in the village. I've never heard so many words of envy in the entire first half of my life. Matchmakers came in droves. It's almost becoming a happy problem for her.
Thinking of blind dates, Luo Jinglan quickly took out her phone, holding it in one hand and tapping and swiping on the screen with the other.
Son, these are the girls I just picked out today. They're both from the city, and they're highly educated. Which one would you like to choose first?
Ever since she learned that her son owned 3 houses and had tens of millions in savings, Luo Jinglan's requirements for blind dates have skyrocketed. Chen Xiao's father, Chen Jida, always felt that he should find him a reliable and virtuous woman.
Luo Jinglan scoffed at this.
Being down to earth and virtuous means you're not good looking.
Have you considered how your future grandchildren will feel? Her son is now a successful man. He can only marry one wife, and isn't it good that she is excellent in appearance, personality, and ability?
Chen Xiao took the phone and looked through it for a few moments, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. These girls are all pretty, and they all have at least a bachelor's degree.
The job is a highly regarded iron rice bowl among the older generation.
A primary school teacher, a doctor at a level 2 hospital. This is so much better than Lu Xuanxian when he first went on a blind date.
Sure enough, the level of people others perceive you to be determines the level of the blind date they introduce you to.
Chen Xiao flipped through the list, and the last one caught his eye. Wan Lingfei, 27 years old, graduated from Shanghai University.
Her parents are retired employees of a state-owned enterprise. Now I'm the owner of a coffee shop in southern Jiangxi. Let's choose her. Luo Jinglan frowned upon seeing this.
He was the one she least favored. Putting aside the fact that he's 27 and the same age as his son, from a work perspective, the idea of him being the manager doesn't sound very reliable.
Son, let's see that doctor first. I think that girl is quite nice.
She's Aunt Zhong's niece from the village. I met her once before. She's quite tall and quiet. Chen Xiao pressed his mother down to sit and comforted her. It's not like we only saw one, the others are lined up behind us.
Luo Jinglan looked at him and said, Aren't you working on some project in the city lately? Do we have that much time?
Don't worry, I'm not that busy, my time is easy to arrange. You should set a time with the woman's side as soon as possible. I'll arrange everything for you, so you'd better have a good date.
Although our family is better off now, we can't be too picky. If we find someone suitable, we should talk to them and get to know them better. Luo Jinglan earnestly gave her advice. Don't worry.
Chen Xiao nodded with a smile. That evening, Luo Jinglan began making numerous phone calls to find the matchmaker. Soon, the date for the coffee shop owner's blind date was set.
Tomorrow afternoon. She's in the store.
Just have Chen Xiao go there and find her. After Luo Jinglan hung up the phone with the introducer, a WeChat contact card was pushed to her. The nickname is a string of English words, which gives it a very owner-like feel. Chen Xiao casually clicked add, then took a shower and went to bed.
The next day,
Chen Xiao didn't go to the company. Instead, she went with her parents to check on the renovation of the large apartments and villas. Today I need to sign the renovation contract with Yan Baiwei. Since Luo Jinglan and Chen Jida had nothing to do at the moment, they insisted on going to see the villa's renovation. Chen Xiao naturally trusted Yan Baiwei quite a bit, mainly because his parents were worried about handing over such a big house to someone else completely. After all, they themselves had participated in building that house in the village, brick by brick.
You can't truly appreciate it unless you see it for yourself. On the road, Chenjita excitedly drove his Audi Horch.
This car, costing over $1 million, is really something else.
It's powerful and smooth. Dad, you can drive this car.
As soon as Chen Xiu finished speaking, Luo Jinglan quickly said something.
Why would you give him such a nice car? Does he really need one? Chenjita opened his mouth, but then nodded.
He doesn't run a business, so there's no need for him to drive such a nice car. Besides, he only had a beat-up van before, and now he can drive Chen Xiu's Xiaomi SU7, which is already quite satisfying. I'll just drive that Xiaomi car, it's pretty good. Chen Xiu shook his head, without revealing his thoughts. Putting aside the fact that the Xiaomi SU7's excessive horsepower makes it difficult to drive, its electric vehicle character is far removed from its father's. In the minds of middle-aged men in rural areas, luxury brand gasoline cars still have a high level of recognition. Chen Xiu plans to buy him a safer gasoline car in a few days.
Soon, the three of them arrived at the large flat of Riverside 1.
At this moment, Yan Baiwei was already directing the furniture installers to move and assemble the furniture. Seeing that tall, aloof figure, Luo Jinglan's eyes lit up slightly.
Son, I remember you said this girl was your high school classmate, right? Chapter 53 The Young Couple. Mom, why do you have to try to set up every girl you meet?
Chen Xiu felt somewhat helpless. As soon as Luo Jinglan spoke, he understood the meaning behind her words.
That girl looks pretty good, why don't you try to win her over?
Yan Baiwei, standing in front, was wearing simple wide-leg straight-leg pants, which accentuated her tall figure.
A white sweater paired with a beige Chanel-style jacket gives off a simple yet pure vibe. Just standing there, she gives off the impression of being a star.
In the past, Luo Jinglan would never have encouraged her son to pursue a girl like that.
Sit in a spot that fits your size.
If you have no money and no ability, then naturally it would be good for someone like Chenjita to find a down-to-earth girl from an ordinary family. But now that her son is successful, her standards naturally have to rise as well.
Your son has a blind date this afternoon.
Blind dates are one thing, but if you find a good girl, wouldn't it be better to just pursue her and win her over?
Try different things to find what suits you best.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu felt that his mother had even more potential to be a scumbag than he did. At this moment, Yan Baiwei saw Chen Xiu and the other two and immediately walked over.
These are my parents. Chen Xiu explained. Hello, uncle and aunt.
Yan Baiwei greeted them calmly, but for some reason, she felt a sense of nervousness. Especially when Luo Jinglan's slightly observant gaze fell on her, her waist subconsciously straightened up a bit.
Some of the furniture arrived today.
Chen Xiu, please take a look at it. With a quick glance, she began to lead the three of them on an inspection. It was said that Chen Xiu would be in charge of the inspection, but Chen Jita was clearly more concerned about it. He touched it from the left and looked at it from the right, asking a question every now and then. He worked in a furniture factory and was quite knowledgeable about various types of wood. After making his rounds, Chen Jita said with satisfaction,
everything is fine.
Before he came, he was a little worried. His son hadn't even signed the contract yet, and he had already transferred 1 million to someone else.
In many people's eyes, wouldn't that be a complete sucker? The process of winning a grand slam with acquaintances is standard. Looking back now, my judgment of people was quite accurate. Luo Jinglan was even more satisfied.
Besides the soft furnishings, they would occasionally ask about Yan Baiwei's personal situation.
After some casual conversation, the group headed to Platinum Mansion.
At this time, some workers were already carrying cement into the villa.
This is Supervisor Zhao. Hello, homeowner.
Supervisor Zhao looked to be in his 40s, and his hands were quite rough.
Hard furnishings and soft furnishings are different.
The large apartments in Binjiang No. 1 are fully furnished, but the soft furnishings can be replaced later. However, if there are problems with the hard furnishings, it's a real headache whether you have to repair them or tear them down and rebuild them. Luo Jinglan and Chen Jita were clearly more concerned about this villa, which required interior decoration. He took the design drawings and compared them with Supervisor Zhao's work, asking questions one by one.
Chen Xiu and Yan Baiwei went to the balcony and signed the contract.
The total cost for the hard decoration phase is 1.98 million yuan, payable in 5 installments.
After signing the papers, Chen Xiu transferred another 200,000 yuan to Yan Baiwei. Squad leader, I'm entrusting my future wedding home entirely to you.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Then you can book your wedding home. There isn't any, so we need to plan ahead.
Upon hearing this, Yen Baiwei gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and offered her suggestion.
For a wedding home, I think the one in Binjiang number 1 would be more suitable. Which one do you like, class monitor?
Upon hearing Chen Xiu's words, a flicker of emotion appeared in Yen Baiwei's usually cold eyes. It was a perfectly normal sentence, but Yen Baiwei felt something was off about it.
I like you, so you can give it to me?
She pursed her lips and changed the subject. By the way, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year is our high school reunion, which is 10 years after graduation.
Are you going? A class reunion? Chen Xiu opened WeChat in surprise and took a look. Has there been any notification?
Yen Baiwei rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. I haven't sent it yet, you're the first one to receive the notification.
Go! The class monitor notified me first, so I definitely have to go. At this moment, Supervisor Zhao returned after taking Luo Jinglan and the other person on a tour.
After seeing the signed contract, he took out a poster and flower basket that he had prepared in advance and placed them in the living room.
Let's take a group photo together, homeowner and teacher Yen.
Immediately afterwards, Yen Baiwei stood next to Chen Xiu, while Luo Jinglan and Chen Jita stood together for a group photo. Supervisor Zhao stared blankly at the scene for a moment.
If it weren't for the Lianyu Decorations opening poster hanging on the wall, this would look like a family photo. After taking the photos, Chen Xiu and the others left. Supervisor Zhao, I'll leave this area to you to keep a close eye on. Yen Baiwei gave instructions to Supervisor Zhao. The latter patted his chest and nodded. He had been a long-time employee of Yen Li for many years, and Yen Li had treated him quite well. He also knew about the current difficult situation of the Yen family, so naturally he wouldn't ruin the big order that Yen Baiwei had worked so hard to get. Don't worry, Teacher Yen, I guarantee I'll supervise the construction of this house to the same standards as my own home. After saying that, he manipulated the photo he had just taken and posted it on his WeChat Moments. Thank you to the homeowner for choosing Lianyu Decoration. Construction has begun on the Platinum Mansion Villa. Yen Baiwei naturally saw this post on her WeChat Moments, and when she clicked on it and saw herself standing next to Chen Xiu, she was slightly taken aback. The two people standing side by side looked quite harmonious. The relaxed, slightly upturned smiles on their lips made them look just like a young couple decorating their wedding home. Did I laugh at that moment? Yen Baiwei looked at herself in the photo and suddenly felt a little dazed. She was stunned for a moment before realizing that she had unknowingly saved the photo. What am I doing? She opened the photo album to delete the photos, but her slender, pale fingers lingered at the top of the screen, hesitant to make a move. Thinking back, she and Chen Xiu were deskmates for a year in high school, and he was practically her best male friend, but the two of them never had a single photo together. Even in their high school graduation photo, one of them stood in the front row and the other in the back row, quite far apart. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately decided not to delete the photos and continued to help Chen Xiu furnish the large apartment. After dropping his parents off, Chen Xiu drove to the company. By the time he arrived, it was almost 11 o'clock. As Chen Xiu entered the company gate, the employees who were rushing by stopped to greet him. President Chen. As we walked, greetings echoed from one another. After returning to the president's office and sitting down, Chen Xiu couldn't help but sigh. He finally understood why his former boss, who was clearly doing nothing at the company, still insisted on coming to work. I can come to work whenever I want. I'm clearly the most relaxed person in the company, but even the most efficient employees have to stop and greet me. The difference in status and power, and the sense of vanity it brings, is really great. Not long after Chen Xiu sat down in his office, Lu Qi pushed open the office door. She was still wearing a light gray business suit, her long black hair was tied up, and she exuded a strong sense of womanhood. She also brought two other people in with her. President Chen, these are Song Xiangtong and Inwan, who just joined the company yesterday. Chapter 54. They've really built a crystal palace. Inwan felt that nothing had ever gone smoothly for her since graduation. 2 years after graduation, I've worked for 5 different companies. 4 of these companies went bankrupt after she joined. The first 2 companies went bankrupt because their businesses failed. The third company went bankrupt because the owner gambled away all his assets. The fourth one is even more connected to her. The boss fell in love with her, but his wife disagreed. The two had a big fight, divorced, and dissolved the company. No company can survive for more than 3 months. So much so that she was hesitant to submit resumes when she was unemployed.
I'm terrified that I'm a jinx, that bad luck will bring another company down with its bad luck. However, thanks to her careful preparation, she finally received an offer from a large listed company on her 5th attempt. Surely large listed companies can't just go bankrupt, right? She joined the company with that in mind. In fact, big companies are indeed very generous, and for the first time, she worked a full 6 months without any incident. During this period, my workability also improved by leaps and bounds. However, whenever good luck comes one after another, bad things happen. Her direct supervisor has changed. Her new boss would call her over for reprimands all the time, and she initially thought it was just that this person had high standards. Unexpectedly, it was only after the other party repeatedly hinted that she realized he wanted to sleep with her. And Juan is 157 centimeters tall and has a youthful and cute appearance, but her figure is quite voluptuous. A goddess with a youthful face and huge breasts. Although she is sometimes teased by her friends, she doesn't really take it to heart. On the contrary, because of her slightly youthful appearance, everyone doted on her as an adorable little girl. And her new boss happens to be a lolicon. And Juan's looks and figure were so alluring to him that he couldn't resist her. Faced with increasingly outrageous actions and hints, and Juan was terrified and decisively resigned and ran away home at the end of the year. 2 years after graduation, 5 jobs, none of which ended well. This left Juan completely bewildered. Am I just not cut out for working? Her parents were already unhappy about her wandering around, and repeatedly asked her to come home and take the civil service exam. And Juan, feeling disheartened, finally agreed. Just as she had bought the books for the civil service exam and essay writing, she was approached by Lu Qi as soon as she returned to southern Jiangxi. This was the first time someone had proactively invited her to join the company, and the feeling of having her work ability recognized made her very excited. She checked and found that the Cultural Industry Group was a state-owned enterprise, not far from home, and in charge of key projects in the city, so it was basically impossible for it to go bankrupt. And working here, even my dad wouldn't have anything to say, right? With this in mind, Juan readily agreed and completed the onboarding procedures that very afternoon. However, as soon as Juan arrived at the company, she heard some strange rumors. Another beauty? TSK, this is the second one today. The last one was a mature woman in her 30s, and now here comes a baby-faced, huge-breasted lowly. That's not all, don't forget about Lu Qi and Sui too. Is our new CEO really planning to turn the CEO's office into a crystal palace? Ah, I'm so envious. I can't even imagine how fragrant the CEO's office must smell every day. After some subtle questioning, Juan finally learned some information. The Cultural Industry Group has just parachuted in a new president, who is currently building up the president's office, and all the new hires are beautiful women. When Juan heard this, the sky seemed to fall. Another parachute landing, another familiar pattern. Emerging from the dragon's den, only to fall into the tiger's lair. She regretted not finding out more before joining the company. The next morning, she met another colleague, Song Xiangtong, who had joined the company on the same day. Sure enough, she was a very beautiful and mature woman. And Juan didn't dare to approach Lu Qi, fearing that the other party was an executor who specifically selected targets for the boss. So he approached Song Xiangtong, who was also a new employee like himself. Sister Song, did you know that all the employees in the CEO's office are women? Song Xiangtong had long hair draped over her shoulders and wore exquisite makeup. Upon hearing Juan's words, her red lips immediately curled up. I've heard about it, Crystal Palace, right? Juan was taken aback, then nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Sister Song, you also think it's unreliable, right? Sigh, I heard that this Mr. Chen has a very powerful background. What if he tries to lay a hand on us? Song Xiangtong's eyes curved slightly as she looked at her with amusement. But I also heard that this Mr. Chen is young and handsome. I've already been divorced once. If what you're saying really happens, wouldn't I be the one who benefits? Seeing Song Xiangtong's somewhat expectant expression, Juan was dumbfounded. What should we do? Is she the only normal person? Soon, Lu Qi asked them to go see the boss together, and Juan immediately became very nervous. Following Lu Qi to the president's office, the two saw Chinshou behind the desk. Song Xiangtong's eyes lit up slightly, and she nodded in satisfaction. Even the boss would be much happier working for a handsome young man. Juan glanced at Chinshou, and the moment their eyes met, she immediately lowered her head as if startled. He is indeed quite handsome. But my mom always said that handsome guys are all jerks these days.
Clearly, in Inwan's mind, Chen Xiu was a complete scumbag.
Chen Xiu was unaware that Inwan had already decided on his status, and he simply welcomed his two new subordinates. Song Xiangtong looks exactly like the description in the documents. She is a 32-year-old divorced woman who is bold, meticulous, and extremely capable at work. She's currently going through a low period after her divorce, otherwise it would be really hard to dig her out.
As for Inwan, the profile said she had a naive and carefree personality, so why is she acting like a frightened little ostrich?
Chen Xiu was somewhat puzzled. Inwan's abilities weren't particularly strong, they were only average. The reason Chen Xiu asked Lu Qi to pick it up was quite simple. The proposal indicated that her father would become the top official in the city next year.
After giving them brief instructions, Chen Xiu let them leave.
As Inwan stepped out of the CEO's office, she could feel curious gazes coming from all directions.
I'll get back to work now.
You can familiarize yourselves with your tasks first.
If you have any questions, you can ask Shoei.
After saying this, Lu Qi left. Inwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Song Xiangtong, who was standing to the side, looked at her with a smile.
So, what's your impression of President Chen?
He's kind of a jerk.
Inwan spoke frankly.
Song Xiangtong's smile deepened, but her eyes did become slightly more serious. I'll take that as a compliment to President Chen, but you can't say that in front of others.
Aha!
Inwan nodded obediently, but in her heart she was wondering if she should run away as soon as possible. She was self-aware if Chen Xiu were the kind of person her former boss was, she could have resisted and run away.
I'm afraid the other person is a master at manipulating emotions.
With her intelligence, she might still be lying to herself even after she's been cleared of all charges.
Afternoon. Inwan received a message from Lu Qi, asking her to come to the president's office.
The girl with the youthful face and huge torso suddenly felt her mind go blank.
What should I do? They're going to make a move on me so soon? Or are the three of you together? Is the soundproofing in the CEO's office good? Will shouting help?
Inwan was in a state of turmoil. After dialing 110 on her phone, she closed her eyes and cautiously stepped into the president's office.
What are you doing?
Lu Qi was about to hand her the documents when she saw her expression of facing death with utter astonishment.
Where is Mr. Chen?
Inwan blinked her big eyes when she didn't see Chen Xiu. Oh, Mr. Chen said he went on a blind date.
A blind date?
Inwan froze on the spot.
What, do you need to see President Chen? No.
Thinking about the series of scenarios she had just imagined, Inwan's slightly childlike face turned extremely red.
At the same time,
Chen Xiu arrived at a coffee shop called Nizwan's Coffee Lab to begin her fourth blind date.
Chapter 55, The Fourth Blind Date.
The coffee shop has a small storefront, and the Japanese-style signboard and the flower arrangement placed by the door exude a strong sense of petit bourgeois sophistication.
Actually, this wasn't Chen Xiu's first time here.
The private chef restaurant chosen by Lu Shuang, the first blind date she went on, was located on this street. Chen Xiu turned his head and saw that most of the shops on the street were filled with a bourgeois atmosphere.
Looks like this is still the street's unique feature? Chen Xiu walked into the coffee shop.
The store is quite large, but strangely, there aren't many seats. Chen Xiu's gaze shifted and quickly landed on a girl behind the bar. Judging from her appearance, she is not much different from the photo, so she should be his blind date today, Wan Lingfei.
Hello?
Chen Xiu spoke first, and only then did Wan Lingfei notice that someone had come in.
Hello, I'm the owner of this coffee shop, you can call me Elaine.
Wan Lingfei's tone carried a confident laziness, and Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow at her manner of speaking. Her outfit and makeup were very exquisite, just like someone who lives in a social circle. I'm Chen Xiu, and I've arranged to go on a blind date. Wan Lingfei was slightly taken aback, and then suddenly remembered something.
Sorry, I forgot. I am Wan Lingfei, please have a seat.
Chen Xiu casually picked a seat and sat down, then he was somewhat surprised to see Wan Lingfei walk over with the menu.
What would you like to drink?
Chen Xiu glanced at the menu and then fell silent.
Silent Love and Mount Fuji.
58.
Utopia at Dusk.
68.
A romantic blend of ice and snow with the earth.
58. He didn't quite understand the name of this coffee.
You can recommend one. Then let's try Utopia Twilight.
This coffee has a rich flavor profile, with nutty and tropical fruit notes all at once. It was my favorite when I was studying in Shanghai. Wan Lingfei said with a confident expression.
This one is fine, thank you. A few minutes later, Wan Lingfei brought over a cup of coffee.
Chen Xiu looked closely and, under Wan Lingfei's gaze, took a small sip.
Isn't this just an iced Americano? How about that?
The beans in my shop are all from the native Ethiopian variety. The flavor is incomparable to domestic beans.
Chen Xiu remained silent.
If he couldn't even distinguish between Pepsi and Coca-Cola with his eyes closed, it would be quite difficult for him to taste the difference between coffee beans.
I heard from the person who introduced you that Miss Wan owns this shop, right?
Chen Xiu steered the conversation back to the topic of blind dates.
Yes, I'm the owner of this shop.
After graduating from university, I worked as a coffee shop manager in Shanghai for 3 years and also created my own brand. When I returned to southern Jiangxi 2 years ago, I was surprised to find that people's understanding of coffee here was still limited to fast-moving consumer goods brands like Starbucks and Luckin Coffee.
That's why I came back. To be honest, I didn't open this shop to make money.
Instead, I'm bringing my own brand back to my hometown to promote the advanced coffee philosophy from Shanghai. Wan Lingfei is full of emotion, like a young, artistic woman suffocating for her dreams. At the same time, her eyes were filled with expectation as she looked at Chen Xiu. In fact, when she first opened her first coffee shop, she really wanted to promote her coffee philosophy. She has absolute confidence in herself, and even when she opened her first store, she was already considering the location of her subsequent branches.
Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned.
Her first store, which she managed, quickly went out of business due to high rent and poor management. After that, they opened 2 more stores, but the same thing happened again. Her ambitions had not been extinguished, but she had already emptied the family savings and her parents' retirement funds.
Unable to get more support from her parents, Wan Lingfei didn't want to work. Then an idea popped into her head.
I'm going back to southern Jiangxi to open a coffee shop. She believes that the competition in Shanghai is too fierce, and land prices are so high that they are unaffordable for ordinary people.
But the situation is different in southern Jiangxi.
The rent is much lower than in Shanghai, and the only competitors are fast-moving consumer goods brands like Luckin Coffee and Starbucks.
The rest are just some miscellaneous brands. With her coffee-making skills and advanced business philosophy, wouldn't her entry into the southern Jiangxi market be a complete game-changer?
Overwhelmed with excitement, Wan Lingfei took out a loan of 600,000 yuan and chose a good location to open her 4th coffee shop.
However, the dimensional reduction attack she had imagined did not occur.
The coffee shop, which cost 300,000 or 400,000 yuan to renovate, is deserted and its revenue is extremely poor. Wan Lingfei stubbornly persevered for a year, taking out loans to pay off other debts, and now her debt has ballooned to nearly 1 million. Every day when I open my eyes, I have to worry about how to get through the online loan repayment day. Her parents kept pressuring her to get married, and she, who was originally very resistant to marriage, had no choice but to accept blind dates. She had it all planned out. With her looks and education, the bride price must be at least several 100,000 yuan. We can use the bride price to pay off the loan later, and if all else fails, we can just get a divorce. However, she never expected that the first person she met on her blind date would be beyond her expectations.
Yesterday, the matchmaker raved about Chen Xiu on the phone.
So much for being young and promising, having successfully started a business and earning tens of millions, and receiving cars and houses as soon as he returned to his hometown. She didn't really believe it at first, but when she was making coffee, she took a closer look and was surprised to find that Chen Xiu's clothes seemed to be LV. The car parked at the entrance looks like an Audi A8. She realized that what the matchmaker said seemed to be true. At this point, Wan Lingfei was no longer satisfied with just paying off her loans. Under Wan Lingfei's gaze, Chen Xiu spoke. Ms. Wan's ideas are commendable, and she will surely succeed one day.
Wan Lingfei immediately smiled. As a fellow entrepreneur, I knew Mr. Chen would understand me.
At this moment, Chen Xiu asked curiously.
If you get married, Ms. Wan, are you planning to continue running the coffee shop? Wan Lingfei nodded without hesitation.
Of course, I have always believed that women must have their own careers and should not be bound by the traditional idea of being a good wife and mother. Moreover, a single coffee shop is just the beginning of a business.
Chen Xiu's expression showed surprise. Miss Wan, are you interested in venturing into other industries?
Wan Lingfei smiled confidently. During my university years, I worked part-time at cat cafes, second-hand stores, and beauty salons, so I have some knowledge of these things. I once thought that if a man in the future could buy me a whole street of shops, I would marry him without hesitation. I personally designed each and every shop, and I am confident that I can make it the most famous commercial street in southern Jiangxi. Xinxiu sensed that this person had already entered a fantasy phase. But it's nice to have such a fantasy. The bolder she is, the more my land will yield. Xinxiu silently took a sip of coffee, feigning approval. To be honest, I had considered buying a whole street of shops before, but I felt that it wouldn't be very meaningful to just collect rent without anyone managing it. Upon hearing this, Wan Lingfei's eyes lit up instantly. She just said it casually, but is it really true? She joked. Are you sure this idea didn't just come to you after hearing what I said? Chen Xiu countered with a question. So, Miss Wan, what you said just now was what you truly meant? Wan Lingfei readily agreed. Certainly. A man who can buy me a whole street of shops, I can even do without his dowry. Hey! How can we not ask for a bride price? This is a traditional custom. Just as Chen Xiu was about to speak, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! You have been matched with your blind date and have been given access to 48 shops at number 59 to number 107 Wenqin Road. Chapter 56. A shop worth 200 million. 48 shops, an entire street. And number 50-something Wenqin Road? It seems to be this street? Chen Xiu was slightly taken aback and immediately began to calculate its value in his mind. According to the system, most of the shops on this street are two-story buildings with varying sizes, and the total area of the 48 shops is 9,000 square meters. Even at a relatively low price of 20,000 yuan per square meter, the combined value of these shops is close to 200 million yuan. Even now, Xinxiu still couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. That's 200 million. It's not like those unrealizable shares in a cultural industry group. This is an asset that he could convert into cash in no time if he wanted to sell it. Excitement appeared on Chen Xiu's face. Wan Lingfei, sitting opposite, also became excited. Judging from this, is my ultimate goal in life about to be achieved? Should I be a little more reserved and ask to get to know him first? Or, should we ask him to give us 100 or 200,000 to pay off the loan first? Just as Wan Lingfei was starting to feel conflicted, Xinxiu downed Twilight of Utopia in one gulp. It tastes so good. Even the pure, bitter iced Americano ash water tasted slightly sweet to Chen Xiu at this moment. Wan Lingfei smiled after receiving affirmation. She was about to speak when she saw Chen Xiu take out his phone. Check, please. No need, I can't let you pay for such a small amount. It's on me. Wan Lingfei said very generously. Chen Xiu was taken aback, but didn't hesitate and simply put his phone away. I'll treat Miss Wan to dinner sometime in the future. After? Wan Lingfei was stunned and asked in confusion. I'm free recently, we can arrange to go to the theater tomorrow, and after we get to know each other a few more times, I think it'll be about time. Miss Wan has misunderstood. Chen Xiu stood up and gave her a slightly apologetic look. I don't think we're a good match, so I won't keep Miss Wan any longer. Upon hearing this, Wan Lingfei froze on the spot. We get along quite well, don't we? We can totally work together to create the most advanced commercial street in southern Jiangxi. Watching Chen Xiu's departing figure, she suddenly came to her senses. Have I been tricked? He didn't like me? Damn it, give me back my coffee. Wan Lingfei stomped her foot in anger, on the verge of tears. This cup of coffee costs 58 yuan. It might just be her entire revenue for the day. Love rain decoration. Just as Yan Li was about to leave, he suddenly saw several men with unfriendly faces looking in his direction from a short distance away. He vaguely recognized one of them. Instantly, his heart skipped a beat. Damn it, it's Boss Liao's men. The other side noticed Yan Li and rushed towards him. Yan Li nimbly retreated back into the shop, slammed the glass door shut, and blocked the group at the entrance. You bastard surnamed Yan, aren't you going to pay me back? We've owed you 2 million for almost a year. Do you think we're a charity? The leader was shouting wildly at the door, waving a baseball bat in his hand. Yan Li used all his strength to hold the door shut, and a fierce look appeared on his thin face. Damn it, Liao Chun, you sent people to ambush me. If you have the guts, bang on the door. I'll stab every single one of you who comes in. After saying that, he pulled a small knife out of his pants pocket and shouted into it. My wife called the police, someone's trying to rob me. Upon seeing that Yan Li carried a knife, the men at the door exchanged glances. Yan Li was heavily in debt and was already a dead man.
They're here to collect debts, not to fight to the death. If they get stabbed, things will get really messed up. Moreover, they originally only came to scare Yenli, but they didn't expect him to be so ruthless, directly pulling out a knife and threatening him. If the hat comes, they'll definitely be in deep trouble. Yenli, you better pay me back right now, or you can forget about ever showing your face in southern Jiangxi again. After uttering some harsh words, the group left. Yenli finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if all his strength had been drained away. At this moment, Tao Xia, holding her phone, walked out from inside, her face pale. In her other hand, she was also holding a fruit knife. Old Yen, are you alright? It's nothing, just a bunch of bastards. Yenli shook his head, walked to the sofa, and slumped down. Tao Xia, standing to the side, also looked worried. There are more and more debt collectors coming to collect. Well. Yenli patted her back to comfort her. It'll be alright once this period is over. Let me ask if there's anyone else who can help with the cash flow. Tao Xia remained silent upon hearing this. We've already borrowed from everyone we could, there's no one left to lend to. The project at the Cultural Industry Park is still stalled. If we can get a project from there, there's hope we can get through this. However, Tao Xia didn't grumble and left silently. Yenli was left alone, scrolling through WeChat with a worried expression. He opened the friend he had contacted the night before, but there was still no reply to the message he sent last night. Yenli rubbed his face, thinking that if there was no other way, he would go to their door. I'm willing to risk my reputation, maybe I can still get some money out of them. At the very least, let Yen Baiwei and Tao Xia spend the new year undisturbed. I subconsciously opened my WeChat moments, only to see construction bosses lamenting how increasingly difficult things are. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw his daughter Yen Baiwei's face in a photograph. Thank you to the homeowner for choosing Lianyu. Decoration construction has begun on the Platinum Mansion Villa. It was posted by Lao Zhao. Looking at his daughter's cool and beautiful appearance in the photo, Yenli felt both gratified and somewhat worried. If he were more capable, his daughter wouldn't have to work so hard to earn money to support the family. Platinum Mansion, this should be the villa that Weiwei's classmate owns. Just then, Yenli's gaze involuntarily fell on the handsome young man next to his daughter. Looking at that face, a sense of familiarity welled up inside me. He was stunned for a moment, then a flash of inspiration struck him, and he matched the image with the young Mr. Chen he had seen at the hotel entrance earlier. Yenli stood up in disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 57. Are you and Chen Xiu dating? Is Weiwei's high school classmate the newly appointed CEO Chen? Yenli's pupils dilated, he instinctively couldn't believe it. However, his daughter has only recently taken on villa renovation projects for her classmate. Surely there can't be two people in southern Jiangxi who look so alike? Yenli's breathing became slightly rapid. Yes, let's ask Lao Zhao first. He opened Supervisor Zhao's WeChat and made a video call. While waiting, Yenli took several deep breaths to try and calm himself down. This matter is far too important. If that's what he thinks, then it's a complete turn of events. The bell had only rung for a few seconds when Yenli Du was already getting a little anxious. What's Lao Zhao doing? Why isn't he answering the phone? 10 seconds later, the video call connected. Supervisor Zhao's somewhat rough face appeared on the screen. Mr. Yen, what's the matter? Yenli couldn't wait to speak. Old Zhao, where are you now? A construction site. It's the project that teacher Yen just took on a few days ago, the villas in Platinum Mansion. As he spoke, Supervisor Zhao scanned the surrounding area with the camera. Workers demolishing a wall can be seen in the background behind him. The sound of the soft hammer pounding against the wall reached Yenli's ears clearly. Is it the one you posted on WeChat Moments this morning? Yes. Upon hearing this, Yenli immediately asked impatiently. Is that young man in the photo the homeowner? Weiwei's classmate? Supervisor Zhao was slightly taken aback, sensing something was wrong from Yenli's tone. Oh, it's teacher Yan's classmate. What's wrong? He noticed that after he finished speaking, Yenli stood there motionless, stunned. After thinking it over, Supervisor Zhao began to understand. Mr. Yen thinks his daughter is dating a young man. 2. The two of them stood together, a handsome couple, and the atmosphere was as harmonious as if they were taking a family photo. It's no wonder that Mr. Yen, as a father, would have misunderstood. To be honest, even he felt that there might be something fishy going on between the two of them.
Yan Baiwei was usually very good to him, and the young man seemed quite nice to him too. He was only in his early 20s and already able to afford a villa in Platinum Mansion. After thinking for a moment, Supervisor Zhao carefully considered his words. Mr. Yan, I think Mr. Yan is at a suitable age, it's time to start dating or something. At this moment, Yan Li, who had not yet recovered from his excitement, asked in bewilderment.
What do you mean by dating?
Supervisor Zhao paused for a moment, then decisively shook his head.
Nothing. By the way, do you know what Wei Wei's name is? Let's have the surname Chen and the name Chen Xiu. Supervisor Zhao had seen the contract and naturally remembered the owner's name.
Upon hearing this, Yan Li on the other side slapped his thigh.
It matches up. Chen Xiu.
That's him, no doubt, the new mysterious president of the cultural industry group.
I never expected it to be my daughter's high school classmate.
He'd been asking around for information about the new CEO for the past few days, never expecting that the person who knew him best was right beside him.
It's truly like searching high and low without finding it. It came to me without any effort.
Old Zhao, let's leave it at that for now. Yan Ligan was about to hang up the phone when he suddenly remembered something and earnestly gave some instructions. By the way, you should build this house to the highest standards. The workers keep a close eye on every detail, and they use the best materials for me.
Supervisor Zhao opened his mouth.
This was the second time he had heard something like this. The one mentioned before was Yan Baiwei, but now it's her father, Yan Li.
Why is this homeowner named Chen Xiu so highly valued by this father and daughter? Or is this teacher Yan's wedding room?
He recalled that he had indeed overheard Chen Xiu and Yan Baiwei mentioning the term wedding room in their conversation. Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on things.
Supervisor Zhao also became slightly excited. He couldn't miss any detail about Yan Baiwei's wedding room. After Yan Li hung up the phone, Tao Xia came out from inside. What's wrong? Why are you yelling and slapping your thigh?
She looked at her husband with some doubt, but judging from Yan Li's expression, it shouldn't be bad news. Ha, there's a breakthrough on the Cultural Industry Park project. Yan Li laughed a few times, then excitedly told Tao Xia about his discovery.
Is Wei Wei's high school classmate the new CEO Chen of the Cultural Industry Group?
Tao Xia listened with wide eyes, feeling that it was all absurd.
Wasn't that night? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Impossible.
I saw it clearly.
He's not some ordinary-looking person. How could I be mistaken? Yan Li then showed Zhao Jianli's WeChat moments.
Tao Xia's eyes lit up when she saw the photo of Chen Xiu and Yan Baiwei standing together. This Mr. Chen is quite handsome. They look perfectly matched standing next to their daughter.
Have you asked Vivi yet? What is her relationship with this Mr. Chen?
Tao Xia asked, but Yan Li shook his head.
Even if the relationship is just so-so, would you expect my daughter to beg them for help?
I could never do such a thing.
Having this classmate relationship is already a pleasant surprise.
I can swallow my pride and go to them myself. Yan Li said in a deep voice. From childhood to adulthood, he has always doted on his daughter.
Yan Baiwei didn't suffer any injustice.
He felt he had already let his daughter down to this point, and if he made her swallow her pride and beg for favors, he would be a complete failure.
Tao Xia slapped his arm and said disdainfully. What do you mean by asking someone for help? Don't you know how to speak properly? What do you know?
These are big, lucrative projects. The client is the boss, and countless construction teams are lining up to give them gifts.
How can a little bit of friendship from years ago compare? Yan Li's understanding is very clear. Tao Xia gave a soft snort. How do you know that Wei Wei and that person are just casual acquaintances?
As she spoke, she took out her phone and called her daughter. At that moment, Yan Baiwei, who was directing the furniture delivery at the Binjiang No. 1 penthouse, answered the phone.
Mom.
Where is Wei Wei?
Binjiang No. 1. Your classmate's house?
Yeah, still working on the furniture, what's up?
Tao Xia's eyes flickered slightly.
She knew that Yan Baiwei had taken over 2 houses from someone else, one unfurnished villa and the other a large, furnished apartment. Wei Wei, I just saw the photo posted by Supervisor Zhao.
Are you and your high school classmate dating? Chapter 58 Cycling, what you're riding isn't always a bike.
Yan Li, who had been listening curiously from the side, widened his eyes instantly and almost spat out his water.
How can you ask such a question?
Tao Xia glared at him, stopping him from doing anything.
Yen Baiwei, who was opposite, was also stunned when she heard this. Am I dating Chen Xiao? This isn't high school anymore. Even in high school, they weren't at that stage.
Yen Baiwei was lost in thought for a moment, then replied helplessly.
Mom, what are you thinking about? He and I were just ordinary high school classmates. Tao Xia continued speaking with a smile.
You two look quite well matched standing together.
Haven't you considered talking to her? It's just one photo, what's there to say about them being a good match?
As Yen Baiwei spoke, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she felt a little guilty. She remembered that she still had that photo saved.
Mom, I have to go now, I'm busy.
As soon as Yen Baiwei's voice came through, he quickly hung up the phone. This stunned Yen Li, who looked helplessly at his wife. You're just prying into people's relationships like this, without saying anything important.
What do you know? Wei Wei and her classmate are definitely not ordinary.
Tao Xia, however, was confident she rarely heard such a flustered tone from her daughter.
He even hung up the phone in a hurry. There's obviously something fishy going on.
Even if we have a good relationship, I wouldn't let my daughter ask them for favors.
Seeing Yen Li's unyielding attitude, Tao Xia was immediately furious. You're so awesome, why are you getting people blocking your door today? If you're so great, can you at least let me and Wei Wei have a peaceful new year? Do you think Wei Wei is a 3-year-old girl who doesn't have her own opinions?
Let Wei Wei decide for herself when she gets back tonight. On the other side. After hanging up the phone, Yen Baiwei received a voice message from her mother. I have something to tell you tonight, come back early.
Good.
After giving a brief reply, Yen Baiwei looked at the workers who were installing the bed in the master bedroom and gave them some instructions. Masters, be careful, don't slack off later.
Don't worry, Teacher Yen.
This bedboard is made entirely of imported beech wood. It won't wobble at all, not even if the young couple who own the bed were dancing on it.
Yen Baiwei glared at the workers speechlessly. What nonsense are you talking about?
Check it carefully. As soon as she finished speaking, Yen Baiwei's mind conjured up an erotic scene of Chen Xiao and a woman on the bed she had bought. For some reason, she felt a strange unease. It's all Mom's fault for that phone call earlier, trying to set us up like that, making me start overthinking things. Yen Baiwei pursed her lips. Even when she had the strongest feelings for Chen Xiao back in high school, they didn't end up together. On the contrary, that guy, taking advantage of our good relationship, was always late and skipped class. What do you take her for, a protector? Even those who act as protectors need to receive benefits, right? He, on the other hand, thought he could get rid of me with a little snack, a few kind words, and even an offer to let me go online.
Is this what she wants? She was so annoyed that she naturally wanted to report it. As for what she actually wanted at the time, Yen Baiwei has almost forgotten about it now.
Yes, I forgot.
As for now, there's even less chance that the two of them could become boyfriend and girlfriend.
Chen Xiao received a phone call immediately after leaving the coffee shop.
Hello, is this Mr. Chen?
Yes, that's right. The management contract you entrusted to our company for the 48 shops on Wenqin Road is about to expire.
Would you like to renew the contract or terminate it?
The voice on the other end of the phone was very respectful, and Chen Xiao immediately understood what was going on after hearing what the other person said. He just learned this from the shop information provided by the system. These shops are currently managed by a specialized management company, but the lease is about to expire.
Chen Xiao pondered for a moment.
It's unnecessary for him to manage these dozens of shops himself, it would be too time-consuming. Although he had never managed it, he had some basic understanding of it. If it's just a few shops, that's fine, you can just collect the rent. With dozens of shops, collecting rent is already the most basic and simplest job. Leasing, tenant management, daily operations, property and facility maintenance, and taxes are all issues that need to be addressed. If the business is not managed properly, the value of the shop will decline, which is a real loss of assets. Chen Xiao initially considered continuing to let the company manage his assets, but then he thought that as his wealth continued to increase, it was indeed necessary to manage it properly.
Let's terminate the contract when it expires. Chen Xiao spoke up.
Okay, of the 48 shops here, 41 are currently rented.
We will notify the tenants as soon as possible to collect the outstanding rent and complete the handover with you before the expiration date.
After hanging up the phone, a tall figure appeared in Chen Xiao's mind.
Su Jia.
As a client manager at a private bank, Her responsibilities include asset allocation, investment planning, and tax planning, all aspects of wealth management.
Among the people Chen Xiu knew, she was undoubtedly the best choice. Let's have a chat with Su Jia in the next couple of days.
Chen Xiu still remembers the meal she said she would treat him to. Just as Chen Xiu started the Huoshi phone, another unfamiliar number called. As soon as the call connected, a slightly familiar male voice came through.
Mr. Chen, I've delivered your bicycle downstairs. Could you please come down and sign for it? It's the owner of the Trek bicycle shop from yesterday. Downstairs? Yes, this is the Qianqing Cultural Industry Group.
Chen Xiu remembered he had indeed filled in the company's address.
Please wait a moment, I'll have someone sign for it right away.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Xiu sent a message to Lu Qi.
This incredibly capable secretary replied almost instantly. Receive. The bicycle has arrived, time to start exercising.
Chen Xiu thought for a moment and decided that there was no better time than now.
The weather was alright this afternoon, it was sunny but not too hot.
Immediately afterward, he sent a message to Zhang Mantong.
Mantong, the bicycles have arrived. Let's go riding them.
At this moment, in Xingzhou Bay residential area, Zhang Mantong was sitting on a yoga mat, her tight-fitting yoga clothes perfectly outlining her stunning figure. Her supple body, with each alluring movement, perfectly showcased her feminine charm.
However, Zhang Mantong's expression showed some difficulty. In fact, she hadn't practiced yoga in a long time.
After sensing a sense of crisis from Xiao Shishuan last night, she immediately pulled out a yoga mat that had been gathering dust for who knows how long.
Even last-minute preparation can be effective. How can you defeat your enemy if you don't develop your weapons to their full potential? Buzz.
At that moment, the vibration of her phone made her turn her beautiful eyes slightly and look at the screen.
It's Chen Xiu.
Zhang Mantong immediately picked up her phone excitedly. Upon seeing the message from Chen Xiu, the corners of her lips curled up slightly.
Just like this yoga practice is more than just yoga. Cycling doesn't necessarily mean riding a car.
Her slender fingers danced across the screen as she quickly replied to Chen Xiu. The opportunity to achieve her life goals is right in front of her, and she must seize it.
Chapter 59 Mature Women.
Upon receiving Chen Xiu's message, Lu Qi, who was still working hard for her year-end bonus, naturally assigned the task to Song Shangtong.
Would you like me to sign for a bicycle for Mr. Chen? Does it need to be protected?
No need, Mr. Chen will need it later.
Okay. After some discussion, Song Shangtong immediately set off.
And Wan, who had nothing urgent to do at the moment, followed curiously.
Sister Song, who exactly is this general manager Chen of ours?
He was just parachuted in as the group's president, but he doesn't seem to care about the cultural industry park at all. He even went on a blind date this afternoon instead of going to work. Listening to the rambling of the girl with a baby face and a huge belly next to her, Song Shangtong glanced at her with a half smile and teased her.
What, you're so eager to know about President Chen?
That's true, Mr. Chen looks handsome and refined, I'm quite interested in him too.
Sister Song, please stop teasing me. I'm being serious.
Upon hearing this, Wan playfully stomped her foot, causing her ample breasts to tremble slightly, making Song Shangtong somewhat envious. The important thing is not to worry about so much.
If the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. Our CEO Chen is 1.8 meters tall, there's no way he could fall on your head. Sister Song, you said I'm short again.
I didn't say that, I only said that President Chen is 1.8 meters tall. Song Shangtong teased the little girl and soon arrived downstairs, where she saw the Trek store owner waiting.
Hello, is this Mr. Chen's bicycle? Song Shangtong took the initiative to step forward and ask. Yes, you are Mr. Chen's secretaries?
When the Trek store owner saw the two beauties, one tall and one short, one mature and one cute, with different styles, approaching, his heart skipped a beat. Chen Xiu had just told him that a secretary would come to sign for the package, but he hadn't paid any attention to it.
Looking at it now, that young man was eating way too well.
Yesterday's Zhang Mantong was already stunningly beautiful, and while these two secretaries may not be as pretty, they're contrasting auras and figures.
It's so good to be young. It's good to be rich.
The Trek store owner, who was already at an age where he felt powerless to continue, shed tears of envy. He took the bicycle, which had been secured, out of the van.
Here are the invoice and list. These are some gifts from our store, including a cycling outfit, helmet, water bottle, and other equipment. Please sign here. After handing the items to Anwan, Song Shangtong quickly signed her name. Thank you for your help. No trouble at all, goodbye. After the Trek store owner got into his car and left, Anwan, who was standing next to him, let out a gasp. Sister Song, this bicycle costs over 100,000 yuan? Upon hearing this, Song Shangtong's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she turned to look at the number on the invoice, 138,000. I remember Trek bicycles were quite expensive. Song Shangtong said in surprise, but her expression did not change much. Before joining the company, she did some research on the cultural industry group and knew exactly what kind of company it was. Chen Xiu was not even 30 years old when he was parachuted into becoming the president of this company. His background and influence in southern Jiangxi can only be described as terrifying. Compared to that, a bicycle costing around 100,000 yuan is nothing. That's too extravagant. And Wan was amazed. Her family is quite well off, but they are very strict with her. Her living expenses during college were less than 3,000 yuan, and after she started working, her income would need to be monitored even more. She gets scolded for buying consumer goods worth tens of thousands of yuan, and she wouldn't even dare to dream of buying a bicycle worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Should we wait for Mr. Chen here? Yes, Secretary Liu said he'll be back soon. 10 minutes later. The two then saw an Audi Horch slowly drive into the park. However, a bicycle was following behind Hoshi. The cyclist was a blonde woman whose curvaceous figure was encased in a tight cycling outfit, making her curves extremely alluring. And Wan's lips parted slightly. The blonde girl's figure was exactly how she had always imagined herself. However, she's another stunning beauty. And Wan immediately recalled the rumors circulating in the company, and felt slightly nervous when she saw Chen Xiu approaching. Song Shangtong's gaze lingered on Zhang Mantong for a moment, and she realized that the other woman was also observing her. She gave a professional smile and then approached Chen Xiu. Mr. Chen, this is the invoice, and these are the free gifts. The boss said they were cycling apparel and helmets, among other equipment. Chen Xiu took the items and nodded. After changing into his cycling clothes in a room, Chen Xiu came out. Cycling apparel is all tight-fitting and requires a good physique. Chen Xiu has great body proportions, with broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs. The only drawback is that I haven't exercised in a long time, so I have a little bit of a belly. Keep the rest in my office. Yes, Mr. Chen. Song Shangtong and the other woman nodded, then watched Chen Xiu and Zhang Mantong ride away on their bicycles. This girl is so pretty, and she has such a great figure. And Wan said enviously. Yeah, youth is wonderful. I think she was a social media influencer. Song Shangtong also remarked with emotion. Still an internet celebrity? And Wan's eyes widened, but she couldn't help but speak up. Sister Song, do you think President Chen is really, not only in our president's office, but even his cycling buddies are all stunningly beautiful internet celebrities? Seeing in Wan's worried and distressed expression, Song Shangtong couldn't help but chuckle to herself. She heard Wan talk about how her ex-boss harassed her today, and she knows that this girl is like someone who has been bitten by a snake once and is afraid of a rope for 10 years. But isn't that a bit too much of an overreaction? And Wan, don't worry. Didn't you notice a crucial detail? What details? Whether it's Lu Qi, Sui, or this internet celebrity and me, we are all mature women, very different from you. So, even if we come one by one, it probably won't be your turn. Song Shangtong patted Wan's head to comfort her. The latter stood there, stunned. Instead of being comforted, they suffered a significant blow. Sister Song, I'm not a child anymore, I'm a mature woman too. And Wan pouted, put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest, trying to intimidate Song Shangtong with her overwhelming aura. However, her youthful face and height, which made her shorter than average, didn't really give her any imposing presence. Great. I'll recommend you to President Chen first, saying you're proficient in all sorts of things. No, I'm still a child. In front of the divorced young woman, and Wan was a complete greenhorn and was defeated in no time. At the same time, Zhang Mantong, who had just left with Chen Xiu, was also thinking about Wan and Song Shangtong. One is a tall, sophisticated young woman, and the other is an adorable, youthful-looking girl. Both are Chen Xiu's secretaries? Zhang Mantong instantly felt a strong sense of crisis from these two women. As the saying goes, when there's work to be done, the secretary does it. When there's nothing to do, they do it. These two secretaries are often with Chen Xiu, and their threat level is much greater than that of Xiao Shushuang, who has a slightly awkward personality. What if I end up being placed at the back of the queue?
Zhang Mantong took a deep breath and gently bit her red lips. Then, she took Qinxiu on a slightly off-the-beaten-path route.
Chapter 60 Female Fairy. Yangmidu Park. Despite being called a park, it's actually just a small hill. A cement road was built around the hillside.
The slope is not steep and the route is relatively short, so many running enthusiasts come here for a morning run every day.
However, cycling enthusiasts rarely come here. Firstly, there are many people walking or jogging here.
Secondly, the route here is too short, making it not very enjoyable to ride. It's only suitable for beginners to pedal.
As a novice, Qinxiu is a perfect fit for this place. Qinxiu pedaled, feeling the quality of the bicycle worth hundreds of thousands of yuan.
For Qinxiu, the last bicycle he owned dates back to junior high school. Back then, a type of bicycle called a fixed-gear bike was popular. The design without brakes was incredibly cool for junior high school students who wanted to look cool.
Qinxiu once asked Luo Jinglan to buy him a car, but she refused without hesitation.
She also passed on the Phoenix brand bicycle she bought when she got married to Qinxiu. Thus, Qinxiu's dream of riding a bicycle came to an end. Aside from riding shared bikes for 3 years during junior high school, Qinxiu only occasionally rode them during university and while working. For Qinxiu, who had only ever ridden Phoenix brand bicycles and shared bikes, this professional-grade racing road bike was like going from a toy gun to a cannon. With its extremely lightweight all-carbon frame, Qinxiu felt as if he only lightly stepped on the pedals, and the chainring turned, driving the flywheel, and the bicycle shot forward a great distance.
"Brother Chen, let me take you for a ride first." Zhang Mantong turned to Qinxiu and said.
She then swayed her waist slightly, accelerated a little, and came in front of Qinxiu, breaking the wind for him. With his head slightly raised, Qinxiu could clearly see Zhang Mantong's hips, which were almost as wide as her shoulders, pressing down on the cushion.
Her full hips almost completely buried the triangular cushion.
As the body and waist swayed, the curve of the buttocks was clearly visible. Qinxiu kept breathing, and could vaguely feel the fragrant breeze blowing on her face. Especially when Zhang Mantong stood up and rocked the car. Her swaying waist and exaggerated hip line perfectly showcased her waist-to-hip ratio.
It's absolutely a beautiful sight. We really need to ride this bicycle.
However, as the distance and slope increased, Qinxiu's breathing also began to become heavy. The slightly chilly air, when inhaled, caused a faint stinging sensation. He looked up and saw that Zhang Mantong's posture remained steady.
It was then that he was surprised to discover that Zhang Mantong's physical fitness was actually quite good.
Although she had only been riding for less than 2 months, even a novice like Qinxiu could tell that her movements were quite standard. Her plump thighs moved her slender calves, making each step incredibly smooth. It's important to know that Zhang Mantong, who was breaking the wind at the front, experienced greater resistance while cycling than Qinxiu. Qinxiu was already panting, while Zhang Mantong still seemed to have energy left.
Half an hour later.
After circling twice, the two arrived at the top of the park. Although it's a small hill, standing on top and looking down at the city traffic below still gives you a sense of exhilaration. Since graduating, I found it too tiring to even play video games, let alone cycle for exercise. For Qinxiu, this was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time.
"Mantong, how do you have such good stamina?"
Qinxiu leaned against a boulder, took a sip of water, and asked. Zhang Mantong's pretty face was flushed, and faint traces of sweat could be seen from her swan-like neck to her collarbone. Her whole body seemed to be radiating a faint warmth.
"My physical strength has only recently started to improve.
When I first started riding, it was a real struggle. I was out of breath after just 10 minutes.
Brother Chen, you're much better than me."
Qinxiu waved his hand. He was well aware of his own limitations. After riding for half an hour, my heart and lungs felt like they were about to explode.
If I didn't rest, I'd have a hard time riding back.
At this moment, seeing that no one was around, Zhang Mantong took out her phone.
It's Brother Chen's first time cycling, so it's worth taking a picture to commemorate the occasion.
After saying that, she took off her helmet and tied her hair into a golden ponytail. She handed the phone to Qinxiu and then went to the bicycle. Qinxiu was somewhat taken aback when she took the phone.
"My first time cycling, wasn't this for me to take pictures? Why are you posing like that?"
He shook his head, and just as he raised his phone, he realized that the scene before him was somewhat familiar. She lifted her full, pert buttocks and gently pressed them onto the triangular cushion, creating an extremely alluring, slightly sunken effect.
Upon closer inspection,
Qinxiu noticed that the zipper on her chest had slipped down without her noticing.
His fair skin stood out brightly in the slightly dim environment. Her graceful figure, bound by the tight cycling clothes, was on full display. The pose is exactly the same as the photo I sent her last night. They even wore the same outfit. Brother Chen, take the picture. Seeing Chen Xiu slightly stunned, Zhang Mantong curled up her lips and urged him in a sweet voice. Okay. You're going to try this with me, huh? Chen Xiu snapped a few photos, and Zhang Mantong strode over. She took the phone, but didn't even look at how good Chen Xiu's photos were. Instead, he switched to taking a selfie with the front camera and moved closer to Chen Xiu. Brother Chen, look at the camera. As Zhang Mantong's voice faded, Chen Xiu subconsciously looked at the camera, and suddenly felt a warm touch on his lips. Chen Xiu turned her head slightly, but the warmth did not retreat. Instead, it boldly covered her. Chen Xiu grabbed Zhang Mantong's slender waist with one hand, completely cutting off her retreat. With slightly unfocused eyes, Zhang Mantong stood on tiptoe, her soft body almost entirely leaning against Chen Xiu. Cycling clothes are inherently thin, which allowed Chen Xiu to clearly feel the undulating curves. 1 minute later. Chen Xiu pinched Zhang Mantong's pointed chin and snorted softly. Ms. Kirishima Mansheng, is this how you take your boss cycling? Zhang Mantong chuckled, but looked at Chen Xiu's hand that was pinching her chin with a hint of grievance. Brother Chen, you pinched me again. It's working hours now, and you should use your job title when you're working. Yes, Mr. President. Zhang Mantong blinked her long, narrow eyes, her alluring expression resembling that of a female enchantress. Daddy, you pinched me too hard. No, I must fight back. The next moment, Chen Xiu's eyes narrowed instantly. They came prepared. Should we launch a sneak attack while he's exhausted? Chapter 61. Is this fact more outrageous than the rumor? As the sun set, Chen Xiu finished his first cycling trip. As for the experience, aside from the heart and lungs exploding, what I remember most vividly is Zhang Mantong's silver tongue. If the journey back wasn't mostly downhill, Chen Xiu felt he might not have been able to pedal the bicycle at all. At the intersection near the group company, Chen Xiu and Zhang Mantong parted ways. Goodbye, CEO Daddy. A hint of regret flashed across Zhang Mantong's alluring face. She was thinking of ending it all at once today. Unfortunately, other people came up. She could only finish it hastily, as if swallowing a date whole. Next time we'll have to go to the suburbs, there will be fewer people there. As Zhang Mantong turned and left, she thought to herself. As for booking a hotel room? Then there's no point in cycling. Zhang Mantong has thought it through very clearly, and has even gone all out. She wanted Chen Xiu to think of her whenever he rode a bicycle, or even whenever he saw a bicycle. Chen Xiu is young, rich, and handsome. He's practically the ideal type for countless women. The competition in the future will definitely be extremely fierce. Only in this way can she stand out from the fierce competition. Chen Xiu also returned to the company. He parked his bicycle downstairs and went back to the CEO's office. President Chen. Upon seeing Chen Xiu, Song Shangtong and Anwan immediately stood up to greet him. Where are Lu Qi and Sui? Secretary Lu has taken Secretary Su out to recruit people. Song Shangtong answered softly. It was rather strange, as this was the first time she had ever seen a company hiring so aggressively at the end of the year. And they even went door to door with the list of names. Song Shangtong remembered Lu Qi mentioning that the list was personally provided by President Chen. It's no wonder that such rumors circulated within the company after such behavior. Chen Xiu nodded. Lu Qi was working very hard for her year-end bonus. By the way, go ask the company if they have any larger vehicles, preferably vans that can fit bicycles. Okay. After giving his instructions, Chen Xiu went into his CEO office. This is where the advantages of the CEO's office become apparent. In addition to the large office area and meeting area, there is also a small cubicle. The small cubicle is less than 20 square meters, but it has a private bathroom and a 1.5 meter bed. After Chen Xiu finished showering and changed into her own clothes, Song Shangtong and Anwan were already waiting for her in the office. Mr. Chen, all the company's transport vehicles have been dispatched, and currently only one commercial vehicle remains as a large vehicle. Let's go take a look. The three then arrived at the company's parking lot. As a group with a state-owned enterprise background and a 10-figure investment, the cultural industry group is quite impressive. Vice presidents like Tang Qin and Li Li were all equipped with luxury cars like the Audi A6L. President Chen Xiu, on the other hand,
was provided with two vehicles. One Mercedes-Benz S450 for executive use, and one Toyota Alphard for business use. Song Xiangtong was naturally referring to this Alphard. With the space in this car, there's more than enough room to fit a bicycle. Chen Xiu then loaded the bicycle onto the rack. Actually, he initially planned to ride his bicycle home. But after being ambushed by that vixen Zhang Mantong, it might be difficult to ride back. Then we'll have to ship it back. Anyway, this car is just gathering dust here. By the way, N1, do you have a driver's license? Chen Xiu asked casually. Some. N1 nodded. Chen Xiu glanced at N1. The petite N1 looked like a tiny bean standing next to the Toyota Alphard. Never mind, Song Xiangtong, you drive. Upon hearing this, N1 immediately pouted, feeling that she had been looked down upon. Mr. Chen, I'm a very good driver. She tilted her head back and said, somewhat unconvinced. Really? It doesn't look like it. N1 immediately became anxious upon hearing this. I might not be able to drive this big car, but I'm a whiz at driving your Audi, Mr. Chen. When she got her driver's license at 18, she practiced driving in her dad's Audi. On the very first day, she scratched the car, and then her dad deducted 6 months' worth of her living expenses. This amount of money was an astronomical sum for the girl who was just a freshman in college at the time. Since then, N1 has diligently practiced her driving skills and has never had another minor collision. Seeing that Chen Xiu still didn't believe her, N1 followed him all the way and finally took the driver's seat. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I'll be your driver today. If there's even the slightest scratch, you can deduct 6 months' salary from my paycheck. This was the first time Chen Xiu had ever seen someone so eager to be the driver. Seeing the serious expression on her slightly youthful and cute face, I simply nodded. Mr. Chen, watch closely. N1 busily adjusted the seat to a comfortable position before slowly starting the vehicle. Seeing this, Song Xiangtong chuckled and shook her head as she followed in her Alphard. Throughout the journey, N1 remained focused and attentive. Having already made those boastful claims, I can't very well go back on my word. However, she clearly did not expect that the navigation Chen Xiu gave her would lead to a village in the suburbs. Once she got on the village road, she immediately became extremely alert. At this moment, after carefully driving the spacious Toyota Alphard through a narrow village road, Song Xiangtong finally understood why Chen Xiu wouldn't give way to N1's car. So, Mr. Chen still lives in the village? Looking at the occasional brick and tile houses along the roadside, Song Xiangtong was somewhat surprised. Young, yet capable of serving as president of a cultural industry group. Despite having a powerful background, he still lives in a village on the outskirts of the city. Song Xiangtong found Chen Xiu increasingly mysterious. At this time, some of the young people in the village have already returned home. Chen Xiang, Chen Xiu's neighbor, had just returned. He is 2 years younger than Chen Xiu, but he didn't get into a university and went out to make his way in the world without even attending a junior college. So even though he was 2 years younger than Chen Xiu, he entered the workforce a few years earlier. He used to wander around aimlessly, without making a sound. I've been doing some small business outside for the past 2 years, and it's been pretty good. I even got a new car when I came back this year, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. This is supposedly the ceiling for ordinary people. Although he only borrowed 30, at least he bought them himself. Chen Xiang originally thought that with this car, he could at least show off in the village. But these neighbors, though they say he's made something of himself, don't seem very surprised. Chen Xiang was a little puzzled. Mercedes-Benz E-Class. This is a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. 4 or 500,000. When he failed to get into university and had to go out to work, he relied entirely on this Mercedes-Benz emblem to support his bent back. Chen Xiang, your car is pretty good, but it's still not as good as Chen Xiu's car. Chen Xiu bought a car? Chen Xiang asked curiously. Didn't you hear what your mother said? No, I'm quite busy with work, I don't have time. The women's eyes lit up immediately, as if they had seen a giant panda, and their urge to confide in each other surged up instantly. Then, amidst their animated gestures and passionate conversation, Chen Xiang finally understood. Chen Xiu has made it big? Someone is giving you a car and a house as a gift? Did he buy another luxury car worth millions? A net worth of tens of millions? After Chen Xiang figured it out, he was completely dumbfounded. He and Chen Xiu grew up together and their relationship wasn't bad. We chatted a month or two ago, I think he was talking about being laid off? He even suggested that Chen Xiunian work with him back then.
It's only been less than 2 months, and you're telling me Chen Xiu is already worth tens of millions? Even his mother couldn't rob a bank this fast. Chen Xiang instinctively didn't believe it. He knew the aunties and older women in the village well.
Others think setting up a stall makes them big bosses, and passing the civil service exam makes them high-ranking officials. Rumors are often many times more outrageous than the truth.
Don't disbelieve me. Hey, look, that's Chen Xiu's car, he's back. Chen Xiang immediately looked up and followed the road. Sure enough, an elegant and dignified Audi slowly drove up. A8?
Chen Xiang was identifying the car model, but then he quickly realized something.
Wrong. 6 horizontal and 12 vertical lines. That's Horch? Chen Xiang's eyes widened instantly.
Audi Horch, truly a luxury car worth millions.
But what's with that Toyota Alphard in the back? 2 luxury cars worth millions? This is even more outrageous than the rumors.
A moment later, he saw Hoshi and Alfred slowly stop in front of Chen Xiu's house.
Chen Xiu bought another new car? This car doesn't look cheap. That's a Toyota Alphard, it'll cost $1 million. Chen Xiang explained subconsciously. What do you mean, send? These aunties didn't dwell on the name instead, they remembered the price Chen Xiang mentioned.
Another luxury car worth millions. At this moment, they saw Chen Xiu's mother, Luo Jinglan, come out, and the aunts also curiously gathered around. Chen Xiang hesitated for a moment, then followed. Then he saw Chen Xiu getting out of Hoshi's car. And a petite and adorable young girl.
Minor?
A thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly noticed the enormous lightning bolt of the other party.
Minors shouldn't have such good development. Baby face and huge. Is this Chen Xiu's girlfriend?
Chen Xiang was curious, and so were the others.
Luo Jinglan's eyes lit up as well. My son finally brought a girl home?
Although it's a bit short, but with this size, the kids won't have to worry about drinking water in the future.
And with that appearance, he doesn't seem to have a kind of guile. The next moment, another girl got out of the Toyota Alphard behind them.
A well-fitting suit accentuated her tall figure, and her delicate face exuded a mature charm.
Luo Jinglan's eyes lit up again. This girl is quite nice too, she has a sophisticated air about her and is very pretty. But, too?
Just as I was wondering what they were referring to Chen Xiu, I heard how they addressed her.
Mr. Chen, shall we just unload the bicycle?
Then, everyone saw the 2 women push a bicycle off the Alphard. When Chen Xiang saw this, his mouth opened slightly.
You're using $1 million Toyota Alphard to transport a single bicycle? Is this still Nankun Village? Where did this mess come from? Mr. Chen, we'll be going now. Okay, be careful on the road.
Immediately, and Wan, feeling a little shy after being scrutinized, quickly climbed into the Alphard. Song Shangtong nodded to Luo Jinglan, as she had just heard the woman call Chen Xiu-san as soon as she came up.
It's always good to be polite to your boss's mother. After watching the 2 women get into the Toyota Alphard and leave, Luo Jinglan stepped forward and asked. Son, who are these 2 girls? Why don't you invite them to stay for a meal?
Luo Jinglan said regretfully. She quite liked the tall guy, he was generous and polite.
Mom, these 2 are my secretaries.
They need to go home for meals themselves.
Upon hearing this, Luo Jinglan pursed her lips. What happened to the secretary?
Being near the water tower means you get the moon first. Working together every day, and being young men and women, who knows, a spark might fly between them. The other aunties breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Hello, secretary? Those 2 girls look just like the people on TV, they're so intimidating. If Chen Xiu has a girlfriend, then their daughters, nieces, and other female relatives will have absolutely no chance. They also wanted to take advantage of their proximity to the source. Chen Xiu's words also reached Chen Xiang's ears, and his eyes were already devoid of light.
Secretary? So beautiful? And there's a big one and a small one, a lowly and a mature woman?
Chen Xiang had already imagined the scene of a little girl holding a milk tea and waiting for him, and a mature woman peeling grapes and feeding them to Chen Xiu.
What kind of heavenly life are you living, kid? Is this the kind of life a young man who has been laid off can live?
You were supposed to be the successor to the proletariat, how did you become corrupt?
Chen Xiu!
He shouted, his voice even tinged with grief and indignation.
Daxian? When did you get back?
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu finally noticed Chen Xiang and looked at him with some surprise.
Chen Xiang felt even worse. I've worked hard for the past 6 months, and all I've been dreaming about is driving my Mercedes-Benz E-Class home to show off. As a result, he became just another nobody who was completely ignored.
Chen Xiang took a deep breath, strode over to Chen Xiu's side, and gently punched him on the shoulder.
So, you've been keeping it a secret from me and making a fortune all this time? Are we still good brothers? I'm not hiding it, it's all just good luck. Can you live such a blissful life if you're lucky? A beat-up bicycle was brought back by his sophisticated secretary in a $1 million luxury car? Extravagant, far too extravagant.
Seeing Chen Xiang pick up Cui Kima Dong and weigh him in his hand, Chen Xiu offered a friendly reminder.
This beat-up bicycle is worth over 100,000 yuan. Chen Xiang's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the bicycle.
His face turned pale.
He quickly and carefully placed it away, saying in disbelief. More than 100,000?
130,000.
Chen Xiu nodded sincerely. Chen Xiang's eyes widened as he glanced back at his Mercedes-Benz E-Class.
Suddenly, he realized that his attempt to show off had failed, which was perfectly reasonable.
No.
I was originally planning to take you guys out for a treat when Chen Ming and the others come back in a few days, but it looks like I'll have to rip you off first, you big spender.
No problem, the only concern is that you may have the will but not the ability. Just kidding, I've been conserving my energy for over 3 months. That's quite patient. After chatting for a while and receiving Chen Xiu's assurance, Chen Xiang left satisfied. He decided to endure it for a few more days. Bullets must be fired where they are meant to be fired. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Luo Jinglan, the aunties around her went home.
But soon, rumors of a completely new version quietly began to circulate in the village.
Chapter 62 Giving Gifts to Chen Xiu. At dinner time, Luo Jinglan inquired about the outcome of today's blind date. It's alright, not grounded enough, a bit too ambitious.
Chen Xiu gave her evaluation of the coffee shop owner.
I knew it. That girl who runs a shop calls herself manager? It's so out of touch with reality. Luo Jinglan nodded in agreement.
She was never optimistic about this blind date from the start. The reason Wan Lingfei was added to the shortlist was because of her good education and her family background, where both her parents are retired state-owned enterprise employees. At this moment, Chen Jida, who was quietly eating his rice, chimed in.
I thought that civil servant was pretty good. She looks quiet and has a refined air, why didn't you continue chatting?
The image of Xiao Shushuang appeared in Chen Xiu's mind. Chen Jida was very fond of the scholarly temperament that her teacher parents had cultivated in her. She looked like a virtuous and steady girl. It contrasts sharply with her overly ambitious mindset. As a potential partner, Xiao Shushuang is a stress person and not a good match. But as a subordinate, he would be a capable assistant. Chen Xiu remembered that she still wanted to treat him to a meal and continue apologizing. I guess she's being targeted by Director He at work. He had no grudges or conflicts with Xiao Shushuang, and she was capable. If she was obedient, Chen Xiu would be happy to give her a hand.
We're still in touch, we even met up once before. Chen Xiu answered casually. Luo Jinglan nodded in satisfaction.
She's worried that her son has become too picky, looking down on everyone, noticing he already has 2 beautiful secretaries serving him. Thinking of her secretary, she suddenly became curious again.
Hey, that tall secretary from earlier.
Mom, she's a few years older than me and she's already been divorced once. Before Luo Jinglan could finish speaking, Chen Xiu knew what she wanted to ask and interrupted her directly.
You're over 30. You don't look it at all.
She looked surprised. Although Song Xiangtong gave her a somewhat mature feeling, her face looked like she was only 25 or 26 years old.
But since I'm divorced, forget it.
Divorced women were worthless.
Of course, that was in the past. Now,
divorced women are in high demand these days. Take that barbarian from the hillside, for example. He married a divorced woman, and he still had to give her a dowry of 200,000 yuan.
Chen Jida clicked his tongue in amazement.
I heard there are a lot of bachelors these days. Luo Jinglan also began to share gossip and rumors that she had heard from who knows where. Chen Xiu listened with great interest for a while, then took out his phone to send a message to Su Jia.
Manager Su, do you know anything about shop management? He planned to talk to Su Jia first, so that she could be prepared. Yan Baiwei returned home. Mom, why aren't you eating at the company today? Yan Baiwei bent down and grasped the heel of the boot. Her small feet, wrapped in white socks, slipped out of the boot. As she changed into cotton slippers, she turned to Tao Xia and asked.
Since she started operating her own media platform, Lianyu Decoration has become increasingly busy. Most of the time, Tao Xia cooks at the company to make sure she has enough time.
The company was besieged by debt collectors today. Upon hearing Tao Xiao's words, Yan Baiwei's expression darkened, and her mood suddenly became much heavier. This isn't the first time this has happened.
She even witnessed her father arguing with the debt collectors last time. Although Yan Li always comforted him by saying that these people were just trying to scare him and wouldn't dare to do anything.
However, as a girl, Yan Baiwei couldn't help but feel scared about it. Mom, let's rent somewhere else after the new year.
As Yan Baiwei began to speak, she suddenly noticed that her mother, who was cooking in the kitchen, not only did not look worried, but actually looked quite relaxed.
She was stunned.
You know, the last time something like this happened, my mother was in tears and lived in fear for several days.
Today is.
She suddenly remembered that her mother had said she had something to tell her that evening.
Could it be related to this matter?
Wei, take the dishes out first.
Where's Dad?
I just called him, he should be back soon. Not long after he finished speaking, the door was pushed open again.
Yan Li returned, looking travel-worn, carrying 2 large bags of gifts. A few packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, a few boxes of tea, and 2 bottles of mutai.
Seeing this scene, Yan Baiwei suddenly felt a little dazed, as if she had returned to 10 years ago. At that time, the real estate market was booming, and her father was also enjoying great success, often bringing home gifts from others. But now, it's good enough if no one comes to his door to attack him.
Dad, what are these?
I'll give it to your classmate in the next day or 2.
For my classmate? Upon hearing this, Yan Baiwei's red lips parted slightly, her face full of confusion.
Seeing his daughter's appearance, Yan Li finally realized what was happening.
Honey, haven't you explained things to Wei yet?
Yan Baiwei turned back to look at her mother again, her beautiful eyes even more bewildered.
What is it?
Tao Xia brought out the last plate of shredded potatoes.
What's the rush? Wei just got back. After the family of 3 was seated, Yan Baiwei's eyes fell on her parents.
Yan Li rubbed his hands together before speaking.
Wei, you should know about the Cultural Industry Park project, right? Yan Baiwei nodded.
Although she had never interfered in her father's affairs, she could hear some of Yan Li's actions on a daily basis. Sometimes, I even pay attention to industry trends. The Cultural Industry Park is undoubtedly one of the city's major initiatives, and a group has been specifically created for it. Regardless of the size of the project or the fact that it is fully funded, as long as her father can participate, not only will the family's debt burden be greatly relieved, but with money, the previously stalled project can also be put on hold. Recently, a president was parachuted in by the group that is specifically in charge of cultural industrial parks.
It's your high school classmate. High school classmate? Which one? Chen Xiao.
Hearing the familiar name uttered by her father, Yan Baiwei's pupils dilated slightly, and her surprised, questioning expression froze on his cool face. Then, her frozen expression gradually turned into shock, and her red lips parted slightly.
Chen Xiao? How could it be Chen Xiao? Dad, is it Chen Xiao, the one I was helping him renovate his house? Who else could it be?
I only recognized him after seeing the photo Lao Zhao posted on his WeChat moments today. Hearing her father's words, Yan Baiwei was still in a daze. She hadn't inquired about Chen Xiao's current situation. It's not that I'm not curious, but that I try my best to restrain myself. Since Chen Xiao still calls her class monitor, she is trying to preserve the purity of her high school days. Instead of acting like vulgar adults, inquiring about each other's income and then weighing the benefits that can be exchanged. Yan Baiwei knew perfectly well that Chen Xiao, who could afford to buy a house in Binjiang No. 1 and Platinum Mansion and could casually spend millions on renovations, must have grown into a towering tree. But she never expected that this towering tree would stand right in front of her.
You can look up simply by looking up.
Looking at the gifts on the coffee table, Yan Baiwei finally understood what her father meant by giving gifts to her classmate. Chapter 63 Chen Xiao, whose net worth exceeds 100 million.
The pink Wuling Mini smoothly drove into the yard, and Su Jia got out of the car.
In the yard, there was a row of bamboo poles stuck in the ground, forming a simple double-pole structure. A middle-aged man with slightly graying hair was walking slowly, holding onto the parallel bars.
This is Su Changyao, Su Jia's father, who is recovering from hemiplegia. Dad.
Why are you so late today?
We've finished eating. Su Changyao smiled when he saw his eldest daughter return home. Busy. Working overtime. Our bank has so much to do by the end of the year. Su Jia said wearily. He then stepped forward and helped Su Changyao back into the house. Where is my mom?
In the afternoon, Granny Zhang brought over some rice cakes, and she also made some dumplings and delivered them to people.
It's been more than half an hour and he still hasn't come back. I guess he's chatting at her house again. Su Jia nodded and helped his father to his room to rest. He then went to the kitchen to warm up the food that had gone cold. Just as I finished serving the rice and picked up my bowl and chopsticks, I heard my mother, Lin Fong, return. Looking back, I saw that she was carrying a bag of rice cakes again. Before Su Jia could speak, Lin Fong's eyes lit up when she saw her, and she couldn't wait to say something. Have you been in contact with Chen Qiu recently? Su Jia could tell from his mother's gossipy look that she must have heard some rumors again. She didn't answer, but instead asked a follow-up question. What's wrong now? I heard from Granny Zhang that Chen Qiu made quite a grand entrance when he came home tonight. 2 luxury cars worth millions. Specially transporting a single bicycle. TSK, I heard that bicycle costs 200,000. Previously, Su Jia would have been shocked to hear that Chen Xiuhua spent 200,000 yuan to buy a bicycle. But she personally witnessed Chen Xiu spend over 200,000 yuan on clothes, and she even personally picked them out. Furthermore, after learning that Chen Xiu was the president of a cultural industry group, the 200,000 yuan seemed to be nothing to him. You guys said that people have become rich, and that a rich person spending 200,000 is probably about the same as us spending 200. Su Jia thought of Chen Xiu's tens of millions in savings, and then of her own pitiful savings of just over 10,000. When she calculated it out, Chen Xiu's 200,000 was actually about the same as her 200 yuan. I never imagined I'd be this rich. Lin Fong exclaimed in amazement. They can understand spending millions on luxury cars and tens of millions on real estate. A bicycle worth 200,000 yuan is simply a pipe dream for them. I heard Chen Xiu's net worth is estimated to be over 100 million. For people who live in the countryside year-round, even if they have millions in assets, they can still meet occasionally, and even chat and boast together during holidays. But having a net worth of over 100 million means you're surrounded by a halo, a dragon among men, and someone who brings honor to your ancestors. However, Su Jia was well aware that Chen Xiu's net worth was far more than the estimated 100 million. If you include his shares in the cultural industry group, he must have a net worth of several hundred million. When I came back today, I was accompanied by 2 female secretaries who looked like female celebrities. Upon hearing this, Su Jia's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Could it be Yi and her master Lu Qi? But if it were Yi, she would definitely go home. Su Jia thought for a moment and decided to ask his younger sister, Su Yi, directly later. Seeing Su Jiaman absent-mindedly eating her rice, Lin Fong, standing to the side, said with exasperation, "You're such a disappointment. You didn't make a sound at all. I told you to keep in touch with them more, but you didn't pay any attention." Su Jia looked helplessly at his mother. "Mom, do you really want me to marry a rich man?" Lin Fong gave a soft snort. "That's because you two used to be good friends. He's a person you know well, and he's promising. What parent wouldn't like that? The clever girl has already gone to their door to make advances. Now look what's happened. Everyone he brings along is a stunning beauty as a secretary. You, a country bumpkin, definitely have no chance." Su Jia took a bite of rice and let out a soft hum. "Why am I just a country girl and not a great beauty? Speaking of which, she's a stunning beauty, personally acknowledged by Chen Xiu. Besides, he brought his secretary. What you're saying makes it sound like you're talking about something else." Su Jia said, somewhat displeased. "Haven't you seen those short dramas? All those seductive secretaries are having affairs with the big bosses. Once the office door is closed, who knows what they're doing in there?" Upon hearing this, Su Jia parted her red lips slightly, almost wanting to tell her that her other daughter was someone else's secretary. So, Yi is also a vixen, and who knows what she's doing with Chen Xiu in the office all day. Cough cough. Su Jia coughed a few times, almost spitting out his food. "You should watch fewer short dramas." Su Jia rolled her eyes at her, then took out her phone and sent a message to Su Yi. "How have you been these past few days?" Su Yi replied to the message very quickly. "I'm recruiting people with Sister Lu every day." Su Jia, and they've all recruited top beauties? Su Yi, it seems that it really is. Su Yi,
But the list that Brother Chen Xiu gave us is really impressive. The people on it are all very capable.
Sui, after interviewing quite a few people, Sister Lu was always wondering where Brother Chen Xiu found so many potential candidates. Su Jia, either he's the CEO, or he must have his own headhunting network.
However, when she thought about how Chen Xiu was a clueless blockhead when they were together back then, but now he was surrounded by a multitude of women.
Hire more.
Then you'll have plenty of beautiful secretaries.
Let's see if your small frame can handle it.
Su Jia hummed and whined, her voice slightly tinged with jealousy, in a tone only she could hear. Just then, as if in response to a preordained wish, Chen Xiu's message suddenly popped up. Su Jia was almost startled.
Chen Xiu, Manager Su, do you know anything about shop management? Su Jia, you bought shops?
Our bank's asset management services can help you get in touch, but it's done in cooperation with professional companies.
How many shops did you buy? Chen Xiu, Wenqin Road, about 48 shops.
Su Jia, who had just exited the chat interface and was looking for relevant documents, suddenly stopped his finger on the screen.
To seize the young? Wenqin Road, the whole street?
Su Jia's beautiful eyes widened suddenly. With the keen intuition of a banker, she subconsciously began to calculate the value of the 48 shops in her mind. The next moment, she gasped for breath, her beautiful, innocent face filled with shock.
200 million.
Even if it's less than 200 million, it's still very close to that number.
This is far more shocking than the 200,000 yuan bicycle that Lin Fong mentioned.
Shops, especially those on Wenqin Road in the city center, are definitely high-quality assets that can be sold and liquidated. Su Jia realized that he had also seriously underestimated Chen Xiu's wealth. Being able to spend 200 million to buy shops, or even buy a whole street of shops, means Chen Xiu's net worth is probably over 1 billion. For him, buying a 200,000 yuan bicycle is no more than spending 2 yuan of his own money. While Su Jia was still in a daze, he saw another message from Chen Xiu.
Oh right, don't misunderstand, I don't need your bank to help manage it. I want you to manage it.
Upon seeing the message, Su Jia was stunned for a moment, and could only vaguely hear the sound of his heart pounding and racing.
Chapter 64. If it's not about money, then it's about people.
Su Jia stared at the messages on her phone for a long time before snapping out of her daze and immediately asked again.
You mean, you're going to hand over the management of the 200 million yuan worth of shops to me full-time? Chen Xiu, or do you want to do a part-time job?
When Su Jia saw this sentence, she seemed to hear Chen Xiu's teasing tone in her mind, which calmed her excited mood a little. Part-time work was out of the question, and Chen Xiu's invitation implied that he expected her to resign from her job at the bank. In fact, for Su Jia, the first thing that came to mind after seeing the news was not reluctance or regret about resigning from her bank job. Instead, I felt nervous, touched, and even a little overwhelmed by the favor.
This is a shop worth 200 million. Chen Xiu just handed it over to me to manage without any hesitation. Even couples are like this.
Subconsciously, such a thought popped into Su Jia's mind.
Chen Xiu, well, I'll give you a few days to think about it.
Su Jia took a deep breath, and the expression in her beautiful eyes gradually became firm.
No need to think about it. I'm willing to come. Chen Xiu, aren't you going to ask about the salary?
Su Jia, I don't care if you don't pay. She had long since given up on working at the bank. High performance pressure, strained relationships with colleagues, and a boss with ulterior motives.
Su Jia once suspected that if she worked for a few more years, she might go through menopause prematurely. However, as the family's current source of income, and with no other opportunity, she has not resigned.
Now that Chen Xiu has asked for her help, she naturally abandons the darkness and embraces the light without hesitation.
Chen Xiu, if you're not after money, then you're after people? You're plotting something nefarious? Upon seeing his words, Su Jia's heart skipped a beat. She didn't say that. Long, slender fingers flew across the screen. Su Jia, both Yi and I have been taken under your control. Who's really up to no good? Chen Xiu, isn't it because the Su sisters are exceptionally capable? Su Jia, just outstanding ability? Su Jia sent this message over.
She didn't think anything of it while typing it, but after sending it out and looking at the text, she subconsciously felt it was somewhat ambiguous. She's already flirting with Chen Xiu right after they've established a boss-subordinate relationship.
Doesn't that make her just like those seductive secretaries in the short dramas my mom watches?
Thinking of this, Su Jia blushed and quickly typed another message to bring the topic back on track.
Su Jia, has the company been registered yet? Chen Xiu, not yet, I'll make a trip tomorrow. Su Jia, I'll go with you. I've gone through the process a few times, so we should be able to register on the same day. Su Jia, I'll come find you tomorrow morning, at your company or.
After seeing the message, Chenxiu thought for a moment and replied, just come to my house.
Do you remember the way? Su Jia, do you still think I'm a primary or middle school student?
After sending the message, Su Jia felt inexplicably nervous again.
Go to Chen Xiu's house. You'll meet his parents this time, right? Should I prepare some gifts before I visit? Su Jia was both apprehensive and conflicted.
Lin Fang noticed her expression and asked, puzzled.
Who are you chatting with?
He kept sending messages non-stop, and the corners of his mouth never left his face.
Have you found someone?
Upon hearing this, Su Jia immediately forced down the corners of her lips that were always turned up. Then he rolled his eyes at his mother, clearly annoyed. We've talked to him, and it's the billionaire Chenxiu you've been longing for. I'll go to his house tomorrow. Lin Fang scoffed, making no attempt to hide her disdain for her own daughter.
What kind of status does she have now? Why would she even look at you?
Watching her mother's departing figure, Su Jia felt both angry and helpless. Chenxiu briefly discussed the company's name with Su Jia, tentatively set as Zhouye Asset Management. Immediately afterwards, he sent messages to Song Shangtong and Secretary and Wan. He will most likely not go to the company tomorrow. He should arrange their work in advance. As for Lu Qi, she will probably be working hard for her year-end bonus until the end of the year. Just as Chenxiu was thinking of putting down his phone and going to take a shower, he suddenly received a message from Yan Baiwei.
Are you asleep? Chenxiu glanced at the time in astonishment, 9:40. Is this the time to ask him if he's asleep? Moreover, Yan Baiwei always gets straight to the point, so this kind of preemptive, tentative greeting is quite rare. Chenxiu pondered for a moment.
Based on his understanding of Yan Baiwei, there was a high probability that something had happened. This is no small matter.
Chenxiu replied, I haven't showered yet, why?
Half a minute later, Yan Baiwei's message popped up again.
I heard you're in charge of the Cultural Industry Park project?
Yes. My father heard that we were classmates, so he wants to invite you to dinner so you can get to know him. Upon seeing this message, Chenxiu immediately understood.
So it was because of her father, Yan Li.
Chenxiu had also seen the recommendation for Yan Li's engineering team and the project proposal provided by the system. I'd rate it as slightly above average. Their abilities aren't particularly outstanding after all. If they possess top-tier skills in the industry, they wouldn't have ended up in this predicament.
However, the system did have one particularly outstanding evaluation of Yan Li.
Prioritize safety and strictly adhere to regulations.
From Chenxiu's perspective, this is indeed a manifestation of conscience.
But perhaps precisely because of this, in this increasingly competitive and harsh industry, Yan Li's good coin has been driven out.
Chenxiu replied, okay, I'm free the day after tomorrow night. Yan Baiwei, okay.
At this time, at Yan Baiwei's home. Yan Baiwei glanced at the chat with her anxious parents and said softly.
He agreed, saying the day after tomorrow night.
Yan Li slapped his thigh, his face full of excitement. A sudden turn of events.
It still has to be my daughter. Tao Xia pouted and pressed him down. They only agreed to have dinner with you, not that they agreed to give you the project. As she spoke, Tao Xia expressed some regret. Judging from the chat between Yan Baiwei and the other party, it seems that the two really don't have any close relationship? Yan Li's expression stiffened upon hearing this. However, he immediately took a deep breath and looked relaxed. There's been progress after all.
The Cultural Industry Park project is so big, we can negotiate the terms slowly and take our time.
We'll see how many we can secure.
Yan Baiwei took in her parents' expressions, holding her phone with mixed feelings. Little did she know that the pure, high school-like relationship she wanted to maintain would eventually bring them closer together. Just like in high school, after she refused to cover for Chenxiu, their relationship began to drift apart. However, this time the decision was not in her hands. Chapter 65. Could this be a marriage proposal? The next day, Su Jia went to the bank early in the morning. As soon as I arrived at the office, I heard a commotion. He Ting was showing off an LV bracelet, which drew envious glances from her female colleagues in other departments. I heard it was given to her by that Mr. Li. It costs tens of thousands. TSK, looks like he won't be staying at our company for long. Su Jia's two colleagues were talking in hushed tones. Upon seeing Su Jia approach, he immediately fell silent again. At the same time, He Ting's eyes lit up when she saw Su Jia, and she straightened her back.
In terms of looks and figure, she is indeed inferior to Su Jia.
But the other person was wearing clothes from unknown brands that cost only a few hundred yuan, while she was wearing well-known luxury brands. In terms of temperament and elegance, she completely surpasses Su Jia. Just as she was about to show off the bracelet she had just acquired, Su Jia ignored her completely and walked past her.
"Brother Ma, do you still have the New Year's gifts we prepared for our clients?" Su Jia asked a colleague. The latter nodded quickly.
"Yes, there are quite a few."
"Okay, I'll take 2 sets and deliver them to the customer."
After saying that, Su Jia, who had just arrived at the office, turned around and left again. He Ting sneered at this.
"Go ahead and struggle in your death throes.
Your year-end performance is destined to be crushed under my feet."
In the past 2 days, Mr. Li has introduced her to several more clients, and now her performance this month is far ahead of the competition. It's foreseeable that she will win next year's selection.
Given how much Mr. Li likes her now, she might not even need to go to work next year. He Ting took out her phone and skillfully sent a charming voice message to Li Chang. For Su Jia, He Ting was merely a villainous character who was about to leave her life.
I'm numb to it now.
After she arrived at the storage room next door, she quickly picked up 2 bags of New Year's gifts. This was promised to Chen Xiu before, so it can't be missing. Not only New Year's goods, but she also carried as much rice, flour, and cooking oil as possible from the piles of food on the side. There's nothing wrong with taking advantage of the bank's perks before leaving.
Carrying large and small bags, Su Jia loaded them onto his Wuling Mini.
He then drove towards Chen Xiu's house.
More than half an hour later, Su Jia's Wuling Mini was parked on the cement ground of Chen Xiu's house.
Luo Jinglan, who was hanging clothes to dry in the yard, was slightly taken aback when she saw the chopped chili fish head dish. At first glance, it seemed somewhat familiar to her. A flash of inspiration quickly appeared in her mind. She remembered it was the same car that had picked up Chen Xiu in front of the Platinum Mansion villa before. Luo Jinglan remembered her son mentioning that the girl driving the car was Su Jia, a junior high school classmate who had visited their home before. Then she saw Su Jia open the car door and get out.
Luo Jinglan's eyes lit up immediately. Su Jia's tall figure and innocent face would be the perfect embodiment of graceful beauty in the countryside. Anyone who sees her will exclaim in amazement, "This girl is so beautiful." Su Jia also did not expect to run into Chen Xiu's mother as soon as he arrived at Chen Xiu's house. Just as I was getting a little nervous, I heard Luo Jinglan ask a question. "Is that Su Jia? I remember you used to play with Chen Xiu a lot in junior high." Upon hearing Luo Jinglan readily recognize his name, Su Jia's tension immediately dissipated. "Yes, hello auntie. I'm here to deliver something to Chen Xiu." As he spoke, he unloaded bags of New Year's goods, rice, flour, and cooking oil from the car. Luo Jinglan's mouth dropped open slightly at the sight. "Takes so much? Could this be a marriage proposal?" Not much, not much. These are all prepared by our bank for our private banking clients," Su Jia quickly explained. Luo Jinglan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat regretful. He immediately called over Chen Jida and Chen Xiu, who were still eating breakfast, to help move things. When Chen Xiu came out and saw this scene, he said in surprise, "Even if you're dissatisfied with your former company, does that mean you have to empty the bank account?" Upon hearing this, Su Jia rolled her eyes at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Then I'll move back?" "No need for that, we're already here." Chen Xiu chuckled. "Before I even received my salary, I helped the boss transport the grain reserves. This employee is really good." Luo Jinglan listened in a daze, but she understood one thing. "Honey, you quit your job at the bank?" Su Jia nodded. Luo Jinglan felt a pang of regret. Although working in a bank is not as prestigious as working within the system, in the minds of this generation, it is still a secure job. Having a job like this can definitely boost your chances on blind dates. That's a bit of a shame. However, since Su Jia was not related to her, Luo Jinglan didn't say anything, but simply asked, "Have you found a new job yet?" As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Xiu interrupted. "Mom, this is a capable assistant I finally managed to seduce. Don't you dare trick her back to the bank." Upon hearing this, Luo Jinglan looked at Su Jia with great satisfaction. "This girl quit her bank job to come and live with my son. She has feelings for Chen Xiu." Banks aren't doing so well these days, the pay is low and the work is exhausting.
As she spoke, she said to Chen Xiu. They quit their bank jobs to help you, you can't let them down. After saying that, she spoke softly to Su Jia again. If Chen Xiu bullies you, just tell Auntie. Su Jia's pretty face was flushed red at this moment. Auntie, I've wanted to quit for a long time. The treatment I get here at Chen Xiu's place is much better than what I got before. Hearing her speak up for her son, Luo Jinglan was even more pleased.
After moving their belongings, Chen Xiu and Su Jia left.
On the way to register the company, Chen Xiu chuckled.
I haven't even paid you yet, how can you be so sure that the benefits here are better?
Su Jia snorted softly upon hearing this.
If the treatment isn't good, I'll tell Auntie. Hey, that's not what you said just now. That was just now. Even so, Su Jia's expectations for the treatment were not high.
Chen Xiu's willingness to entrust so many shops to her management is already a tremendous show of trust. After all, she was a newcomer to this field. The company registration process was quick, and it was completed in half a day.
The company name was originally decided as Qiuye Asset Management Company, Ltd. Legal person, Chen Xiu. Shareholder, Chen Xiu. CEO, Su Jia.
After registering the company, he said to Su Jia, let's go check out the car market first. I've been wanting to buy my dad a car for a while now, and it's perfect that we can register it under the company's name.
Su Jia nodded.
Buying a car and registering it under a company name is a standard practice.
It can both reduce the tax burden on enterprises and optimize capital allocation. By the way, what kind of car do you like? BMW, please.
Su Jia answered subconsciously, then looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Why are you asking me?
It's about buying a car for your uncle, you should ask him.
I have to buy it for you.
Chen Xiu smiled at her, and Su Jia's heart trembled slightly at his matter-of-fact words.
You're my only CEO, shouldn't you be entitled to a car? Chapter 66, Buying a Car.
Su Jia has been driving his Wuling Mini for 3 years. When she first bought the car, she planned to use it as a temporary car for daily commuting. At the time, I thought that I would drive it for 3 or 5 years to save up some money, and then she would buy a BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Audi.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Unexpectedly, her father had an accident less than 2 years later. Forget about saving up to buy a BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Audi. Her family still has debts to pay off. Su Jia used to think that as a child from a rural family, she was no different from other people. At most, when I was in school, I would envy others who had lots of snacks and plenty of living expenses. But in recent years she has realized the insurmountable gap between her family and other families. Their parents both work, have social security, medical insurance, and retirement pensions, and the money they save can easily support the next generation. Her parents only have rural cooperative medical insurance, and their future pension will barely amount to 1 or 2,000 yuan a year, which is not enough for them. This means that even among her peers, even if she earns over 10,000 yuan a month, her quality of life is not as good as those who earn 3,000 or 4,000 yuan a month. And if any family member falls ill, it is an even greater blow. Su Jia realized that her family had almost no ability to withstand risks. It was from this moment that she understood the importance of saving money. She could only hide her dream of owning a BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Audi, suppress her longing for big cities, and instead comfort herself that the Wuling Mini was pretty good too, at least it was easy to park and didn't cost money on gas. But Su Jia never expected that Chen Xiu would dig up his newly buried dream so quickly.
Let's go to the BMW dealership. Chen Xiu spoke up.
I was just saying it casually, there's no need to buy a BMW. Su Jia was a little nervous.
The company has just been established, buying a Volkswagen Sagittar should be enough.
Chen Xiu looked at her and said, feigning displeasure.
Managing a store worth 200 million, and all you drive is a beat-up Volkswagen Sagittar?
If others find out, they'll think we're subletting.
Su Jia blinked, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. But isn't our management company essentially a sub-landlord?
We don't take on outside business, we only manage our own shops. Chen Xiu said irritably.
Besides, the car we buy for you is a company car.
Okay, I'll do whatever the boss says. Su Jia said softly, glancing at Chen Xiu out of the corner of her eye, a slight smile curving her lips. If Chen Xiu were to buy it for her personally, she wouldn't dare accept it. It belongs to the company, but it was assigned to her, and they even personally asked for her opinion. Well, it's no different from buying it for her.
The two arrived at the BMW 4S store very quickly.
On the way, the two decided on a specific car model, BMW 5 Series 530 Leading Edition. Upon arriving at the 4S store, I went straight to this model and placed an order for the entire amount paid. The final price was over 380,000 yuan, and the whole process took less than half an hour. This speed of car purchase not only shocked the sales staff at the 4S store, but even Su Jia, sitting in the driver's seat of the new car, was still somewhat dazed. She had been longing for this car model for years, but it was still out of reach.
She got it in just half an hour. Calm down.
You're a private banking manager who's handled accounts worth tens or hundreds of millions of dollars.
How can you act like you've never seen anything like it before? But none of those are mine. This car isn't yours either. Upon hearing Chen Xiu's words, Su Jia's pretty face stiffened.
She rolled her eyes slightly and thought to herself.
Still the same blockhead. Can't we just let her immerse herself in this excitement?
Just as she was calming down a little, Chen Xiu suddenly spoke to her again. However, if you perform well in all aspects, I will give you this car at the end of the year.
Su Jia's calmed emotions were stirred up again by him.
As she looked into Chen Xiu's eyes, she felt that there was a certain intriguing provocation in his deep gaze.
Performed well in all aspects?
Su Jia's beautiful eyes flickered slightly.
It shouldn't be in the way she's thinking.
Later, Chen Xiu's parents also arrived. Chen Xiu had told them about buying the car, so they were instructed to take a taxi over. Chen Xiu already knew what kind of car to buy for his father, Chen Jida.
Oh dear, I told you not to buy it.
We already have a Xiaomi car parked at home.
Luo Jinglan muttered to herself. Although Chen Jida was somewhat tempted, he also agreed with Luo Jinglan's opinion. Chen Xiu gave Su Jia a look, and the latter understood immediately.
Uncle and auntie, this car needs to be registered under the company's name so that it can be used for tax deduction. The money saved from tax deductions when buying a car will be more than the price of the car itself.
Really? Is this illegal?
Auntie, I work at a bank, and I used to be in charge of this kind of thing. Upon hearing that they could save money, the two elderly people immediately perked up.
Then what are you waiting for? Just buy it.
So, the group went to the Volvo 4S store again.
Chen Xiu is planning to buy his father a Volvo XC90. Putting everything else aside, its main selling point is safety and stability.
The ground clearance of SUVs allows them to travel freely between cities and rural areas.
It couldn't be more perfect.
As a second-tier luxury brand, Volvo has gained considerable fame in recent years thanks to its outstanding safety performance. At least Chen Jida had heard of it. Upon seeing the dignified and classic XC90 in person, Chen Jida's eyes lit up with laughter, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Chen Xiu was looking at the 5-seater version, which was priced at 520,000.
Upon hearing this, Luo Jinglan immediately tugged at Chen Xiu's sleeve.
Your dad doesn't need to drive such an expensive car.
Chen Jida opened his mouth, but was unable to refute it. Mom, tax deduction. Wouldn't it be better to buy a Mercedes with that 500,000 or so? Luo Jinglan spoke again.
At this moment, Chen Jida spoke up.
What do you know? Mercedes is just for show, and it's everywhere. It's not as safe as a Volvo.
Although he hasn't received the car yet, Chen Jida already has the superior mindset of a niche enthusiast. In smaller towns, Volvo is definitely a niche brand compared to Mercedes-Benz.
Chen Xiu smiled and nodded.
Seeing this, Luo Jinglan stopped talking. Soon, Chen Xiu bought the car outright with cash. Chen Jida sat in the new car, stroking the steering wheel as if he were caressing some rare treasure. Look at you, if it weren't for my son's success, you probably would never have been able to drive this car in your entire life. Luo Jinglan couldn't stand his attitude and rolled her eyes.
Isn't that my son too? Chen Jida was all smiles and not angry at all.
He's not a young man in his 30s or 40s.
He's over 50, almost 60, what's wrong with enjoying the blessings his son brings? Is that shameful? This is a radiant complexion.
He can't even imagine himself driving this car around the village entrance. He must be sitting really straight. We're going to check on the renovations at the villa later, you guys keep busy.
Luo Jinglan waved to the two of them, then got into the XC90 and drove away. Su Jia, on the other hand, was preparing to return to the bank. She was about to formally submit her resignation. Chen Xiu had nothing else to do, so he went along with them. Chapter 67 Resignation. Platinum Mansion. A brand new Volvo XC90 with temporary license plates was parked in front of a detached villa.
Chen Jida opened the door and got out of the car, feeling an air of authority about him.
Stop fiddling with it. Aren't all the cars in this neighborhood worth 3 to 500,000? Upon hearing Luo Jinglan's words, Chen Jida's lips twitched. It seems that's really true. His XC90 is only considered mediocre here. As soon as the two got out of the car, they saw Supervisor Zhao and that tall, slender figure in the villa's courtyard. Vivi's here too. Luo Jinglan greeted them.
Because Yan Baiwei was her son's high school classmate, Luo Jinglan did not use the formal title of Teacher Yan.
Instead, they affectionately called her Weiwei. Auntie, uncle.
Yan Baiwei revealed a faint smile, like a snow lotus in full bloom. Seeing this, Supervisor Zhao, who was standing nearby, enthusiastically stepped forward and gave Chen Jida a bottle of Yushi cigarette. In his eyes, this person would be President Yan's future-in-law.
Brother Chen, you bought a new car. How much did you pay for your Volvo XC90? Supervisor Zhao immediately noticed Chen Jida's new car and gave him a thumbs up. Chen Jida's gaze towards Supervisor Zhao immediately became more enthusiastic. More than 500,000, I guess. Wow, bro, you're really good.
Hey, the kids insisted on buying it, saying this car is safer.
Of course, Volvo is known as the safest car on the road.
Chen Jida couldn't suppress the smirk on his face. He was humble in words, but his face was full of pride and smugness. Luo Jinglan, who was standing to the side, pursed her lips upon hearing this, but did not expose him in front of outsiders.
He asked Yan Baiwei out of curiosity. Weiwei, did you know that companies can get tax deductions when they buy cars? Yan Baiwei nodded. Yes, many bosses don't own any cars, they're all registered under the company's name.
That's good. I thought Chen Xiao and Su Jiao were lying to me. Yan Baiwei's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she listened to Luo Jinglan's rambling.
Su Jia. It sounds like a girl's name? Yan Baiwei's thoughts drifted slightly, and she couldn't help but ask. Auntie, what did Chen Xiao lie to you about?
She regretted it as soon as she said it. Asking about Chen Xiao's information in front of Chen Xiao's mother would make it seem like she's overly interested in Chen Xiao, wouldn't it?
Well, it's nothing much, it's just that he started a company.
Yan Baiwei breathed a slight sigh of relief when she saw that Luo Jinglan seemed not to have noticed this.
Am I being too sensitive?
Yan Baiwei felt that she couldn't concentrate whenever she came into contact with anything related to Chen Xiao lately.
Last night, I even dreamed about Chen Xiao.
This made the aloof Yan Baiwei somewhat annoyed. I feel like I'm turning into a lovesick teenage girl.
Noon. China Merchants Bank branch. An Audi Horch and a BMW 530 were parked side by side.
Su Jiao went up to submit his resignation, while Chen Xiao stayed in the car. The handover process for leaving a bank job may take some time, but since my job doesn't require high performance, I have more freedom and can keep an eye on the company during the handover period.
Su Jia reminded him. Chen Xiao nodded.
The shop was still being managed by the previous company, so there were no problems.
He and Su Jia will just need to go over and hand it over then. The company won't be fully operational until after the new year. Su Jia then went upstairs. Just as it was nearing the end of the workday, Su Jia's appearance surprised his two male colleagues in the office. Where did you go this morning? The director didn't see you and even said a few words to you. Be careful later. One of the male colleagues whispered a reminder. Thanks. Su Jia nodded to him.
She hadn't originally planned to reveal her resignation, but she stopped and spoke to the two of them.
I'm leaving.
Remember to take over my clients, don't let that bitch Ting get them.
After saying that, she turned and walked towards the director's office, leaving the two people dumbfounded.
The two male colleagues exchanged a glance, both able to see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. They never expected that Su Jiao would resign at the end of the year.
Don't you want your year-end performance bonus? Are you not going to ask for the start of work bonus next year? Does her family own a mine? How foolish. Even if you can't stand Ting anymore, you have to hold on until next year.
The two exchanged a glance, sighed, and looked on with regret.
They actually have a pretty good impression of Su Jia. Her face alone is pleasing to the eye, not to mention her great personality.
The thought of being the only two of them facing Ting alone in the office from now on made them sigh repeatedly.
After arriving at the director's office, Su Jia knocked on the door. Enter. Entering the office, Lu Tao's bulky figure sat in the chair, looking somewhat cramped. Lu Tao's eyes lit up slightly when he saw Su Jia's innocent and alluring face. Su Jia simply stood there, and the air in the office seemed to become sweeter. You still know how to come back? Lu Tao opened his mouth with a heavy, cold snort. We haven't seen a single person all morning. Can't you invite your customers to the bank? Private banking client managers have flexible work locations if necessary. It's not a big problem for them to be out of the office for a whole day. Whether this situation is necessary is up to Lu Tao to decide. Recently, Su Jia has stopped showing him the proper respect and has become completely indifferent, even showing disdain and disgust. Does this mean they don't respect him as the director? Lu Tao was very unhappy. Naturally, we need to find an opportunity to teach this stubborn woman a lesson. Your current performance is? He spoke coldly, muttering a long string of words, each one belittling Su Jia's abilities. To his surprise, Su Jia did not refute him at all. In the past, this woman would definitely have retorted. Noticing Su Jia's calm yet somewhat relieved expression, a thought popped into his mind. Has she figured it out? That's right, why not take the shortcut instead of crashing and burning your head? Just as he was about to speak, Su Jia placed a letter on his desk. Director, this is my resignation letter. Resignation? Lu Tao's expression changed, and he shouted directly. I disagree. Su Jia remained calm and said indifferently. This is a notification your consent is not required. I will finish the remaining work before the handover is complete. At this time, Chen Xiu got out of the car to get some fresh air. I had just stretched when I saw a slightly familiar figure. Upon closer inspection. Isn't this He Ting, who gave him a wonderful gift? Chapter 68. It turns out He Ting knows President Chen. He Ting had just come out of the bank, her face glowing. Today, she had planned to finalize the cultural industry part project with her father and Li Chang. Unexpectedly, I ran into the branch manager, Feng Yi, in the bank's VIP lounge. Although China Merchants Bank is a commercial bank, its branch managers do not have the same administrative rank as the Big Four banks. However, he is, after all, the head of a branch in a prefecture-level city. Whether it is his salary or his network of contacts, the resources he can leverage are no less than those of some deputy-level cadres. For He Ting, that was definitely a big shot. To her surprise, Feng Yi knew Li Chang, and they exchanged pleasantries upon meeting. This surprised and delighted He Ting. She seems to have underestimated the power of Li Chang, the vice president of the Cultural Industry Group. If you can completely bind yourself to him, then our family will have truly established itself in southern Jiangxi. He Ting now finally understands the meaning of her father's words. Where is General Manager Li? At this moment, He Yangliang, her father, who had come to pick her and Li Chang up for dinner at the restaurant, arrived in a hurry. Mr. Li just ran into the bank manager inside, so I came out first. He Ting said to He Yangliang. President Feng? It's him. Then why weren't you inside with them? He Yangliang said with a hint of disappointment. This is a great opportunity for you to make a good impression on the bank manager. You might be able to rely on him in the future. He Ting just pursed her lips. Forget it, I don't want to work at this bank for the rest of my life, and the bank manager doesn't really like me. When she first joined the bank, her goal was to get close to the bank manager, Feng Yi. Unfortunately, the man was like a eunuch, uninterested in women, and completely unmoved by her hints, even treating her coldly. That's why she had no choice but to settle for second best and approached Lu Tao, the director of a private bank. Now she's latched onto Li Chang's coattails, and she doesn't even want to serve Lu Tao anymore. Why not quit your job sooner and live the life of a wealthy housewife with Li Chang? He Yangliang opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. He knew his daughter's temperament well. It was already a rare achievement that she had been able to work diligently at the bank for the past 2 years. Forget it, it's enough that you can cling to President Li's coattails. Don't worry, Dad, I'm confident in this. He Ting stood with one hand on her hip, swaying her waist and hips gently, exuding confidence in her own charm. At this moment, she turned her eyes slightly and suddenly noticed a familiar figure in her field of vision. That was Chen Xiu's blind date before? The other person seemed to have noticed her as well. Their eyes met, and He Ting's heart skipped a beat. How did he end up here? Could it be that he asked my aunt about my workplace and then came to my door on purpose? He Ting felt that this was most likely the case. There were plenty of guys who tried to pursue her by being shameless and persistent. We don't need Chen Xiu. Thinking about this, He Ting felt a little regretful. I shouldn't have agreed to this blind date arranged by my aunt. Not only has it lowered my own standards, but now I'm also getting entangled with it. And Chen Xiu just had to show up at such a crucial time today. If Li Chang saw that someone was pursuing him, would he be happy? Li Chang is not a generous person. Dad, why don't you go find Mr. Li first? I saw someone I know, go say hello. He Ting said calmly. He Yangliang nodded, not paying much attention, and walked straight into the bank. Seeing this, He Ting secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze shifted to Chen Xiu, and her expression changed again. She strode quickly across half the parking lot in her high heels and stood in front of Chen Xiu. Miss He, it's been a long time. Upon seeing Yi Ting, dressed in a suit and trousers with glamorous makeup, Chen Xiu greeted her with a smile. Although the blind date wasn't very pleasant, it's all in the past now. Chen Xiu was still generous in giving this blind date, who had propelled him into the wealthy class, a kind look. In contrast, Yi Ting's beautiful face showed considerable disgust. How did you find your way here? Don't think that just because you're related to my aunt, you can harass me at will. Let me tell you, I've seen plenty of men like you. A toad is a toad, you'll never get to eat swan meat. Her tone was cold and filled with intense disgust, which stunned Chen Xiu. This blind date seems to be taking himself way too seriously. Miss He, aren't you overestimating yourself? This is a bank, not a shopping mall. Why would I be here to see you? Chen Xiu's words struck He Ting, who was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what he meant. Then, seeing Chen Xiu's gaze, which seemed to show concern for someone with intellectual disabilities, she suddenly realized. Is this a mockery of her being Princess Shan Ke? You poor bastard who's pretending to be rich when you're actually poor, what are you pretending for? He Ting immediately exploded, her voice becoming shrill. However, remembering that she was right in front of a bank, she took several deep breaths to calm herself down. She realized that Chen Xiu might not be there to bother her. But I'm definitely here to disgust her. He Ting's gaze fell on the Audi Horch behind Chen Xiu, her face full of contempt. You're not driving your Android car this time? Oh, so you know how to rent a Horch. The daily rental fee must be quite high. Chen Xiu shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to her. Moreover, he saw a familiar figure walking out of the bank entrance. That's his loyal vice president, Li Chang. Chen Xiu glanced at Yi Ting, then looked at Li Chang with a half-smile. Accompanied by He Yangliang, Li Chang, who had just come out of the bank, noticed this gaze. When Li Chang turned and saw Chen Xiu, his heart skipped a beat and his eyes narrowed slightly. Chen Xiu? What is he doing here? Subconsciously, Li Chang took a small step to the side, moving half a meter away from Yi Yangliang. The scene of Chen Xiu swiftly and ruthlessly sending his subordinate Ma Du to prison was still vivid in his mind. He doesn't want to repeat the same mistake. Now, he regrets coming to the bank today. Just for those 2 or 3 minutes of excitement. Now he's locked eyes with Chen Xiu, and he can't even sneak away now. And why did Yi Ting, that woman, approach Chen Xiu? Li Chang felt a chill run down his spine. He had a bad feeling. He Yangliang also noticed Chen Xiu standing in front of his daughter Yi Ting. He had seen Chen Xiu, but it was at night. Upon closer inspection, it seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment of stunned silence, he spoke with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. That's General Manager Chen from the group? He looked at Li Chang, who silently nodded. He Yangliang was taken aback, remembering what his daughter had just said. If you see someone you know, go and say hello. So Tingting knows President Chen. He Yangliang slapped his thigh, overjoyed. How could he not have noticed such crucial information sooner? Li Chang heard He Yangliang's words and looked at him blankly. The latter immediately explained with a delighted expression. Tingting just told me she saw a friend she knows and said she'd go say hello. Who did I think it was? Oh no. I never expected Tingting to be friends with President Chen. Li Chang looked at him suspiciously. I'm not well educated, don't try to fool me. But Chen Xiu and Yi Ting are indeed of similar age, perhaps they are old classmates? A plausible guess popped into Li Chang's mind, and he subconsciously followed He Yangliang over. Chapter 69 I'm not buying funds. Yi Ting also noticed her father and Li Chang coming out of the bank. Her face lit up with joy. Since Chen Xiu wasn't there to bother her, but rather to annoy her, she wasn't worried about being seen by Li Chang. On the contrary, she could use Li Chang to trample on Chen Xiu's head. President Li.
The moment she turned around, her voice instantly became charming, and her expression was a mixture of joy and admiration. Chen Xiu was amazed by what he saw.
And you still say you're not Princess Shan Ke?
Chen Xiu felt that this level of business acumen was enough to make him a contender for the top sales position in any department store. Before Li Chang and He Yongliang arrived, He Ting strode forward with her long legs.
Mr. Li.
She skillfully linked her arm with Li Chang's, pressing her upper body completely against his.
However, He Ting vaguely sensed that something was amiss.
In the past, when she pressed herself against him, Li Chang would always wrap his arms around her waist and place his hands restlessly on her buttocks. However, this time, as soon as she touched him, she found that Li Chang's body was extremely stiff.
It seemed he was still trying hard to pull his hand out of her arms. That won't do. She was even thinking of using Li Chang to kick Chen Xiu while he was down.
Mr. Li, you and the bank manager have been talking for so long, it makes me feel like I'm being bullied. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Li Chang's hand stopped moving. He Ting felt a surge of joy in her heart.
Mr. Li really does love me. Mr. Li, this is the guy. He's clearly a loser, but he likes to put on a brave face.
Before she could finish speaking, a tremendous force suddenly pushed her away. He Ting staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. She looked up at Li Chang in a daze, only to find that his face was already ashen.
Li Chang was filled with regret. If looks could kill, he would have chopped He Yongliang and his daughter into mincemeat. Is this what you mean by the two being friends?
Before he could even stand still, this woman pressed herself against him, and he couldn't pull her arm away. He, a deputy general manager of the engineering department, was seen embracing and kissing the daughter of a small business owner in the engineering sector.
Wasn't this blatant quid pro quo?
What He Ting said next made him even more stunned.
You call a young man with such a terrifying background who was parachuted into becoming the president of a group a loser?
He Ting dared to say it, but he didn't dare to listen. He quickly pushed He Ting down, his mind racing.
Li Chang was thinking about how to quickly sever ties with He Yongliang and his daughter. Mr. Chen.
He spoke to Chen Shougang, but the latter's light and casual words reached his ears.
No wonder Mr. Li likes to go to the bank every few days.
So they weren't discussing business, they were just shopping at KTV. As soon as those words were spoken, Li Chang broke out in a cold sweat.
Mr. Chen, you've misunderstood.
I came to the bank to discuss loan matters with President Feng Yi.
This woman is just my account manager at China Merchants Bank.
She keeps pestering me to buy some funds and trusts, and I'm really annoyed by her. Li Chang did not hesitate to distance himself from He Ting. He was smart enough not to lie, but only told part of the truth. He Ting was indeed his account manager, and Li Chang did indeed buy some fund trusts from her. The two met either in his private suite, which was rarely known to others, or in a secluded meeting room at the bank where there were no surveillance cameras. He has always been very careful in this regard, so he judged that Chen Xiu was unlikely to obtain any substantial evidence that he and He Ting had a relationship. He Ting and He Yongliang, who were standing to the side, were completely dumbfounded.
Upon seeing Li Chang's respectful demeanor towards Chen Xiu, the former's brain went completely blank. Mr. Li, we were together before.
She subconsciously reached out to grab Li Chang's hand, but Li Chang rudely slapped it away.
I'm not buying funds anymore, I'm not buying them.
He Ting trembled in fright at Li Chang's roar.
Chen Xiu almost burst out laughing while watching Li Chang's performance.
As expected of a seasoned veteran, although the emotional transitions were a bit clumsy, the acting was still acceptable.
Especially that sense of conviction, it's absolutely overwhelming.
Anyone who didn't know better would think that He Ting had pressured him to buy a lot of funds. Hey, Mr. Li, don't make things too difficult for them in front of the bank.
They're only going to such lengths because they want more income, right, Mr. Li?
Hearing Chen Xiu's meaningful words, Li Chang felt his temples throbbing. His eyes twitched incessantly, and he gave a stiff smile.
But you can't operate against the rules. Mr. Li is right.
Chen Xiu patted him on the shoulder and nodded with a smile.
He Ting, still somewhat bewildered, wanted to step forward again, but He Yongliang pulled her back.
He finally realized what was happening. He Ting's words just now hardly suggest she's a friend to Chen Xiu, they're more like enemies. At this moment, he didn't dare to ask his daughter how she had become enemies with Chen Xiu. He only thought about whether there was still a chance to struggle and salvage the situation.
He Yongliang stepped forward with a forced smile. Mr. Chen.
He had barely begun to speak when Li Chang interrupted him.
Isn't that bank manager Feng?
Li Chang looked at the middle-aged man not far away with a look of surprise.
President Feng. Let me introduce you. This is our group's new president, Chen Xiu, President Chen.
Upon hearing this, Feng Yi stepped forward in surprise and shook hands with Chen Xiu in a warm and friendly manner. I've long admired Mr. Chen, he truly is a young talent. During this period, who doesn't know that a president under 30 years old has been parachuted into the cultural industry group? As a key project that has received much attention in the city, this situation still occurred.
How terrifying is the power behind Chen Xiu?
Compared to this, a cultural industrial park is nothing.
If he could be on good terms with them, would Feng Yi still be limited to being a branch manager in a prefecture-level city? Hello, President Feng.
The cultural industry park project will also need loans in the later stages, and we will have to rely on you then. Chen Xiu greeted him with a smile. The three of them talked and talked, completely ignoring He Ting and her father He Yonglian, who were standing next to them. He Yonglian's apologetic smile was still frozen on his face, but from the moment Li Cheng interrupted him, his heart had already turned ice cold. Looking at his daughter beside him, who still didn't understand what was going on, he wanted nothing more than to slap her to bring her to her senses.
At this time, as the bank closed for the day, Su Jia's tall figure emerged from the bank. The faint roar of Lu Tao could be heard from behind. Did I tell you to leave work? Su Jia ignored her and immediately looked for Chen Xiu's whereabouts. Upon seeing him, Su Jia's tense expression immediately relaxed. A smile as beautiful as a flower.
Chapter 70, If you're not familiar with me, don't get involved 2 in 1. When Su Jia saw He Ting, Li Cheng, and Feng Yi beside Chen Xiu, she was somewhat bewildered.
What happened? President Feng, General Manager Li.
She greeted him and then walked behind Chen Xiu.
Does Manager Su know General Manager Chen?
As the branch's most beautiful woman, Su Jia was naturally someone Feng Yi knew. Seeing her standing so naturally beside Chen Xiu, he immediately asked curiously. Su Jia and I are from neighboring villages and were also classmates in junior high school. Chen Xiu said with a smile.
What a coincidence. Feng Yi was somewhat surprised.
Even more surprising was Li Cheng. Upon hearing these words, his vision blurred and his heart sank. He glanced at He Ting discreetly, his resentment burning within him.
This woman has been working with Su Jia for so long, how come she didn't even investigate this relationship?
At this moment, He Ting, who was gradually coming to her senses, was once again bewildered. The blind date she disliked and looked down on was Li Cheng's boss. The female colleague she mocked and targeted was Chen Xiu's classmate? He Ting just couldn't understand why she could be so unlucky. Chen Xiu ignored them and continued speaking. Su Jia is very capable. I plan to invite her to work for me. I apologize to President Feng for poaching such an excellent private banking manager from your company. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi smiled and shook his head. The project that General Manager Chen is in charge of is a key project that the city is paying close attention to. Our bank can also send talent there. It's a win-win situation. He had heard a little about Su Jia's work ability. It was good, but not to an extraordinary degree. Her stunning looks, on the contrary, overshadowed her work abilities. For Feng Yi, compared to Su Jia, who had little impact on him, he cared more about befriending Chen Xiu, a young man with a mysterious background. Therefore, this moment also reveals a heroic spirit. Manager Su, when are you planning to take up your post with General Manager Chen? I can make a special approval for you. Upon hearing this, Su Jia recalled the threatening words Lu Tao had spoken to him earlier, and suddenly felt somewhat dazed. Is quitting a job really that simple? Judging from this, the bank manager might even be eager to personally deliver himself to Chen Xiu. I have already submitted my resignation letter to Director Lu, but... Su Jia said hesitantly. What, is there still a problem? Feng Yi raised an eyebrow and spoke in surprise. Su Jia glanced at Chen Xiu, who calmly nodded at her. The slight movement gave her enough courage. She pursed her red lips and truthfully recounted what Lu Tao had said in the office earlier. Director Lu Tao seems to have some objections. Her departure was far from smooth sailing, it was fraught with obstacles. Lu Tao's position was neither high nor low, but he had been working at the branch for 20 years. He has cultivated a fairly deep local network and is currently the most senior employee in the branch. Even Feng Yi, the bank manager who was transferred from another city, had to show him respect. He had long coveted Su Jia, but Su Jia had never shown him any interest. Lu Tao believed he had been quite lenient with Su Jia. Normally, it's just verbal hints, they don't even use any real methods. Recently, under He Ting's influence, Su Jia was slightly discouraged. But to his surprise, the woman actually resigned. Of course, he didn't want the duck he had been eyeing for so long to fly away. Su Jia's attitude infuriated him. What do you mean by this is a resignation notice, not an application? Are young people these days so self-righteous about quitting their jobs? Lu Tao's eyes changed slightly, and he switched his strategy to using a more conciliatory approach. Su Jia, you've been working at our bank since graduation, haven't you? You've been here for 4 or 5 years now. We bankers should know the current economic situation better than anyone else. It's not easy to find a job outside. Su Jia didn't even blink, responding indifferently. That's none of Director Lu's concern. Seeing this, Lu Tao also became somewhat annoyed. Don't push your luck. You resigned at the end of the year, only thinking of yourself and not considering the bank. This kind of unethical behavior, believe me, I can get all the banks in southern Jiangxi to blacklist you with just one word. Furthermore, you can forget about your salary this month and your year-end bonus and performance pay. Upon hearing this, a hint of anger appeared on Su Jia's delicate face. Director Lu, I went through the normal resignation procedures and handed over my work properly. If you're going to deduct my pay, then we'll have to wait for arbitration. Lu Tao scoffed. Arbitration? Little sister, you're too naive. Do you really think I've been wasting all these years? Seeing that Su Jia's expression had finally changed, Lu Tao changed the subject again. He pushed his resignation letter back. I don't want to say anything too harsh. I know you've been through something tough lately. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and we can have a heart-to-heart talk. You can continue this job. I'll help you with your performance. Before he could finish speaking, Su Jia suddenly looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. Director Lu, I'm off work now. You've received my resignation notice. Let's talk about it this afternoon. Having said that, she ignored Lu Tao, whose face instantly turned ashen, and left. Did I tell you to leave work? You're asking for it? Forget about your salary. Lu Tao roared in the office, while his colleagues outside looked at each other in bewilderment. Watching Su Jia leave without looking back, everyone gave him a thumbs up in admiration. If it weren't for this job, they would have stopped giving this fat pig a hard time. I have no skill whatsoever. After working at the branch for so many years, I'm still just a manager. All they do is bully and oppress their junior employees. Just as a boy was about to spit at Lu Tao's office door, the door opened. He was so frightened he almost swallowed his tongue. What are you all doing gathered here? Didn't you hear them say they were off work? Lu Tao glanced at everyone and roared angrily. The others remained silent. Su Jia resigned voluntarily, so of course he dared to leave work on time. If they really did leave work now, they would have to leave with Su Jia. Director, the bank manager is still at the door. At this moment, an employee said timidly, reminding him to watch his words. So what if I am? Is the bank manager going to eat people? Lu Tao glared at them, then strode towards the door. Immediately, he saw Su Jia walk towards the bank manager Feng Yi. Lu Tao's eyes narrowed, and he was surprised to find that He Ting and Li Cheng were also there. Actually, it was he who introduced the two of them and brought them together in the first place. Now he can be considered to have befriended Li Cheng. At that moment, a thought popped into his mind. You little bitch, you want to escalate this to a higher level, huh? Although Feng Yi was transferred from another city, he was still his immediate superior. She seemed to have some reservations about him on a regular basis. If he seizes the opportunity to make a fuss about it, it will be a considerable problem. But wouldn't this woman be naive enough to expose He Ting and Li Cheng in front of Feng Yi? Thinking of this, Lu Tao's expression suddenly relaxed. Su Jia was just a private banking client manager. His voice carried little weight. In comparison, he and Li Cheng were on the same side. Feng Yi probably wasn't too impressed with what he said. But Li Cheng is now the deputy general manager of a cultural industry group, so Feng Yi has to take him seriously. Looks like this will finally put this girl's mind at ease. A cheerful smile spread across Lu Tao's fleshy face as he shouted loudly. President Feng, General Manager Li. Upon approaching, he came to Li Cheng's side, glanced at He Ting, who seemed a little strange, but didn't think much of it, and said kindly. I heard manager he is treating General Manager Li to lunch, so I'll come over at noon. Before he finished speaking, Li Cheng's expression suddenly changed. He glanced at Chen Xiu in front of him, and his whole body went numb.
Do they all want him to die even faster? What meal?
There's no such thing. He abruptly shook off Lu Tao and shouted. I just supported your bank's fund, it wasn't much money, Director Lu, there's no need for dinner. Li Chang almost blurted out that they weren't familiar with each other and that Li Chang shouldn't get involved.
Hearing Li Chang's stiff and distant tone, Lu Tao was dumbfounded.
No, Mr. Li, we're kindred spirits.
Even though it's Feng Yi, there's no need to keep me at arm's length, is there?
He looked at Li Chang blankly, only then noticing that there was another young man.
Su Jia stood beside the young man, his demeanor seemingly friendly.
Just as he was about to speak, Feng Yi's voice, whose tone was indistinct, reached his ears.
Director Lu, I heard you're going to reject Manager Su's resignation letter? Lu Tao narrowed his eyes, glanced at Su Jia, and felt annoyed. Bank manager, I'm only doing this for Manager Su's sake.
With the current economic climate being so difficult, it won't be easy for a young woman like her to find a job outside of banking.
Lu Tao immediately adopted a painstaking and earnest attitude. Oh, but your way of thinking about others is to deduct wages, performance bonuses, and other incentives? Upon hearing this, Lu Tao gave an awkward smile and said innocently.
I was afraid the little girl wouldn't understand, so I was just trying to scare her. At this moment, Shen Xiu spoke up leisurely, but his words carried a hint of sharpness.
Is Director Lu's invitation to someone to have a private dinner and chat also a scare tactic?
Lu Tao's heart skipped a beat, while Feng Ye's expression darkened slightly. Standing beside Chen Xiu, Su Jia looked at his profile, her red lips slightly pursed, feeling a deep sense of security.
Who is this?
Lu Tao looked at Chen Xiu with some displeasure.
A mere kid trying to act like a hero? This is President Chen of the Cultural Industry Group.
When Feng Ye's voice reached his ears, Lu Tao didn't react for a moment.
Cultural industry? What kind of fly-by-night company is this?
Judging by appearances, he subconsciously assumed it was a small, run-down company by some young nobody. When his gaze swept over Li Chang, the complex expression on the other man's face startled him.
Cultural Industry Group? Is your surname Chen? Holy crap, it's that young man with the incredible background who suddenly appeared above Li Chang?
Lu Tao was startled when he realized what was happening. Then Chen Xiu spoke again. Director Lu likes to invite people to dinner for heart-to-heart talks to scare them.
I wonder how many times manager he has been scared by Director Lu. Lu Tao broke out in a cold sweat.
At this moment, his mind was racing. He instantly understood why Li Chang had been so eager to distance himself from him earlier.
Why didn't you say so sooner?
Lu Tao panicked and turned to look at Li Chang, who barely met his gaze.
President Chen, President Feng, this is all a misunderstanding.
Lu Tao was eager to explain, but Chen Xiu was too lazy to listen. Since the bank manager, Feng Yi, is here, let him handle it. If he can't handle it, Chen Xiu wouldn't mind stepping in to help. Chen Xiu ignored Lu Tao and turned to look at Feng Yi.
President Feng, we'll be going now.
Feng Yi shook hands with him and said in a deep voice. I will make special arrangements for Manager Su's resignation. I hope we can have a casual meal together sometime in the future. Of course. The two exchanged business cards, and then Chen Xiu and Su Jia left together. Watching Su Jia drive away alone in a brand new BMW 5 Series with temporary license plates, Feng Yi was filled with emotion. Su Jia could only drive a Wuling Mini at the bank, but with Chen Xiu, he immediately got to drive a BMW 5 Series.
No wonder they were willing to follow Chen Xiu. President Feng.
At this moment, Lu Tao was still trying to explain. Seeing his panicked expression, Feng Yi felt a secret sense of satisfaction.
Lu Tao wasn't very capable, and he was usually arrogant and domineering. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was a bank manager.
If it weren't for his seniority, which made it difficult for Feng Yi, who had only been there for less than 2 years, to deal with him, he would have been eliminated long ago. Now he should thank Chen Xiu, because he now has a legitimate reason to get rid of Lu Tao, this black sheep.
No need to explain.
Just wait until the investigation report on the violations is released, then you can explain to the supervisory department.
Feng Yi waved his hand and quickly left.
Upon hearing this, Lu Tao's knees buckled, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He could tell from Feng Yi's attitude that this guy really wanted to deal with him.
Damn it, do you really think I've been wasting all these years? Lu Tao wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered fiercely through gritted teeth.
However, his tone conveyed more of a sense of financial pain. This time, we need to smooth things over on all sides, and I'm afraid all the savings we've accumulated over the years will end up in those people's pockets.
By the way, what about Li Chang? Forget it, there are too many people around here, let's meet again tonight.
With a change of heart, Lu Tao's thinking became quick this time. He gave Li Chang a look, then left alone. Looking at his retreating figure, Li Chang let out a cold snort.
Idiot.
Based on his understanding of Lu Tao over this period of time, he didn't think that this guy, who had been stuck in the game for half his life without getting promoted, had any strong means of self-preservation. At most, it's just about throwing money around and using connections. Paying money to smooth things over might have worked for dealing with Feng Yi in the past, but this time it was Chen Xiu's doing. To win over Chen Xiu, Feng Yi will definitely get serious.
Better to die for your fellow Taoist than for this one.
It seems Lu Tao is out of a job as director. I wonder if he cleaned up his mess properly before. If he's unlucky, he might have to spend the rest of his life working on a sewing machine. Thinking of this, Li Chang glanced back at the Yi family father and daughter. Fortunately, he didn't make any promises to Yi Ting, and even gave her some valuable gifts as compensation. Even if he is investigated later, he can still shift the blame.
And he was still unsure about Chen Xiu's attitude towards him. Judging from his appearance, it seems that he has no intention of harming him at the moment.
At this moment, Yi Ting saw that everyone else had left, and Li Chang had glanced at her again, so she thought he had a way to salvage the situation. With a look of delight on his face, he was about to step forward and walk towards Li Chang. Lost in thought, Li Chang smelled a familiar perfume scent, looked up, and found Yi Ting pressed herself against him again, which terrified him.
I told you I'm not buying funds anymore.
After saying that, Li Chang turned and left, leaving Yi Ting standing there dumbfounded.
Chapter 71: A Double Marriage. Li Chang also left, and He Yangliang's anger flared up.
He couldn't accept it. His hopes of getting the project from Li Chang were dashed. This is his best chance to enter the ranks of the wealthy.
How exactly did you offend President Chen?
He walked up to Yi Ting and roared furiously. I didn't know he was General Manager Chen of the group. Yi Ting sounded somewhat aggrieved as she spoke.
Don't you know? Why don't you ask? You're the one who ruined all of this, you know that? He Yangliang became even angrier.
Yi Ting's head was spinning from the scolding. At this moment, her spoiled temper also surfaced.
Blame me? If it weren't for me, would you be living the life you have today?
Yi Ting excitedly flung her hand away, her voice becoming shrill. In her view, the family's current success is all thanks to her dedication and hard work. Being able to satisfy her own desires and vanity, Yi Ting doesn't care about the ridicule from others behind her back. On the contrary, those sounds would become nourishment for her desires, making her even more satisfied. But at this moment, she really couldn't stand being scolded by Yi Yangliang. As a father, enjoying everything his daughter gains from selling herself for personal gain, does he still have the right to criticize her? If you're so capable, why don't you go and hang out with those old men? Yi Ting's voice was extremely loud due to her irrational anger. This attracted bank employees who were about to leave work to peek out, looking on with amusement. Yi Yangliang was so angry that his blood rushed to his head. His old face turned red, but he couldn't refute it. As a father, he was indeed a complete failure. But now is not the time to dredge up old grievances. He needs to figure out the whole story.
His expression softened slightly as he noticed the bank employee who was actually looking in his direction. Let's go back first. Let's talk about it when we get home,
he said in a deep voice, then pulled Yi Ting into the car. On the way home, the atmosphere inside the car was very quiet.
Yi Yangliang drove, pondering a solution.
10 minutes later, he suddenly spoke.
Send a message to Mr. Li now.
Say what?
Just talk to him about some banking business.
Yi Ting nodded, then took out her phone and sent a message to Li Chang.
Mr. Li, besides funds, wouldn't you like to learn about trusts as well?
Yi Ting pressed the send button, feeling a little nervous. Yi Ting breathed a sigh of relief after sending the message and not seeing a red exclamation mark.
Thank goodness, I wasn't blocked.
If Li Chang blocked her, she would truly be devastated. But 10 minutes later, Li Chang still hadn't replied.
This was exactly what Yi Yangliang had anticipated.
But the fact that Li Chang didn't block Yi Ting means that things haven't completely stalled and there's still a chance for things to turn around. Just as a glimmer of hope appeared in Yi Yangliang's heart, Yi Ting, who was beside him, suddenly let out a gasp.
What's wrong?
Yi Yangliang turned his head to look at it nervously. On Yi Ting's delicate face, an extremely unpleasant expression appeared. Mr. Li redeemed all the deposits and some funds that had been transferred to me. Looking at the operation time displayed on the account manager's back end, it was right after she sent the message to Li Chang, and the latter immediately took action. He Ting is about to break down. If it weren't for the fact that some funds couldn't be redeemed during the lockup period, she believed Li Chang would have redeemed all of them without hesitation. This is even more painful than blocking her. He Yangliang's heart skipped a beat, and his expression became extremely heavy. Li Chang's actions clearly show his attitude. He wants to completely sever ties with them. The fact that Mr. Li didn't block me means there's still a glimmer of hope. He Yangliang comforted himself, and at the same time, he comforted He Ting. However, as soon as he finished speaking, He Ting, who was standing next to him, said with a deathly pale face, "I've been blocked." He Yangliang. He Ting regretted it. Why did you still try to test Li Chang by sending him a message just now? If I don't send a message, I won't see that red exclamation mark, at least I can fool myself. Soon after, the two returned home. He Lan, who was home alone, was somewhat surprised to see the two of them return. Wasn't today supposed to be dinner with Mr. Li to finalize the project? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed that her husband's face was terribly grim, and her daughter looked utterly hopeless. What's wrong? The project didn't go through? He Yangliang did not answer, but stared at Yi Ting and began to ask questions. Tell me first how you met that Mr. Chen, and how you became enemies? He Yangliang knew very well that the reason why Li Chang was so secretive was because of that general manager Chen. As long as we can get through to Mr. Chen, all the problems will be solved. He Ting opened her mouth, but for a moment she found it difficult to speak. After glancing at her mother, she took a deep breath before slowly recounting how she met Chen Xiao. He Yangliang had made ample preparations, but after hearing He Ting's words, he was still shocked and his eyes widened. You went on a blind date with President Chen? You think he's a loser pretending to be rich, so you're mocking him? He Yangliang's brain was about to shut down. Then why did you take the initiative to go see him at noon? I thought he had found out where I worked and was coming to harass me. I was afraid that Mr. Li would be unhappy if he saw me, so I thought I would go over and yell at him to drive him away. In fact, Mr. Li was indeed unhappy when he saw it. It wasn't quite what He Ting had imagined. He Yangliang's vision went black, and he felt a throbbing pain in his temples. He never expected it to be so bizarre. If He Ting hadn't been so arrogant and domineering when she went on her blind date with Chen Xiao, the outcome would probably have been completely different. Perhaps, even Mr. Li will have to curry favor with them. However, why would you go on a blind date with someone like President Chen? He Yangliang asked, puzzled. He Ting then looked at her mother, He Lan. He Lan, who was still confused, was dumbfounded by her gaze. When have I ever introduced you to such an important person? Mom, it was that cousin who introduced us. Huang Hui? He Lan was stunned for a moment, and an expression of disbelief suddenly appeared in her eyes. You mean the person Huang Hui introduced you to on that blind date was Mr. Li's boss? As she spoke, He Lan felt her breathing catch in her throat, her expression blank. Didn't you say the other person was dressed in shabby clothes? He Ting looked full of regret. That's a real elite family. The opportunity she had pursued her whole life was squandered by her own foolishness back then. He Lan, Huang Hui is that cousin, right? He Yangliang asked in a deep voice. Yes, right. When she introduced him before, she said that Chen Xiao seemed to be her nephew? He Lan's eyes lit up, as if she had suddenly remembered something, and she quickly spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, both He Yangliang and He Ting were delighted. If they're relatives, then things will be much easier. Ultimately, there was no deep-seated hatred between Chen Xiao and He Ting, it was merely a verbal conflict. Chen Xiao is Huang Hui's nephew, so they can be related by marriage. Moreover, Huang Hui was so enthusiastic in acting as a matchmaker for Chen Xiao, so their relationship must be excellent. Then they can have Huang Hui act as an intermediary to explain a few things and say some nice words. Wouldn't that make everyone happy? Call Huang Hui right away. He Yangliang's eyes lit up again. He Ting's face was also full of anticipation. She thought of Su Jia, who was standing next to Chen Xiao today. Su Jia was just Chen Xiao's junior high school classmate, yet he could command respect from President Feng. And she is now Chen Xiao's relative. Once her aunt intervenes, the two sides can reconcile and perhaps even become related through marriage. Chapter 72: A Keen Eye for Talent. He Lan immediately took out her phone and called Huang Hui. I never imagined that we would one day have to rely on Huang Hui. She never really looked down on her cousin, Huang Hui. They are short-sighted and often can't stand seeing others do well. She felt a pang of regret, realizing that she had previously resolved to have as few relatives as Huang Hui as possible.
Unexpectedly, they had misunderstood Huang Hui.
They introduced Chen Xiu to them. He was truly a great benefactor. They were blind to the true value of a person. She turned on speakerphone, and the ringing tone of the call waiting to be connected echoed in the living room, making He Yongliang and He Ting hold their breath, somewhat nervous. The call was answered after ringing for about 10 seconds.
"Hello, Sister Lan?"
Huang Hui's voice came through the phone, and He Lan smiled easily.
"Cousin, have you had lunch yet?" "No, I'm busy buying furniture."
"Buying furniture?" "Yes, Yujie got engaged and just bought a wedding house for the couple in Xingzhou Bay. They plan to buy the furniture and move in before the new year." Huang Hui's tone carried a hint of boasting, especially when she emphasized Xingzhou Bay community. He Lan, however, did not care and instead pretended to be annoyed.
"Why weren't you told about something so important? You don't consider your cousin family anymore, do you?"
Huang Hui, on the other side, looked somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. He Lan's words made it seem like the two families were very close. Before she could speak, He Lan spoke again.
"Have you bought a sofa and a bed yet? How about this, Yongliang and I will give you a sofa and bed as a small token of our appreciation to Yujie." As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Hui on the other end was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed.
A sofa plus a bed would cost at least tens of thousands.
Is this the arrogance of the wealthy? Could it be that He Lan thinks highly of us because we bought a house in Xingzhou Bay?
Looks like I really made the right choice buying this house. Thinking of this, Huang Hui straightened her back a bit and smiled broadly.
"Oh, Sister Lan, you're too kind.
You must come to my housewarming party in a few days."
"They'll definitely come." At this point, He Yongliang gave He Lan a wink.
The latter, understanding the unspoken message, shifted the conversation to the main point.
"By the way, that young man you introduced to Ting Ting before." "Oh, Sister Lan, you mean Chen Xiu?"
Huang Hui's voice came through the speaker to He Yongliang and He Ting. Upon hearing the name Chen Xiu, they immediately sat up straight and perked up their ears. It was a mix of tension and anticipation.
"Yes, it's Chen Xiu, he."
Before He Lan could finish speaking, Huang Hui apologized profusely.
"Oh dear, it was my fault for not vetting Ting Ting properly last time, introducing her to such an unreliable young man."
The three of them were stunned when they heard the words. I stared blankly at my phone, which was still connected to the call. He Lan also said it subconsciously.
"Unreliable?"
"Yes." Huang Hui spoke up as if it were the most natural thing in the world, her tone even carrying an undisguised look of disgust. "I kindly introduced Ting Ting to Chen Xiu, such a good girl, but I never expected this young man to make up all sorts of stories, talking about cars and houses in a very convincing way.
He's so vain.
I heard he even rented a luxury car to show off in the village.
Now there are all sorts of rumors circulating in the village.
I think he's beyond saving. It's only because Ting Ting is a well-bred young lady with discerning eyes that she saw through his pretense and didn't fall for it,"
Huang Hui said dismissively.
During this time, she naturally heard the rumors about Chen Xiu in Nanking village.
That's outrageous, a billionaire?
Of course, she couldn't believe it. He was dumbfounded as he listened to Huang Hui's various derogatory remarks about Chen Xiu.
He Yongliang understood. He Lan's cousin, Huang Hui, is an even more blind and stupid idiot than He Ting.
She claims to have discerning eyes, but I think she's a complete pig herself. They're relentlessly bad-mouthing Chen Xiu behind his back, acting like they can't stand seeing him do well.
Don't even mention their good relationship with Chen Xiu, they might even be worse off than him. Hanged up. He Yongliang spoke with obvious impatience.
He Lan was taken aback, then spoke directly. I have something to do here, I'll talk to you later. Before Huang Hui could reply, the call was abruptly ended.
The living room fell silent once again.
After a long pause, He Lan finally spoke up weakly.
Are you still going to deliver the furniture you promised her? Give me a damn thing. What if Chen Xiu thinks we have a good relationship with him? Wouldn't that just make things worse? He Yongliang said angrily.
They were hoping to rely on Huang Hui, but this guy is even more stupid. He Ting stood to the side with vacant eyes and a face full of despair.
A marriage that strengthens family ties?
It's a miracle that no one has a grudge against another. After a moment of silence, He Lan spoke softly.
How about we just forget about it? We don't want the project in the industrial park anymore. He Yanliang snorted coldly upon hearing this, his tone somewhat weak. Is it possible to solve the problem simply by abandoning the project? We've offended Li Chang, a notorious figure in southern Jiangxi. He's the president of a cultural industry group. He's in high demand right now. In the next year or two, he'll be the one cutting the cake. All the construction teams in the city are counting on him to get a piece of the pie. If they say one thing, we'll either be hated by all our peers, or we'll suffer the consequences. Upon hearing this, Helan realized the seriousness of the situation, and her face instantly turned pale. Then what should we do? If I knew what to do, would I still be sitting here? Furniture City. Huang Hui was somewhat confused when the call was disconnected. What's going on with this family? However, the thought of Helan offering to give away a sofa and a bed immediately brought Huang Hui back to her excited state. What made her even happier was that Helan, who usually ignored her, was now taking the initiative to befriend her. Now that his son is engaged and has bought a house, he's finally standing tall again. Lin Shishan, who had listened to the entire call, looked at Chen Yujie with some curiosity. Who is this? She was somewhat surprised. Huang Hui's family even had relatives who offered to deliver furniture. The sofa and bed together cost at least 10,000 yuan, and some could cost 20 or 30,000. This is not something that just anyone can give away. She's my cousin. Chen Yujie answered truthfully. He was also somewhat surprised. My aunt's family is indeed very wealthy, but we're not particularly close. When did they become so generous? My aunt's husband works in construction, and I heard he earns several million a year. Their daughter, my cousin, works at a bank. As he spoke, Chen Yujie even opened Yiting's WeChat moments to show Lin Shishan. Seeing the dazzling array of luxury goods that Yiting posted on her WeChat moments, Lin Shishan's breathing became a little heavier. Isn't this the life she's always dreamed of? Although he still can't compare to Chen Xiu, Chen Yujie's family actually has such wealthy relatives with whom he has a good relationship. Lin Shishan's gaze towards Chen Yujie and Huang Hui changed slightly. Auntie, will this cousin's family be coming to the housewarming party? I'd like to get to know my cousin. Lin Shishan was impatient, and even a little disappointed. Having such wealthy and close relatives, why don't you make use of them? She was filled with hope for her future life again. Huang Hui was quite satisfied with Lin Shishan's attitude. Your aunt and I are very close, how could she not come? I'll ask around and ask Tingting to come along too. You young people should get to know each other, you can chat when you have time. Huang Hui spoke in a manner befitting her mother-in-law. Since buying this house, everything has gone smoothly. She was already looking forward to getting her revenge at the housewarming party. Chapter 73 Sisters All in One Pot. Cheers! The crystal clear glasses clinked together as Chen Xiu and Su Jia downed their freshly squeezed orange juice in one gulp. This was the first meal to celebrate the company's official launch. Normally, we would drink alcohol, but considering that both of them would be driving later, we opted for juice instead. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's just juice, the price isn't cheap. Freshly squeezed juice, 1.5 L, priced at 108. This restaurant is the same private chef restaurant where I went on a blind date with Lu Shuang. The name is Jiwei Xiaozhu. Chen Xiu wasn't particularly curious because he hadn't had the chance to try the restaurant's food before due to being short of money. However, he is now the landlord of all the shops on this street. He then became curious about the taste of this private chef's food. What level of quality do they have that they dare to sell it at this price? So Chen Xiu ordered 5 dishes and invited Su Jia to try them together. Su Jia was somewhat alarmed after glancing at the menu. The price of the dish was 2,123, not including the 10% service charge. Are all our merchants this high-end? Su Jia observed the environment inside the store. It's very sophisticated and chic, with both the decor and the environment exuding a relaxed and luxurious vibe. 2 or 3 years ago, this would definitely have been a holy place that would have attracted a large number of women to visit and check in. But it's 2025 now, and she certainly won't go to a restaurant just because it has a fancy, upscale atmosphere. In fact, besides them, there was only one other table of guests in the restaurant. Can they make a profit like this? Su Jia said with some concern. Mr. Su, you're already in work mode so quickly? Looking at her pretty face, which was both observing and deep in thought, Chen Xiu said with a light laugh. If they go bankrupt, this shop will be empty. Su Jia said quite seriously. Let's eat first, there's no rush. Chen Xiu said leisurely. Su Jia looked at his posture with a mixture of helplessness and envy. Is this what the life of a wealthy person with financial freedom is like?
He always maintains this leisurely and unhurried demeanor. At this moment, Su Jia suddenly remembered something and asked curiously.
Isn't the cultural industry group busy? Busy. Chen Xiu nodded.
Then he said it as a matter of course. That's why I hired so many capable secretaries. I just need to motivate them to work.
Su Jia was speechless. Then what about me?
That's right, I won't be asking about it too often in the future, otherwise why would I come here? Chen Xiu glanced at Su Jia, picked up a piece of food for her, and said leisurely.
These are things you'll have to worry about for a long time to come.
Su Jia paused slightly, then naturally put the dish that Chen Xiu had picked up into her mouth.
Can I call Yi over to be my secretary?
She had barely finished speaking when she heard Chen Xiu's voice.
No. He said it jokingly. What if you two sisters team up and take all my assets? Who am I supposed to complain to?
Su Jia immediately pursed his lips and gave a soft snort. She was even worried that Chen Xiu would kill both of them.
If I end up being his slave again and doing all sorts of things for him, wouldn't that be losing both my wife and my army?
I need to remind you when we get back to be careful not to let this guy be bewitched. Su Jia thought to himself. Given how much Su Yi admired Chen Xiu when she was young, she was worried that if Chen Xiu beckoned her, that girl would lose all sense of reason and purpose. After dinner, Chen Xiu accompanied Su Jia for a short stroll along the commercial street. This is the center of the old town, and the shops here are quite diverse. From the outside in, the busiest place with the highest foot traffic is the Shanghai anti-milk tea shop on the street corner. The further in you go, the lower the foot traffic becomes. However, this low is relative. Su Jia often goes shopping here. According to her, this area is a commercial street with a fairly good flow of people, especially in the evenings and on weekends.
Finally, the two stopped at the innermost, temporarily vacant shop.
Judging from its decor, there was a former adult products store that had been operating 24 hours a day without staff. The nearest shop to it is a combined store, called K. Opening an adult products store next to a shopping mall, that's quite a talent. Chen Xiu suspected that there were still cubs left over from the ancient battlefield inside, so he asked Su Jia to choose another shop that was a little further away as the office location. Of course, it's only for temporary use. These are all means of production, and they will need to be rented out later.
Then I'll be going now.
You can familiarize yourself with the situation first, and then hire people if necessary.
Su Jia nodded upon hearing this.
She still has a lot to do, but fortunately, she received special approval from Feng Yi at China Merchants Bank, so she can devote herself to this endeavor.
After leaving, Chen Xiu drove straight home and took a nap.
After waking up, Chen Xiu, feeling refreshed, saw Lu Qi's message. He raised an eyebrow and called Lu Qi directly.
Hello, Mr. Chen.
It was still that slightly magnetic, mature female voice, but it sounded a little tired.
I didn't take a nap after hearing that. Poor working class. Lu Qi, what's the seminar the day after tomorrow about?
The call from Secretary Zhou at noon was a special seminar on cultural industry parks hosted by Minister and of the Publicity Department. It was a three-way discussion with the Culture and Tourism Bureau and our group on the future development plan of the cultural industry park.
Minister and of the Propaganda Department.
Upon hearing this name, a glint of light flashed in Chen Xiu's eyes. Compared to the Bureau of Culture and Tourism, the Publicity Department holds a much more prominent position.
And this minister is none other than Wan's father, the next top leader in southern Jiangxi. What time is it? 3 p.m. Okay, you and Song Shangtong can come with me then.
Upon hearing this, Lu Qi hesitated slightly before speaking.
Should we bring Wan along?
Others may not know where Wan came from, but Lu Qi, who personally recruited her, certainly knows everything.
Need not. Why would someone bring their daughter along to attend their father's seminar?
That's a bit provocative. Even if people don't say anything themselves, others will still see it and spread rumors. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xiu remained calm. The cultural industry park is destined to be inseparable from the publicity department, and Chen Xiu had already prepared for this, so there's no need to worry too much. All he needs to do is follow the steps and build the cultural industry park according to the schedule outlined in the system plan. Soon after, Luo Jinglan and Chen Jida also returned. The old father's face was radiant. After getting out of the car, he immediately found a clean rag and carefully wiped the seats.
Luo Jinglan rolled her eyes. Upon seeing Chen Xiu, she quickly stepped forward and said,
"The blind date I asked you about before, the doctor is too busy lately, but the elementary school teacher said she'll be free the day after tomorrow."
Chapter 74. Is this a proper bike ride?
Compared to the coffee shop owner, Luo Jinglan prefers the doctor and the teacher the most. If these two people's professions were placed in a rural matchmaking market, they would be absolutely top tier.
After all, who doesn't experience illness someday? And who doesn't need to educate the next generation?
The professional characteristics of these two individuals have always made them superior to others. What's more, these two girls are quite good looking.
Okay, let's set it for the night after tomorrow. Chen Xiu nodded. Luo Jinglan patted Chen Xiu's arm earnestly. You should pay more attention to this.
She's a tenured teacher.
If you can marry a teacher, raising children will be much easier.
Chen Xiu nodded with a wry smile.
That's true, but I'm afraid people will treat him like a child too.
However, if Chen Xiu remembered correctly, that primary school teacher was only 24 years old and had only been working for less than 2 years. They probably don't yet have the bad habit of being domineering and habitually lecturing others that comes with being a teacher. 3 cars were parked on the cement ground in front of Chen Xiu's house, a Volvo XC90, an Audi Horch, and a Xiaomi SU7. It's only because the land for the house was big enough and the yard in front of the house was wide enough that the car would have to be parked on the road outside. The sight of these 3 vehicles gathered together was so astonishing that even a passing villager would marvel at it.
Then Chen Zhida always manages to appear at crucial moments. How did you know my son bought me a new car?
Judging from this, your dad's got a big ego. Several families have asked me for money these past few days. Luo Jinglan and Chen Xiu were eating sunflower seeds, a happy kind of trouble on their faces.
Oh, right, Mom, I'll transfer 1 million to you. You can buy whatever you need yourself.
No need, we don't need that much money.
Luo Jinglan was startled upon hearing this.
Give her 100,000 yuan and she'll be happy all day long, but give her 1,000,000 yuan and she'll be a little worried. I'm terrified that I might get scammed someday.
Didn't you and Su Jia start another company? You can use this money first, it's not of any use to us. Luo Jinglan refused. Mom, Su Jia and I run a small company, it doesn't cost much. Then you should keep it for emergencies. What would we do with 1,000,000? It's too much. Just keep it. You can put it in a fixed deposit. No one can steal it, and you'll even get some interest. Chen Xiu's words made Luo Jinglan somewhat tempted. Her biggest habit in life is saving money. In Luo Jinglan's view, saving money is the only way for the poor to protect themselves from risks.
She was also a little worried.
Although her son's business was thriving, there was no business that didn't lose money. The bigger the business expands, the more money you'll lose.
If she deposited 1,000,000 yuan for Chen Xiu, it would be a safety net for him should anything happen in the future.
With that in mind, Luo Jinglan finally agreed.
Chen Xiu immediately transferred 1.2 million yuan to her.
Isn't it 1 million?
Don't put the remaining 200,000 into a fixed deposit, keep it for emergencies.
Chen Xiu smiled.
Looking at the string of zeros on the bank's text message, Luo Jinglan's breathing became slightly heavier. Previously, when I heard Chen Xiu mention how much savings he had, I was both shocked and delighted. Now that she has so much money in her account, Luo Jinglan is more nervous than anything else.
I'll go to the bank and deposit it right now. Luo Jinglan covered her phone and stood up.
Mom, you can also use a mobile banking app to set up a fixed deposit.
No, that's not safe either. Luo Jinglan shook her head. It's safer to deposit money into a savings account you can see and touch it.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu let her go. Every generation has its own way of thinking and logic. There's no need to force parents to adapt to the times, as long as they are at ease.
Luo Jinglan then took Chen Zhida to the bank.
Chen Xiu shook his head. Once the house in the city is renovated, he plans to ask his parents not to go to work after the new year.
If they can't stay idle, then give them a shop to run.
Since there's no rent to pay, the loss won't be much.
At that moment, Chen Xiu received a message. Zhang Mantong, brother Chen, wanna ride a bike?
Picture. There was another picture that followed. A stunning blonde woman in a tight cycling outfit sprawled across the bicycle in a breathtaking, bouncy pose, her exaggeratedly curved buttocks protruding upwards.
Is this a proper bike ride?
Chen Xiu gave Zhang Mantong a scathing critique before replying.
Ride. Culture and Tourism Bureau.
Xiao Shushuang was helping a colleague with her work. Shortly after, she got up and handed a document to her male colleague.
Brother Qi, I finished this part for you. Take a look.
The man, known as Brother Qi, was in his 40s. He took the document from Xiao Shushuang with a broad smile.
Xiao, do you need your abilities checked?
Thank you. It's all right, Brother Qi, we're just colleagues. Xiao Shushuang chuckled as she finished speaking, then turned and returned to her workstation. The flowing hair carried a faint blue fragrance that stirred a slight itch in Qi Jingfu's heart, making him feel as if even the document Xiao Shushuang had handed him earlier carried a fragrance.
Wow, Xiao is really working hard.
He shook his head and sighed softly. There aren't many girls like Xiao Shushuang who are both beautiful and know how to navigate interpersonal relationships. Since that night, everyone else in the bureau has become more or less distant from Xiao Shushuang. Instead of expressing any resentment, the girl has become even more enthusiastic these past 2 days, serving tea and water and helping with chores. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face. What's more, she's a beautiful woman. After Xiao Shushuang's actions, the relationship between her and everyone in the bureau seemed to have returned to normal. But Qi Jingfu understood that they were nothing more than grains of sand following the trend. The most important thing is the leader's attitude. No matter how well Xiao Shushuang cultivated her relationship with them, if the leader didn't like her, it would all be like smoke in the wind, easily blown away. Judging from Director He's attitude, it seems that nothing has changed. Qi Jingfu glanced at Xiao Shushuang's tall figure and secretly felt sorry for her. The officialdom is like walking on thin ice. One day you might offend some powerful figure for no apparent reason and be condemned to a life of misery.
After get off work, Xiao Shushuang bid farewell to everyone with a natural expression.
A message from Huang Jun popped up on my phone.
President Chen didn't come to the company today. I heard he's on vacation? Is Chen Xiu on vacation?
Xiao Shushuang's eyes narrowed slightly behind his glasses. She found Chen Xiu's WeChat account, but he still hadn't replied to the several messages she had sent him. With her finger on the voice call screen, Xiao Shushuang took a deep breath, feeling somewhat nervous. After talking with Zhang Mantong, she also consulted a female blogger online who was an expert in workplace dynamics, leadership, and even male psychology.
The answer we received was to take the initiative. It can't get any worse than this, anyway, she's not going to be fired.
Taking the initiative offers a sliver of hope, while waiting for a response from the other party would be a long and uncertain journey.
If all else fails, I can just take the exam in another place. With this determination, Xiao Shushuang pressed the call button.
The ringtone lasted for more than 10 seconds, and Xiao Shushuang's heart was pounding so hard it was deafening. Calling someone of high status out of the blue can easily offend them. But Xiao Shushuang had no other choice. The moment the voice call connected, Xiao Shu's palms were sweating.
Mr. Chen, are you busy right now?
On the other end of the phone, there was a noticeable breathing sound, followed by Chen Xiu's voice.
Phew. I'm riding a bike. Chapter 75 Tips for Seducing Men. Hearing Chen Xiu's barely audible breathing, Xiao Shushuang was slightly taken aback. Riding a bike? Does Chen Xiu also enjoy cycling?
This reminded Xiao Shushuang of Zhang Mantong, and she suddenly felt a pang of regret. If he had gone cycling with Zhang Mantong back then, she and Chen Xiu would have shared a common interest.
If you share common interests, wouldn't breaking the ice in a relationship be a breeze? But it's not too late now.
At least I now know that Chen Xiu has a hobby of cycling. If you want to improve, you still need to learn how to ride. Xiao Shushuang's mind was racing, but she asked cautiously.
Mr. Chen, do you have time tonight?
I'd like to invite you to a casual dinner. Firstly, it's to apologize for the offense I caused you before. Secondly, I have an in-depth report on the investment promotion work of the industrial park that I haven't submitted yet, and I would like to show it to you, Mr. Chen. Xiao Shushuang nervously delivered the invitation she had prepared. Under normal circumstances, it would be a big no-no for her, as a junior staff member of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, to bypass her superiors and submit a report to a group president like Chen Xiu. Going to the big boss for trivial matters is just causing trouble for them. However, her relationship with Chen Xiu was not one of direct superior-subordinate connection. In fact, they shared a strange connection as former blind date partners. Her main action wasn't to report to Chen Xiu, but to break the ice and clear up the previous misunderstanding by apologizing again. Therefore, reporting her work only added some legitimacy to her invitation to Chen Xiu to dinner. If she invited Chen Xiu to dinner only as an apology, he definitely wouldn't have come. After all, Chen Xiu has already forgiven her. After Xiao Shushuang finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone. The only faint sound was slightly heavy breathing.
It seems there's more than one? Xiao Shushuang didn't find it strange. When cycling, most people go in groups. However, Chen Xiu remained silent, which only made Xiao Shushuang more and more uneasy. A few seconds later, Xiao Shushuang felt her heart rate was almost 150 before Chen Xiu's voice finally rang out.
What time in the evening? Upon hearing these words, all the unease and tension that Xiao Shushuang had been feeling instantly vanished. A look of joy was visibly revealed on her pretty face.
How about 7 p.m.?
If there's a time conflict, we can postpone it to earlier or later. Xiao Shushuang suppressed her inner joy and raised her voice.
Okay, then 7 p.m. it is. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll send you the location in a bit.
I won't disturb Mr. Chen's ride any longer.
Okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Shushuang breathed a sigh of relief.
It was only then that she noticed that not only her palms, but even her phone case was covered in sweat. She clenched her small fist and waved it gently, clearly in a great mood.
Teacher Miaoyin's method is really effective. Teacher Miaoyin is the blogger she consulted.
Her preparations today were mostly based on the advice of that wonderful teacher.
As for dinner tonight,
a glint flashed in Xiao Shushuang's beautiful eyes, and her gaze gradually hardened.
Miaoyin gave her 2 suggestions.
Firstly, this would clear up the other party's misunderstanding of me, allowing me to return to my previous life. Secondly, take this opportunity to showcase yourself on multiple levels, turn disadvantages into advantages, and use the momentum to climb the ladder.
One approach is to proceed steadily and surely.
One is radical adventure. If it were the previous Xiao Shushuang, she would most likely have chosen a steady and pragmatic approach. But recently, after seeing her best friend Zhang Mantong easily acquire a bicycle worth tens of thousands of yuan, she was slightly spurred on.
It's not like Xiao Shushuang is without resources.
She has the initial capital given to her by God and her parents.
If she doesn't make use of it, when will she ever be able to make real progress?
Of course, being radical is not reckless. She still needs to plan carefully and proceed step by step. Xiao Shushuang sent Chen Xiu the location of a restaurant and then took a taxi home.
Go home and change your clothes first.
When Xiao Shushuang got home, he didn't see Zhang Mantong. One of the bicycles parked in the entryway is missing.
He must have gone cycling again.
I need to find her to start learning to ride in a couple of days.
Perfect, I have her bicycle that she doesn't use anymore. Xiao Shushuang was a little disappointed.
She had originally planned to ask Zhang Mantong for advice on how to seduce men. Although she had excellent grades and outstanding abilities since childhood, she focused all her energy on competition and was completely clueless about seducing men. This woman is having a lucky streak in love lately. She must have her own secrets to it. Now that Zhang Mantong is not around, she can only go to that blogger. Xiao Shushuang took out her phone, found teacher Miaoyin's friend on WeChat, and first sent a thank you text message. The other party replied very quickly.
I'm glad I could help you.
The other person's voice was extremely soft and sexy. Just listening to it gave the impression of someone very experienced. Xiao Shushuang only came across this Miaoyin teacher's livestream half a month ago. The latter often goes live late at night without showing his face. He has only 10,000 to 20,000 followers and frequently connects with fans to answer various questions about relationships. Xiao Shushuang swiped 50 yuan for her on a whim, and to her surprise, it actually worked.
Immediately afterwards, Xiao Shushuang received another secret manual from the other party. Open the document, and it's filled with dense text. Why does this look a bit like a novel?
Xiao Shushuang was stunned for a moment, but didn't think much of it.
After thanking teacher Miaoyin, she went to cram for the exam and study the secret manual. In a rented room.
The pink room was covered with paintings of various anime characters, and the display cabinet next to the desk was filled with various figurines and badges. A beautiful young woman with a captivating and sexy figure sat in front of her computer, looking at the chat window with Xiao Shushuang on the screen with some hesitation.
It should be, no problem, right?
She bit her finger and murmured softly. Her name is Gao Miaoyin, and she is a romance writer and relationship blogger. My greatest achievement is completing 50 of the most outrageous games in 50 Otome games. 3 consecutive romance short stories have topped the sweet potato novel top chart.
Her fans all say that no one understands male-female romantic relationships better than her.
With her outstanding looks and voice, coupled with her impressive achievements, almost everyone thought she was an authoritative but toxic woman. But in reality, she herself has never been in a relationship. As the saying goes, only Xiao Chulo can write love stories every day, and she is the representative of them. He was eloquent in theory but immediately chickened out when it came to putting it into practice. Thinking of this, Dao Miaoyin felt like crying but had no tears left. She's basically a shut-in, so why does everyone think she's a scumbag? She even tried to explain herself when she first started the live stream. As a result, I inexplicably became a blogger who helps others resolve their emotional issues. Ironically, the advice she gives is often quite effective. In fact, those were just plot points from her novels. Am I really a genius? Cao Miaoyin even began to doubt that she was actually a scumbag woman at heart. I wish her all the best. After sending Xiao Shushuang the plot of how the female protagonist seduced the male protagonist that she had written before, she silently prayed for her. Chapter 76 Tension. In a park in the suburbs. Chen Xiu and Zhang Mantong rode their bicycles down the hillside. Zhang Mantong's speed was not fast, and her feet were almost always on the pedals. But her pretty face was flushed from the intense exercise. Her eyes would occasionally fall on Chen Xiu beside her, and her lingering gaze released a sweet and cloying emotion. She finally gave herself completely to Chen Xiu. Once the barrier was breached, all the emotions that Zhang Mantong had been brewing in her mind suddenly vanished. At that moment, Zhang Mantong suddenly understood the famous quote by Zhang Ailing, the well-known female author who shared the same surname as her. Yes, that's absolutely true. However, before she could fully savor that wonderful feeling, Xiao Shushuang called. It was still for Chen Xiu. Zhang Mantong was extremely nervous at the time. She was terrified that her voice would be exposed and that Xiao Shushuang would hear it. Then she wouldn't be able to explain it at all. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to have noticed anything. Her first time was perhaps a little too stimulating. Once she was back on the bicycle seat, she didn't even dare to move. After slipping down to the bottom of the mountain, Chen Xiu's voice suddenly reached my ears. Let's rest here for a bit. I've sent someone over by car, she'll take you home later. Zhang Mantong jumped out of the car, deeply moved, and hugged Chen Xiu's arm, kissing the corner of his mouth with her red lips. My CEO dad is so good to me. As she spoke, her little hands started to wander again. Chen Xiu quickly held her down and said helplessly. They'll be here soon. Zhang Mantong tilted her head back, blinked her beautiful eyes, and parted her red lips slightly with a hint of allure. Isn't that even more exciting? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu reached out and pinched her nose, teasingly saying, Wasn't that exciting enough for you? So nervous I didn't dare breathe. Whether Zhang Mantong was nervous or not, Chen Xiu undoubtedly felt it the most. In the wilderness, and on the phone. If it weren't for the girl's strong reaction, he would have even suspected that Zhang Mantong had arranged it. After all, she and Xiao Shushuang were best friends. Wasn't that an accident? Zhang Mantong gave an awkward smile. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered in Chen Xiu's ear. Daddy, actually, Xiao Shushuang and I are best friends. Oh? Chen Xiu pretended not to know and looked at her in surprise. No wonder you were so nervous just now. Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Mantong lightly bit Chen Xiu's earlobe in a blushing and annoyed manner. Then, he hesitated before speaking. Xu Shuang has been feeling remorseful lately for offending her CEO father. She has realized her mistake. Daddy, could you please not make things too difficult for her later? Zhang Mantong's voice sounded a little nervous. She had only just crossed that line in her relationship with Chen Xiu, yet she was already making demands of him. This was rather presumptuous of her being favored. But after all, she and Xiao Shushuang were best friends, and he had snatched her former blind date away. Although the reasons were complicated, Zhang Mantong still felt guilty towards her best friend. Even though pleading for Xiao Shushuang might displease Chen Xiu, she still chose to speak up. What are you thinking? If I were to make things difficult for her, I wouldn't have agreed to this meal. Chen Xiu chuckled. But since you've spoken up for her, I'll be a little nicer to her. My CEO dad is so nice. Zhang Mantong said happily. Whether Chen Xiu had already forgiven Xiao Shushuang or forgave her because of her, Zhang Mantong was very happy with Chen Xiu's considerate response. This means that she still holds some place in Chen Xiu's heart. He has me in his heart. Only. A good attitude is fine, but it can't be too good. Zhang Mantong thought to herself, Xiao Shushuang is now harboring illicit thoughts about Chen Xiu.
What if she suddenly decides to take a shortcut? Wouldn't that be the end of her? However, Zhang Mantong dared not say these words to Chen Xiu. Not long after, Song Xiangtong arrived in the company's Alfred.
Then, Chen Xiu put both bicycles on the bike and got on as well. It's 10 kilometers from here to his home, all along flat roads, and it would only take him 30 to 40 minutes to cycle back.
If it's just cycling, then Chen Xiu is definitely no problem.
But he had used up a lot of energy fighting the demons today, so riding back would be a bit difficult. I still need to ride more. Chen Xiu thought to himself.
You'll need to ride it a few times to get the hang of it.
Zhang Mantong and Chen Xiu sat in the middle seat, while the two bicycles were piled on the folded-down back seat. With Song Xiangtong as her secretary, Zhang Mantong immediately became much more well-behaved.
A dozen minutes later, the Toyota Alfred stopped at the entrance of Xingzhou residential area.
During rush hour, two stunningly beautiful women stepped out of a luxury car worth millions, instantly attracting the attention of passers-by. The men, in particular, looked at Chen Xiu with envy in their eyes. After taking the bicycle down, Zhang Mantong said to Song Xiangtong,
"Thank you, Sister Song."
Song Xiangtong nodded at her, but her beautiful eyes held a hint of something deeper.
This has happened twice in a row. It seems that this internet celebrity has a special relationship with their CEO, Mr. Chen. She needs to be more careful in the future. Goodbye, Brother Chen.
Zhang Mantong originally intended to kiss Chen Xiu goodbye, but with Song Xiangtong right there, she could only wave goodbye instead.
Let's go to the company.
I'll take a shower and change my clothes.
Okay, Mr. Chen. Song Xiangtong nodded and drove her Toyota Alfred around.
Roadside. Chen Yujie and his family returned to Xingzhaowan community after purchasing furniture.
I think I saw Chen Xiu? Chen Yujie watched the Toyota Alfred slowly drive away and said in a puzzled tone. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Xiu's house is in Haitang Bay, on the edge of the city. How could he possibly come here? Huang Hui snorted, her words brimming with a sense of superiority.
After all, she bought the Xingzhou Bay house at great expense just to outdo Chen Xiu's house.
Yeah, it's a Toyota Alfred. I must have been mistaken. Chen Yujie chuckled awkwardly. No matter what, Chen Xiu couldn't possibly buy both a house in Xingzhou Bay and a Toyota Alfred worth millions, could he? Hurry up and order the furniture so you and Shanshan can move in after the housewarming party.
Huang Hui urged.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yujie felt a surge of excitement when he thought of Lin Shishan.
Zhang Mantong had just returned home when she ran into Xiao Shushuang, who was about to leave.
You're back?
I'm going out to eat, so I won't be able to have dinner with you. Upon hearing Xiao Shushuang's words, Zhang Mantong's lips curled up slightly.
Oomph, let's go have dinner with my CEO dad.
She looked Xiao Shushuang up and down. A casual blazer paired with high-waisted, slim-fitting straight-leg trousers, long, straight black hair reaching his waist falling naturally, and thin gold-rimmed glasses perched on his high-nose bridge. His entire demeanor exudes a scholarly air. Although it accentuates her figure better than Xiao Shushuang's usual attire, it is still very appropriate and suits Xiao Shushuang's temperament. Zhang Mantong breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, judging from her attire, my best friend was thinking of having a proper meal to apologize. Just then, Xiao Shushuang lifted her trouser leg, and her small feet, encased in pantyhose, stepped into flesh-colored patent leather high heels.
Zhang Mantong was slightly taken aback.
She noticed that the cuffs of the pants had been pulled up to her calves, but what was still exposed was a mysterious and alluring pair of black stockings.
This is underwear? Oh no, her best friend came prepared. Chapter 77 Releasing Signals. Xiao Shushuang took a taxi to her destination.
She owns an Audi A4, which her parents bought for her after she passed the exam to work for the Bureau of Culture and Tourism. However, it's only a 10-minute walk from where Xiao Shushuang lives to her workplace. In addition, she doesn't like driving, so the Audi has been parked at home and not driven much. Today, she invited Chen Xiu to dinner as an apology and a sign of weakness, so there was even less need for her to drive that Audi that she used to save face. Xiao Shushuang arrived at the reserved private room 20 minutes early. To avoid Chen Xiu recalling the embarrassment of her last blind date, she specifically chose a Cantonese restaurant today.
Lijing Restaurant is a well-known Cantonese restaurant in southern Jiangxi.
With an average price of 200 to 300 yuan per person, this restaurant is considered mid to high-end in a city where the average monthly salary is just over 3,000 yuan. This time, she didn't dare to give Chen Xiu a choice of several dishes to order.
Instead, she ordered all the restaurant's signature dishes in advance. Inviting a leader to dinner and expecting them to order the food themselves is a major taboo.
It's a small matter that requires the leader to ask for help, so it's considered a big no-no. After instructing the waiter on when to serve the food, Xiao Shushuang arrived at the restaurant entrance 10 minutes early to wait.
A few minutes later,
she then saw a Mercedes S-Class slowly pull up.
The tall and sophisticated secretary, Song Shangtong, got out of the driver's seat and opened the door for Chen Xiu.
Upon seeing this, Xiao Shushuang immediately went to greet him.
Mr. Chen.
She gave a faint smile, and a subtle, unusual look appeared in her eyes as she gazed at Chen Xiu. This was the third time she had seen Chen Xiu.
From initial arrogance to subsequent shock, the time interval was not long, and now she was filled with admiration.
In Xiao Shushuang's view, it is not shameful to attach oneself to those in power. Not to mention that this superior is a handsome young man who is only slightly older than her, and is also her former blind date. Compared to those girls who have to serve fat, greasy old men, this is already a dream start for her. Chen Xiu was also somewhat amazed by Xiao Shushuang's intellectual and sophisticated demeanor. This woman is a completely different type from her best friend Zhang Mantong.
One is sexy and alluring, the other is intellectual and composed.
At this moment, Song Shangtong, who was standing next to Xiao Shushuang, took the initiative to extend her hand to greet her.
Hello, Ms. Xiao, I am Mr. Chen's personal secretary, Song Shangtong.
Hello, Secretary Song. Xiao Shushuang grasped Song Shangtong's hand, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes behind her glasses. Song Shangtong is about the same height as her, with delicate features and a mature demeanor. Despite wearing a standard office lady outfit, she somehow gave off the vibe of a gentle, married woman in a uniform, exuding allure. Lu Qi, who was previously transferred to be Chen Xiu's chief secretary, was already beautiful enough, and now there's another one, Song Shangtong. A sense of crisis arose in Xiao Shushuang's heart. After all, the more beautiful the women around Chen Xiu are, the less of an advantage she has.
Let's go inside first.
After Chen Xiu spoke, the three of them entered the restaurant. Xiao Shushuang led Chen Xiu into the private room and then asked the waiting waiter to prepare the dishes. Chen Xiu casually found a seat and sat down, while Xiao Shushuang and Song Shangtong sat on either side of him. Before the dishes were even served, Xiao Shushuang poured herself a small glass of mutai. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for not holding a grudge against me earlier. Shushuang thinks it's more appropriate to apologize in person, so she'll punish herself with 3 drinks first. After saying that, Xiao Shushuang raised her swan-like neck and drank 3 cups in a row. Her fair, scholarly face instantly flushed slightly. Just as she was about to pour herself another drink and raise her glass to speak, Chen Xiu reached out and stopped her.
You little glutton, huh? You came up here drinking all by yourself, afraid we'd steal your mutai? Chen Xiu's seemingly joking words made Xiao Shushuang a little flustered.
If Mr. Chen wishes to enjoy himself, Shushuang will naturally oblige. As she spoke, she poured Chen Xiu another glass. She only felt relieved after seeing Chen Xiu take a small sip. Although he didn't mention the past, judging from Chen Xiu's relaxed attitude towards him, it seems that he has truly moved on. Xiao Shushuang then took out an in-depth report on investment promotion that she had been in charge of some time ago and handed it to Chen Xiu. Mr. Chen, this is a summary of my previous contact with local intangible cultural heritage merchants and some analysis of the investment categories for cultural industrial parks. Chen Xiu took the document and flipped through a few pages. Putting everything else aside, Xiao Shushuang is capable at work. Although there are some differences between the route and the plan provided by the system, some of the analysis is quite commendable. He handed the document to Song Shangtong and began to speak. Let's eat first. A hint of regret flashed in Xiao Shu's eyes. This report was the culmination of her hard work over this period, and she was hoping it would impress Chen Xiu. However, she is confident in her work ability and will prove it sooner or later. Today's more important goal is something else.
Okay, Mr. Chen.
After speaking, Xiao Shushuang sat down. Xiao Shushuang is wearing straight leg pants today, which are the type that are narrowed to accentuate her curves. When she sits on the leather chair, her pert buttocks pull her already bulging pants tighter and straighter. As the folds between the thighs and hips are outlined, the hem of the pants, which just falls to the ankles, is also pulled up to the calves by the silky friction of the stockings.
The lining fabric hidden under the straight leg pants will be clearly visible.
This is a clever little idea that Xiao Shushuang meticulously designed based on the secrets given by teacher Miaoying. According to the secret manual, if you are pursuing a young, domineering CEO, you should definitely not dress too seductively. Overt openness will only make others feel cheap and lose interest. A clever approach is to create a sense of contrast based on one's own characteristics. Xiao Shushuang's most outstanding quality is naturally her intellectual and scholarly temperament. Almost everyone who sees her for the first time assumes she is a dignified and elegant teacher. Xiao Shushuang felt that Chen Xiu was no exception. Despite this stereotype, this intellectual and elegant female civil servant wore pantyhose when inviting her superior to dinner. The moment her pantyhose were subtly exposed brought out a contrasting, alluring sexiness. This is also sending a signal to Chen Xiu. A sign that you're cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and therefore someone I can win over. This is Xiao Shushuang's summary based on Master Miaoyin's secret manual. Although she didn't understand much of the content, it didn't stop her from carrying it out. In order to get Chen Xiu's attention, she deliberately sat near the door. Whenever the waiter serves food, Chen Xiu's eyes have a chance of turning towards this direction. At that time, she will be able to inadvertently expose her underwear. Immediately afterward, Xiao Shushuang's heart raced every time a waiter entered the room. Her pretty face, already flushed from the liquor, now had an even more alluring blush. Beneath the subtly lifted trouser leg, the calves encased in black stockings felt slightly tingly. It was as if she was expecting Chen Xiu's favor. This was the first time in her life that she had used her charm to attract a man, especially one who was now her boss and had previously been her blind date. This single action caused a series of strange emotions to linger in Xiao Shushuang's heart. Noticing that Chen Xiu's gaze wasn't on them, Xiao Shushuang felt a pang of anxiety and disappointment. Chapter 78 I Will Be Bolder. Drinking at the dinner table is a great way to bring people closer together. It's not that alcohol is a good thing. Instead, after drinking alcohol, most people's willpower and thinking become sluggish and blurred. In such situations, many people will lower their guard and make some unexpected moves. For those in positions of power, they can see the awkward situation of others who are not in control but still want to please them. This is a manifestation of power, also known as the drinking culture. For collaborators, when the other party lowers their guard and puts their arm around them, there is hope of signing a more favorable contract. This is the game played at the dinner table. For those in lower positions, it is pure dross. Of course, for those who can drink, this is a path to promotion. Chen Xiu's alcohol tolerance is decent, but it's purely from his past work as a salesman in Shenzhen. He holds a neutral attitude towards alcohol. A few drinks are enough. That's why he stopped Xiao Shushuang when she seemed about to forcefully drink alcohol to apologize. However, halfway through the meal, Chen Xiu was surprised to find that Xiao Shushuang was still drinking. Is he really a little glutton? Moreover, Chen Xiu noticed that Xiao Shushuang was toasting him cup after cup, getting closer and closer to him. The subtle aroma of baijiu combined with her delicate fragrance, creating a unique and alluring scent that reached Chen Xiu's nose. At this moment, Xiao Shushuang was practically pressed against him. Her eyes, hidden behind her thin-rimmed glasses, were slightly unfocused, and her pretty face and ears were flushed. It was at this moment that Chen Xiu noticed the allure beneath Xiao Shushuang's straight leg pants. At this moment, underwear? Chen Xiu felt a slight jolt in his heart. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but after a moment's thought, he instantly understood. No wonder he felt that Xiao Shushuang was getting more and more depressed as she drank. The relationship was a result of my carefully prepared efforts going to waste. When Chen Xiu saw Xiao Shushuang's underwear, he was still somewhat tempted. An intellectual lady, beneath her elegant exterior, dons black stockings that represent allure and seduction. In Chen Xiu's view, this is just an artistic version of wearing a coat with sexy lingerie underneath for a revealing look. At this moment, Xiao Shushuang seemed unaware that her little scheme had been exposed. She felt extremely frustrated at the moment. If all this preparation is done, and it doesn't work in the end, wouldn't all that work have been for nothing? Under the influence of alcohol, her consciousness was already somewhat clouded, and she secretly gritted her teeth. She recalled the movements that Zhang Mantong had taught her before. The next moment, her long, beautiful legs instinctively reached to the side and landed directly on Chen Xiu's ankle. Immediately, the toes wrapped in black stockings lifted Chen Xiu's trouser leg and pressed it directly against his calf. It slowly slid upwards. Chen Xiu looked at her in surprise. But Xiao Shushuang seemed completely absorbed in her own world at this moment. As she lifted her leg higher and higher, the straight leg pants slid down smoothly, revealing a slender calf and black stockings. Seeing that it was probing higher and higher, Chen Xiu quickly pressed down on the small black stocking foot. He glared at Xiao Shushuang with annoyance. Although he knew she wanted to improve, didn't she see there was a third person? I don't need to worry about the impact? Although Chen Xiu was not exactly a gentleman, he did not want to be known for abusing his power. He had only ignored Xiao Shushuang for a few days, and she treated him to a meal to apologize. Yet he had already started making advances towards her. It seems that Song Shangtong was definitely the one who forced her. She's my personal secretary, after all, and she just started working here. I don't want to scare her away. Xiao Shushuang then realized that she had gone too far and quickly withdrew her leg like a startled rabbit. My heart was pounding so hard it was deafening, and the sluggishness from the alcohol had cleared up considerably. What am I doing? Some things are best done in moderation, and her actions just now clearly crossed the line. Xiao Shu's eyes were filled with deep regret. She cautiously looked up at Chen Xiu, whose expressionless face made it impossible to tell if he was angry. His gaze then turned to Song Shangtong on the other side, his expression seemingly unchanged. She probably didn't notice, right? The dinner ended in a somewhat silent atmosphere. At the restaurant entrance, Chen Xiu looked at Xiao Shushuang and asked, "Should I take you home?" Xiao Shushuang waved his hands repeatedly. "No need to trouble Mr. Chen, I'll have my best friend pick me up. She lives not far from here." "Alright, we'll be going now." "Okay, goodbye Mr. Chen." After watching Song Xiangtong drive Chen Xiu away, Xiao Shushuang finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The cold night wind blowing on her face made her more alert. After waiting for a while, Zhang Mantong, who had hailed a Didi ride, appeared in front of her. "How's it going?" Zhang Mantong seemed even more nervous and concerned than she was. Xiao Shushuan was on the verge of tears. Drinking led to trouble. Seeing this, Zhang Mantong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. What should we do then?" Xiao Shushuang bit her silver teeth lightly. "It's all your fault. You taught me something about seductive legs last time, and I impulsively did it." "How could this be?" Before Zhang Mantong could finish speaking, her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. "Wait a minute, so this is the kind of person who gets into trouble because of drinking?" On the way home, Chen Xiu looked at Song Shangtong in the driver's seat and suddenly spoke. "You just read Xiao Shushuan's summary report, right? What's your evaluation of her?" Song Shangtong was clearly surprised that Chen Xiu would suddenly ask her this question. After a moment of hesitation, she answered softly. "He has good abilities, strong execution skills, and is very ambitious." Song Shangtong's words carried a hint of deeper meaning. She's not blind, how could she not see Xiao Shushuan's movements being so exaggerated? However, she is no longer a young girl. As a mature professional, she knows very well what she should see and what she shouldn't see. Chen Xiu understood the implication in Song Shangtong's words and raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you surprised?" Song Shangtong pursed her red lips and glanced at Chen Xiu through the rearview mirror inside the car. "Does Mr. Chen want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Listen to everything. The lie is, I've seen this kind of thing many times." Chen Xiu was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't this be the truth? Then, Song Shangtong spoke again. "The truth is, President Chen is handsome, young, and the group's president. Talking to her is a win-win situation. If I were in her shoes, she might be even bolder." Chen Xiu smiled. These flattering words sound so comforting. As expected of a divorced woman, she dares to speak her mind. The next moment, he spoke with a half smile. "Then let's not go back, let's get a hotel room." The bold married secretary suddenly panicked. Chapter 79 Massage. Chen Xiu then instructed Song Shangtong to drive to a nearby hotel. With both hands gripping the steering wheel, Song Shangtong's heart began to race. What exactly does President Chen mean? Song Shangtong felt a little regretful. After her divorce and resignation, she gained a more open-minded perspective on many things, and her mindset and personality underwent significant changes compared to before. Working with Anwan again during this period has made my thinking a bit more unconventional. In addition, Chen Xiu's appearance and age, along with his easygoing attitude, gave her the feeling of having a younger brother. That's why I made that bold statement when I wasn't paying attention. If Mr. Chen is serious. She glanced discreetly at the rearview mirror. Chen Xiu's expression was perfectly natural. Under the flowing ambient lighting of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Chen Xiu's sleek profile can be vaguely seen. Seeing this face, Song Shangtong felt that her previous assessment was absolutely correct. Chen Xiu isn't the kind of handsome guy who's perfect for a romantic relationship. He's more of a refreshing and dashing type, especially with a blend of youthful energy and easygoing charm. As a mature young woman, Song Shangtong had no resistance to this type. It's the kind of situation where you dream about something at night, and then you have to take a shower the next morning.
But dreaming is just dreaming.
If it were to be serious, Song Shangtong immediately became a little timid. After all, she and Chen Xiu had only known each other for less than 10 days.
That's a bit too fast.
After arriving at the hotel, Chen Xiu booked a suite. Song Shangtong's heart skipped a beat, and various images immediately flashed through her mind.
Suite? Separating wet and dry products is already a basic operation.
There's a living room, a sofa, and probably a bathtub. The battlefield can be changed at will.
Do we have to put our handprints on the large French windows?
Song Shangtong's long legs, encased in gray stockings, were pressed tightly together, and the images in her mind began to become unbearable. At this moment, she was already thinking about how much strength she would need to resist.
The elevator arrived at the 16th floor.
Chen Xiu swiped his card to open the door. The suite wasn't very big, with just one bedroom, a living room, and a small study area.
Chen Xiu was somewhat disappointed, but she couldn't ask for more than 600 yuan.
Although he also thought about lavishly booking a presidential suite to experience it. Unfortunately, in third-tier cities, hotels with presidential suites are extremely rare.
But there's only one bed.
Chen Xiu murmured softly, and Song Shangtong's heart stirred, a thought subconsciously surfacing in her mind.
One bed is definitely not enough. The humidity is too high when sleeping there.
When she came to her senses, she met Chen Xiu's gaze.
All right, you can go back now.
When you go down, call a masseuse to come up.
Ah.
The young woman, whose mind was already racing to what would happen several hours later, was stunned by what she heard.
Should we send her back? Then all her mental preparation and combat drills just now were for nothing, weren't they?
At this moment, Song Shangtong actually felt regret. Seeing Song Shangtong standing there with a hint of regret in her expression, Chen Xiu paused for a moment, then said with a playful tone.
Or do you know how to give massages? Chen Xiu booked a room, not intending to seduce this young female secretary.
2 consecutive days of cycling not only took a toll on physical strength, but also on mental energy. So he decided not to go home tonight, but to find a hotel to get a massage and relax.
Upon hearing this, Song Shangtong nodded as if possessed.
After regaining his senses, he forced himself to speak. I used to massage my mother often, so I know some techniques. Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow slightly.
Okay, let's give it a try.
I'm going to take a shower first, you get ready. As Chen Xiu walked into the bathroom, the sound of water and steam rising from it caused Song Shangtong's calm emotions to fluctuate again. She felt her thighs were a little weak, so she pinched herself hard. Recalling her recent thoughts, she silently cursed herself.
Song Shangtong, you've been horny for too long, you even dare to fantasize about the boss.
She patted her cheeks, opened the door, went downstairs to ask the hotel for some massage and spa supplies. She wasn't lying when she said she knew some massage techniques. Her mother used to work as a tile installer and grout maker. Long-term bending and squatting can lead to lumbar muscle strain, which is one of the least serious health problems. 10 years ago, when she was still in college, she took an elective course in massage and would massage her mother whenever she had free time. After returning with a pile of bottles and jars, Chen Xiu had already taken a shower. He was wearing a bathrobe, his tall body radiating a faint warmth, and his collarbone and somewhat defined pectoral muscles could be seen beneath the V-neck.
Should I just lie down on the sofa?
Chen Xiu passed by her, and his unique scent made the long-absent young woman feel a little restless.
She regretted it again. It's even more agonizing to stay here but not be able to do anything. Okay, just lie down on the sofa.
After directing Chen Xiu to lie down properly, Song Shangtong began.
Her technique and strength, while not as good as a professional massage therapist, were still adequate.
At least Chen Xiu was somewhat surprised. As expected of a dedicated secretary who can make the boss feel extremely comfortable, her professional skills are truly outstanding. Looks like I'll have to get a massage chair in the office from now on, so I can enjoy it whenever I want.
As for Song Shangtong,
at first, she was a little distracted when she touched Chen Xiu's young body, but she soon became breathless.
It's just exhausting.
Massage is a physically demanding activity, and Song Shangtong hadn't given her mother a massage in the past 6 months, so her physical strength had declined. In less than an hour, my arms were already incredibly sore.
As she pressed the handrail, the young woman grew increasingly frustrated.
Aside from exchanging a few words with her sporadically at the beginning, Chen Xiu was simply enjoying himself.
According to the normal massage procedure, shouldn't the person at this point be making flirtatious remarks to the massage girl? Is my charm no longer appealing to young people? Song Xiangtong looked up at the large floor-to-ceiling window in front of her. The person reflected in the mirror is still exquisite and beautiful, in no way inferior to a young woman in her 20s. As she thought about it, Song Xiangtong's massage movements became increasingly exaggerated.
If you don't have enough arm strength, just sit on Chun Xiu's lap. The OL skirt slid down, revealing the distinct texture of the gray stockings above her legs and buttocks. She pressed down on Chun Xiu's shoulder and back with the tip of her elbow.
As he bent down, the soft, elastic object pressed directly onto Chun Xiu's lower back.
I could still feel that slightly heavy breath on the back of my neck.
Chun Xiu had to admit that everything Song Xiangtong said in the car was true. She is indeed much bolder than Xiao Shushuang. As the CEO, how could he tolerate this? If the secretary is this capable, shouldn't the CEO respond?
Immediately, with a gasp from Song Xiangtong, Chen Xiu rolled over from her prone position.
Song Xiangtong, are you sure you used this technique when you massaged your mother?
Noticing Chun Xiu's ruggedness, Song Xiangtong's gaze softened slightly, and she even curled her lips into a smug smile.
Mr. Chen, are you feeling comfortable? That's not enough. Chapter 80 Song Xiangtong's Tacit Understanding. The next day, Chen Xiu woke up in another suite. This is a newly opened one that opened in the middle of the night.
There's no way to sleep in such damp conditions.
Separating wet and dry items is still very necessary.
When I woke up, there was no one beside me. Immediately afterwards, he saw Song Xiangtong, who was now wearing her office lady uniform again, appear at the door. Her delicate face was radiant, and her eyes and brows were full of vitality.
Mr. Chen, breakfast is ready. It has to be said. The system's evaluation was incredibly accurate. As his full-time secretary, Song Xiangtong provided him with an unparalleled level of comfort.
In the suite, Song Xiangtong's care was even more meticulous than that of a maid. All that's missing is helping him brush his teeth and wash his face. After finishing breakfast, Song Xiangtong left the hotel and consciously resumed her role as a secretary. They made no mention of what happened last night. Such an obedient and sensible secretary made Chen Xiu more enthusiastic about going to work. After arriving at the company, Chen Xiu said to Song Xiangtong,
"Have Lucci come to my office later." "Okay, Mr. Chen." After watching Chen Xiu get off the car, Song Xiangtong's tense expression finally relaxed slightly. Her inner world was far more tranquil than it appeared on the surface.
At first, she felt that knowing Chen Xiu for only 10 days was too fast, but in the end, it was she who took the initiative and boldly probed. Song Xiangtong herself was a little confused about her own thoughts. She used to be quite bold, but she would never have dared to do what she did last night.
Has it really been abandoned for too long?
Although she has only recently divorced, she and her ex-husband had been separated for several years. If it weren't for his persistent harassment, she would have divorced him long ago. As a result, she no longer has the courage to start a new relationship.
Even last night's interaction with Chen Xiu was more of a release for Song Xiangtong as an adult.
Whether based on her own self-awareness or her duties as a secretary, she would definitely not pester Chen Xiu. She was several years older than Chen Xiu and was a divorced woman. The latter is not only young and handsome, but also owns 30% of the group's shares, and has a bright future. From any perspective, she is not good enough for Chen Xiu. If we continue to entangle Chen Xiu with this, our future life will inevitably be a mess. Her previous life was already terrible enough, now she just wants to live a comfortable life.
Yeah, last night was pretty comfortable.
If Chen Xiu hadn't brought it up, she would have been content to simply be a junior secretary. After parking the company's Mercedes-Benz S-Class in its designated parking space, Song Xiangtong stepped out of the car with a relaxed expression.
"Sister Song."
At this moment, and Wan, who had been lying in wait for a long time, jumped out, almost startling Song Xiangtong.
"Why are you squatting here instead of going in to clock in?"
Song Xiangtong smoothed her hair and said irritably. And Wan did not respond. Instead, he stood in front of her with a suspicious look on his face, looking up at the energetic Song Xiangtong with a suspicious expression.
"Something's not right. Something's 9 out of 10 wrong. What, do I look even prettier today?"
Song Xiangtong crossed her arms, her slightly upturned red lips exuding a mature and sophisticated aura.
"No. It was Sister Song who brought General Manager Chen to the company today.
And he was driving a company car. And Wan stroked her pointed chin with her fingers, her eyes slightly narrowed.
I remember it was Sister Son who picked up President Chen yesterday, right? Hiss.
At this point, and Wan suddenly seemed to realize something, her pretty face showing shock.
Could it be that President Chen has finally made his move against you?
Song Xiangtong lowered her eyes.
You guessed wrong. You guessed wrong.
Actually, I was too lustful towards President Chen, and I couldn't resist and pushed him down. Song Xiangtong said with a smile. And Wan was stunned upon hearing this, her face full of disbelief.
Fine, don't tell me then. Anyway, it's just a chore like socializing.
And Wan instantly lost interest, and Song Xiangtong smiled helplessly.
Sometimes telling the truth is safer than telling a lie. In the CEO's office, Chen Xiu first inquired about the progress of Lu Qi's recruitment efforts. We are still in communication with 3 people.
We have confirmed the hiring of 5 people so far, but they will not be able to start working until after the new year.
Lu Qi reported.
Chen Xiu nodded, not at all surprised.
After all, the Chinese New Year is just around the corner.
At this time, even if you start a new job, you won't be able to work for more than a few days.
After the holiday, you'll have to readjust to work again. It's better to just go back to work after the new year. Here's part of the plan. Take it and familiarize yourself with it.
We'll have to speed things up right after the new year, and then we won't have as much free time as we do now.
Okay. Lu Qi took the thick document, but muttered to herself. You only came to the company last night.
I've been running around all day, I haven't had a moment of leisure.
Lu Qi strongly condemned Chen Xiu's hands-off management behavior in her heart.
The time she spent with Chen Xiu was much more tiring than when she was with Tang Qin. Alright, given how well you've done your job, I'll increase your year-end bonus by another 10% on top of what I previously promised. When Chen Xiu's words reached Lu Qi's ears, this resentful older sister instantly became radiant again. His eyes were also full of light as he looked at Chen Xiu.
She absolutely adores this kind of boss.
Please continue to be a hands-off manager after the new year.
I can still do it. Thank you, Mr. Chen. This is all part of my job.
Lu Qi bowed slightly to Chen Xiu, then left the office with cheerful and capable steps. Chen Xiu smiled slightly.
As long as the job gets done, why not pay more?
Immediately afterwards, Chen Xiu sat down in his office and began to handle his work. His job was very simple, copy and paste. The systems planning document was incredibly comprehensive, clearly outlining the breakdown of the core bidding sections in the early stages. Chen Xiu's task was to break down the contents of the proposal and then hand them over to Tang Qin and Li Chang, so that they could carry out the specific operations. Once all personnel are in place, the infrastructure construction of the Cultural Industry Park can begin immediately after the new year. Then, Chen Xiu compiled some materials that would be needed for tomorrow's meeting. After all, this is a meeting chaired by the future top official of the city. If we don't present something substantial, how can people feel at ease leaving their daughters here? Busy with various things, Chen Xiu stretched while sitting in his boss's chair. He took out his phone and casually liked the post Zhang Mantong had made yesterday afternoon. At that moment, he suddenly received a message from Yan Baiwei.
The address of a restaurant. Yes, Yan Baiwei's father, Yan Li, is going to host a banquet for him tonight. Yan Baiwei, 7 p.m. tonight.
Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow slightly.
It's 7 o'clock again? Chapter 81 Meeting with Yan Baiwei. That day, Chen Xiu spent the entire day peacefully in the office as the CEO. With the holiday just around the corner, he still needed to expedite the implementation of some arrangements.
He doesn't want to be busy when he comes back after the new year. Chen Xiu worked straight until almost the end of the workday, then sat down in his chair and stretched.
Because of the intense battle last night, I am feeling a little mentally exhausted.
I hired a secretary to share the workload, but now I'm spending a lot more of my energy instead. Chen Xiu rubbed his lower back and said with a wry smile. Immediately, he called Song Xiangtong over.
Mr. Chen.
Today, Song Xiangtong changed into a white office lady suit. As we all know, white is a bright and vibrant color, which makes people look fatter. However, when worn on a curvaceous figure, the white, exquisite body stands out extremely against the slightly darker surrounding environment. Beneath the well-tailored white blazer, the narrow waistline and the prominent hip line create a striking contrast. As someone who had personally handled it, Chen Xiu immediately recalled that astonishing arc in his mind.
That young woman is really lovely. Come over and give me a massage to relax. Upon hearing Chen Xiu's words, Song Xiangtong's eyes flickered slightly, and her pretty face flushed. Mr. Chen is so energetic. Her body went slightly limp, and her voice became somewhat unsteady. Are you in your office? Judging from her expression, Chen Xiu knew that Song Xiangtong had misunderstood. A proper massage. He said it in an annoyed tone. Song Xiangtong's expression stiffened slightly, and a hint of shame appeared on her delicate face. This made her feel like an unsatisfied, insatiable woman. Okay, Mr. Chen. She walked behind Chen Xiu and gently pressed her slender hands on his shoulders. After resting with his eyes closed for more than 10 minutes, Chen Xiu suddenly spoke. Later, please inform Vice President Li Chang and ask him to set aside time for 8 p.m. Okay, Mr. Chen. After pressing for half an hour, Chen Xiu let Song Xiangtong leave. After Song Xiangtong returned to the secretary's office, and Wan immediately moved closer to her. Sister Song, what did President Chen ask you to do that took so long? Seeing her suspicious look, Song Xiangtong smiled slightly and teased her. How long? There's not much that can be done in such a short time, is there? Looks like your ex-boyfriend wasn't very good, Wan. And Wan glared at the young woman who was spouting dirty jokes. She hadn't even been interested in that kind of thing. And I've never been in a relationship before. Her face flushed red, and she said somewhat embarrassedly. Oh dear, I'm sorry, I touched on Wan's blind spot. Hearing Song Xiangtong's coquettish laughter, and Wan gave a soft hum. That's not a comfortable thing, I don't care. Song Xiangtong smiled without saying a word. Whether it's comfortable or not depends on the individual. Anyway, Chen Xiu made her crave more and couldn't stop. Before leaving get off work, Song Xiangtong received a message from Chen Xiu. She then drove the company's Mercedes-Benz S-Class and dropped Chen Xiu off at the Binjiang No. 1 residential complex. Does Mr. Chen own a house here? With that thought in mind, she got out of the car and opened the door for Chen Xiu in the back seat. Chen Xiu said to her after getting out of the car. Why don't you go grab some food? I'll message you after 8:30. Okay. Song Xiangtong nodded, and then saw a girl approaching Chen Xiu. Song Xiangtong was truly amazed when her gaze lingered on the girl. Her simple outfit accentuated her tall and slender figure, giving her a cool and aloof aura. With a face as beautiful as jade and long hair reaching her waist, she gives the impression of a high and mighty beauty who has stepped out of the screen. Song Xiangtong could vaguely sense that the relationship between this girl and Chen Xiu seemed unusual. Song Xiangtong pursed her red lips slightly, having already prepared herself mentally, and quickly suppressed the slight emotional fluctuations in her heart. Noticing that the other person seemed to be looking at her as well, Song Xiangtong smiled and nodded at them. He then drove away, intending to find a nearby restaurant for dinner. Yan Baiwei withdrew her gaze from the beautiful, young woman who had brought Chen Xiu over, and looked at Chen Xiu with extremely complicated eyes. These past 2 days, she's been overseeing the renovation of Chen Xiu's 2 houses while watching her father prepare excitedly and nervously for his meeting with Chen Xiu. She knew very well that this would be a crucial turning point for her father's career, his company, and her family. Success means hitting rock bottom and bouncing back, pulling the family out of the swamp of debt and allowing them to breathe normal air again. If they fail, given the current market conditions, they are very likely to suffer a complete collapse and find it difficult to make a comeback. Yan Baiwei hesitated for a long time, but in the end she couldn't resist and brought Chen Xiu over before her father met with him. Here you are. The furniture for your large apartment is almost set up. Please take a look and see if there's anything you're not satisfied with. She tried to keep her voice relaxed as she spoke to Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu met Yan Baiwei's gaze, and the latter looked away like a startled rabbit, but then suddenly remembered something and slowly moved back. Chen Xiu shook his head and chuckled inwardly. Yan Baiwei is quite adept at feigning aloofness, but perhaps even she herself doesn't realize that when she's preoccupied or nervous, her left eyebrow always furrows slightly. All these years have passed, and nothing has changed. Then let's see the class monitor's masterpiece. He continued Yan Baiwei's words. The two then went to Chen Xiu's house together. Compared to a week ago, the spacious, open-plan apartment has undergone a qualitative change. The entire house is based on off-white and elegant gray, with clean lines and no redundancy. The light gray genuine leather sofa lies low and elegant, paired with a wooden coffee table with a warm and smooth texture. Yan Baiwei's interior design is minimal yet exquisite. Each piece combines quality and simplicity, with appropriate use of negative space. While preserving the unique sense of space of a large apartment, it also exudes the unique elegance and restraint of Italian style, creating a tranquil and sophisticated atmosphere. The value of 800,000 has been concretely demonstrated. Actually, a budget of 800,000 is more than enough.
Yen Baiwei chuckled, clearly quite satisfied with her interior design this time. As designers, we are often constrained by the client's budget and aesthetic preferences, unable to fully express ourselves. It's rare to find someone like Chen Xiu who can both max out the budget and completely trust the designer to hand over the house to her. Thinking of Chen Xiu's pure trust in her, Yen Baiwei's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. At this moment, Chen Xiu walked onto the balcony, leaned against the wall, and looked at the gone river outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows as he spoke. "Squad leader, you invited me here for more than just to inspect this house, right?" Chen Xiu turned his gaze to Yen Baiwei, who was slightly taken aback. "You noticed?" Chen Xiu chuckled softly. "You think we've been deskmates for years? That's close contact within 20 centimeters every day. Many couples in the world aren't that intimate." Hearing Chen Xiu's analogy, Yen Baiwei's anxiety and tension eased considerably. Chapter 82. I haven't even finished unleashing my basic attacks yet. That's nonsense. According to you, wouldn't most male and female classmates who sit together end up as a couple? As soon as Yen Baiwei finished speaking, she saw Chen Xiu looking at her in surprise. "Isn't that so? Didn't the squad leader like me back then?" Chen Xiu rubbed his chin, feigning confusion. "I was pretty popular in high school, wasn't I?" He's not just bragging. He's 1.8 meters tall, quite handsome, athletic and sunny, with a lively personality, and his grades are pretty good too. He would definitely be considered a heartthrob in high school. If he had become a sports student back then, his mother probably wouldn't have been worried about blind dates anymore. In fact, Chen Xiu did receive several confessions of love from girls on the day of the graduation dinner. However, Chen Xiu was completely dumbfounded at the time. "You need to gradually increase my affection for Jie La. How could you just confess directly?" At this time, Yen Baiwei felt her heart skip a beat as Chen Xiu stared at her. Just as Chen Xiu said, they lived at a distance of no more than 20 centimeters every day for 2 or 3 years, which is more intimate than most couples. For classmates who are both outstanding, there is a high possibility of sparks flying between them. In Yen Baiwei's view, she did indeed have ambiguous feelings for Chen Xiu back then. How narcissistic. She changed the subject rather irritably. "Let's get down to business." Yen Baiwei let out a soft breath. "My father invited you to dinner tonight because he wants you to participate in the Cultural Industry Park project that your group is in charge of. So, is the class monitor here to act as an intermediary for your father?" Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Yen Baiwei remained silent for a moment, then slowly lowered her head. "I hope you can help us." Seeing Yen Baiwei's slightly forlorn expression, Chen Xiu's eyes gleamed. This was the first time he had ever seen Yen Baiwei with this expression. It seems her family's situation is not optimistic. "Class monitor, do you remember that time in high school when I skipped class to go online, and you reported me for it?" Yen Baiwei lowered her head in deep thought. Of course she remembers it. And it left a deep impression on me. At the time, the two were in a stage of being more than friends but less than lovers. Given her personality, she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to push things forward. But to my surprise, Chen Xiu was completely unaware of this. He kept calling me class monitor, but then he went online. He tried to bribe her by just giving her some snacks, which infuriated her. Just then, Yen Baiwei vaguely realized something. She looked up at Chen Xiu, who was as always. He's even better than he was back then. She still remembered the emotions she felt when she reunited with this boy she had once had a flirtatious relationship with. Overjoyed. That joy, suppressed deep in my heart yet constantly pounding against my soul. Is she going to repeat the same mistake she made before? She took a slow, deep breath and spoke in a low voice before Chen Xiu could even speak. "Chen Xiu, I used to like you." Chen Xiu, who was about to speak, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "No, why are you playing the emotional card so quickly? I haven't even finished speaking yet." "I know." Chen Xiu nodded, but then he saw Yen Baiwei's beautiful eyes staring intently at him. She stepped forward, her red lips parting slightly. "Even now." As soon as she finished speaking, Yen Baiwei stepped forward, and a delicate fragrance wafted into her nose. A pair of soft yet slightly cool lips slowly pressed against mine. Chen Xiu stared at Yen Baiwei's slightly trembling eyelashes, his eyes filled with astonishment. "No, I haven't finished using my basic attack yet." "You just handed over the big one?" Half an hour later, in front of the restaurant.
This is my father, Yan Li.
When Yan Li saw Chen Xiao and his daughter appear together, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong.
Wasn't this his invitation to Chen Xiao to dinner?
However, he didn't think much of it and instead stepped forward with a slightly respectful gesture to shake hands with Chen Xiao, keeping a very low profile.
I've long admired Mr. Chen, and meeting you today, you are indeed a young and promising man.
I was quite surprised when I heard that Wei Wei was President Chen's high school classmate. Chen Xiao shook his head and chuckled softly.
This was the first time he had met Yan Baiwei's father.
Although the two were classmates back then, Yan Baiwei's parents were in the prime of their careers and rarely attended parent-teacher meetings or similar events.
Uncle Yan is joking. I was just lucky. Uncle Yan is a senior, and the Tingfei project he established is very famous in our southern Jiangxi.
Yan Li was startled when he heard Chen Xiao address him by that name. This doesn't match the conversation he imagined. Since Chen Xiao knew that he was the boss of Tingfei Engineering, he could probably guess the meaning behind her invitation to dinner today. The result was that he was addressed as Uncle Yan, which gave Yan Li a bad feeling. On the bright side, it means that Chen Xiao and his daughter have a good relationship, so she is willing to call him uncle to lower her stance.
But judging from her daughter's previous behavior, Chen Xiao and her relationship seems to be just that of ordinary classmates.
To put it bluntly, it meant that Chen Xiao had guessed the meaning behind his trip.
Calling himself uncle simply means he was attending the banquet as Wei Wei's classmate, not as the president of a cultural industry group.
If that's the case, then no matter how much he talks today, it will all be in vain.
Despite his many thoughts swirling in his mind, Yan Li didn't show them.
He'd finally managed to get the president of the cultural industry group here today, so he had to give it his all. Yan Li maintained his humble demeanor and invited Chen Xiao into the private room while chatting and laughing. After taking their seats, Yan Baiwei sat down next to Yan Li.
Yan Li opened a bottle of Fei Tian Mutai. Pour some for yourself and Chen Xiao. Let me first raise a glass to Mr. Chen. You've become the chief planner of the cultural industry park at such a young age. You have a bright future ahead of you.
Yan Li drank it all in one gulp, his expression remaining completely unchanged.
Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing this. Which engineer didn't rise to power through fierce competition at the dinner table? If he really starts drinking, he won't be able to handle it. Uncle Yan, let's just have a small drink.
I've been busy all day, so let's not talk about work while we eat. Upon hearing this, Yan Li's hand, which was holding a wineglass, froze in midair, and his heart sank to the bottom.
Not talking about work? What should we talk about? My daughter?
Dad, listen to Chen Xiao, you should drink less too. The food is served. Yan Li's wineglass was pressed down by Yan Baiwei, and he sighed inwardly.
Wei Wei, you're so foolish. How can you get things done without drinking?
However, since Chen Xiao had already said that, he could only swallow his frustration and cheerfully reply with an unchanged expression.
Let's eat first. Let's eat and chat.
Then at the dinner table, although they said they wouldn't talk about work, Yan Li still tried to probe again. Chen Xiao would respond casually, but his perfunctory answers only chilled Yan Li's heart further.
Chapter 83. Yan Li is dumbfounded. As the plate emptied, Yan Li could no longer contain his anxiety. If we drag this out any longer, we might not be able to get Chen Xiao to come out again next time. President Chen. Since you call me Uncle Yan, I won't beat around the bush. This industrial park project is currently very popular in the city. To be honest, I, Lao Yan, am also a little envious.
You may have heard some things about my situation, but rest assured, although I, Yan Li, am currently at a low point, my reputation has remained intact over the years. Whether it's the quality, safety, schedule, or cost control of the project, it has an excellent reputation. Yan Li has laid his cards on the table and is no longer testing the waters. He volunteered himself directly.
I don't need your promises.
I would be extremely grateful if you could just give us some direction or a fair chance to compete. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao also put down his chopsticks.
Uncle Yan, I understand what you mean. But I'm not in charge of infrastructure projects. How about this? I'll have Li Chang, Vice President Li, come over here, and you can talk to him. Yan Li's expression froze upon hearing this.
Even after he'd put it that way, Chen Xiao still wouldn't give a definite answer, so it seemed he really had no intention of helping.
As for Li Chang? A wry smile appeared on Yan Li's face.
It's not like he hasn't tried to contact Li Chang before every time he's been met with indifference.
If Li Chang were willing to pay attention to him, would he need to go to such lengths to find Chen Xiao?
That guy has been getting very close to Yi Yongliang lately, and given the hostile relationship between them, he's basically out of the running. Chen Xiu put down his phone and said to Yan Li, "President Li will be here soon, Uncle Yan, please wait a moment." Yan Li took a sip of his drink and nodded slowly. "Okay, then let's wait a bit." Now that things have come to this, he can't very well refuse Chen Xiu. Although the ending was already predetermined. Li Cheng arrived very quickly. Chen Xiu had already given him time beforehand, so he arrived at the restaurant entrance in less than 10 minutes. After getting off the bus, Li Cheng frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Chen Xiu didn't tell him the specifics, so he could only guess. After ending his entanglement with He Ting at the bank entrance yesterday, Chen Xiu didn't cause him any trouble, which made Li Cheng somewhat uneasy. He dared not regard Chen Xiu as a clueless young man. Are we going to have to deal with that matter soon? Li Cheng remained tense as he entered the restaurant's private room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Chen Xiu, and his gaze involuntarily fell on Yin Baiwei next to Chen Xiu. What a beautiful girl. A hint of amazement flashed in Li Cheng's eyes, but his gaze finally fell on Yan Li with some surprise. Yan Li? What's he doing here? Mr. Li. It's been a long time. Yan Li immediately stood up and greeted Li Cheng. Although Li Cheng doesn't pay much attention to him, this guy now controls the best engineering resources in southern Jiangxi. Even if he were to be publicly humiliated, Yan Li would still have to maintain a respectful demeanor. President Chen. Li Cheng first greeted Chen Xiu, and then nodded to Yan Li. President Yan is here too? Li Cheng sounded somewhat surprised. He truly hadn't expected that Yan Li knew Chen Xiu. Uncle Yan's daughter happens to be my high school classmate, so we had a simple meal together today. Chen Xiu said calmly. Uncle Yan just happened to want to know about the situation at the industrial park. Although I am the president, I am new here and there are some things I am not very familiar with, so I asked President Li to come and help him understand. When Chen Xiu's voice reached Li Cheng's ears, he was stunned for a moment. Classmate? Uncle Yan? Industrial park? Li Cheng's gaze lingered on the aloof and stunningly beautiful girl beside Chen Xiu. After hearing these words, how could he not understand Chen Xiu's meaning? As for Chen Xiu's claim of being a newcomer. Stop joking. On your very first day here, you killed off my longtime subordinate and poached Tang Qin's capable assistant. Do you think you're someone who follows the rules? Li Cheng's thoughts immediately began to race. With Director Wang's full support and his own mysterious and powerful background, Chen Xiu could directly make promises to Yan Li regarding the project, and even if others knew, they wouldn't dare to say anything. But now they're calling him over, which is clearly an attempt to completely distance themselves from the situation and let him fulfill the promise they made to Yan Li. In the future, even if any problems arise, it won't be Chen Xiu who nods in agreement, but him. This means he has to take the risk. Li Cheng was quite familiar with this, because in the past he had always been the one to distance himself from it. However, despite the risks, it is also an opportunity. Although Chen Xiu didn't say it, Li Cheng already understood. If I just nod, then it's highly likely that what happened with He Ting yesterday will be considered a thing of the past. Li Cheng's eyes darted around, and while he breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of excitement also appeared in his heart. Moreover, judging from the fact that Chen Xiu actually calls Yan Li uncle, he seems to value Yan Li's daughter quite a bit. This is a great opportunity to get closer to Chen Xiu. Everyone wants to have a good relationship with their boss. Moreover, this is a young man like Chen Xiu with a powerful background. Perhaps he can even board Chen Xiu's big ship? After a moment's thought, Li Cheng broke into a bright smile. He patted Yan Li on the shoulder and smiled warmly. Oh, Mr. Yan, why bother Mr. Chen with such a small matter? Just come to me directly, and I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Yan Li was dumbfounded. No, when I contacted you before, you practically told me to get lost. What's with this attitude now? At this moment, Chen Xiu stood up and said. Then we won't disturb your conversation any longer. Bai Wei and I will go for a walk. After saying that, he walked outside. Yan Baiwei followed closely behind. As she passed by Yan Li, she winked at him, giving her father an encouraging look. Yan Li stared blankly at the departing figures of the two, vaguely realizing something. So, the daughter and Chen Xiu have a pretty good relationship? However, what surprised him even more was Li Cheng's change in attitude towards him. He remembered that when Li Cheng first came in, his greeting to him was lukewarm. After Chen Xiu finished speaking, Li Cheng changed instantly. Even if Chen Xiu is the president, isn't Li Cheng being far too obedient to him?
Before he could think any further, he saw Li Chang say with a smile, "Mr. Yen, let's talk about the project instead." "Yes, we need to talk." "Waiter, bring a few more plates of snacks to go with the drinks." Chapter 84: Yan Baiwei's unworthy feeling. Outside the restaurant, Yan Baiwei and Chen Xiu were walking side by side along the roadside. She recalled her father's increasingly lonely expression at the dinner table and gave Chen Xiu a reproachful glare. "It's all your fault. You kept hiding things from my father, making him worry the whole time." Chen Xiu replied innocently. "Didn't you agree to it? You just wanted to whet my appetite. How was I supposed to know you had so many tricks up your sleeve?" Yan Baiwei gave a soft snort. Previously at Binjiang No. 1, Chen Xiu told her that she couldn't help too directly, and Yan Baiwei naturally had no objection. But she didn't expect that Chen Xiu would deflect all of her father's probing questions throughout the dinner. Yan Li would occasionally give her meaningful glances, but Yan Baiwei could do nothing about it and could only ignore them. Unexpectedly, Yan Li, in his desperation, finally revealed his true colors. "By the way, won't this cause you trouble?" Yan Baiwei frowned slightly, looking at Chen Xiu with some worry. She knew the importance of this project. And the more important something is, the more people will be watching it. Even the smallest problem can be seized upon and magnified. "Is it troublesome?" Chen Xiu's eyes flickered slightly. Putting aside his absolute control over the industrial park as president and chief planner. Despite Yan Li's many words, he didn't respond at all. Even if there was trouble, he would go to Li Chang, not him. Even if Li Chang betrays him, they can't find any fault with him. However, if Li Chang really dares to do that, Chen Xiu wouldn't mind tearing off his fig leaf and letting others see just how much shit he smeared on his ass all these years. Seeing Chen Xiu deep in thought and then nod seriously, Yan Baiwei immediately stopped in her tracks. Chen Xiu said to her in a very serious tone, "Having a cool and beautiful woman constantly tempting me is definitely a big problem." Upon hearing this, Yan Baiwei, whose pretty face was solemn, slowly froze on her face. She playfully punched Chen Xiu in the chest, letting out a sigh of relief as she snorted. "I didn't tempt you. But you're constantly tempting me just by standing next to me." As Chen Xiu's gentle words reached her ears, Yan Baiwei clearly felt her heart pounding wildly. Yan Baiwei's beautiful eyes darted around, her pretty face flushed. She was somewhat relieved that it was nighttime, otherwise, with her fair skin, she would definitely be bright red. She tried to lower her head to avoid Chen Xiu's gaze, but he simply grabbed her waist. With her lips captured, Yan Baiwei involuntarily stood on tiptoe. A few minutes later, she leaned against Chen Xiu's chest, panting, her usually cool eyes now filled with a dreamy, watery look. Yan Baiwei felt weak all over. She didn't understand why a mere exchange of words could leave her feeling numb and drained of all her strength. "Baiwei, the bed you bought for the master bedroom of that apartment in Binjiang No. 1 must be quite sturdy, right? The bed and mattress cost 50,000 yuan in total." "Don't worry, it's definitely sturdy." Yan Baiwei felt dizzy and answered subconsciously, "I don't believe you. I want you to check it with me yourself." Upon hearing this, Yan Baiwei finally realized what was happening. She poked Chen Xiu's waist, feeling a little embarrassed and annoyed. "You just need to check yourself before you go jump." She had been wondering which girl Chen Xiu would sleep with in the bed she bought, but unexpectedly, Chen Xiu invited her to play a game. Yan Baiwei looked up at Chen Xiu, a hint of suspicion appearing in her beautiful eyes. "Have you had feelings for me all along?" Chen Xiu looked innocent and chuckled lightly. "I should be the one saying that. I wonder who it was this afternoon." Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was sealed by red lips. A subtle, complex emotion flickered in Yan Baiwei's beautiful eyes. Although she confessed her feelings based on her own affection for Chen Xiu, the impetus for it was Chen Xiu's status as the president of a cultural industry group. No matter how certain Yan Baiwei is of her feelings for Chen Xiu, this is an undeniable fact. This also made Yan Baiwei, an idealist, feel guilty towards Chen Xiu all the time. If Chen Xiu weren't the president of a cultural industry group, he wouldn't be someone his father desperately needed to win over. So, will she still have the courage to take that step? A feeling of unworthiness arose in Yan Baiwei's heart. A moment later, Chen Xiu asked again, "Don't you really want to try out the bed you bought?" Yan Baiwei gently punched his chest and lowered her head to say softly, "If I don't go home tonight, my father will start to worry." If that weren't the case, she wouldn't object to checking the quality of the bed with Chen Xiu. In fact, driven by a deep sense of unworthiness, she was even more eager than Chen Xiu. For her, this was a kind of compensation to Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu didn't insist and gently patted her head. By way, you. Call me class monitor. Okay, Vivi. After a half-hour walk, the two returned to the restaurant. Li Chang and Yan Li were both flushed from drinking, and they were practically arm in arm. They're practically brothers now. President Chen. Upon seeing Chen Xiu, both of them immediately stood up. Did Mr. Li and Uncle Yan's talk go well? Mr. Yan and I hit it off immediately and had a very pleasant chat. Li Chang immediately replied. Yan Li chuckled a few times, but then solemnly raised his glass to Chen Xiu and drank it all in one gulp. He's not stupid, he knows perfectly well who's really putting in the effort. Thank you for the introduction today, Mr. Chen. If there is anything I, Lao Yan, can do for you in the future, I will certainly do my best. Chen Xiu smiled. Just don't be reluctant to part with your daughter when you hand her over to me in the future. General Manager Li is mainly in charge of the project. You two should communicate more in the future. After each of the three drank a glass of wine, the dinner party came to an end. After saying goodbye to Chen Xiu, Yan Baiwei drove Yan Li home. Yan Li was in a semi-conscious state throughout the journey, and only gradually became more awake after returning home. Why did you drink so much? Tao Xia poured him a cup of hot water. As Yan Li recalled what had just happened, he became even more energetic and excited. It's done. I didn't expect it to be done so easily. Tao Xia was also overjoyed upon hearing this. It worked? How did it work? Then, Yan Li briefly explained Li Chang's attitude. Even now, when he recalls it, he still finds it somewhat unbelievable. After Chen Xiu left, Li Chang remained warm and friendly, completely different from the aloof Li Chang he remembered. Even when he tentatively inquired about the bidding direction for the industrial park, Li Chang gave a definite answer. They practically patted his chest and guaranteed he'd get a share of the projects. Weiwei, your classmate is really something. For Li Chang to lower himself like this. Yan Li clicked his tongue in amazement. When he hosted a dinner for Chen Xiu, he felt that even if this young man was a president, he might not be able to control someone like Li Chang. Little did he know, he was blind to the true value of a person. Judging from Li Chang's attitude, this Chen Xiu is definitely a big shot. Weiwei, you and Chen Xiu are more than just classmates, aren't you? Yan Li asked tentatively. Didn't I say that? I was his deskmate for more than 2 years. Yan Baiwei said without changing her expression. My deskmate? Why didn't you say that? Yan Li's eyes widened, and he suddenly realized. No wonder he always calls me Uncle Yan. Being deskmates for more than 2 years definitely makes us much closer than the average classmate relationship. Yan Li, his face flushed, let out a burp. Weiwei, you should try to associate with Chen Xiu more often in the future. This kind of benefactor might be able to lend you a hand in your future life. Yan Baiwei turned her head away and remained silent. Alright, go take a shower and go to bed. Tao Xia glanced at her daughter from the side, her eyes flickering slightly. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. She wasn't drunk. Chapter 85. You still say you don't have a net worth of over 100 million? The next day. Chen Xiu woke up at home when she heard people chatting downstairs. When I drew back the curtains, I saw that my cousin Luo Yu and her family had arrived. My mom and aunt were chatting and eating sunflower seeds on the open ground in front of our house. My dad is showing off his Volvo to my uncle. My cousin Luo Yu and her older brother Luo Su were each sitting on a small stool playing on their phones. She looked up in a daze and happened to see Chen Xiu peeking out from the second floor. Brother? You're awake. She spoke with surprise. Luo Su, who was standing to the side, thought he was being called, but when he looked up, he saw Chen Xiu and called out to him as well. Elder brother. When did Luo Su come back? Chen Xiu asked. Just yesterday. Luo Su said shyly. Luo Su is 3 years younger than him and has been working for less than a year. However, he already looks like he's starting to resemble a typical office worker. After washing up and going downstairs, Chen Xiu greeted her aunt and uncle. Chen Xiu is quite promising. It's a blessing that our family has produced a young man like you. Upon seeing Chen Xiu, his aunt and uncle were incredibly excited, showering him with praises like a prodigy and a star descended from heaven. He's worth over 100 million. These people, who were previously thought to be incredibly distant, were actually their relatives?
Even if the two families were not close, it would be difficult for them to feel jealous if they found out.
More than anything, it's a sense of pride.
Luo Su, if you can achieve even 1/10 of what your cousin does, I'll be able to enjoy a life of leisure.
Luo Su lowered his head in misery and remained silent.
Chen Xiu was a good student when she was young, and was always the other people's child that her parents talked about. I didn't expect that even after entering the workforce, things would still be the same. And his dad really dared to think big.
Is 1/10 of a billion meant to make him a multi-millionaire?
Luo Yu, standing to the side, chuckled. Dad, don't make things difficult for my brother.
It's already good enough that he's not asking you for money.
As soon as she finished speaking, her uncle glared at her.
You too, you sleep in every day during your vacation. What will you do after graduation?
Luo Yu glanced at Chen Xiu and said in a low voice.
I also sleep in late. They're busy with work and social engagements. Is that the same thing as you?
Luo Yu immediately pouted, jumped to Chen Xiu's side, hugged his hand, and gently lifted her chin. I'll just stick with my brother after I graduate, you don't need to worry about me. After saying that, he pulled Chen Xiu away from the trouble. Brother, word of your wealth exceeding 100 million has even reached our area.
Luo Yu exclaimed in astonishment.
Previously, Luo Jinglan had asked her to keep it a secret and not to tell her mother. To her surprise, she didn't even need to say a word. A few days later, her mother heard the rumor that Chen Xiu had become rich and had a net worth of over 100 million. They even specifically sought her out to verify. Luo Yu was stunned when she heard this.
Net worth over 100 million? Wasn't it worth tens of millions before? Even robbing a bank wouldn't be this fast.
The village intelligence department, as you know, is spreading nothing but false rumors.
Chen Xiu waved his hand. What do you mean by net worth over 100 million? He's clearly heading towards 1 billion. Luo Yu and Luo Su nodded in deep agreement.
The level of inaccuracy in the village's intelligence was comparable to that of a short essay on the internet.
Brother, are all the apartments in Binjiang number 1 finished being furnished? When are you moving in? Luo Yu asked curiously.
Let's wait a few days,
Chen Xiu said.
He glanced at the concrete slab, where 4 cars were parked, 3 of his own and 1 of Luo Yu's.
The slab was almost completely filled. If we don't move soon, there won't be any parking spaces left.
This was the first time Luo Yu had heard of such a distress, and she looked on with envy.
Brother, what you're saying is too Versailles-esque.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu chuckled.
How about I give you one? Don't want. Luo Yu quickly shook her head.
The cheapest Xiaomi SU7 here costs 300,000 yuan, she wouldn't dare accept such an expensive gift. The girl's eyes darted around, and she smiled.
Brother, no need to send it. Just lend me your Xiaomi SU7 for a few days. That won't do.
You've only had your driver's license for less than a year.
It's too dangerous for you to drive a Xiaomi.
Chen Xiu shook his head. He plans to take advantage of the booming second-hand market for Xiaomi SU7 and sell it directly when the time comes. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Su, who was standing to the side, looked over with longing.
Brother, I can do it. Brother, you know my skills, there's absolutely no problem.
Luo Su's words were full of longing.
The Xiaomi SU7 is so popular, if he drives it to meet his blind date in a couple of days, won't he be incredibly cool? Your mom's arranging blind dates for you this early? Chen Xiu asked in surprise. Luo Yu mocked from the side.
He didn't date a single girl during his 4 years of college. My mom was worried that he would be even more difficult to deal with in the future, so she was making plans early.
Luo Su's face turned red. What do you know?
I'm focused on my studies, I don't have time to talk.
Since Luo Su had said so, Chen Xiu nodded.
Then I'll lend it to you for a few days, just don't mess around with it.
Luo Su's face immediately lit up with surprise. Holy crap, thanks bro. He's already thinking about how to show off in front of his classmates in the next day or two. Seeing this, Luo Yu pouted. Brother, what about me?
Chen Xiu said calmly. After Luo Su finishes driving the car, he can sell it and use half of the money to buy you a new one.
Upon hearing this, Luo Yu parted her cherry lips slightly, looked at Chen Xiu's seemingly genuine expression, and asked blankly. Bro, are you really buying it? Only around 10,000.
Chen Xiu said it casually. My uncle's family had helped them a lot in the past, so giving them a car wasn't excessive. Bro, I'm starting to seriously doubt if you're a billionaire, Luo Yu said with great surprise. Luo Su, who was texting his brother, suddenly felt that the Xiaomi SU7 wasn't so appealing after all. He really wanted to ask Chen Xiu if he needed any lackeys, because he wanted to compete for the position. At 3 p.m., Lu Qi and Song Shangtong came to pick him up to attend a meeting. He's quite busy today after the meeting, he has to go on a blind date. As they watched Chen Xiu get into a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, with two stunningly beautiful and sophisticated women as his secretaries, Luo Yu and Luo Su exchanged a glance.
And you still say you don't have a net worth of over 100 million? Luo Su felt like crying when he saw the two mature female secretaries.
It wasn't that he envied her.
Instead, he realized that he didn't seem to have any advantage as a lackey. A medium-sized conference room in the municipal government building. Since it was a seminar on cultural industry parks, there weren't many people attending.
Besides Chen Xiu, Vice Presidents Li Chang and Tang Qin from the group also came. The delegation from the Culture and Tourism Bureau consisted of Director Wang, Secretary Zhou, and Director He. Chen Xiu met Minister Ren, the most important person at the seminar, at the entrance of the conference room.
Minister Ren was also seeing Chen Xiu for the first time, and was immediately taken aback by his excessively youthful face.
Having a young talent like General Manager Chen is truly a blessing for Southern Jiangxi. Chen Xiu, who is not even 30 years old, has become the president of the group and is in charge of the entire cultural industry park project. He is truly deserving of the title of young talent.
Minister Ren is too kind.
The industrial park has a heavy workload, and we hope that the leaders can provide more guidance and advice to help the industrial park get off to a successful conclusion. Chen Xiu also exchanged pleasantries, and his attitude during the conversation was very friendly. The seminar, being an internal meeting, didn't involve any lengthy speeches. Chen Xiu only presented part of the proposal, which is commonly known as making grand promises in a PowerPoint presentation. The propaganda department nodded repeatedly in agreement. Minister Ren looked at Chen Xiu with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Previously, when his daughter was snatched away by a cultural industry group, he went to Director Wang to inquire about it, and the latter still praised Chen Xiu highly.
Minister Ren was even more confused about the situation. What's the background of this guy? What could possibly motivate old Wang to go to such lengths?
Having seen it today, putting everything else aside, this proposal is indeed quite impressive.
No wonder old Wang dared to guarantee that it was absolutely not reckless.
In that case, he felt at ease letting in Wang train there.
The meeting was short, ending in just 1 hour.
Minister Ren was also very busy and left early. The remaining discussion between the Culture and Tourism Bureau and Chen Xiu concerned the subsequent integration of cultural resources. At this moment, Chen Xiu suddenly thought of Xiao Shushuang and mentioned her.
Was the preliminary work in this area handled by Xiao Shushuang from the Culture and Tourism Bureau?
Director He was somewhat surprised to hear this.
Does Mr. Chen know her?
We've had dinner together a few times, and her summary report is quite good. Chen Xiu chuckled lightly, but didn't say much, leaving Director He alone to ponder his thoughts. After the meeting, Chen Xiu told Lu Qi to go back to the company first.
Mr. Chen, where do we go next?
Song Xiangtong sat in the driver's seat and asked curiously.
Chen Xiu glanced at the time.
Let's rest first, then go on the blind date.
Chapter 86, The Fifth Blind Date.
Chen Xiu's blind date this time was with a man named Yuan Yu, who was 24 years old. She's a primary school teacher, and the photos she provided were quite nice. Although it wasn't specified what kind of teacher it was, Chen Xiu felt after seeing the photo that it was either an English teacher or a music teacher. After all, in his memory, it seemed that only the female teachers of these two courses were exquisite and beautiful. Chen Xiu also checked the female teacher's WeChat moments, but surprisingly, not a single post was displayed. It's even cleaner than his.
Blocked? Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow, but didn't seem to care much.
The agreed time was 5:30 in the evening. After dozing off in the car for more than half an hour, Chen Xiu finally gave Song Shangtong a restaurant location.
20 minutes later, Song Shangtong watched Chen Xiu leave the stage and walk into the restaurant. Song Shangtong's beautiful eyes showed some puzzlement.
If she remembered correctly, Chen Xiu also went on a blind date last time, but it seemed to end without any results.
Are all the girls in the dating market this picky these days? She doesn't even like a top-notch man like Chen Xiu?
As Chen Xiu entered the restaurant, a tentative voice came from beside him.
You are Chen Xiu?
Turning his head, he saw a girl with long, straight black hair, about 162 centimeters tall, standing in front of him, wearing a wool coat and with very delicate makeup. It seems, perhaps, that this is his blind date? You? Chen Xiao asked, puzzled. The girl immediately nodded, looking at Chen Xiao with some surprise. You look quite different in person from the photos the matchmaker gave you. You're much more handsome. Yu was pleasantly surprised. Although Chen Xiao in the photo is handsome, his calm and composed demeanor adds a lot to his charm when you actually see him. The same to you. Chen Xiao smiled politely. He was also surprised. If the Yu in the photo is a beautiful woman with an outstanding face shape, harmonious features, and exquisite makeup, then the Yu in front of us is only known for her exquisite makeup. If it weren't for the fact that he could vaguely make out the facial features, Chen Xiao really wouldn't have recognized him. The two took their seats in the restaurant. The restaurant has a nice ambience, comparable to the private kitchen Chen Xiao ate at last time. Yu picked up the menu and chuckled. Their dishes are quite famous in the restaurant chain, and many people come here to take photos. Pretty meal? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he had ever heard of this term. Yu glanced at Chen Xiao with some surprise and explained. It's beautifully presented, with an exquisite appearance, perfect for taking photos and posting on social media. After saying that, she chuckled softly. Looks like you don't surf much. Chen Xiao took a sip of tea. Really? But you probably don't post on WeChat moments much, right? I see your WeChat moments are all empty. Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and she explained somewhat embarrassedly. That's my work account, and I've added mostly my superiors and parents, so it's difficult to post many things. I see. Chen Xiao nodded in understanding. Parents nowadays do seem to enjoy monitoring teachers' lives. There are even parents who want to report and complain about teachers posting pictures of their holiday activities. It seems that primary school teachers are working harder now than teachers used to be, right? After ordering their food, Chen Xiao started chatting casually. Yu nodded in deep agreement, a look of annoyance appearing in his eyes. Yes, there are all sorts of things at school, and some parents are just too annoying. Especially some of the male parents, they're greasy and they look at people inappropriately. I don't know what they watch at home. Their son is also very outspoken and has no manners at school. Listening to the other person's complaints, Chen Xiao sensed an unsettling hostility. Every family is different. Yu then changed the subject. Most girls are quite well behaved, quiet, obedient, and cute. Mr. Chen probably prefers daughters too, right? She looked at Chen Xiao and asked. Can I even choose? I like them all. Chen Xiao said calmly. Seemingly sensing Chen Xiao's perfunctory attitude, Yu frowned but didn't say anything more. Instead, he changed the subject and asked with a face full of curiosity. Mr. Chen, the matchmaker said you've had a successful business venture and are worth over 100 million? Chen Xiao chuckled and shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. Upon hearing this, Yu became somewhat excited. Generally speaking, if it's bragging, people will definitely bite the bullet and keep bragging in this situation. Chen Xiao's humble tone actually made him seem more confident. Even if it's not over 100 million, it's still amazing. Among the people I know, there are very few with a net worth of over 100 million. Chen Xiao was somewhat surprised to hear this. Not many? So you do have it? Does this elementary school teacher have such a wide social circle? The restaurant serves food very quickly. All the dishes were served within 10 minutes of ordering. The dishes are indeed beautifully presented. They truly deserve to be called beautiful food. Yu immediately took out her phone and let it eat first. After snapping a few photos, she suddenly remembered something and sent Chen Xiao a business card. This is my personal WeChat account, you can add it. After Chen Xiao added Yu's other WeChat account, he immediately saw her moments post. It was this table of exquisite dishes. Besides that, wow, it's all photos of travel, food, and drinks. Chen Xiao swiped his finger, and it was practically a world map. In addition, he was surprised to find that Yu was still running her own media platform and sharing some of her travel videos. Chen Xiao clicked on one of the comments at random, and the comment below immediately caught his attention. The baby is so beautiful. This outfit is so cute on my baby. I need the link. Yes, the classic sweet potato. Are you still working in social media? Chen Xiao asked curiously. Yu nodded immediately. I've been doing this for a while, but I don't have many followers, less than 10,000.
It's really not easy for video bloggers to build up their following now.
As soon as Chen Xiu finished speaking, Yuan Yu shook her head dismissively.
Buying advertising isn't difficult.
As she spoke, she took out her phone and opened an account. She is a pure and lovely girl with over 1 million followers. This girl was a teacher at our school last year.
She would occasionally make videos.
Later, I heard that she hooked up with a rich parent, who set up an MCN company for her and paid for promotion.
She became famous very quickly. This girl isn't even as pretty as me.
From Yuan Yu's words, Chen Xiu sensed strong emotions of envy, jealousy, and feeling unappreciated.
She really seems to think she's beautiful. Chapter 87 Oppression, All Oppression. Does Miss Yuan want to become an internet celebrity? He is a self-media blogger.
Yuan Yu spoke up to correct him. She sat up straight, rested her elbows on the table, interlaced her fingers, and leaned slightly forward to look at Chen Xiu.
Doesn't Mr. Chen think that the self-media industry is the only way out for women today? Chen Xiu was stunned. How did the topic suddenly jump to this? Yuan Yu didn't wait for him to speak and continued on his own.
Look at me, I'm going to take the teacher exam, and I'll be a tenured teacher. If I dress nicely, my boss will scold me, and my parents will make sarcastic remarks.
What, can't female teachers show their beautiful side? Did you know that our school even held a special meeting to discuss relationships with parents before? Heh, isn't this blatant discrimination against female teachers?
I originally thought that I would be respected after passing the teacher's exam, but I didn't expect to be oppressed like us women everywhere.
Yuan Yu was excited, and his voice grew louder and louder. I'm shivering with cold. Is there no motherhood left in this world?
After hearing these words, Chen Xiu secretly gasped. They talk about gender all the time, and about oppression all the time.
Wow, this is a seasoned little red book user.
His eyes shifted slightly, circling around Yuan Yu once. They breathed a sigh of relief only after finding no similar camera devices. Then, he looked down at his shoes.
Thankfully, it doesn't reflect light. That's really going too far. We still don't know which primary school Miss Yuan attends. Chen Xiu asked with a smile. 8th primary school. You think it's outrageous too, right? If you have any friends who want to take the teacher recruitment exam, be sure to avoid this school. Yuan Yu said indignantly.
Chen Xiu nodded in strong approval.
You have to avoid lightning strikes. If any child becomes her student, wouldn't they be incredibly unlucky?
If it were a boy, he would probably have been domesticated directly. Chen Xiu had previously seen online that some extreme teachers had already infiltrated schools and were starting their indoctrination efforts from the very beginning, targeting children. I originally thought it was quite far away, but I didn't expect him to run into it so soon.
Is Ms. Yuan dissatisfied with her teaching profession, which is why she wants to dedicate herself to the self-media business?
As soon as Chen Xiu finished speaking, Yuan Yu nodded emphatically. That's right, I used to think that teaching was one of the best career choices for girls. Later I realized that this was just a shackle that society forcibly imposed on girls. Stable, respectable, and easy to raise children in the future, these are all labels attached to women to make them more valuable. Nobody has considered what the girls themselves think. Social media gives women their own voice, allowing them to showcase their charm and realize their value. Instead of becoming men's appendages, this is the career that women should strive for. After saying that, Yuan Yu looked at Chen Xiu with some anticipation. Mr. Chen is also a young man, he should be able to understand me.
Chen Xiu smiled. Is it really that easy to start a self-media business? Yuan Yu's eyes flickered, and she gave an example. Mr. Chen, I know a couple.
The man is probably a few years older than you, but he's already worth over 100 million. He was very far-sighted and spent a lot of money supporting his wife's self-media career. Later, his own business was in turmoil, and he barely managed to survive by relying on his wife's live streaming sales.
There was an inexplicable sense of pride and smugness in Yuan Yu's tone.
Women, as long as they have resources, are no less capable than men, and can also contribute to a man's career. She spoke with conviction. Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow. He understood the implication behind Yuan Yu's words.
Miss Yuan, do you also want my support? Yuan Yu nodded in delight.
To be honest, Mr. Chen is the most satisfactory blind date I have ever met. His appearance, height, income, and even his manner of speaking all meet my requirements. So, if we get married in the future, Mr. Chen is also in business, so he probably wouldn't like his wife not having her own career. Mr. Chen is also worth over 100 million, and I have my own abilities and capital.
We are definitely not inferior to them.
She remains as confident as ever.
Chen Xiu silently took a sip of water. I don't know much about social media. Does Ms. Yuan already have some ideas? Actually, it's not difficult. I can handle the content. Mr. Chen just watched my video. Wasn't it edited quite well?
Chen Xiu nodded slightly. Undeniably, Yuan Yu's videos are quite well made.
It's obvious that they've studied editing.
You just need to set up an MCN company for me, handle traffic generation, business acquisition, and platform resources, and be responsible for these things. Mr. Chen doesn't really need to worry about it, he can just spend money to hire people.
The simplest things in this world are those that can be solved with money. Chen Xiu almost spat out the water in his mouth. Good grief, don't you know that making money is the hardest thing in the world? He doesn't actually mind investing his money in his partner's career. But if your partner's career is boxing, wouldn't it be a complete idiot for him to invest money in it? A knife that you spend your own money to forge, only to be used to cut yourself?
Having reached this point in their conversation, Chen Xiu felt it was about time to wrap things up.
I wonder what Miss Yuan's requirements are regarding the bride price?
Chen Xiu asked politely. To Yuan Yu, it meant that Chen Xiu had accepted her values and was ready to discuss marriage.
I knew it. Gold always shines.
Yuan Yu felt slightly encouraged. Because Chen Xiu recognized her own value, she also slightly raised her standards.
My hometown is Pingxiang.
According to the customs of my hometown, a bride price of 688,000 yuan is sufficient. As for cars and houses, my requirements are not high. For cars, I need a car worth around 500,000 yuan for commuting, and for houses, I need an apartment in the city center with an area of no less than 180 square meters.
Seeing Chen Xiu's unchanging expression, Yuan Yu breathed a sigh of relief.
Then his mood gradually became more cheerful. The first few people the matchmaker introduced were all rotten fish and shrimp. A billionaire like him is the kind of blind date who matches her worth.
Ding!
You have been matched with a potential match. You have received a property in Lanyue Mansion, a Mercedes-Benz E300, 688,000 renminbi in cash, 80% of the shares in Jigging Media Company, Limited, and a top-tier resource contract on a self-media platform. Chen Xiu remained calm after hearing the rewards calculated by the system in his mind. Having experienced it several times before, I no longer show my joy as openly as I did before. The other rewards were so-so, but Chen Xiu was very interested in the extreme media and platform resource contract. This saves him the trouble of signing individual influencers to form a traffic matrix. Just as Chen Xiu was thinking of finding an excuse to leave, like asking if she preferred sweet or savory rice dumplings, she suddenly noticed that Yuan Yu's expression had changed drastically.
An angry shout came from behind. Yuan Yu!
Chen Xiu turned around in surprise. A thin boy with a ferocious expression glared at Yuan Yu.
Chapter 88: Opening Your Eyes to the World. Today is undoubtedly an exciting day for Yuan Yu. Going on a blind date with a high-quality man like Chen Xiu. And they even got the other party's approval. They've even reached the point of discussing marriage. This was a surprise she hadn't expected. She felt fortunate that she had spent over an hour doing her makeup before going out today. After all, opportunity only favors the prepared mind. In that case, we don't need to consider that parent we had a good chat with before. The image of a man in his 30s flashed through Yuan Yu's mind. Although he is the manager of an MCN company, he is still far inferior to Chen Xiu. Although Chen Xiu doesn't know much about social media, he's rich and willing to set up an MCN company for her. Yuan Yu believes that the main reason why she hasn't become popular after working in self-media for more than half a year is that she doesn't have money. No matter the content or the editing, it's all useless. Let's find a reason to break up with Pan Hui today. Anyway, I won't need his help with editing anymore. As Yuan Yu thought to herself, she vaguely noticed a familiar figure entering the restaurant. The man turned his head, searching for something. Soon, their eyes met. The other person's expression first showed disbelief, then instantly turned into anger. Yuan Yu's expression suddenly changed drastically. Pan Hui? How did he know I was here? Could it be? Did I forget to block him on that WeChat Moments post? Yuan Yu's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned extremely ugly. She glanced at Chen Xiu, grabbed her phone, and was about to get up when she heard Pan Hui's angry shout. Yuan Yu. Pan Hui took 3 steps in one, and before Yuan Yu could even stand up, he had already rushed in front of him. You won't answer your phone. I'm not replying to your messages. They said you were looking for a better option while still using a less desirable one, but I didn't believe them. Yuan Yu, do you even consider me your boyfriend? Pan Hui's face was full of grief, and his voice became hoarse. Yuan Yu was initially somewhat panicked, but after being yelled at by Pan Hui, she immediately became anxious as well. Having finally met a high-quality man like Chen Xiu, how could she let him ruin her life? Why are you yelling? When did I ever say I was your girlfriend? Who gave you permission to secretly follow me? Are you even a man? Yuan Yu turned the tables and accused the culprit. She knew that no matter what happened at this time, she could not admit that Pan Hui was her boyfriend. Otherwise, Chen Xiu's existing goodwill towards her would definitely have vanished. Man? Pan Hui gave a wry smile. You said you wanted to build a career, so I gave up my job in another city and came back specifically to help you. I learned video editing from scratch, and stayed up all night every day to edit your videos and write scripts. I spent all my savings to help you with the donation. You're going on blind dates behind my back every day, and you're asking me if I'm a man? Are you even human? Pan Hui made a hysterical accusation, his eyes bloodshot. Not only the guests at the surrounding tables, but even Chen Xiu was stunned. He glanced at Pan Hui in surprise, then looked at Yuan Yu. Goodness, no wonder the video was so well made, it turns out there was a hired gun. At this moment, Yuan Yu's face turned a deep purplish red. She quickly looked at Chen Xiu and explained. Mr. Chen, this person has been pestering me for a long time, It would have been better if they hadn't spoken up. Upon hearing her eagerness to distance herself from the situation, Pan Hui turned his angry gaze toward Chen Xiu. He was about to lash out when Chen Xiu unexpectedly stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, you've worked hard. You should break up with this kind of woman as soon as possible. You deserve better. After saying that, Chen Xiu took a few steps back and shielded the onlookers in front of him. He was afraid of getting blood splattered on himself. Seeing Chen Xiu leave, Yuan Yu became anxious. She angrily turned to look at Pan Hui and screamed. You always talk about what you've done, but what's the point of all that? Did it have any effect? Do you need to work now? I have no savings. We women have awakened. Can't you, a grown man, open your eyes and look at the world? Recognize your own value. Yuan Yu's words caused the surrounding onlookers to gasp in shock. Even the landlord isn't as ruthless as you. After squeezing out all the remaining value from others, they not only kicked them aside but also belittled them to the point of worthlessness. Pan Hui, who was originally burning with anger, laughed in extreme anger after hearing these words. Looking at his former beloved girlfriend, he felt she was utterly repulsive. Yuan Yu frequently posts quotes from boxers on his account. He originally thought it was a tactic Yuan Yu used to attract attention and incite conflict. Now it seems that she truly believed that. Pan Hui took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice. Don't you think I'm useless? Those accounts all belong to me. I'm going back now and deleting them all. You dare? Yuan Yu's decibel level instantly rose. Although her account only has 20,000 to 30,000 followers, it is highly focused and can bring her some income every month. More importantly, even without Chen Xiu and Pan Hui, she still has a backup parent who runs a self-media business. This is her fallback plan if she doesn't want to be a teacher in the future. It's the foundation of her career. Seeing that Pan Hui was about to leave, she quickly went to pull him away. Pan Hui flicked his hand, and Yuan Yu stumbled and almost fell. She looked up at him in disbelief. You dare hit me? She screamed and rushed over to scratch Pan Hui. Pan Hui felt a burning pain in his neck. Anger flared up again. You want me to open my eyes to the world, right? Well then, I'll let you experience the Japanese version of Tekken. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped Yuan Yu across the face. The two were practically wrestling. The onlookers couldn't sit still any longer and quickly moved aside. Some tried to separate the two, but they all suffered the same fate as Yuan Yu's white bone claws. Finally, a cup flew out of nowhere and hit Yuan Yu on the head, which stopped the chaotic battle. At this moment, Chen Xiu had already quietly slipped back into the car. Mr. Chen, what happened? Song Shangtong looked at the restaurant in surprise, and could vaguely see that there was some commotion inside.
Chen Xiu patted the slightly dirty corner of his clothes and said calmly.
Blind dates are like this, you'll often encounter some setbacks. So it seems he should thank Pan Hui. If it weren't for his appearance, Chen Xiu would have had a real hard time getting away. Song Shangtong remained silent, sensing that President Chen's blind date journey was indeed somewhat bumpy. Not long after, the police came and took a statement from Chen Xiu.
When the physical altercation occurred, Chen Xiu had already left the battlefield, so he only asked a few casual questions. To Chen Xiu's surprise, Minister Ren from the publicity department called to offer his condolences.
President Chen can focus on managing the industrial park. Even if videos circulate online, President Chen will not appear in them. Then I'll have to trouble Minister Ren.
Chen Xiu had no doubt about the power of the propaganda department. After all, it was some kind of powerful institution.
However, what surprised Chen Xiu even more was a casual remark made by Minister Ren.
I didn't expect that even a talented young man like Mr. Chen would have such difficulty finding a partner. I do know a few nice girls, and I can introduce them to Mr. Chen later.
Chen Xiu's eyes lit up instantly. Could the family background of a blind date that Minister Ren would introduce be ordinary? Wouldn't the requirements be several levels higher? Chapter 89 Extreme Media.
Inside a steadily moving Hongqi sedan, Minister Ren hung up the phone, his expression somewhat surprised. He had just casually mentioned that he would introduce her to a few blind dates, but he didn't expect Chen Xiu's reaction to be somewhat expectant. You know, among the young people under 30 he knows, who doesn't avoid marriage and blind dates like the plague?
Ambitious people focus their main energy on building their career prospects.
Those who lack ambition are more likely to think about getting married a few years later so they can have more time to play.
This Mr. Chen is quite interesting.
And he shook his head and smiled. Whether Chen Xiu was interested in women or not was of no concern to him. As long as the project is done well, it is still permissible for talented individuals to have some of their own special hobbies. He had previously heard that the president's office of the Cultural Industry Group was frequently recruiting beautiful female employees, which had made him somewhat worried. After all, his daughter is still among them.
Chen Xiu's attitude now put him at ease.
If someone is keen on blind dates, they must be hoping to settle down and start a family. If someone is aiming to settle down and start a family, they are unlikely to engage in casual relationships.
And he held his phone and pondered for a moment.
Although he mentioned it casually to Chen Xiu, he remembered that several of his colleagues' children were around the same age as Chen Xiu.
I could ask him for him. And he thought to himself. This is also a good opportunity to probe Chen Xiu's hidden background underwater.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Xiu reviewed the results of her blind date today. The betrothal gifts have been received, and Song Shangtong will help sign for the car and house later. The most important thing is the top-tier resource contracts with Extreme Media and self-media platforms.
Extreme Media is one of the leading MCN companies in southern Jiangxi.
The company has just over 200 employees, but has signed more than 3,000 influencers and bloggers, with over 100 million fans across the internet.
However, since it's an MCN company, the data is naturally somewhat inflated.
Although the data may be inflated, as the most popular self-media industry right now, even those who are only among the top performers in third-tier cities can earn a considerable income. According to the data provided by the system, Extreme Media's revenue reached 100 million yuan and its net profit exceeded 10 million yuan in the last quarter. In traditional industries, it would be a pipe dream for a company with only 200 employees to achieve this level. For Chen Xiu, while the net profit was considerable, he valued the existing MCN company structure even more. And the top-tier resource contract for the self-media platform that the system rewarded me with. In terms of size, Extreme Media is at most a mid-tier MCN agency nationwide. This level of platform cannot compete with platforms like Inpu, Kuaishou, and Zaya Hongshu in terms of high-quality resources. However, with this contract as a system reward, Extreme Media can directly obtain top-tier platform resources. This is worth much more than a mid-tier MCN company. Immediately afterwards, Chen Xiu had Song Shangtong drive towards Extreme Media. The company is about to have a holiday, so he should go and show his face before the holiday starts. Extreme Media. Executives who had received advance notice gathered in the conference room. Extreme Media has a very simple structure, with only 5 departments: operations, business, content, finance, and human resources. At this moment, several department directors and deputy directors looked rather worried. What's going on with President He? He sold the company without saying a word? Operations Director Tan Yujie was both puzzled and somewhat incredulous. He joined Extreme Media at its inception, working under President He. As one of the company's oldest employees, he practically worked alongside CEO He to bring Extreme Media to its current level. In just over 2 years, it has become one of the top 3 MCN agencies in southern Jiangxi. These achievements have already made them proud, but their ambitions have grown even greater. Last month, at the meeting, President He was still passionately saying that by the end of the year they would surpass Dongmeng Media, which had always been overshadowing them, and become the number 1 in southern Jiangxi. Although reason tells them that it is almost impossible to surpass Dongmeng Media, which is much larger than them, in 1 or 2 months. But the passion is surging. Who doesn't want to be number 1? However, they never expected that after a month, their goal would not be achieved, and President He would sell the company. We were ready to fight to the death. Why did Your Majesty surrender first? The company is thriving now, so why did President He sell it? The directors were completely baffled. It's not that they particularly admire or wish to follow President He to the death. Rather, it's because the company has grown significantly in the last 2 years that the founder, Mr. He, has demonstrated his capabilities to all. He has an extensive network of connections. He has control over both platform resources and local resources. Since President He sold all his shares, the resources he personally brought with him naturally could not remain in the company. This is tantamount to cutting off a major part of Extreme Media's business. In the future, let alone surpassing Dongmeng Media to become the number 1 in southern Jiangxi, it won't even be able to maintain its current size. Mr. Fong, have you been able to contact Mr. He? Tan Yujie looked at CFO Fong Lang. The latter nodded. The others looked at him with surprise and delight. What did President He say? After introducing the new boss to the group chat today, General Manager He hasn't answered their calls since. Fong Lang shrugged and said helplessly. They didn't say anything, they just told us to do our job well. The others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. He isn't planning to start something new, is he? Content Director Yu Yalan had a sudden inspiration. You mean abandon a thriving company and start over? Unless President He has lost his mind. The CFO curled his lip. I think instead of discussing President He's intentions, we should worry about what changes will occur after the new boss arrives. Fong Lang said in a deep voice. The rest of the people all looked solemn. The new boss is about to arrive, but they know nothing about him. Putting aside their personalities and temperaments, the most crucial point is that if the new boss doesn't understand social media, then isn't this company, Extreme, a ship destined to sink? I doubt it. In terms of ability and resources, can this new General Manager Chen really compare to General Manager He? Operations Director Tan Yujie was the most pessimistic and resistant, even stating it bluntly. If President He really intends to start his own business, I think I might as well resign and continue working for him. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged bewildered glances, not daring to utter a word. As long as he doesn't interfere with the content, it's fine. Content Director Yu Yalan said with concern. In any case, with a new boss on the way, the company is bound to undergo tremendous changes in all aspects. This is the thing that content creators worry about the most. The others exchanged glances, weighing the potential gains and losses. They received the news very quickly. The new boss has arrived at the company. The group hurriedly went out to greet them. Chapter 90 The Greatest CEO. Song Shangtong followed Chen Xiu to Extreme Media. She originally thought Chen Xiu was coming to this MCN company to discuss some collaborations. She also listened to Chen Xiu's proposal at the seminar today, in which the traffic acquisition through the influencer matrix was of paramount importance. This company, Extreme Media, seems to be one of the larger MCN agencies in the area, so it's not surprising that we're collaborating with them. However, as soon as she entered the company, a group of people rushed up to her, which made Song Shangtong slightly surprised. You must be Mr. Chen? CFO Fong Lang stepped forward first. He looked at the young Chen Xiu and asked with a slight hesitation. I am Chen Xiu. Seeing the young man nod in front of him, Tan Yujie, the operations director standing to the side, felt a chill in his heart. Although the self-media industry is very young, this new boss looks like he only graduated from college. And he even brought this beautiful secretary. Not only him, but everyone else had the same thought. Could this be some rich kid who bought the company and is now using it to seduce female live streamers? Despite their pessimistic thoughts, the group still stepped forward to greet them respectfully. After all, the person in front of you is the absolute boss who holds 80% of the shares. President Chen. Let's go to the conference room first.
Okay, Mr. Chen, this way. A company with 200 employees is quite large, not to mention that Extreme Media has also signed some female anchors who work full-time. This time of night is when the female anchors are at work. Such a big event as the company changing owners has already spread to most people, from top to bottom. Seeing several department directors of the company greeting a young man, everyone's attention immediately turned to that young man. So young. And he's handsome. As an MCN company rooted in self-media, the atmosphere here is much more vibrant than that of state-owned enterprises like cultural industry groups. Especially the group of heavily made-up female anchors, after seeing Chen Xiu's young and handsome face, blinked their big, bright eyes at him without any fear. Good evening, Mr. Chan. Mr. Chen is so handsome. The sounds of birdsong were incessant. If it weren't for the glares from the directors, Chen Xiu suspected that these female anchors might have even dared to approach them directly. Once inside the conference room and the door was closed, that alluring voice was finally shut out. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, the company's live streamers are all very enthusiastic. Content director Yu Yalan said somewhat awkwardly. She knew those sluts all too well, and when she saw Chen Xiu's youth and good looks, she started having fantasies about turning a sparrow into a phoenix. However, Chen Xiu was not too shocked by this. People who are too shy really can't be live streamers. Female anchors, in particular, have to face countless dirty jokes from men. If things really got serious, Chen Xiu might have to admit defeat. In contrast, Song Shangtong's emotions fluctuated more. It was only then that she realized Chen Xiu hadn't come here to discuss cooperation. He's actually the owner of this Extreme Media company? It looks like it was just acquired in a personal capacity. Song Shangtong was unsure of the specific value of this MCN agency, but judging from its size, acquiring it entirely would cost at least close to 9 figures. Thinking back to the rumors circulating in the group that Chen Xiu wanted to build a crystal palace, I now realize how ridiculous it all was. Does our CEO Chen need any special styling? Why not just buy one directly? Just look at how those female anchors' eyes were shining. Song Shangtong had no doubt that as long as President Chen beckoned, they would strike the most alluring poses in no time. After everyone was seated in the meeting room, they introduced themselves. Chen Xiu only spoke after recognizing a familiar face. The company is currently operating quite well, which fully demonstrates the professional capabilities of all the directors. I will not interfere too much with the details, all the directors just need to continue their work. Upon hearing this, the directors did not breathe a sigh of relief, instead, they became even more nervous. I won't interfere with the details, that's the general direction. Regarding content and operations, I need the cooperation of the two directors to make some changes. As soon as Chen Xiu finished speaking, Tan Yujie and Yu Yalan felt a pang of anxiety. Their worst fears had come true. The others also looked worried. The three most important pillars of an MCN are content, operations, and advertising. The new boss wants to take down the first two right away? Is he courting disaster? Please go ahead, Mr. Chen. Yu Yalan took a deep breath and spoke. I need to add more official cultural and tourism content. You can select some suitable influencers with decent followings to work on this kind of content. What does culture and tourism include? Yu Yalan opened her mouth, but didn't know how to start. On the contrary, Tan Yujie, who was standing to the side, spoke frankly. Mr. Chen, most of the official cultural and tourism resources are in the hands of another company, Dongmeng Media. Their influencers have also dominated the traffic ecosystem in this area. We can't succeed by entering this field. Chen Xiu looked at him and asked. Does Mr. Tan think that resources or influencers are more important in the cultural tourism sector? Resources, of course. Tan Yujie replied without hesitation. If you don't get an admission ticket, no matter how talented your influencers are, they won't be able to get in and get a share of the pie. Chen Xiu nodded in approval and reached out his hand behind him. Secretary Song, your business card. Song Shangtong understood immediately and took out Chen Xiu's business card. Let me introduce myself. Besides working for Extreme Media, I am also the president of Pious Culture Industry Group. I wonder if anyone has heard of the newly established cultural industry park in our city. Chen Xiu tapped the business card and pushed it forward. All eyes were drawn to the simple yet elegant business card. Pious Cultural Industry Group. Yes, the one from the Culture and Tourism Bureau? Business Director Jiang Hao asked, somewhat shocked. Yes. Increasing official cultural and tourism content is also a preparation for attracting visitors to the cultural industry park in the future.
As for cultural and tourism resources, we will set up a special team to liaise with the Bureau of Culture and Tourism. You can apply directly if you need anything, and I will put in a good word for you. Chen Xiu's words left Tan Yujie completely stunned. As the operations director, he was all too aware of the support the Culture and Tourism Bureau provided to Self Media. The full name of the Bureau of Culture and Tourism is the Bureau of Culture and Tourism. The scope of culture directly includes the guidance and promotion of various cultural services, including exhibitions, movies, music festivals, concerts, and large-scale events. With these resources, even if we can't say that taking down Dongmeng is just around the corner, at the very least we can stabilize the current size of Jigging after President He leaves. Chen Xiu's status as not being a rich second-generation heir, but rather the president of a cultural industry group, rekindled everyone's confidence. Mr. He, I didn't expect your company wasn't just selling things blindly. I misunderstood you. While everyone was processing this information, Chen Xiu took out several more documents. I have already signed S-level resource contracts with various platforms, and Extreme Media will also be authorized. Upon seeing those documents, the group completely lost their composure. S-level resources? Tan Yujie, Yu Yalan, and others cried out in disbelief. Comparable to Wu You at the same level? Chen Xiu nodded slightly. In fact, the so-called top level of the system means that there is no equivalent level. Even the various resources and traffic support from worry-free media cannot compare to this contract. As Chen Xiu finished speaking, everyone eagerly reached for the contract, handling it with utmost care as if it were a priceless treasure. After confirming the contract details, the group looked at Chen Xiu with somewhat dazed expressions. Tan Yujie, the operations director in charge of liaising with the platform, practically worshipped him. What more can I say? From now on, whatever you say goes, Mr. Chen. Forget female streamers, you can mess with me too. As for President He, I wish him good luck. Why didn't he sell the company sooner? This delayed the arrival of the greatest CEO at his most loyal Extreme Media. Chapter 91: The Gluttonous Young Woman. When Chen Xiu produced the contract, the directors instantly forgot about their former boss, President He. Extreme Media is a leader in southern Jiangxi, but on a national scale, it's at best a nameless NPC. Following the normal development trajectory, what qualifications do they have to sign a platform contract of this level? What makes it surpass Dongmeng to become the number one in southern Jiangxi? It's too small, it limits your perspective. If they don't set their sights on the whole country, how can they justify the resources Chen Xiu has provided? The group's gazes lingered on Chen Xiu, their eyes filled with growing admiration. Look at that face, look at that demeanor, look at that secretary, this is what a boss should be like. I wonder if Mr. Chen wants to say something to the employees and contracted live streamers. I think they are all looking forward to meeting Mr. Chen. Operations Director Tan Yujie made the sincere and respectful suggestion. Upon hearing this, Yu Yalan, the content director standing next to him, gave Tan Yujie a meaningful look. This guy was the most resistant to the new boss just now. Now everyone's starting to think about how to make the new boss shine in front of everyone. Based on her understanding of those female anchors and internet celebrities, it's easy to imagine how crazy they'll become once they find out Chen Xiu has brought top-tier platform resources. Chen Xiu glanced at him, but shook his head. I won't bother with that, you just need to allocate the specific resources accordingly. In addition, please make arrangements as soon as possible for the cultural and tourism bloggers I mentioned earlier. Yes, Mr. Chen. Tan Yujie and Yu Yalan both nodded. However, judging from Chen Xiu's attentive tone, they clearly felt that the boss cared more about the cultural industry group. It seems like they bought this MCN specifically for the cultural industry park? If this godson can enjoy such top-notch resources, what would happen if he became the biological son? No, we absolutely have to get Mr. Chen to pay more attention to our area. No sooner had Tan Yujie finished speaking than he brought it up again. Mr. Chen, our company is holding its annual meeting the day after tomorrow. I was wondering if you would have time to attend? There will be many performances, and many of our company's contracted bloggers will be in attendance. Mr. Chen can take this opportunity to select some of the expert bloggers you need. The invitation to the annual meeting is not surprising. However, the way Tan Yujie said it made others think it was rather intriguing. What kind of expert blogger does Mr. Chen need? If you didn't know better, you'd think they were selecting a concubine for President Chen. I'll come over when I have time, Chen Xiu said. That's all for today. Directors, please go back to your work.
The CFO should go back and compile the financial statements for the past year and report back tomorrow. Although Chun Xiu can see the most accurate financial situation within the system, he still needs to verify the details. Okay, Mr. Chen.
As everyone left the conference room, Chun Xiu, led by Tan Yujie, arrived at the boss's office of Extreme Media.
Compared to the president's office of the Cultural Industry Group, this office is much smaller.
The room is only a few dozen square meters, with no single room, let alone a bed or shower.
Mr. Chen, this is the office space we rented when we first started the business.
We plan to move to a larger office building after the new year.
If Mr. Chen has any needs for the president's office, I will have someone arrange it as soon as possible. Tan Yujie himself felt a little embarrassed and quickly spoke up.
Chun Xiu wasn't surprised. After all, Extreme Media had only been around for 2 years.
Just follow the normal specifications. Tan Yujie nodded upon hearing this. Yes, it has to be done to the highest standards.
Refrigerators, color TVs, and large sofas are all basic necessities.
Besides the office, there should be a small room too. There should also be a hidden passage behind the small room.
A 1.8-meter double bed, no, a 2.2-meter bed seems more suitable, it can fit 3 people.
Tan Yujie racked his brains to get promoted from godson to biological son. If there's nothing else, you should go to work too.
Okay. Tan Yujie respectfully nodded and bowed to Chun Xiu, then backed away from the office. This gave Song Shangtong, who was standing to the side, a strange feeling of seeing a eunuch vying for favor in him. It even made her feel a bit of a crisis. It's not because of Tan Yujie. Rather, it was his attitude, and that of the rest of the people at Extreme Media, towards Chun Xiu. After Chun Xiu produced that contract, she personally witnessed the way these people looked at Chun Xiu undergo a complete 180-degree change.
They practically worshipped Chun Xiu. If these directors are like this, what must the female anchors be even more outrageous? Mr. Chen, let me give you a massage.
Seeing Chun Xiu leaning back in the boss's chair with his eyes closed, Song Shangtong took the initiative to speak to him. Chun Xiu closed his eyes and responded softly. Immediately, he caught the rich, sweet fragrance of a mature, womanly woman emanating from Song Shangtong. However, the next moment he opened his eyes in astonishment.
Didn't you say to press it once?
He lowered his head slightly and looked down at Song Shangtong for a moment.
The latter had alluring eyes with a hint of cunning. Song Shangtong's bold move did indeed surprise Chun Xiu. Well, it's understandable that the young woman is a glutton.
With several directors returning to their posts,
news about the new boss spread like wildfire. With official backing, we are developing the cultural tourism sector. Top-tier resources, comparable to S-level MCN agencies. Most people's first reaction is disbelief.
After all, there are countless bosses who make empty promises. When they saw with their own eyes that the operations director had obtained back-end authorization for S-level resources on various platforms, everyone was suddenly stunned.
Holy crap, it's actually true. The news caused an uproar throughout the entire Extreme Media.
Everyone gasped, and the temperature at Extreme Media dropped by 1 degree Celsius.
Who exactly is this new boss? How could a mid-tier MCN agency like ours directly secure a contract that only top-tier agencies can get? That's truly terrifying.
This sparked interest not only among the company's female anchors but also among those who were eager to make a move.
After learning the news in the group, the top bloggers signed by Extreme Media all called the directors they knew. Of course, while Extreme Media is a top-tier company, it can only be considered second-rate in the broader internet landscape. The highest number of followers is just over 2 million on the Inpu platform.
And at their level, they understand the importance of resources even more. Without sufficient resources, let alone taking it to the next level, it will be difficult to even maintain the current size.
However, they dare not easily leave Extreme Media and join those top MCN companies.
Top companies have more resources, but the competition is also fiercer.
Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix.
It's quite comfortable to receive special resource allocations even in a small company like Extreme Media.
But now you're telling me that the little temple has transformed into Layin Temple? Who doesn't dream of attaining enlightenment and becoming a Buddha? Phone calls and messages bombarded the directors. Especially Tan Yujie and Yu Yalan.
The demands of this group are also remarkably consistent.
I want to pay homage to the Buddha. Tan Yujie and his friends had anticipated that these influencer bloggers would go crazy. But I never expected it to be this crazy. With so many people, how can the boss possibly keep an eye on everyone? They're moving quickly and are already heading towards the company.
However, no matter how quick they can't compare to the contracted live streamers who broadcast directly from the company. The bolder ones had already made their way to the boss's office door.
Chapter 92. The local female anchor is too ignorant of the rules. Inside the office,
Chen Xiu was at a point where he was arrogant and disdainful of everyone.
He casually flipped through the documents in the office. Just then, the office door suddenly clicked open. So fast?
Chen Xiu looked up in surprise. Song Xiangtong had just left and was going to the bathroom to wash up.
That's the only inconvenience of this incomplete office.
To Chen Xiu's surprise, it wasn't Song Xiangtong who came in. She is a tall, sexy live streamer with long legs, standing at 1.7 meters, and wearing a flight attendant uniform. She wore heavy makeup and had her hair dyed red, making her look very alluring. Upon seeing Chen Xiu in the office, she immediately broke into a smile.
Hello Mr. Chen, I'm XIN, a B-level anchor from our company.
Jigging Media's anchors are divided into 5 levels, from S to D, based on their monthly revenue. If you're at level B, your monthly income should easily exceed 10,000.
Is there something you need?
Chen Xiu sat up straight and looked at her. Upon hearing this, XIN's narrow eyes fell on Chen Xiu, gleaming with a strange light.
Young, handsome, and possesses unimaginable resources. If not now, when?
A smile played on her lips as she strode forward in her sky-high heels. With the crisp sound of her high heels hitting the ground, her waist and hips twisted in an exaggerated arc. The so-called flight attendant uniform was actually a short skirt, almost like the hem of a QQ uniform, which kept riding up as XIN swayed. When she reached Chen Xiu, her body was almost up to his thighs.
Mr. Chen is new to the company, so there are bound to be some things he's not familiar with. XIN has been with the company for over 6 months.
If you'd like, I can help you learn more about her.
XIN's voice was alluring.
What surprised Chen Xiu even more was that, while she was talking, she boldly sat on her lap. The soft jade was in my arms, and its fragrance was intoxicating.
Chen Xiu's eyes were filled with astonishment. I hadn't even warmed my seat in the boss's chair when you sat on me?
However, he is currently in a state of arrogance and disdain for everyone.
Besides, even if he were full of energy right now, he wouldn't be that thirsty.
As we all know, a significant number of female live streamers transitioned from offline to online. If you're going to volunteer, you should at least submit a health report first. The local female live streamers are so unruly. It seems that the company's live streamers are all very proactive. Chen Xiu leaned back and placed his hand naturally on her waist.
XIN was suddenly overjoyed. Looks like I made the right bet?
However, just as she got up to show her skills, she heard Chen Xiu's indifferent next sentence.
But I don't like people sitting on me, XIN, right?
You'll have 3,000 deducted from your salary this month.
XIN's expression froze instantly. However, to Chen Xiu's surprise, XIN not only did not back down, but instead gave a charming smile.
If Mr. Chen likes it, he can deduct a lot from my account.
However, if Mr. Chen doesn't like being sat on. She squatted down and mimicked a cat stretching. Others can sit here too. Goodness. Chen Xiu was slightly shocked by the female anchor's willingness to go all out. Just then, the office door opened again.
But it still wasn't Song Xiangtong. Another beautiful female anchor, she was wearing a leather jacket and leather pants. She was still preparing herself emotionally, ready to flash her most beautiful smile at the new boss, when she was shocked to see another familiar figure.
Zhang Xin?
Zhao Qiaoer gritted her teeth, her face full of annoyance.
Too late. That bitch Zhang Xin beat us to it. But her annoyance vanished in an instant.
With a quick glance, she put her hands behind her back and deftly locked the office door.
The battle has only just begun. She's no less capable than Zhang Xin. Mr. Chen.
Just as she was about to step forward, Chen Xiu's voice abruptly stopped her in her tracks. Your salary will be docked 3,000 this month.
Ah?
Zhao Qiaoer slightly parted her red lips, looking somewhat aggrieved.
I haven't done anything yet.
Chen Xiu didn't give them a chance to speak, and said calmly.
If it doesn't disappear in 3 seconds, you don't need to come tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the 2 alluring female anchors immediately stood at attention.
If it were the previous Extreme Media, being fired would have been one thing. Extreme Media is currently facing a situation where there are far more competitors than available opportunities.
You can make a fortune just by taking a bite. If I get fired at this crucial moment, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Zhang Xin, with her long legs clad in sky-high heels, strode to the door in an instant. Goodbye, Mr. Chen.
Before leaving, she even gave Chen Xiu a flirtatious wink. He then grabbed Zhao Qiaoer, who was still in a daze, and pulled her out of the office.
What did you just do to General Manager Chen? After leaving the office, Zhao Qiaoer looked at Zhang Xin with a displeased expression.
She was inexplicably implicated by this guy and had 3,000 yuan deducted from her salary.
I did what you wanted to do. Zhang Xin had a smug expression on her face. Zhao Qiaoer scoffed. Do you think I'm stupid? Didn't you also have 3,000 yuan deducted from your salary by General Manager Chen?
She clearly heard Chen Xiu say to her, "You'll also have 3,000 deducted," which means that Zhang Xian's salary had been deducted before she even joined the company.
At least Mr. Chen remembered my name, but you, it seems you were kicked out without even giving your name. Zhang Xin chuckled lightly and mocked.
Zhao Qiaoer was stunned for a moment, then realized that she seemed to have suffered a huge loss.
Zhang Xin patted Zhao Qiaoer on the shoulder and left in high spirits. Although she was fined 3,000 yuan, she didn't mind at all. There's no gambling game where you don't have to pay chips up front. Moreover, Chen Xiu's looks and personality are exactly to her liking.
I just heard Chen Xiu's indifferent tone, as if telling them to disappear, while I was lying on the ground. Hers, she squeezed her thighs together slightly, feeling her soul of love tremble. After the two female anchors left, the office door was pushed open again.
This time it's finally Song Xiangtong.
As soon as she entered, Song Xiangtong smelled a perfume scent that didn't belong to her. She blinked her beautiful eyes but didn't ask any more questions, and walked directly behind Chen Xiu. She still had to give Chen Xiu a proper massage. Before she could make a move, Chen Xiu spoke up.
Let's go back first today. Go back where? Song Xiangtong was taken aback.
Of course, I go home after get off work. Chen Xiugang received a message from Tan Yujie and the others. The company's top performers all wanted to meet their new boss as soon as possible.
This gave him a bit of a headache.
I feel like I'm Tang Sanzang's flesh, and all the female demons want to take a bite out of me. Chen Xiu was well aware that these people were simply there to make themselves known and exchange a few pleasantries.
He couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Let's meet at the annual meeting then, I'll be going now.
After giving a unified response to these directors, Chen Xiu left Extreme Media.
Half an hour.
When Luo Jinglan saw Chen Xiu return, she immediately went up to him and asked.
I heard the girl who went on a blind date this evening ended up at the police station. What happened?
Oh, that girl had a boyfriend and secretly went on a blind date. Her boyfriend caught her, and they started fighting. Luo Jinglan was so shocked that she fell silent, then her face was filled with indignation.
What's wrong with girls these days?
They're so unreliable. Oh, by the way, I contacted that doctor again, and she said she'll be available the day after tomorrow.
Remember to set aside time.
Chen Xiu nodded and said casually. Mom, you should put more effort into it too. The holidays are coming up soon, so please arrange a few more.
Luo Jinglan was stunned. Hey, it's her son who's starting to urge her on? Chapter 93 The Taste of Progress. Culture and Tourism Bureau.
Xiao Shushuang was somewhat restless at work all day today. She kept reviewing her actions from the night before last.
The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became.
She clearly wanted to create a persona that was outwardly dignified but inwardly seductive. As a result, after getting drunk, he suddenly became a dissolute person. And he was being flirtatious in front of someone's secretary. Based on Xiao Shushuang's understanding of the minds of those in power, although they all seek excitement, they have always paid great attention to their personal image.
My previous overly bold flirting was just ruining Chen Xiu's personal image in the eyes of his secretary.
She wanted to explain to Chen Xiu, but didn't know how to start. The thought of wasting such a hard-won opportunity made Xiao Shushuang somewhat absent-minded at work all day.
Am I destined to never be promoted or ennobled?
Xiao Shushuang sighed. It's almost time to leave work. Director Wang and the others have returned. Everyone in the office immediately straightened their backs and perked up. Xiao Shushuang was no exception. If she remembered correctly, there seemed to be a special seminar on cultural industry parks this afternoon, and Director Wang and others should have just attended that meeting.
Chen Xiu should have gone too.
Chen Xiu's image flashed through Xiao Shushuang's mind.
At the same time, a deep, resonant voice suddenly entered my ears. Little Xiao.
There is only one person with the surname Xiao in the Bureau of Culture and Tourism, Xiao Shushuang, so upon hearing this title, Xiao Shushuang instinctively looked up. Upon seeing that it was Director Wang who called out to him, Xiao Shushuang felt a chill run down his spine and immediately stood up straight.
Director Wang.
Xiao Shushuang's heart pounded, and her beautiful eyes were filled with nervousness.
Director Wang doesn't spend much time at the office on weekdays.
Even when there's something to do, it's usually Director He or Secretary Zhou who gives the orders. Such direct communication, even to the point of publicly calling out the name of a junior staff member, is quite rare. This reminded Xiao Shushuang of the last time she was publicly criticized by Director He and Secretary Zhou at a banquet, also in a similar way. Moreover, it seems she did something wrong again the night before last, and this afternoon Chen Xiu even met with Director Wang.
Am I going to be criticized again?
Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Shushuang's pretty face almost lost all color, and her heart turned ashen. Being publicly criticized by the boss at work is much more serious than the last time. At that moment, Director Wang's voice reached my ears. However, he was far less tough and cold than Xiao Shushuang had imagined. "Your report is well done, very thoughtful, keep it up." Hearing the affirmative words, Xiao Shushuang, who had thought she was waiting for a verdict, froze on the spot. Her gaze fell on Director Wang's face, and her eyes were full of approval as she looked at him.
"Thank you for your approval, Director Wang."
Xiao Shushuang replied somewhat confusedly and flusteredly. She could vaguely sense that her colleagues' eyes were all quietly falling on her.
With a mixture of curiosity and surprise, Director Wang nodded and then walked away.
Just as Xiao Shushuang was about to sit down, she heard Director He's voice again. "Xiao, come to my office later."
"Okay, Director He."
Xiao Shushuang stood up straight again and watched Director He leave. At this moment, she noticed that Director He's tone of voice had also become more amiable. It's worth noting that in the days leading up to this, Director He had been quite cold towards her. Most of the time, he is not called Xiao, but is addressed by his full name.
Their tone was also far less friendly than it is today.
After sitting down, Xiao Shushuang ignored the curious looks from her colleagues and began to think. Without a doubt, something must have happened today to cause such a significant change in the attitudes of Director He and even Director Wang towards me. As for the report that Director Wang mentioned, the only report she has written recently is the one she showed to Chen Xiu the night before last.
Did Chen Xiu speak well of me at today's seminar?
Xiao Shushuang quickly thought of this. She was both surprised and delighted. It seems that those few nights of staying up late to write the report were worth it. It was almost time to leave work, and Xiao Shushuang didn't dare keep Director He waiting any longer, so she immediately got up and went to Director He's office.
5 minutes later,
Xiao Shushuang came out of Director He's office, her beautiful eyes filled with barely suppressed excitement.
In the office, Director He's kind and gentle tone made Xiao Shushuang feel as if she were dealing with a completely different person.
Most importantly, Director He stated frankly that General Manager Chen highly recognized her work ability. So, she has rejoined the working group responsible for the Cultural Industry Park. They even hold the nominal position of a group leader. By the time she returned to her workstation, it was already time to leave work. The other colleagues also saw the work arrangements that Director He posted in the WeChat group chat. They were all terrified. The way he looked at Xiao Shushuang changed. Just a few days ago, Director He clearly ignored, and even targeted, Xiao Shushuang. In the blink of an eye, their attitude completely reversed. Even Director Wang acknowledged Xiao Shushuang's work ability. And in public. This is an extremely positive sign. As for whether it's work ability, stop joking, they're not young people in their early 20s anymore. In officialdom, work ability ranks quite low on the list. Besides, if someone were truly capable, they wouldn't have been able to get a job at the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of this third-tier city in the first place. Without a doubt, Xiao Shushuang has connections.
It's still a background that can catch Director Wang's attention.
Little Xiao, you're really hiding your true abilities.
Congratulations, Xiao.
I knew you could do it. Xiao's work ability is so strong, does he need your affirmation? I'll have to rely on team leader Xiao for guidance in the future. Xiao Shushuang could tell that her colleague's tone was not only congratulatory, but also contained a hint of flattery. This left Xiao Shushuang feeling flattered and dazed. When did she, at the very bottom of the company, become able to receive such compliments? At that moment, Xiao Shushuang felt a tingling sensation rise into her brain, making her feel refreshed.
That was awesome.
Is this the joy of progress?
Brothers and sisters, please don't make fun of me. Group leader and all that stuff are just empty titles. Xiao Shushuang waved his hand modestly, but the curve of his lips was harder to suppress than an AK. After leaving her workplace, Xiao Shushuang felt as if the sky was high and the sea was wide, and that she was finally about to take off. As expected, gold will always shine one day. Xiao Shushuang felt that her report was shining gold. But after the initial excitement, Xiao Shushuang fell into deep thought again. If it were just that report, would it be worth Chen Qiu specifically mentioning my name in front of Director Wang? Xiao Shushuang's beautiful eyes sparkled as she contacted teacher Miaoyin via WeChat and asked her question. Gao Miaoyin, are you stupid? Workability is just the basics. People know your past workability. It's just a report. How can you expect them to look at you with new eyes? Although the words were derogatory, Xiao Shushuang, after calming down from her initial excitement, found them quite reasonable. Gao Miaoyin, the most important thing is that your actions that day changed the leader's impression of you. He has started to be interested in you. Don't be naive and think it's all thanks to your own abilities, or you'll be in big trouble. Xiao Shushuang's beautiful eyes sparkled. Having already tasted the irresistible joy of progress, how could she be willing to go back to the way things were before? Now it seems that what I thought was causing trouble for Chen Qiu was actually a misperception. Could it be that he prefers me to be a little more promiscuous? A blush appeared on Xiao Shushuang's pretty face. I felt a little ashamed, yet also somewhat restless. Chapter 94, You Need to Find an Ambitious Wife. The next day, Chen Qiu added the doctor girl on WeChat. The other person's name was Kong Ying. She was 28 years old, a year older than him. However, doctors usually complete a combined master's and doctoral program, and after a year of residency training, they are generally in their late 20s. Even those who start working in their 30s are no exception. Kong Ying's profile picture is a cute anime character. Chen Qiu also recognized this anime character. It was a platelet from Cells at Work. This is in line with her profession as a doctor. As soon as I gave my name, the other person replied with an extremely apologetic emoji. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, something came up tomorrow. Can we reschedule the blind date for noon the day after tomorrow? Can. Thank you for your understanding. Chen Qiu had no objection to the change in timing. The other person is a doctor, a PhD, and an older single man. All these stereotypes combined made Chen Qiu still have some expectations for him. However, judging from the current interactions, Kong Ying is quite polite. Chen Qiu went downstairs for breakfast, and his mother asked with concern. How did your talk with that doctor go? They seem to be quite busy. The time has been changed to noon the day after tomorrow. Sigh, doctors are really busy. I've seen doctors in TV dramas working night shifts, so they can't take care of their families. Luo Jinglan frowned and murmured. This doesn't seem like a very good idea if my future daughter-in-law is a doctor. Upon hearing her words, Chen Jita said. That's because your mindset hasn't changed. When other families are looking for a wife, they prioritize those with stable jobs, just to ease the burden on their new family. Given his current wealth, what burden does he still need to alleviate? If a daughter-in-law is focused on work, she will only be a burden to her son and her family. If you ask me, the most suitable woman for a son is a virtuous and gentle wife and mother. Just stay home and take care of the kids, and keep things stable at home. Upon hearing this, Luo Jinglan also figured it out. That seems to make sense. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiu was suddenly startled. That won't do. If you go on blind dates with these criteria in mind, then everyone will be paying you to join them. How could they possibly make any more demands? Dad, you're wrong. That's male chauvinism that denies women's pursuit of personal fulfillment. Chen Xiugang had just finished a blind date with Yuan Yu, so he was very familiar with this routine. The moment the hat appeared, the old father was left bewildered. If you ask me, you should look for ambitious and hard-working people. Do you want a daughter-in-law who stays at home all day doing nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun? Besides, just because I'm making money now doesn't mean I'll be making money in the future. If we go bankrupt someday, my future wife can still make a living if she has a career. As soon as Chen Qiu finished speaking, Luo Jinglan spat out a few times. Bankruptcy? That's just nonsense. However, Luo Jinglan also quite agreed with Chen Qiu's words. It would be better if the future daughter-in-law had a job. My son has a much longer-term vision. Luo Jinglan glanced at Chen Jita and exclaimed in admiration. Chen Qiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it turned out the way it was.
Mom, don't worry about the woman having high standards.
What you're worried about is that she might not be ambitious. Let's find someone who meets the high standards.
Okay, I'll go ask right away. I'm not afraid of going on many blind dates, I'm just afraid my son won't want to go on any. Her son's impatient urging filled Luo Jinglan with excitement, and she went out to search for girls after finishing breakfast.
Chen Xiu wasn't idle either.
Su Jia sent a message saying that he was handing over the shop today and asked if he had time to come over and show up.
Half an hour later, Chen Xiu arrived at his family's asset management company.
Su Jia had already given the original shop a simple cleaning and tidying up.
Su Jiaxuan's shop was originally rented to a real estate agency.
An office, a meeting room, a lounge, plus a reception desk. The layout is quite suitable.
Su Jia can put it into use directly without any renovation.
Upon entering the company, the signboard was already up, and Su Jia, dressed in an OL suit, exuded a mature and sophisticated aura, making her look quite presentable. Following behind Su Jia was the manager of the management company that had previously taken over the management. Her surname is Li, and she is a woman around 40 years old.
Hello, Mr. Chen.
Manager Li stepped forward and shook hands with Chen Xiu, his eyes filled with amazement. It's rare to see a tycoon who buys an entire street of shops like this. And he's so young, I wonder which family's young master he is. Our previous management contract was settled on a quarterly basis.
This is the revenue of your 48 stores after deducting management fees this quarter. Please confirm, Mr. Chen.
Chen Xiu glanced at it briefly.
The total is 3,255,877 yuan.
The numbers are complete, with both whole and fractional figures, and all income and management expenses are clearly listed. The bulk of these profits naturally come from rent, with a small portion going towards dividends. Some merchants who cannot afford to pay the full rent when leasing a property will convert a portion of their store's revenue into dividends and hand them over to the management company. Of course, this kind of operation is relatively rare.
Chen Xiu glanced at Su Jia, who nodded.
It was obviously confirmed in advance. At this moment, Su Jia spoke up. Mr. Chen, besides these, there are still 3 merchants whose rent has not been collected in full. Chen Xiu looked at Manager Li, who seemed somewhat embarrassed. According to the contract, if you fail to pay the returns on time, not only will the management fee be waived, but you will also have to bear all the losses.
Yes, Mr. Chen, I've been urging these 3 companies for a month or two. Shall we go over and talk to them again later? If they are unable to pay the remaining rent, our company will compensate them according to the contract.
Manager Li quickly replied.
Chen Xiu nodded reluctantly.
Under normal circumstances, Chen Xiu would definitely be too lazy to talk anymore and would just cause trouble for the management company, letting her handle it herself. But since Su Jia is a novice driver, this is a good opportunity for her to learn. Shortly after, Manager Li made a phone call to each of the 3 merchants. Mr. Chen, Mr. Su, I have already notified them.
2 merchants are on their way, and another one is in the store. Shall we go there now?
Then, the 2 followed Manager Li toward the first shop. When Chen Xiu saw Manager Li's route, his expression suddenly became somewhat strange.
Could it be?
This is the place. Sure enough, Manager Li stood directly in front of a familiar coffee shop.
Ms. Wan's Coffee Lab.
Chapter 95: The Scammers at the Blind Date Club. For Chen Xiu, it was impossible for him to forget this coffee shop. If it weren't for Wan Lingfei, the manager here, where would he get all these shops on this whole street? However, he did not expect that Wan Lingfei, an elite manager who had returned from the big city of Shanghai, would also be in arrears on rent.
If I remember correctly, Wan Lingfei was also thinking of opening an entire commercial street. If this coffee shop is already 3 months behind on rent, how much would it lose if she opened an entire commercial street?
The owner of this coffee shop, Ms. Wan, is 3 months behind on rent. As far as I know, she seems to have taken out a lot of online loans, and I don't know how she is now. Manager Li first gave Chen Xiu and Su Jia a heads up.
She even received a debt collection text message from Wan Lingfei a few days ago.
This person had actually listed her as an emergency contact for online loans.
Thankfully, I haven't been harassed by debt collectors these past few days, so I guess the debt problem has been resolved?
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu's expression became even more strange. It seems like they're hoping to use blind dates to pay off their debts.
We followed Manager Li into the coffee shop.
Inside the coffee shop,
Wan Lingfei was sitting behind the bar watching a show.
Beside her, a man was diligently wiping the coffee machine and countertop, occasionally flashing Wan Lingfei a fawning smile.
Lingfei, what would you like to eat for lunch? Casual.
Wan Lingfei replied casually without looking up, her tone tinged with impatience.
Then shall I buy you some roast duck? On such a cold day, you're making me eat such dry food? How about some noodle soup? I don't like eating pasta.
After being rejected repeatedly, the man was starting to sweat.
Didn't we agree that it was up to you?
He suddenly remembered a newly opened restaurant nearby and asked tentatively.
Then, coconut chicken? Let's have coconut chicken.
In response to him was Wan Lingfei's impatient look as she raised her eyes.
But she didn't say anything, which left him wondering whether to eat the coconut chicken or not.
The man's name is Chang Yan, 31 years old, with little education, having only completed high school. After graduating from high school, he went to work in a factory.
He was an honest person and didn't spend much money.
Over the years, he has saved more than 300,000 yuan in savings. 2 years ago, my hometown was demolished, and I received more than 1 million yuan in compensation.
With the addition of my parents' previous savings, the family's cash suddenly reached nearly 2 million.
Having money in his pocket and being 31 years old, he naturally starts to get anxious about blind dates and marriage. Unfortunately, Chang Yan's appearance was rather ordinary, and he was also dull and honest. He's in his early 30s and hasn't had much contact with girls. He's terrible at talking and has met about 10 girls, but all of those relationships ended without a trace. Chang Yan thought his 2 million yuan in savings would attract girls, but in their eyes, it was just a basic requirement, not a bonus. He discovered that the resettlement housing allocated to them couldn't be sold, so in the girls' eyes, it wasn't considered a house at all. Almost all of them require that a commercial apartment be purchased when getting married. Moreover, even with resettlement housing available, the vast majority of girls said they still wanted to buy a commercial apartment. One of the girls even did some calculations with him. A single apartment costs nearly 1 million yuan. Add in the expenses of renovation, dowry, gold jewelry, and wedding banquet, and you're lucky if you can save up to 300,000 yuan out of your nearly 2 million yuan savings.
This left Chang Yan feeling bewildered.
Despite having 2 million in his hands, he felt like a penniless pauper. After a series of setbacks, Chang Yan even signed up for a matchmaking event to try his luck.
The membership fee is 23,800. Chang Yan regretted it as soon as he paid the money.
But to his surprise, the first person he was paired with at the matchmaking event was Wan Lingfei. A top student from a university in Shanghai, tall, with exquisite looks, and an elite woman who runs her own business. Aside from the high dowry requirements, but in Chang Yan's opinion, what else is there to say about a high school student like himself being able to marry a beautiful and talented woman like Wan Lingfei? On the day they met, he gave Wan Lingfei a betrothal gift of 88,000 yuan as a deposit.
He still remembers Wan Lingfei's joyful and sweet voice calling him back then. He still feels intoxicated when he thinks about it now.
Having already paid the deposit, he naturally assumed that Wan Lingfei was his wife. He, who is usually so frugal that he even orders takeout from shared restaurants, has been giving Wan Lingfei tens of thousands of yuan in the past few days. They are always willing to grant his requests. In Chang Yan's opinion, he should be generous to his future wife and not treat her poorly. After wiping the bar, Chang Yan moved to sit next to Wan Lingfei. The latter had exquisite makeup, and her high-neck sweater perfectly accentuated her slender figure. The rich fragrance emanating from her body further fueled Chang Yan's desire.
Lingfei. I bought 2 movie tickets for tonight.
Wan Lingfei glanced up at the movie time, a cold laugh in her heart, and a look of disappointment on her face.
Where did you learn to buy movie tickets at midnight? So you're planning to take me to a hotel room after the movie, right? Didn't I say I don't accept premarital sex? He stood up awkwardly and said.
I'm sorry, Lingfei, I was too hasty. He had barely finished speaking when Wan Lingfei said impatiently again. If you can't stand it, I'll refund your deposit and all the money you've given me these past few days right now. After saying that, he pretended to open WeChat to transfer money to Chang Yan.
Wan Lingfei's actions instantly panicked Chang Yan.
He quickly pressed Wan Lingfei's hand down and said with regret and guilt.
It was my fault, Lingfei will listen to you. I've already given you all this money, how can I take it back?
Wan Lingfei glanced at him indifferently before pulling her hand away from his.
I didn't force you. How could that be?
Finding a wife like Lingfei is a blessing I've accumulated over 10 lifetimes. Chang Yan's gaze fell on Wan Lingfei's fair hands, and the delicate and soft touch he had just felt stirred in his heart.
What a wonderful girl. She is highly educated, beautiful, not greedy for his money, and traditional and conservative. He must cherish it. Go and wipe down the tables and chairs too. Okay. Watching Cheng Yan's retreating figure, Wan Lingfei's eyes flickered slightly. Since her failed blind date with Chen Xiu, her loan payments have been gradually overdue. Left with no other option, she had to continue going on blind dates in search of opportunities. Unfortunately, I will never meet a man of Chen Xiu's caliber again. Although I later met several men with annual incomes of hundreds of thousands, they were generous in treating me to meals and milk tea. But when it comes to things like betrothal gifts, everyone clutches their wallets very tightly. Wan Lingfei was naturally confident that she could handle them, but a distant solution couldn't quench her immediate thirst. By the time they pay the bride price, my various loans will have already defaulted, and I'll probably have gained nothing. In order to make money quickly, she accidentally came into contact with a matchmaking agency and became a shill there. That's right, it's a shill. With her degree from a university in Shanghai, her exquisite and beautiful appearance, and her age of 27, she is undoubtedly an outstanding woman. Her task was simple: keep the guys hanging on during blind dates. Compared to the men she had been on blind dates with before, the members of this matchmaking agency were much easier to handle. To this end, Wan Lingfei even went on Xiaohongshu, a Chinese short video platform, to learn how to get money out of a man's pocket. After the training, Wan Lingfei felt that her skills had greatly improved. Especially Cheng Yin in front of me, I managed to get over 100,000 yuan out of his pocket with just a few words. This directly eliminates the risk of default due to overdue payments. This is much faster than her struggling to make money by opening a shop. As for engagement and marriage, she's already asking the other women on Xiaohongshu Little Red Book for advice on how to get out unscathed. She couldn't accept spending the rest of her life with someone like Cheng Yin. Just then, the wind chimes above the shop door rang. We have guests. Chapter 96. He really has a street. Wan Lingfei roused herself and stood up. Although she made money quickly from Cheng Yin, she was still determined to build her own coffee shop. Immediately after seeing that it was Manager Li who came in, her good expression faded. They're chasing the rent again. She owes a total of 40,000 yuan in rent for the past 3 months. That's not a lot. But she now has to repay more than 100,000 yuan in loans every month. The money she got from Cheng Yan has all been used to repay the loans, and she still can't afford the rent. However, even though I can't come up with the money, I still need to maintain this relationship. If things go wrong and they take back the coffee shop she spent hundreds of thousands to renovate, then she'll have no hope of making a comeback. Manager Li. Wan Lingfei smiled again, but suddenly noticed the two people who came in right after Manager Li. One man and one woman. The woman was extremely beautiful. Her pure and beautiful face combined with her tall and curvaceous figure created a pure and alluring charm that made Wan Lingfei feel inferior. As for the man, Wan Lingfei's eyes flashed with surprise. This is the first blind date I went on with who drank my coffee without paying. Chen Xiu? She spoke in surprise. Both Manager Li and Su Jiao looked at Chen Xiu in surprise upon seeing this. Mr. Chen, do you know Ms. Wan? Manager Li's eyes flickered, as if he was pondering something. If Chen Xiu and Wan Lingfei were old acquaintances, or even friends, then she would be happy to have some peace and quiet and wouldn't need to urge them. Mr. Chen. Wan Lingfei noticed Manager Li's way of addressing Chen Xiu and was slightly startled. She still remembers that when the matchmaker introduced Chen Xiu, he said that he was a successful entrepreneur with a net worth of tens of millions. At first she was skeptical, but after the blind date, she felt it was probably a hoax. It now seems that Manager Li, who manages this commercial street, respectfully addresses him as General Manager Chen. This Chen Xiu seems to be quite a big boss? As Wan Lingfei's thoughts raced, she only heard Chen Xiu's calm voice. I'm not familiar with you, Manager Li, just follow the contract. Wan Lingfei was taken aback. Manager Li, however, understood with a hint of regret. It seems I can't avoid this argument today. She turned to look at Wan Lingfei, her eyes and expression becoming serious. Ms. Wan, have you prepared the rent you agreed on before? You are now 3 months behind on rent, which constitutes a serious breach of contract. If you cannot pay the rent within 7 days, we will terminate the lease agreement and take back the shop. With Chen Xiu, the client, present, Manager Li's tone became much more forceful. Wan Lingfei narrowed her eyes slightly, but her gaze passed over Manager Li and landed on Chen Xiu. Manager Li, is Chen Xiu from your company? Wan Lingfei asked. Mr. Chen is the original landlord of your shop, and indeed all the shops on this street.
Manager Li didn't try to hide anything and explained directly.
Wan Lingfei was completely stunned upon hearing this.
A tidal wave of emotions surged within me.
The landlord of the whole street? Was he lying last time? Does this place really own a whole street of shops? Wan Lingfei was deeply shocked.
This means that Chen Xiuyuan is worth far more than tens of millions. Just this whole street alone, his net worth must be at least hundreds of millions. The thought that I had actually gone on a blind date with such a genuinely wealthy young man, and then missed out on the opportunity. Wan Lingfei wished she had a time machine so she could go back to that afternoon immediately. Thinking back to the blind date that afternoon, Wan Lingfei's heart suddenly stirred slightly.
Could it be that Chen Xiu bought this commercial street specifically for her?
After all, she said last time that if someone could buy her an entire commercial street, she would marry him unconditionally. And Chen Xiu really listened to him. His earlier statement about not being familiar with her was actually just a way to annoy her and test her feelings.
Upon thinking of this, Wan Lingfei's eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Chen, I.
Her voice tightened as she bypassed Manager Li and tried to walk up to Chen Xiu. However, she was unexpectedly stopped by a girl who amazed her.
Su Jia stood in front of Wan Lingfei and spoke indifferently.
Ms. Wan, please have some self-respect. Su Jia sneered inwardly. She could tell at a glance that this woman was trying to seduce Chen Xiu.
Did they ignore her? That's something she can't tolerate. She's not as pretty as her, and her figure isn't as alluring, yet she wants to cut in line? Women can always clearly sense each other's hostility.
Wan Lingfei narrowed her eyes, staring at Su Jia in front of her with a displeasure that she couldn't stand. Just then, Chang Yan rushed up.
What are you doing? You, a grown man, are leading people to bully a young girl?
To Chen Xiu's surprise, he was caught in the crossfire even though he was standing still. Chen Xiu was somewhat bewildered as he looked at the man in front of him, who was rolling up his sleeves and glaring at him. Look at the way he's carrying a chair in his hand. Chen Xiu was genuinely afraid that this guy was a superhuman. The next moment, he decisively pulled Su Jia back to his side and looked at him with a frown.
Who are you? I am Ling Fei's future. He's my friend. Before Chang Yan could finish speaking, Wan Lingfei interrupted him. Ling Fei. Chang Yan stared blankly at Wan Lingfei.
At this moment, Manager Li walked over, frowned, and said to Chang Yan. Your friend, Ms. Wan, owes our company 3 months' rent. We're just here to remind her to pay it off as soon as possible, not to bully her.
It's just unpaid rent. Why are you coming to our door to threaten and coerce us? You're really obsessed with money. I'll pay the fee for Ling Fei.
Manager Li, who was only concerned with collecting money, immediately produced the bill upon hearing this.
The total is 43,900.
Chang Yan casually took out his phone to scan the QR code and transfer the money. It's been transferred. 40,000 yuan is no big deal.
Chang Yan chuckled and gave Chen Xiu a provocative look.
It looks exactly like a rooster with an extremely strong fighting spirit. After receiving the money, Chen Xiu and the others naturally didn't bother staying there and turned around and left the coffee shop.
Watching them leave, Chang Yan spat. Bah! The new era's exploitative landlords. Ling Fei, are you alright?
If you encounter this situation again, just tell me.
I'll back you up. Chang Yan turned to Wan Lingfei and patted his chest. Brother Yan, thank you.
Wan Lingfei managed a weak smile.
In any case, the rent has been covered. By the way, Ling Fei, you just now.
Chang Yan hesitated before speaking, but before he could finish, Wan Lingfei guessed what he wanted to say and interrupted him directly. I was afraid that if they found out about our relationship, they would harass you. I was originally planning to pay you back myself. I'll definitely pay you back in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Chang Yan's crow's feet at the corners of his eyes cracked with laughter.
No wonder she's the girl he chose. She's so considerate and thoughtful. Ling Fei, why are you distinguishing between yours and mine when it comes to this little bit of money? My money is your money too. Brother Yan, you're so good to me.
Upon hearing this, Chang Yan spoke up again.
Don't worry about the movie tonight. I absolutely won't do anything wrong. I can change the time to an earlier one.
No, my best friend needs to see me tonight.
Alright then, I won't refund the tickets. You and your best friend can go see it. Chang Yan said magnanimously.
As far as he knew, as long as he pleased a girl's best friend, he had secured his home front. He didn't notice that Wan Lingfei was tapping her phone without even looking up.
The latter found Chen Xiu's WeChat account and was extremely glad that he hadn't deleted him. Then, I sent over a screenshot of the movie ticket that Chun Yan had sent me. Brother Chiu, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to a movie. Chapter 97 Young Master Chen? Master Chen. After leaving the coffee shop, Chen Xiu saw the message sent by Wan Lingfei. Brother Chiu, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to a movie. A Häagen-Dazs just opened nearby, so I can grab some ice cream while I'm there.
Upon seeing these two messages, Chen Xiu's eyebrows suddenly twitched. The movie was shown late at night, and they even specifically mentioned that ice cream was available. I'm afraid it's not that they want to see it, but rather that they've figured it out.
Chen Xiu did not reply. He didn't want to get entangled with a woman like Wan Lingfei.
Stupid women drive people crazy, bad women make people hate them.
Wan Lingfei is very likely a stupid and wicked woman.
The foolishness lies in the lack of awareness of one's own abilities, and the evil lies in the boundless greed.
Don't be fooled by her current eager and ready-to-be-picked posture.
If her greed can no longer be satisfied, she will surely turn on you without hesitation.
If they then withdraw their sexual consent, wouldn't that be a disaster? If Chen Xiu's guess is correct, the man in the shop should be one of Wan Lingfei's blind date partners.
His suppressed Tom-like demeanor showed that he was completely under Wan Lingfei's control.
They probably don't even know that Wan Lingfei is involved in online lending.
Chen Xiu suspected that even if she reminded him, he would probably be seen as trying to steal Wan Lingfei. I can only wish him good luck. After Chen Xiu turned off her phone, she looked up at Manager Li.
How long is the coffee shop's lease remaining?
Ms. Wan signed a 2-year contract with us, and it has only been a little over a year now.
It should expire next August.
If it's August, then there are still 6 months left.
At this moment, Su Jiao whispered, as if by telepathy. You're not going to rent it to her after the lease expires?
Although it's just collecting rent, given Wan Lingfei's abilities, she probably won't be able to make a profit.
This definitely lowers the value of the commercial street.
Chen Xiu nodded and chuckled softly. I'm afraid she won't make it to August.
The three returned to the company. Not long after, the owners of the other two shops also arrived. One is a clothing store, and the other is a shopping mall.
That's right, it's the same shopping mall that Chen Xiu saw last time. The owner of Shop K was a man in his 30s surnamed Zhang. He was thin and wore gold-rimmed glasses. Judging from his appearance alone, Chen Xiu couldn't believe that this was the boss of Shop K.
Mr. Zhang owes 2 months' rent.
The 3 shops cover several hundred square meters, and 2 months' rent is already 6 figures. Under Manager Li's introduction, he respectfully shook Chen Xiu's hand.
Hello, Mr. Chen, don't worry. The locals who went out to work are gradually returning to their hometowns, and the peak season for our industry is coming soon. Next month I will definitely make up for the rent owed in full. In addition, I will give young Master Chen 10% interest.
If he defaults for a month, the interest will double. Mr. Zhang patted his chest and assured him.
Mr. Zhang, you're too kind.
As Chen Xiu spoke, he glanced at Manager Li, who then suggested that he sign a supplementary contract with him. Mr. Zhang's face stiffened, and he looked at Manager Li with some displeasure. He knew that Manager Li was just a professional manager in charge of the store, and that the store would soon be handed over back to Chen Xiu.
Why did you jump out and stir up trouble?
Manager Li looked at him without changing his expression. She didn't want Chen Xiu to cause her any trouble later. Anyway, after handing over these shops, she probably won't see Boss Zhang again, so playing the bad cop won't hurt. Mr. Zhang has already made his decision, so he has no choice but to obediently sign the document.
As for the other clothing store owner, he said that they were currently having a clearance sale.
After he cleared out the remaining stock in the store, he immediately paid the rent. Chen Xiu could understand the clothing store closing down, but he didn't expect that even the shopping mall K, which had rented 3 stores and combined them together, couldn't afford to pay the rent.
This piqued Chen Xiu's curiosity.
Mr. Zhang was also pouring out his grievances at this time.
It's all because of the economic downturn and the collapse of the housing market.
Even those of us in the construction industry are struggling financially, so where would we find the spare money for leisure?
Mr. Zhang discussed the sluggish real estate market, the halted infrastructure projects, the backlog of local government debt, and the overall economic environment, concluding with a sigh.
Damn it, all the online girls have moved back offline in the past few years, and the quality is much higher than a few years ago.
As a result, all the bosses are out of money.
Chen Xiu looked at him with a hint of surprise. This boss's demeanor shattered his preconceived notions about the boss of Business K. After all, this industry is somewhat tainted by the dark side, and you can't keep people in check unless you're ruthless. Young Master Chen, I followed in my father's footsteps. I was also a geography major in this area back then. Mr. Zhang adjusted his glasses and chuckled softly. So he's a second-generation rich kid. No wonder she looks so thin. She's probably suffering from severe malnutrition at such a young age. Boss Zhan looked at Chen Xiu, thinking of testing his background. After all, someone who can buy an entire street of shops in this area is no ordinary person. But being so young and surnamed Chen, he couldn't immediately guess which family they belonged to. I don't know, young Master Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in Mr. Zhang's mind. His surname was Chen, his given name was Chiu, and he was young and handsome. Boss Zhang immediately thought of someone he had often heard the project managers talking about while playing cards recently. Is Mr. Chen the CEO of the Cultural Industry Group? He held his breath and asked with some surprise. It's me. As Chen Xiu nodded, Boss Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then immediately smiled with admiration. As expected of President Chen, I was just saying that in the Gannan region, only President Chen has such power. If he was merely respectful and cautious towards Chen Xiu before, now he was full of flattery and fawning. According to those project managers, this man currently controls the largest share of the city's construction projects and has incredibly powerful connections. Not only is he the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, but even the head of the Publicity Department and a member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, arranged for his daughter to become his secretary in order to cultivate a closer relationship with him. He's definitely someone whose bread and butter he's supported and who everyone calls Dad. Young Master Chen? Master Chen. If you round it up, Chen Xiu is definitely his grandfather. Mr. Chen, how about this? I'll go back and find a bank to take out another loan, and I'll pay the rent for you this afternoon. The interest will still be calculated for Mr. Chen. Chen Xiu was somewhat surprised by the change in Boss Zhang's attitude. Su Jia and Manager Li, standing to the side, were completely caught off guard. Especially the latter. She was just playing the bad cop and getting the contract signed, but all Chen Xiu did was reveal her identity, and people were already taking out loans to cover the rent. Mr. Chen, we are fortunate to have rented your shop. Please come and relax here sometime in the future. Mr. Zhang handed Chen Xiu his personal business card. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Jia unconsciously and lowered his voice. Based on his observation, this Miss Su, whose looks surpassed all the girls in his shop, seemed to have a somewhat intimate relationship with Chen Xiu. On second thought, they all took over a street of shops from Manager Li's company. A new company that only manages real estate for Chen Xiu must be someone with a close relationship. Even ordinary lovers probably don't have that right. It's most likely Grandma Chen. I just don't know if it's the main house or a side room. Chen, Mr. Su, you can contact me if you need anything in the future. I'm quite familiar with some of the shady characters in this area. Boss Zhang stepped forward again, bowing and scraping to Su Jia, and handed him his business card. Chapter 98, Working for Free Your Whole Life. Watching Boss Zhang leave, Su Jia stared blankly at the business card in his hand. Mr. Zhang's extremely respectful attitude made her feel a little uncomfortable. Back when she worked at the bank, she was usually the one who was extremely respectful to others. I never expected things to be reversed now. Mr. Chen, now that the handover is complete, I'll be leaving now. Okay, Manager Li, please get back to work. After Manager Li left, Chen Xiu looked at Su Jia and asked. So, did you learn anything valuable? Su Jia's pure and beautiful face froze slightly. Some. She said it seriously and earnestly. If I mention that my boss is Chen Xiu, the other party will definitely bow down and worship me. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu was left speechless, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Do you take me for the leader of the Green Gang or the head of the Hongmen? Su Jia pursed his lips. Even the Green Gang and the Hongmen don't have your prestige. This was the second time she had truly appreciated the value of Chen Xiu's qualifications. The previous branch manager was one thing, since he did have a basis for cooperation with Chen Xiu. Even the owner of a shopping mall is now so respectful to Chen Xiu. How come both the legitimate and criminal worlds have so much influence? Chen Xiu did not respond to Su Jia's teasing. He looked at the BMW 5 Series parked at the company entrance, where Su Jia's previous Wuling Mini was also parked. Are you still driving that Wuling Mini? What, you can't afford the gas money?
Chen Xiu looked at Su Jia with a hint of surprise. Su Jia glanced at Chen Xiu somewhat awkwardly and whispered, "Driving a BMW back to the village is too conspicuous." She was still somewhat afraid of the rumors circulating in the village. Her father was recuperating at home, her mother was taking care of him, and her younger sister had just started her internship. She was the only able-bodied person in the family. They even owed debts to their relatives. In this situation, if she drove a BMW 5 Series back to the village, rumors would definitely spread like wildfire the next day. No one would think she's as successful as Chen Xiu. Su Jia could easily guess that the most widely circulated version of the story would be that she was being kept by some rich second-generation heir or big boss. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu, who had suffered greatly at the hands of the village's intelligence department, felt that Su Jia's words made sense. But that's perfect. It can shield you from some harassment. At least this year, your mom won't pressure you to get married, and you won't have to suffer from blind dates. Chen Xiu said jokingly. Su Jia is not stupid. She looked at Chen Xiu suspiciously, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Is this guy thinking of reducing his competitors so he can easily take me down? Chen Xiu shrugged and then spoke seriously again. If all else fails, just announce that you're working for me. Anyway, I'm a headline figure now, I can draw the fire for you in no time. Su Jia pondered for a moment. If I tell my mother that I'm helping Chen Xiu, she'll definitely believe me. Well, it's highly unlikely that they'll pressure her to go on blind dates and get married. After all, Chen Xiu was the perfect son-in-law in her mother's eyes, and she couldn't wait for her to be with him. If you drive a Wuling van here every day, then I'm just wasting my money buying you this BMW 5 Series. Besides, by hiding like this, those in the know will understand that you're helping me manage the company, but those who don't might think you're my lover. Upon hearing this, Su Jia lightly punched Chen Xiu in the chest, clearly annoyed. I don't think you care about these rumors at all. Chen Xiu grasped Su Jia's hand. Her slightly cool skin was delicate and soft. If we had to care about everyone's opinions, that would be too tiring. However, everyone has their own way of life, so just follow your heart. Su Jia remained silent for a moment. Her inner thoughts? In the year since her father was injured, she had borrowed money from relatives and neighbors several times, which made her see through the coldness of human relationships. Weakness will not earn you the pity of others. Her family, with only her father as the sole male breadwinner and now disabled, was weak. The others did not believe that the two daughters of the Su family would be able to support the family in the future. Therefore, many people are unwilling to lend them money. In fact, Su Jia had overheard one of her aunts telling her mother to marry her and Su Yi off as soon as possible, so that she could have a guarantee of security after receiving the bride price. Otherwise, she would run off with another man and lose both her money and her lover. Su Jia was deeply saddened by what he heard. Her mother was dissatisfied but dared not refute, and could only smile foolishly. They desperately needed their aunt's family to lend them money to cover their father's medical expenses. In the end, however, he did not get his hands on it. From then on, Su Jia deeply understood what it meant for a person to fight for a breath of air, and for a Buddha to fight for a stick of incense. She saved money and worked hard throughout the year, paying off some of her debts, but she still heard some uncomfortable words during holidays. Unfortunately, she couldn't refute it. Because the weak have no voice. These emotions had been building up in Su Jia's heart. When Chen Xiu bought her that BMW 5 Series, she had an urge that very night to drive it home and astonish the whole village and all her relatives. But she still held back. Since it wasn't her car after all, driving it back would just be a pretense of prestige. When others came to ask for the money back, she still couldn't come up with it. Chen Xiu's words have stirred her impulse once again. This spring festival, she didn't want to see her mother forced to smile even when she was clearly being mistreated, and she couldn't accept that she and her sister could only suffer in silence and be subjected to sarcastic remarks. Chen Xiu, can you lend me 200,000 yuan? Su Jia looked up and stared into Chen Xiu's eyes, then suddenly spoke. Chen Xiu was taken aback, not expecting Su Jia to bring up this topic. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jia regretted it. Why did I still act impulsively? However, before Su Jia could speak again, he heard Chen Xiu's voice. Can. He took out his phone and transferred 200,000 yuan directly to Su Jia. Su Jia stared at the payment notification for a moment, slightly stunned. She didn't expect that in less than 3 seconds, 200,000 yuan would be transferred to her. Even online loans don't go that fast. Su Jia looked up at Chen Xiu.
Every time Chen Xiu showed such complete trust in her, it stirred up strange emotions within her.
I will return it to you as soon as possible.
She took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice.
It's fine, if you can't pay me back, you can work for me for free for the rest of your life. Chapter 99. Let's be sisters together.
At noon, Chen Xiu simply had lunch with Su Jia. I have a vacant house in Lanyue Prefecture, not far from here.
If you find it too troublesome to go home, you can live there and treat it as a company dormitory.
Chen Xiu tossed out a bunch of keys, which made Su Jia's heart tremble. They gave them a car, they gave them money, and now they're giving them a house.
Why does it seem like she's no different from someone who's being kept by a sugar daddy?
Su Jia was actually considering not returning the 200,000 yuan and just working for Chen Xiu for free for the rest of his life. In any case, the benefits in all aspects are top-notch.
This house is registered under the company. Although it's fully furnished, it doesn't have any furniture yet.
You and Yi can buy some yourself and pay for it through the company.
Chen Xiu spoke again.
Given the current trend of matchmaking, owning a house and a car is considered a basic requirement, which means that he will only have more and more houses and cars in the future. Leaving them in his hands would only result in them sitting idle and gathering dust, so it would be better to hand them over to Su Jia in the future and let her rent them out through the company.
Su Jia took the key and suddenly noticed a familiar name in Chen Xiu's words. Is Yi coming too?
She looked up at Chen Xiu in surprise.
What, is it not good for you sisters to live together? Doesn't she have a dormitory? The dormitories are crowded and noisy, so this place is more convenient. What's convenient about it? What do you want to do?
Su Jia looked at Chen Xiu, her beautiful eyes flashing with suspicion. However, Su Jia was indeed tempted by Chen Xiu's suggestion that the sisters live together.
It's always better for sisters to have someone to look after them.
Okay, but it's a bit far for her to go to work.
Well, it's good that I can leave my Wuling Mini for her to drive.
As soon as Su Jia finished speaking, Chen Xiu casually tossed out a bunch of keys.
Someone just gave us an E300, let's register it with the company. Yi can drive it if she needs it. Su Jia's beautiful eyes widened instantly. No? Is Yi receiving the same treatment as her? Even the cars they're assigned are from the same class? What, you want my sister to work for you for free for the rest of her life?
Su Jia's red lips parted slightly, and then she stared at Chen Xiu with a cautious expression on her pretty face. Chen Xiu chuckled when he saw her protective attitude.
She doesn't owe me any money. What, they're all my subordinates, can't a boss treat his subordinates a little better?
Su Jia had no rebuttal. Although Su Yi belongs to the Cultural Industry Group, Chen Xiu is also the president there, and the two sisters are Chen Xiu's subordinates. However, won't the other employees at the Cultural Industry Group have any objections if you do this? Su Jia asked. What opinions could they possibly have? I didn't use any money from the group. Chen Xiu said calmly. Even if they did embezzle the group's money, no one else would dare to object. It's just unnecessary. Moreover, Chen Xiu did not intend for Su Yi to stay at the Cultural Industry Group indefinitely. After Su Yi gained some experience learning under Lu Qi, Chen Xiu planned to arrange for her to join his personal assistant team. He can manage 2 companies on his own, but if there are more and more companies in the future, he will definitely start to build a personal assistant team to be responsible for overall coordination, task execution, and information exchange. Loyalty is naturally the top priority for members of a personal assistant team. Chen Xiu already has 2 candidates, Su Yi and Song Xiangtong. Lu Qi is capable, so she can also be placed in the pending area. We still need to look for more suitable candidates. After finishing his meal, Chen Xiu prepared to head to Extreme Media. Just as I got into the driver's seat, I suddenly received a message from Zhang Mantong. She started with a sexy selfie. Wearing a light and sheer white gauze dress, she sat sideways on the bay window of the bedroom. Sunlight streamed through the window, almost completely piercing through the sheer veil covering the woman's body, leaving a faint, ethereal silhouette of her exquisitely beautiful, gray form. At midday, with the sun blazing overhead, are you already thinking about the sun? Chen Xiu thought for a moment and then sent her a message. I'll be at your apartment complex entrance soon. On the other side, Zhang Mantong's beautiful eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing the news. Last night, my best friend Xiao Shushuang told me after she got home that her situation at work had improved. Zhang Mantong was very happy for her. However, when Xiao Shushuang then asked her for more tips on seducing men, Zhang Mantong's smile vanished.
Xiao Shushuang is trying to seduce her man. Zhang Mantong tried her best to persuade Xiao Shushuang, but to no avail. She definitely doesn't want to teach.
Finally, she pretended to be angry, not wanting her best friend to go astray, and told Xiao Shushuang to calm down. But seeing Xiao Shushuang's beaming face when he returned at noon today, having just tasted power, Zhang Mantong felt that she was afraid she would be unable to turn the tide. Beware of fire, theft, and your best friend. She couldn't control Xiao Shushuang's desire to seduce Chen Xiu, so she could only try harder herself. Zhang Mantong immediately changed her clothes. The fitted knit sweater clung tightly to the full upper body. Beneath her narrow, slender waist, her exaggeratedly wide hips stretched taut over a leather mini skirt. A pair of straight, shapely long legs were clad in flesh-colored stockings and paired with black patent leather ankle boots. With the outside temperature only a few degrees Celsius, this is the outfit that best shows off Zhang Mantong's figure, within the limits she can tolerate. After changing her clothes, she immediately went downstairs. She had to take advantage of Xiao Shushuang's lunch break and not be paying attention to quickly slip out to find Chen Xiu. If I had known the CEO first, why would it have been like an affair? Zhang Mantong thought with some frustration. Although she had already seduced Chen Xiu and succeeded before Xiao Shushuang even had the idea, she had already succeeded. But after all, Xiao Shushuang knew Chen Xiu before she did. Moreover, it's a delicate relationship like a blind date. Knowing everything, Zhang Mantong always felt somewhat guilty towards Xiao Shushuang. Zhang Mantong walked quickly out of the residential area and saw a familiar Audi Horch slowly stop. She smiled slightly and stepped forward to open the passenger door. As a long leg stepped into the car, her full buttocks swayed up, and the leather skirt, already stretched taut, suddenly gained even more pressure, forming a smooth peach shape. Her plump thighs and full buttocks, the perfect curves of her hips and legs were on full display before Chen Xiu. From top to bottom, after her buttocks pressed a faint indentation into the leather seat, Zhang Mantong then pulled her other leg back. Turning her head, Zhang Mantong noticed Chen Xiu's slightly aggressive gaze fixed on her, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. This was a posture she had practiced several times before getting into the car. With her figure, she's incredibly sexy. In terms of workability, she is no match for Xiao Shushuang. But when it comes to the little tricks of seducing men, she is quite confident. "Brother, where are we going?" Zhang Mantong said sweetly. Aurora Media. Chapter 100. Beware of fire, theft, and best friends. As an internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of followers on a single platform, Zhang Mantong is naturally aware of Extreme Media, a well-known local MCN agency. She had been invited to join the company back then. Zhang Mantong simply doesn't want to be a corporate slave working for others anymore, so she naturally doesn't want to join an MCN agency. Moreover, she didn't think a local company could offer her much help. "Brother, are we going to Extreme Media to discuss a collaboration?" Zhang Mantong asked curiously. She remembered that Chen Xiu had mentioned in the coffee shop that the group would also be signing other influencers and bloggers. She was just the first one. Upon hearing Chen Xiu mention the name of an MCN agency, Zhang Mantong naturally assumed that the group was about to begin selecting other influencers and bloggers. Zhang Mantong's ultimate goal was to become Chen Xiu's woman and then settle down. But as the group's current number one sister, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous at this moment. After all, the more people who sign contracts, the fiercer the competition becomes. It's fine if they're just competing for resources, but I'm worried about someone trying to steal her man. What cooperation are we talking about? Extreme Media is now my company. Chen Xiu, with his hands on the steering wheel, spoke calmly. "Oh, so you just bought Extreme Media outright?" Zhang Mantong's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, her pretty face showing shock. If she remembered correctly, Extreme Media was one of the top MCN companies in the area. Buying it would cost at least 8 figures, if not 9. Chen Xiu nodded. Zhang Mantong's red lips were slightly parted, her mind somewhat dazed. "You have to eat one bite at a time, and you should sign one person's name one by one." How did her competitor suddenly become an entire MCN agency? The CEO's father is just too powerful. "Mantong, do you want to transfer to Extreme Media, or stay with the group?" "Yes, is there a difference?" "There's not much difference, but the group probably won't be signing any more talent." Chen Xiu spoke up. He brought Zhang Mantong along today just to get acquainted with her. Whether she's in the group or Extreme Media, she'll definitely receive S-level traffic and resource support. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mantong did not hesitate at all and immediately chose the cultural industry group.
In her view, Chen Xiao bought the MCN agency for the purpose of the cultural industry park. It's obvious which side is the biological son and which side is the godson. Then I'll have them sign an agency agreement for you later. Soon, the two arrived at the building of Extreme Media Company. Chen Xiao's appearance instantly caused a sensation among the employees. After a night of development, everyone has come to a deep understanding of the new boss's capabilities. Don't be fooled by the fact that the S-level resources he brings are for influencers and bloggers. The better their performance, the higher their salaries will be. Hello, Mr. Chen. Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, I love you. Seeing how popular Chen Xiao was, Zhang Mantong was secretly amazed. This gave her the feeling of a newly enthroned king returning to his most loyal domain. Chen Xiao nodded repeatedly, but fortunately, he didn't see many female anchors at midday. Come to think of it, female live streamers usually broadcast late at night, so they're probably still in bed sleeping at that time. President Chen. Upon receiving news of Chen Xiao's arrival at the company, his most loyal subordinate, Tan Yujie, immediately came to greet him. He noticed Zhang Mantong next to Chen Xiao, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He remembered Zhang Mantong. After all, she was known as one of the top 10 rich and beautiful women in southern Jiangxi. Not only that, but he also knows 6 other women besides Zhang Mantong among the top 10 rich and beautiful women. 2 of them are bloggers from Extreme Media, and he even orchestrated their rise to prominence. Therefore, Tan Yujie naturally scoffs at the so-called rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned women who are so popular online. This is Zhang Mantong, a contracted blogger of the group. She is currently temporarily affiliated with Extreme World and will be given S-level resources. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Tan Yujie was slightly startled. A contracted blogger from the own Sun side? Now she's truly a rich, beautiful, and successful woman. Go and sign a contract with them, and while you're at it, get to know the directors. Chen Xiao patted Zhang Mantong's slender waist. Okay, brother. Zhang Mantong nodded obediently. Seeing the two interacting so intimately, Tan Yujie quickly looked away, but his heart was slightly shaken. White, rich, and beautiful girl. Boss lady. Of course, based on Tan Yujie's guess, this is most likely just one of the reserves. However, even setting aside the empress, he couldn't possibly fool any concubines or noble ladies. Teacher Zhang, this way please. Tan Yujie immediately became much more respectful towards Zhang Mantong. Chen Xiao returned to his office and summoned the financial director, Fong Lang, to report on the financial statements for the most recent year. Half an hour later. As soon as Fong Lang left, Zhang Mantong returned, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Chen Xiao. She finally understood why Chen Xiaogang was so revered by the employees and management after acquiring the MCN company. Brother, you're amazing. You actually managed to get those top-tier resource contracts from those platforms. Zhang Mantong sat in Chen Xiao's arms, her beautiful eyes sparkling. This is even more dreamlike than the cultural and tourism resources that Chen Xiao had previously promised her. Official cultural and tourism resources can only solidify and reinforce her persona as a rich, beautiful, and successful woman. Whether she can go from hundreds of thousands of followers to millions, or even several million, is uncertain. But with the platform's S-level resource support, it's almost a done deal. I was quite surprised when someone forced it on me. Chen Xiao spoke the truth. As expected of a CEO dad. Zhang Mantong straddled Chen Xiao's lap, hooked her arms around his neck, and offered her red lips. She shifted uncomfortably. His hand quietly reached down. Wait, it's not convenient here. It's okay, I'll go lock the door. Zhang Mantong breathed slightly out of breath. She walked to the door and was about to lock it when there was a knock. Zhang Mantong was taken aback and subconsciously opened the door. The scent of alluring perfume wafts towards you. The sexy and revealing leopard print tube top and short skirt perfectly showcased the female anchor's tall figure. She wore cat ears on her head and had a tail stuck to her buttocks. As soon as he entered the door, he couldn't wait to speak. Mr. Chen, it's a kitten today. Zhang Mantong's beautiful eyes widened. Zhang Xian was stunned when she saw the blonde beauty in front of her. Then, her long, narrow eyes narrowed. Oh no, someone beat us to it. She rushed over as fast as she could after hearing the news, but she was still a step too late. But who is this? Before Zhang Mantong could react, she suddenly heard the sound of high heels. So fast. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's mutterings, Zhang Mantong subconsciously looked up. Through the crack in the door,
she saw several extremely sexy women walking towards her in high heels.
These women are all dressed more flamboyantly than the last. Without a doubt, they're all here for her CEO father. Zhang Montong's scalp tightened slightly. I instantly felt immense competitive pressure.
Xiao Shushuang, a close friend, is practically a well-behaved girl in front of them.
It's over. She felt she couldn't withstand so many attacks on her own. Chapter 101. Guess who I saw at the company?
Seeing that the boss's office was about to be surrounded by a group of female anchors, Tan Yujie rushed over to defuse the situation.
Don't they all want their wages anymore? Go do what you're supposed to do, don't block the way here. Otherwise, you can forget about all the resources after the new year. Tan Yujie rebuked angrily with a dark face. If these female anchors came one by one, he definitely wouldn't show up.
They even enjoyed seeing that scene.
If we could make the boss so happy he wouldn't want to leave, that would be even better. But why are you coming in groups?
You guys are shameless. He has to be mindful of the consequences. In situations like this, it's naturally unacceptable to let the boss play the bad cop. Therefore, Tan Yujie decisively appeared and drove away the female anchors who came running after hearing the news.
President Chen hasn't said anything yet. TCH, Director Tan is really heartless.
Even when faced with numerous disapproving looks, Tan Yujie remained completely unmoved.
Seeing this, Zhang Xian could only turn around and leave helplessly.
However, after taking only a few steps, she noticed that Zhang Mantong showed no intention of moving.
Hey, how come she?
Before he could finish speaking, Tan Yujie interrupted him.
Stop dawdling. Teacher Zhang comes from above. How can you compare to him? Above? Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback.
Does our company still have a headquarters? The office door closed again, and Zhang Mantong finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the sense of crisis in my heart is growing stronger.
If I'm not mistaken, those people were all female anchors from Extreme Media.
Based on Zhang Mantong's understanding of the self-media industry, female anchors are the most dangerous thing ever. This group of people live streams themselves chatting with various men every day.
Their eloquence and openness are far beyond what ordinary video bloggers can match. For the top flirt, that's just basic stuff.
Now, Chen Xiu, who is young, handsome, rich, and has access to top resources on various platforms, is the #1 idol for all of them. Whoever stirs things up the best has a better chance of getting more resources and rising to the top in one fell swoop.
Under such temptation, how could the female anchors who make a living by skirting the edge of boundaries possibly maintain their composure?
Zhang Mantong felt increasingly heavy-hearted and uneasy. There are female demons everywhere outside. She's about to lose this Tang monk's flesh. I told you this place wasn't convenient.
Seeing Zhang Mantong's depressed expression, Chen Xiu chuckled.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Mantong had an idea pop into her mind.
A single punch can ward off 100.
There are probably some female anchors watching this from the sidelines, and she can take this opportunity to assert her dominance. Her slender, jade-like fingers gently pinched the door lock and turned it slightly.
Click. The office door was locked from the inside. Dad, no one's bothering us now.
Zhang Mantong's eyes sparkled, her beautiful legs slightly raised, and as her high heels touched the ground, her waist and hips swayed in an extremely alluring arc. He walked towards Chen Xiu step by step.
Live streaming department.
After Tan Yujie chased them away, and seeing that Chen Xiu's office door was tightly closed, 7 or 8 female anchors went home to catch up on their sleep. But there were still about 10 female anchors left, so they decided to rest at the company, hoping to have another chance to talk to Chen Xiu.
Zhang Xian was naturally included in this group. It's been almost an hour.
A petite girl with her hair in a bun peeked into the still-closed office, a look of excited amazement on her face.
Could Zhang Mantong really have that kind of relationship with the boss? Now, they finally figured out Zhang Mantong's identity, who had stayed in the office. A fake rich and beautiful woman. Yi, you're from over there? Why are you so excited? Someone else beat us to Mr. Chen.
Upon hearing this, the girl with the bun hairstyle glanced at them with a pursed lip, thinking to herself.
It's better for outsiders to succeed than for you to succeed. The next moment, the office door opened. The women all stood up abruptly and rushed out the door. However, what they saw was a blonde beauty with a rosy glow on her face walking out of the building, arm in arm with their beloved CEO Chen, looking utterly content. The group of female anchors immediately stopped in their tracks. Seeing this, how could they not understand what had happened in the past hour? It's over, President Chen has been snatched away. We've lost our chance.
A female anchor spoke with a pained expression, glaring angrily at Zhang Mantong, who seemed to be showing off and asserting her dominance, and said viciously, "Sisters, at this time we must unite against outsiders and not let them take away the resources that belong to us." She finished speaking, but no one responded.
No, are you just going to sit idly by and watch President Chen be taken away? We need to unite now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian glanced at her silently. Rob? Who said President Chen was taken away? Is there anyone else who can monopolize President Chen? This is just the beginning, it's still too early to say who will win. Zhang Xian was even excited after seeing this scene.
If Zhang Mantong can do it, then she naturally has a chance too. If Qin Xiu were the kind of boss who was indifferent to women and unyielding to reason, then there would be absolutely no hope. Yes, let's unite and boycott that fake rich and beautiful woman.
Only then did people begin to echo their opinions.
Zhang Xian glanced around and noticed that while they were agreeing verbally, their eyes were gleaming with a shrewd light, as if they were thinking about some ulterior motive. Don't be fooled by their verbal protests, they might just turn around and try to curry favor with Zhang Mantong, or even ask her for advice.
They're not idiots. After completing their daily exercise routine, Chen Xiu and Zhang Mantong left Extreme Media. He then took her to the company headquarters.
To be honest, Zhang Mantong has never been to the company since she joined the cultural industry group. Apart from Lu Qi and a few others, no one else even knew of her existence. However, the cultural industry park is only just beginning construction and does not yet need Zhang Mantong's popularity. Although it's common for the group's employees to see Chen Xiu accompanied by one or two beautiful women. However, Zhang Mantong's first appearance, with her blonde hair and extremely hot figure, still attracted a lot of attention. I envy neither the lovebirds nor the immortals, but I envy President Chen every single day.
With that blonde, wavy hair and that figure, has our company switched to a modeling agency?
This person looks kind of familiar. Huang Jun, who had once received documents from Zhang Mantong on behalf of Xiao Shushuang, was shocked to see Zhang Mantong appear at the company with Chen Xiu.
Isn't this Xu Shuang's best friend? Why is she with President Chen?
Huang Jun watched the two walk into the president's office, while his colleagues whispered amongst themselves. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Xiao Shushuang.
Shushuang, guess who I saw at the company? Chapter 102, The President's Wife.
Mantong, if you need anything from the group in the future, just contact Yuan directly, Secretarian.
Chen Xiu assigned Yuan a task. Even though this girl is Yi's daughter, she can't just freeload off the company's salary. Hello, Secretarian. Teacher Zhang, you can just call me Yuan.
Let's add each other on WeChat first, and you can contact me directly if you need anything in the future. Yuan patted her chest enthusiastically, creating a wave of excitement that made Zhang Mantong dizzy.
Zhang Mantong had met Yuan once before. It left an impression of a giant deer with a youthful face. This scene only reinforces that impression. Afterwards, Zhang Mantong met Lu Qi and Sui.
The contrasting types of secretaries, one a sophisticated career woman and the other a pure and innocent girl next door, made Zhang Mantong's heart skip a beat. The competitiveness of this group seems to be no less than that of Extreme Media. The only thing that gave her some comfort was that she had already taken the lead. Elder brother. Zhang Mantong, who almost called him by the wrong name, quickly corrected herself.
Mr. Chen, I'll head back now.
Seeing that Chen Xiu seemed to have something to deal with, she took the initiative to speak. Chen Xiu nodded, and then listened to Lu Qi report on some work.
Half an hour later, only Sui remained in the president's office.
Seeing that everyone else had left, the girl, who had been holding back for a long time, finally spoke up and asked.
Brother Chen Xiu, my sister told me you arranged a house for us?
Sui asked, her pretty face slightly flushed. In fact, what Su Jia told her was that Chen Xiu wanted to take care of the two sisters all at once, giving them a house and a car. Sui naturally thought she was joking, so she came to ask Chen Xiu. Well, you'll probably be traveling around with me a lot from now on, so staying in the company dormitory won't be very convenient.
Sui breathed a sigh of relief. She knew it.
Her sister's words were so irrelevant.
What do you mean by keeping someone?
Chen Xiu was clearly doing it for work. However, there was a hint of disappointment in the girl's heart that was not easily detected. Brother Chen Xiu, my sister also lives in the company housing.
Is that inappropriate?
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu glanced at her in surprise.
Didn't your sister tell you anything? Say what? Is there anything else? A bewildered look appeared on the girl's innocent face.
Chen Xiu shook his head. It seems Su Jia hasn't told her family about her resignation yet.
Just ask your sister when you get home tonight, and you'll find out. Chen Xiu did not offer any explanation for Su Jia. Sui nodded blankly and then left the office. After get off work.
Back in her dorm, Sui put the office lady's business attire hanging on the balcony into her backpack.
Her roommate, Su Yujie, looked at her and asked in surprise. Tomorrow's a holiday? Why didn't I receive the message?
As she spoke, she took out her phone, opened the company group chat, and quickly scrolled up to find the notifications.
I didn't get a holiday, so I went home to visit. Well, I thought we got an early holiday. What a disappointment. Su Yujie lay on the bed, looking at Sui with envy. You have it so easy.
Your home isn't far from the company, so you can go back whenever you want. She also has a childhood sweetheart who's a CEO at the company.
What kind of short drama heroine script are you reading?
If you ever become a CEO's wife, remember to pull your best friend along. Sui was teased by her best friend every day about being called the president's wife. At first, she was a little shy, but now she's completely desensitized to it. She replied without changing her expression.
You're not going to run away after your internship. Even if I become the CEO's wife, I can't stop you.
It's okay, I'll come back later. I'm not going to banter with you anymore, I'm leaving.
Okay, be careful.
Sui boarded the bus with her school bag on her back. Having studied under Lu Qi for some time, Sui, who always wore an OL uniform, has already begun to exude the aura of a mature and sophisticated career woman. Now, dressed in straight-leg pants and a sweatshirt, with a backpack on her back, her innocent face gives her the air of a high school girl.
1 hour later.
Sui got off the bus at the village entrance.
Isn't this E? Are you on holiday?
Not yet. On her way home, Sui was greeted by many elders, and she responded to them. However, what puzzled her was that there seemed to be a lot more elders greeting her today.
Some of them she didn't even recognize.
The other person even thought she was still in high school and enthusiastically asked her when she was going to take the college entrance exam.
Sui explained, puzzled, that she was almost graduating from university and felt strange. Soon, she saw her home.
A 2-story self-built house. At first glance, she didn't see her sister's small, chopped chili fish head.
Instead, I saw a brand new white BMW. Whose car is this?
The girl was stunned for a moment, and vaguely saw a lot of people gathered in front of her house. Startled, she quickly ran over. Seeing her parents sitting there with smiles on their faces, chatting and drinking tea with relatives and neighbors, Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Oh, E's back. E has grown into a beautiful young woman. I think E works for a state-owned enterprise. It's really different to have an education.
Sui was a little stunned by the praise from her relatives and neighbors. After greeting everyone, she looked at her parents.
Dad, Mom, hasn't my sister come back yet? You're back, resting inside. She didn't drive back?
Sui asked, puzzled. Lin Fong stepped forward and took Sui's bag with a smile on her face.
It's open. Look, isn't that one over there? Sui was taken aback and followed Lin Fong's gaze to see the brand new BMW 5 Series exuding an elegant and sporty aura.
Seeing her youngest daughter's bewildered expression, Lin Fong immediately understood.
Your sister didn't tell you, did she? Say what? What did my sister do?
Sui felt incredibly anxious, as if the whole world knew, but she was kept in the dark.
This child never discusses anything with his family.
Lin Fong said with dissatisfaction. Lin, you don't know this, Jia does things secretly, that's how people with great perseverance do things.
It's not that exaggerated, she was just lucky.
Lin Fong waved her hand, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Then, through the words of her neighbors, Sui finally understood. Her sister, Su Jia, left the bank and is now starting her own business with others. This afternoon, he drove home in a BMW 5 Series with 200,000 yuan in cash, and paid off all of her family's debts in one go. This really shocked the relatives and neighbors. Keep in mind that this is a car worth 400,000 or 500,000, plus 200,000 in cash, totaling 600,000 or 700,000. Lin, I could tell from the beginning that your 2 daughters were promising. You'll be able to enjoy a life of luxury from now on.
Sui glanced at the relative who was speaking and clearly remembered that last year she had told her mother that her daughter should get married as soon as possible, otherwise she would be a money-losing burden. "Mom, who is my sister starting a business with?" Sui asked. "What kind of industry is this? How can someone earn hundreds of thousands in just a few days? Isn't that Chun Xiao, her junior high school classmate from the next village?" As Lin Fong finished speaking, the surrounding relatives and neighbors were first stunned, then suddenly realized what she meant, their faces full of shock. "Chan Xiao? The one from the next village who's worth over 100 million? Chapter 103. You squat at the door at night. Filled with doubt, Sui arrived at Su Jia's room. "Sis, what's the story behind your and Chen Xiao's startup?" Su Jia was sitting cross-legged on the bed, his laptop on his lap, browsing information about some shops. She glanced at her younger sister and said calmly, "What entrepreneurship? I'm just working for Chen Xiao. That BMW 5 Series outside, and Mom said you brought 200,000 yuan home." The BMW was provided by the company, and the 200,000 yuan was borrowed from Chen Xiao. Upon hearing this, Sui's beautiful eyes widened immediately. She stared blankly at her sister for a long time before finally blurting out a sentence. "Sis, what you said this afternoon was true." "Oh, what, really?" Su Jia looked at the information, not quite understanding it at first. "When I turned to look at my sister's gradually blushing face, I suddenly remembered what I had said to her that afternoon." "Oh, you mean being kept by a sugar daddy's sugar baby?" Su Jia looked up at her sister with a half smile, and counted examples on her fingers. "What do you call it when two sisters live in a man's house, drive a man's car, and spend a man's money?" "I didn't," Sui immediately retorted, speaking with righteous indignation. "I live in the company dormitory and receive my salary from the company." "Is that so? Then I'll keep the new house and the new car for myself." Su Jia dangled the keys to the apartment complex and the Mercedes-Benz with her fingers. Sui's breath hitched when she saw this, and then her heart started racing. Brother Chen Xiao really prepared one for me too?" Then, she looked at her sister with complicated emotions and murmured something. "If I live with you, it might affect you and Chen Xiao." Sui thought her sister was definitely joking. It's more likely that Su Jia and Chen Xiao are together. The two had a very good relationship before, and now that they have reunited, and Chen Xiao is so outstanding, it is not surprising that her sister is with him. Therefore, it makes perfect sense that a motorhome costs 200,000. However, Su Yujie, who constantly talked about becoming the president's wife's best friend, could only end up becoming the president's sister-in-law's best friend. Su Jia watched his sister's expression change constantly and realized that the girl must have misunderstood. "What nonsense are you thinking?" She got up and tapped Sui on the head. "Chen Xiao doesn't live with us, it's just the two of us living together. I'm currently managing real estate for Chen Xiao. These houses and cars are all registered under the company's name. Chen Xiao said we can use them temporarily." "Oh, I see." Sui patted her chest, feeling a sense of relief. Looking at his sister's expression, Su Jia was puzzled and couldn't tell whether she was disappointed or happy. "Chen Xiao should have other arrangements for you, so you'll be living with me after the new year." Su Jia handed the keys to his sister, who hesitated slightly as she took the Mercedes keys. "Isn't Mercedes too flashy? What's there to be afraid of? I've already brought the BMW home," Su Jia said calmly. "Is a compliment really more offensive than being mocked to your face?" She was initially a little apprehensive, worried that rumors would spread and she would hear inappropriate comments. To her surprise, she didn't need to offer any further explanation. The BMW emblem and 200,000 yuan in cash have already spoken for her. In just 1 hour, she received more praise than she would have in a whole year. Su Jia had no idea what these people would say behind his back. But at least she enjoyed the compliments when I put on a smiling face in front of her. Dinner in the evening. Even their father, Su Changyao, unusually drank a few glasses of wine. If his mother, Lin Fong, hadn't stopped him, he definitely would have gotten drunk. Sui escorted Su Changyao back to his room to rest. When Su Jia turned around, he saw Lin Fong sitting on the sofa wiping away tears. "Mom, why are you crying?" Su Jia sat down with a somewhat helpless expression. "I can finally relax." Lin Fong wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and said with a sigh of relief, "In the past, it was your father and I who dragged you down." The woman said, feeling extremely guilty. 2 years ago, Sui was a different story altogether, but her daughter Su Jia was a highly sought-after girl in the surrounding area. Good-looking, with a bachelor's degree, working in a bank. Every year, matchmakers come to our door. But the situation changed instantly after Su Changyao got into trouble. A father who was paralyzed on one side, a mother who was unemployed, a younger sister who was still in college, and a lot of debt. Given these family circumstances, even though Su Jia's personal qualities are quite good, her reputation in the dating market has plummeted. After all, nobody knows how much more money Su Changyao will have to spend later, so even decent families are hesitant to marry Su Jia. From then on, the families of the men who came to propose marriage became progressively worse off. They all bring up Su Changyao's health to belittle the value of her daughter. Lin Fang and Su Changyao watched helplessly as their daughter was dragged down by them. Now that her daughter has made it on her own, Lin Fang feels as if the heavy weight on her heart has finally been lifted. There's no burden at all, you're just overthinking it. Su Jia shook his head and said. Putting everything else aside, there have been far fewer matchmakers coming to her door in the past year, which has made her happy to have some free time. But don't just focus on work, you should also spend more time with Chen Xiu and build a relationship. Lin Fang changed the subject and said earnestly. Mom, what's the point of exchanging feelings? There's nothing between us. Lin Fang glanced at her daughter sideways. Although she was a rural woman, she wasn't stupid. Su Jianing made so much money right after starting his business, isn't that all thanks to Chen Xiu? If there's no emotional connection, why would someone help you make money? I'm too lazy to argue with you. Let me tell you, you need to pay more attention. He's a billionaire now, and I don't know how many vixens are eyeing him. If you get seduced by some vixen, you'll have nowhere to cry. Upon hearing this, Su Jia's lips twitched slightly. She can't be in two places at once, and she can't possibly follow Chen Xiu around all day monitoring him. At this moment, Su Jia's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Sui can complete this task. As Chen Xiu's secretary, it seems perfectly reasonable for Sui to follow Chen Xiu around all day. The only fear is that it's like throwing good money after bad, with no chance of it coming back. The next day, Chen Xiu welcomed several childhood friends who had returned from working away from home. Including Chen Xiang, there were 3 of them, all marveling at Huoshi, which was parked in the yard. Everyone else was perfectly fine being poor. How come you suddenly became rich? Qin Ping sat in the driver's seat, rubbing the steering wheel. One second he was furious, the next he turned to look at Chen Xiu and said sincerely. Brother Cho, do you need a driver? I just passed my B1 exam. You, a lowly lalamove driver, dare to be my brother Cho's driver? Chen Yawu pulled Chen Ping out of the car. I served in the army for 2 years, that's not an advantage over you. Brother Cho, choose me. At this moment, Chen Xiang let out a soft hum. You guys should just wash up and go to bed. My brother Cho now has a secretary to pick him up and drop him off whenever he goes out. Mature women, young girls, every single one of them is better than you. As Chen Xiang spoke, he recalled Song Xiangtong and Anwan, whom he had seen that day, and his tone suddenly became envious. Chen Ping and Chen Yawu exchanged a glance and gritted their teeth slightly. Brother Chiu, actually I'm also known as Ruby Lin on Chuanxi Road. Get lost, don't disgust me. Chen Xiu cursed, wanting to kick them, but afraid they would enjoy it. Being a driver is fine, but at night, you can only squat at the entrance of the commercial building. As soon as Chen Xiu finished speaking, the expressions in their eyes changed instantly. You're wrong, brother. The group was initially a little reserved in front of them. Being a billionaire is a huge burden for them, and the pressure of that label alone is enough to make them feel uneasy. But since they were childhood friends with a good relationship and there was no financial connection between them, they quickly relaxed after chatting for a few minutes and found their old feeling again. Chapter 104: An Accidental Blind Date. Chen Ping and Chen Yawu, like Chen Xiang, are unmarried and single. All 3 are currently the main targets of pressure from their families to get married. It's not that they don't want to get married, but they simply can't. The current entry requirements for the matchmaking market are owning a house and a car. That alone eliminates all 3 of them. Cars aren't difficult to find, but houses are only available through self-built construction. With his own savings plus the family's savings, he was able to afford a house. But then I can't afford the bride price. A dowry of $20 or $30 is no joke. The thought that getting married would cost her parents' entire life savings plus her own savings from 10 years of hard work gradually made her lose interest in marriage. According to Chen Xiang, out of the dozen or so young men in the village, only 2 are currently married.
The village elders were all more anxious than ants on a hot pan, relentlessly urging him to get married. But the more they are urged, the more the young people become resigned to their fate. Brother Chio, I heard you've been going on a lot of dates lately. Why don't you enjoy a couple more years before getting married? Chen Xiang asked curiously. If I had Chio Ji's abilities, why would I need to go on blind dates or get married? I live in the shopping mall every day, and I won't go home until my fingers are wrinkled from soaking in the water. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Chen Xiu gave him a thumbs up. It has to be you, it's so depressing. Chen Yawu then mocked. Madman, all you do is talk big. Last time, I don't know who it was that went to a KTV and didn't even dare to put their arm around someone's waist, or even hold hands with such a timid attitude? You don't know anything. I like people who are slow to warm up. Chen Ping's face flushed red. He was determined to save face tonight. Although it was a long-awaited reunion, the entertainment they always had when they got together was always the same few things. Internet cafes, billiards, fishing. The four of them first went to an internet cafe. To be honest, Chen Xiu hasn't been to internet cafes much since graduating from university. When I saw the price now, I was immediately shocked. 8 yuan an hour? The price went up a few years ago. Chen Ping was a frequent internet user and was used to this price. These days, staying up all night costs 30 or 40 yuan. Chen Xiu clicked his tongue in surprise upon hearing this. In his memory, internet cafes were already in the era of costing 3 or 4 yuan. Even earlier, during his high school years, he frequented illegal internet cafes where the price was as low as 2 yuan per hour. Chen Ping turned on the 4 machines with practiced ease and rolled up his sleeves. Today I'll take you flying. However, his grand pronouncements lasted less than an hour before he fell silent. I'm too old to fight anymore, let's stick to free-for-all. Chen Xiang made the suggestion. Back when they were in school, they were enthusiastic about playing more intense sports like basketball, but now they find it a bit strenuous to play even a game with strong physical contact. 3 hours later, the four walked out of the internet cafe. Chen Xiang looked up at the darkening sky and complained. Chen Ping, if I ever come to the internet cafe with you again, I'll be a dog. Damn it, I lost all afternoon. Mine. My. Let's eat first, I have work to do tonight. Chen Xiu glanced at the time and spoke. Tonight is the annual meeting of Extreme Media, and as the new boss, he has to go up and make an appearance. Aren't you going to karaoke with me tonight? Chen Ping and the others turned to look at him. They felt a little embarrassed if Chen Xiu, the one who hosted the dinner, wasn't there. Let's go together, but we probably won't be able to stay for long. Chen Xiu didn't care. No matter how alluring Shankai's princess is, can she compare to those female anchors? As for the location of the shopping mall, Chen Xiu had already found one for them. It is Mr. Zhang's shop, which he inherited from his father. They're my tenants, so it's no harm to offer some support. Chen Xiu made a phone call. Mr. Zhang, who was playing mahjong, saw the caller ID and suddenly stood up with his phone in hand. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Are you still going to fight or not? The person at the table complained, and the next moment Boss Zhang glared at him. Don't argue. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly answered the phone. Hey, Mr. Zhang. Chen Xiu's voice came through the speaker, and Boss Zhang's expression became respectful. Even through the phone, he spoke with a slight bow and shrug. Please speak, Mr. Chen. Seeing his posture, his classmates exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with a probing light. Master Chen? Who could be this person surnamed Chen, who could make Boss Zhang act this way? They searched their minds for the characters. After nodding repeatedly, Mr. Zhang responded. Yes, Mr. Chen, I'll arrange it for you right away. Only after Chen Xiu hung up the phone did Boss Zhang put down his phone. Old Zhang, which Master Chen is this? Mr. Zhang glanced at them and smiled. A person you would never guess. Without explaining anything to the others, he took his phone, walked out of the mahjong room, and began searching for suitable candidates on WeChat. Chen Xiu said he was bringing his friends over for a visit, so he was determined to treat them to the highest standards. Chen Xiu and his group randomly chose a restaurant. Just then, Chen Xiu suddenly saw a familiar magenta Xiaomi car slowly pull up in front of the restaurant next door. Ha! This color scheme is already quite rare, and Chen Xiu recognized it as his own car at a glance. As expected. The next moment he saw his cousin Luo Su get out of the car. A beautifully dressed girl got out of the passenger seat.
Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow and took out his phone to send a message to Luo Yu. Do you know where your brother went? Luo Yu replied quickly. Looks like he went on a blind date. What's wrong, bro? You need to see him? Nothing. Chen Xiu turned off his phone, somewhat intrigued.
What a coincidence that I stumbled upon my cousin's blind date I had to watch. Then, Chen Xiu led Chen Ping and the others into the restaurant where his cousin was. I sat down in the seat with my cousin's back to me. He observed it carefully as he walked over. My cousin's blind date looked to be under 1.6 meters tall, with a pretty face, but her makeup was a bit heavy, making it hard to tell her age. Chen Xiu asked Chen Ping and the others to order food, while he quietly pricked up his ears to listen to their conversation.
Luo Su, Aunt Lu told me you're from Sichuan?